You are clearly a dual laureate of the Turing Award and the Nobel Prize in Physics. Yet you have been rejected by Tsinghua, Peking University, and Lanka University, leaving you with no way to pursue your studies. Even the dark matter energy wave formula you sent to various top universities was dismissed by the staff as fanciful and tossed into the corner of the office. It wasn't until your 105th letter was mistakenly opened by an academician from Manhwa that the highest levels of the country actually used the red phone to convene a top-secret meeting overnight and issued a confidential order to seal all your information. When a thick stack of envelopes was dug out from the trash and piled on the desk, all the academicians present in the research community were stunned. The dark matter energy equation, quantum mechanics, logical reasoning, superconducting structures, graphic design, just picking any one of these could explain the unsolved mysteries in the field of physics. The old academician Guan Shangyue trembled with his hands, unable to hold back his tears. In the West, there are Newton, Einstein, and Planck. Our Manhwa has waited for decades and finally produced such a talent. At this moment, you are sitting in a classroom writing a letter. In your past life, in order to break through Manhwa's technology, you went to the Eagle Sauce country to study abroad and won 2 Nobel Prizes in nuclear physics. To prevent you from secretly returning to the country, they actually placed you under house arrest for 20 years, ultimately ordering pilots to force a crash, leaving you and the materials you brought back forever in the sea. Unexpectedly, you have reincarnated with memories into the body of a high school student in a small town. To avoid wasting time, you had Huaxia University of Science and Technology directly recruit you, and with no connections, you sent a letter almost every few days. The helpless little town's problem solvers speak lightly, which cannot change fate. All the theories and deductions you sent out were deemed nonsense by the review teachers because they were too advanced and were thrown into the trash can for being incomprehensible. Just as you were holding your head pondering what to write in this letter, a beautiful teacher appeared behind you. Zichio, you must go home for lunch today. I specially adjusted your meals for this month before the college entrance examination. This person is named Lu Manman, a PhD in physics education, and also your dedicated tutor assigned by the first high school of Luochang. As a student who can maintain the school's reputation in the college entrance examination, the leaders even arranged a 2-bedroom apartment for you near the school. Soon, the two returned to the rental house, and Lu Manman repeated the upcoming study process to you as she walked. Zichio, what you need most right now is to keep a calm mindset. In the first mock exam, you were 15 points behind the second place, and in the second mock exam, the questions were difficult, and you fell behind by 23 points. The gap in strength is still very obvious, as long as you perform normally. Being the provincial champion is definitely not a problem. Since the recent tutoring sessions, she, who was originally somewhat resistant to tutoring work, has discovered your astonishing talent in mathematics and physics, and she is very confident about your future achievements. However, at this moment, Principal Guohong'an rushed in urgently. Gu Shiqiu, come with me to the school. Hearing this, you looked confused and asked, what's wrong, Principal? It's something important. Don't ask so much. Soon, you were pushed into the office by the principal. Inside, 3 students were already seated, all top performers from Luochang No. 1 High School. Do you know what's going on? The 3 shook their heads. No, we were also suddenly notified to come here. I guess it might be about the recommendation for admission. Just as they were discussing, a man in a suit walked in. Students, don't worry. I called a few of you here today just to do a small test. Then, he took out 4 test papers from a file bag. I have a question here that needs to be completed within 10 minutes. You are all top students from our school and have won awards in international mathematics competitions, so there's no need to be too nervous. Just do your best. Please start. The few who received the test papers had question marks in their heads. This man didn't seem like a teacher, and the purpose of this test was quite puzzling, especially the 10-minute time limit, which was unbelievable. You took a quick glance at the paper. It was a mathematical pattern question. However, whether it was because you hadn't dealt with Olympiad problems for too long or because this question was indeed clever, it was the first time you had seen such a mathematical model, which instantly piqued your interest. You lowered your head, took a pen, and your brain started spinning rapidly. The logic was somewhat similar to that of computers. It should be a fusion model of transcoding in functions. Then, you did a bit of calculation on the paper, derived the Dirichlet function relationship from the function, and finally decoded the missing numbers through hexadecimal. Immediately after, you put down the pen, stood up, and handed the paper to the man. Seeing this, a look of surprise instantly appeared on the man's face. Then he looked down at his watch. 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Then he looked at the numbers you filled in, his face showing even more disbelief. How is this possible? Classmate, don't leave at the door. Just wait a moment. A few minutes later, the other 3 walked out of the office with their heads down. Gu Shun, how did you calculate this? I searched for a long time and couldn't find any pattern. I used calculus and L'Hopital's rule. and it feels like I can't even touch the edges. Hearing this, you smiled and casually replied, the exam was a bit off, but you knew very well the complexity of this problem. It could rank among the top 50 formulas you derived in your past life, and it was almost impossible for these high school students to solve it. Soon, you are called back into the office again, and the man smiles as he takes a card out of his pocket. Hello, I am Chui Hao, a staff member of the National Information Security Administration. From the few numbers you wrote down, what information can you find? What? The Information Security Administration? You can't understand why such a department would come to you. 2301. These three numbers should be a date. Upon hearing this, Chui Hao nodded. 121. 31. Could these two be the number of items and people? No. Chui Hao shook his head. These are coordinates. The focal point of these two latitudes is precisely in Shanghai, China. Hearing this, you seem to feel that things are not that simple. Next, Chui Hao's words completely cleared your doubts. This problem is actually foreign intelligence intercepted by the Information Security Bureau. Just like what you cracked. On May 1st, a suspicious package appeared at the Shanghai port. Fortunately, under the strict inspection of the maritime personnel, this package was confiscated in time, preventing a major incident. However, in recent days, the number of similar intercepted intelligence has been increasing, but each piece of intelligence has different coding and logic. Almost as soon as we crack it, the event has already occurred. We are always a step behind. Unfortunately, we can only rely on external forces to help you assist China in overcoming this difficult situation. Currently, we have already screened out more than 40 people from university professors and international mathematics award winners. And your ability to crack the message within 5 minutes is exactly the kind of decoding talent that the National Security Agency urgently needs. Upon hearing this, you nodded seriously. I will do my best. So, how much of the entire text does the problem I worked on today account for? 3%. In other words, the actual difficulty of intelligence decoding is about 30 times harder. However, there are countless functions, and if we rely solely on manual calculations, we will always be trailing behind, being led by the nose. Upon hearing this, Chui Hao sighed. This is also the biggest problem right now. Do you have a good solution? If it were me, I would definitely create a specialized intelligence decoding software. You have to know that computer calculations are far more powerful than the brain. What? You can program? Can you handle such complex function coding? Chui Hao pondered for a moment, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Numbers have a soul. Any encrypted information must contain logic, and all logically contained information can definitely be solved through programming. So if you really decide to design this software, how confident are you? 70%. However, it may require the supercomputer from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as I cannot guarantee the computational load. Okay, I will apply for authorization for the Taihu Light supercomputer from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, but please keep today's matter confidential. Inside the National Information Security Administration, dozens of mathematical elites from all over the country have gathered, sweating profusely as they crack one encrypted message after another. An elderly man with graying hair looks at the decrypted information. His face darkened. Currently, the decryption efficiency has been delayed by about a day. It's like a thief always manages to commit a crime right under your nose, but every time you arrive at the scene, you can only see chaos, time and again. It's out of reach, and anyone would be affected by this mood. Report, we have just intercepted the latest intelligence of the day. There is only one. Upon hearing this, the old man slammed the table and ordered everyone to crack it at all costs. The entire National Information Security Administration is now tense to the extreme, with everyone starting to decrypt today's encrypted message. As usual, this time it was a completely new logic, and they worked on it from day until around 10 o'clock at night, finally achieving a result. It's been cracked. A university mathematics professor was the first to decipher the message, but when everyone saw the deciphered information, they were all stunned. A group of foolish opponents. Even if they steal our messages, what can they stop us from doing? I advise you to save your energy. How can a foolish dog catch up with an agile eagle? Old Joe took the note, glanced at it, and immediately tore it into shreds. Shame, this is simply a disgrace. I am an old intelligence officer who survived on the battlefield, holding a telegraph machine while braving gunfire and rain. I have never encountered such a blatant insult. He looked coldly at everyone. From today on, the mission will be renamed Falcon. I've got this old eagle. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came at the door, and Zhou Lao calmed down. Zhou Lao, I'm back. Chui Hao ran up to Zhou Lao. Zhou Lao, do you remember the intelligence from May 1st? Today I found a student named Gu Jiqiu, and he completed the simplified sorting diagram of that telegram in less than 4 minutes. Zhou Lao turned around sharply upon hearing this. Less than 4 minutes? Could he be a genius? 3 minutes and 50 seconds. If you add the time wasted at the beginning when they were wary of me, The accurate time should be around 3.5 minutes. Then where is he? Quick, bring him over for me to see. He didn't come with me today. Hearing this, Zhou Lao became anxious. Chui Hao, what are you thinking? Why don't you bring back someone like this? Seeing this, Chui Hao pursed his lips. Everyone in the Information Security Administration knows that when old Zhou loses his temper, one must never retort. Even if you are right, you have to endure it. After all, old Zhou is the one with the toughest temper in the entire administration. After Zhou Xiong finished venting, Chui Hao continued. He said to give you a suggestion, abandon manual decryption and design a software specifically for decrypting intelligence. Zhou Xiong frowned slightly. Decryption software? The computing speed of computers is countless times stronger than that of the human brain, which will greatly increase the decryption speed. Are you confident? 70%. Good. Then let him give it a try. At this moment, in a rental room in Luochang, the cozy little house had the meal ready. Lu Manman took off her apron and picked up a piece of pork rib. Eat more meat. The last month before the college entrance examination. You mustn't have any mishaps. Gu Shiqiu ate the meat and nodded. I do have a small problem right now. Lu Manuman put down her chopsticks. What's wrong? I don't want to do high school. Lumsman, you want to get beaten up Gu Shiqiu? No, I don't want to take high school, but I still want to go to college. Lu Manuman frowned slightly. Are you serious? But she mulled it over for a moment and said, so how are you going to get into college if you don't take the entrance exam? The point in time for single enrollment has also passed. You could have bailed out by entering so many national and international competitions before, but you gave up on yourself. Chapter 6, Type 1-to-1 Decryption Computer. During his freshman and sophomore years of high school, Gu Shiqiu participated in countless physics and math competitions both at home and abroad, and countless prestigious schools threw out olive branches for him, but he refused each and every one of them. He didn't want to end his wonderful high school life that early. At the time, the school assumed that his refusal was for the provincial championship. I guess only he himself knew that back then it was simply just naive to stay with Lu Manman for half a year longer. Perhaps it was because he had grown up alone, without friends, and without experiencing much fatherly or motherly love, that when Lu Manman appeared in his world, it made him feel at home for the first time. This short year of living with Lu Manman was a wonderful part of his last life. Lu Manman headache, alas. You are still preparing for the college entrance examination anyway. My side to help you ask, but the probability is still to take the college entrance examination. You adjust the mentality. Anyway, don't have too much pressure. Even if the provincial first prize winner we don't fight for, but the admission notice of the Qingbei, how do you say that you also have to get? Okay. Gu Shiqiu opened her mouth and swallowed the words that hung on her lips. Qingbei was never his goal. Never mind. Some things are just a pain in the ass to talk about, so it's better not to talk to her. Ways to bail into college are few and far between for the average student, but for him, they are still plentiful. After eating, Gu Shiqiu dug into her bedroom. The cell phone on the bed had a dozen missed calls, and a couple text messages. It's all from Choi Ho. It looks like the top has agreed. Gu Shiqiu hurriedly edited a text message and sent it out, asking Choi how to send him all the intelligence from the last 3 days in the form of an email. However, what was waiting was a rejection, and an invitation text message. There's not as much freedom to play around with this kind of secrecy. It is also naturally impossible to leak. I'll pick you up in L.A. at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Looking at Choi Hao's message, Gu Shiqiu hurriedly edited a text message. No, I don't need that intelligence anymore. After I compile the program, I'll email it to you. Inappropriate. The function used for all ciphertexts varies. You don't need to find a pattern in it? Gu Shiqiu, no need. There are countless functions between all numbers. How long? Gu Shiqiu, within a week. Good. Kyoto, a morose high-rise, top floor. Choi Ho spread his hands. Zhou Xiong, who was standing behind him, started cursing again. What a brat, Choi Ho said. After all, he's a senior too. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. Zhou Xiong got a migraine from the anger. Elder Zhou, I still suggest waiting for him for a week, and if he can't do it in a week, then bring him to Kyoto. Choi Ho explained. He promised me that he would be willing to participate in manual deciphering if the software deciphering was unsuccessful. Zhou Xiong slapped the table in anger. This brat didn't even read the information. How can he crack it? If he can crack it for me in a week, I'll rip my head off and give it to him. Choi Ho smiled awkwardly. Not so much. Not so much. Asterisk 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 off. Choi Ho hurriedly scurried away. Zhou Xiong clenched his fists tightly and looked at the traffic downstairs. Kid, but you must succeed. Only in the shadows. Only to know the great China. The prosperity and prosperity of the hard one. The following week, all of Gu Shiqiu's energy was basically focused on programming. But it seems to be more difficult than he expected, because functions are regular. But which function is used for each encrypted message is something that is not regular. Once you get out of the routine, the difficulty deepens a lot. Sister man, let me use your laptop again. Lu Man Times dropped the video and handed the notebook to Gu Zhiqiu. What have you been doing lately? Dark circles under your eyes are so heavy. Working on the puzzle. It's too hard. Gu Zhiqiu took Lu Man's notebook and returned to the bedroom. Tried it again. Compile the set of functions. Open-ended input conditions. Create multiple loops. Hedge detection. Import function libraries. Compile the function. A series of operations, each step of which required Gu Zhiqiu's personal attention. In particular, some of the functions were overly complex and required him to edit and simplify the logic himself. That's a lot more work. While Gu Zhiqiu was seriously coding, Lu Man pushed open Gu Zhiqiu's bedroom and carefully walked in. See the code entered on the screen like running water, as well as Gu Zhiqiu's flying fingers. It filled her with disbelief. Chui, you're programming. Ha! Gu Zhiqiu had no time to care about his surprise. Sister man, what is the simplest situation for the creation of a functional relation like? Not expecting her to ask a question in the cold, Lu Man pondered for a moment and said, simplified to the point of being unable to simplify further. Gu Zhiqiu asked again, what about the minimal logic proof? Assumptions brought in. Gu Zhiqiu's fingers suddenly stopped, then a smile appeared on the haggard face. Yes, I've got an idea. Multiple logical relations have a simplest form, and there is absolutely no need for complex and lengthy instructions for creating logical relationships. Just prove that the logic holds. Gu Zhiqiu excitedly jumped up from the bed. The compilation of the last few days. The biggest trouble I've ever had was finally ended in a conversation with Lu Man. He always complicates the process. The intent is for the program to be able to understand the logic better. But this comes down to a lot more ineffective loops instead. Not only does it increase the amount of computation, but more importantly, it is easy to get into a dead loop and report an error. The next most important thing to do is to simplify. Day 7. Gu Zhiqiu knocked down the last line of code with her messy hair, and 2 large dark circles under her eyes. These last 2 days, he barely closed his eyes. After working out the simplest form of the function on paper and compiling the logic, you rush to write it in your notebook. It's a rush job, but it's good enough to be called an epic masterpiece in the programming and math world. Gu Zhiqiu simply ran through the program. Type in the question that Choi Ho asked him to do. The program ran for about 3 minutes. Slowly, in the output box, the result is displayed: the 23, 05, 01, 121, 31. Success! Gu Zhiqiu excitedly opened her mailbox, zipped up the program, and added attachments. File renaming 1 type deciphering computer. Chapter 7, Under the Charge. People who have been suppressed for a long time. At the same time, Gu Zhiqiu wrote the operation method in detail in the body of the mailbox. As for the principle, he didn't dwell on it. It was too much trouble to explain, and he wouldn't understand it even if he did. It's better not to create too much trouble for him. Select send. Drops. After the successful return email was sent and received, Gu Zhiqiu's eyes closed and she directly collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. May 14th. Since the early hours of the morning, Zhou Xiong had been staring at the official email address of the General Organization for Information Security. Gu Zhiqiu's email is marked red, to make sure that you get a reply the first time. By the afternoon, Trey Ho walked into the office. Elder Zhou, any news? Zhou Xiong shook his head. No, you're ready to pull that kid over for me. There have been more and more interfering messages in the past few days, Chui Hao said. I'm afraid that there won't be enough manpower when he arrives, and I'll have to go find another batch of people. Zhou Xiong sighed. I'm in a rage. A ticking sound, coming from the stereo. Countless people have gathered around the office. Zhou Xiong clenched his fists and went back to the computer. Opened the email and double-clicked to unzip the program sent by Gu Zhiqiu. Then run. A black text box snapped open from the screen. Then countless numbers declared off the black screen as if they were running. A blue input box then appears in the center of the screen. Next to the input box is a crack button. It's the old man's favorite foolproof hack. At this moment, Zhou Xiong's eyes were moist. He excitedly pointed at Chui Hao. Go get the information from the past 2 days. Chui Hao went back and forth, quickly bringing 2 stacks of different colored papers. These are yesterday's, and these are today's. You do it, you try. Zhou Xiong stood up and gave his place to Chui Hao. Chui Hao took a deep breath and typed in one of yesterday's encrypted messages. Outside the office, countless staff and researchers, with their hands on the windows, looked into the office. Tick, tick, time passes minute by minute. 2 minutes later, a string of text slowly appears in the input box. It's a beautiful day, and today's lunch is Burger King again. Darn it, I swear I'll never eat any of this junk food on the weekends. And also, make sure you stay away from this crap job. I'm literally ting myself to report it. Chui Hao carefully took out the translation that he had manually cracked all day yesterday. It's a sunny day. Lunch at Burger King. He swallowed. turning back to Zhou Xiong. Elder Zhou became successful. Zhou Xiong turned around at this point, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, wiping tears from his eyes with one hand, cursing under his breath. He said, I knew we must have geniuses in China. Those bull asterisk riddles of foreigners. What the hell? Wow. Outside the office, the applause endured. Gu Shiqiu, this kid is really good. Zhou Xiong took a deep breath and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Turning away, he resumed his seriousness. Today's cipher. Crack it now. I want to see all the messages. Zhou Xiong took Gu Shiqiu's program and distributed it to every computer in the General Information Security Administration, running it simultaneously. 10 minutes later, all the ciphertexts were cracked. Cui Hao ran into the office with the only valuable message. Elder Zhou, 6 o'clock this afternoon. Shaidan, Kyoto. The time now, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the first time that the Information Security Administration, for the first time, has been informed in advance. Everyone in the entire General Administration Department. No one was unhappy. Zhou Xiong slammed the table and said in a mellow voice, Relief. Give me notice to the Law Enforcement General Administration to close the net. L.A. City. On Gu Shiqiu's side, she received a message from Cui Hao. It was a relief to learn that the program was successful. After he was done with the country, he had to hurry up and look out for himself too. In fact, if he had waited for 2 more days, after the Information Security Bureau had solved those flies outside the country, he would then be sure to receive a letter of acceptance from the Huaxia Information University. This is an institution directly under the Information Security Administration. Neither Zhou Xiong nor Cui Hao wanted to let go of a genius like Gu Shiqiu, but unfortunately, this is not Gu Shiqiu's ideal institution. Math was his gift, but not an ambition. His target institution is still the Huaxia University of Science and Technology. There are now less than 20 days left before the college entrance exam. He'll have to hurry up and get ready for his bailout. The matter of bailing out was not difficult for Gu Shiqiu. Just write a letter, and as soon as someone from HUST reads that letter, he's just as sure he'll be specially recruited. The only thing that's a pain in the ass, and that's that once you start writing, it's easy to stop. Climbing out of bed, he drew out a 0.5 mm Morningstar black water pen from his quill. Prepare to use this piece of pen with 5 sticks to write a letter that is enough to make the Chinese scientific community, and even the world's scientific academia, be shocked by. Letterhead. Greetings, Honorable Leader of HUST. After writing the beginning, Gu Shiqiu was dumbfounded. The nib of the pen rested at the beginning of the paper and dotted an ink block, but the first word of the text never fell. Tangent. It's too tangled. He wondered what kind of scientific research results would make it into HUST. Controlled fusion? Superconducting structures? Photolithography? Or dark matter energy? He was torn between these options for a long time. The key to the success of controlled fusion lies in breakthroughs in polymer materials engineering and radio frequency technology. It is the result of multidisciplinary cooperation. A piece of paper alone only shows feasibility, but to actually build it, you need to develop thermostatic materials and a quantum co-orbital device. These cannot be developed overnight. Photolithography? This is the same problem as controlled fusion devices. The only difference is that manufacturing technology is already available for domestic lithography component equipment. Rather, the accuracy requirements are not met. So what domestic lithography needs are engineers who have perfected it from 50 points to 100 points. Instead, it's a trailblazer from 0 to 1. Space energy? Dark matter energy waves were the subject of Gu Shiqiu's research for the rest of his life. When he was first approached by the State Department of Energy and the Department of Science and Technology, he was given 20 years. According to the Department of Energy, 20 years from now, recoverable crude oil and natural gas will be depleted. Controlled fusion will barely be able to sustain the next few decades of green and yellow. But, it's not good. Chapter 8. No one could have imagined how powerful this letter would be. Many people believe that controlled nuclear fusion, if successful, will completely solve mankind's energy problems. This is a rather crude perception. All learned what nuclear fusion is. The reason why many people think that fusion feedstock is inexhaustible, it's because they feel that nuclear fusion, like solar energy, is fed by hydrogen, which is the most abundant element in the universe. But the reality is that protium is the most abundant isotope of hydrogen, accounting for 98%. Deuterium is found in very small amounts, about 0.2% in nature. Tritium, on the other hand, because of the existence of a half-life of 33 years, is difficult to exist for long periods of time in nature, and it can be said that tritium content is negligible. And it happens that deuterium and tritium are mainly used in the fusion reaction equation. Of course, those of us with 9 years of compulsory education know that tritium, super heavy hydrogen, can be produced by neutron bombardment of lithium-6. But in reality, This is extremely expensive. Tritium, super heavy hydrogen, makes 1 kilogram, and it's casually hundreds of millions of dollars. This is not cost-effective if used to generate electricity. Plus, from Watt's invention of the steam engine until controlled fusion, this phase of mankind has always been about boiling water. It would be more cost-effective to just build firewood if you overpay to build the feedstock for fusion. Therefore, exploring new sources of energy for human civilization is an urgent issue for every country. While the clown countries in NATO grab the last bit of extractable crude in the Middle East, Wasia looked to the vastness of the universe. Jinping Dark Matter Laboratory, Wukong Dark Matter Detection Satellite, and the Future Lab located on the UWM campus, all are in the thick of exploring the endless energy from space. Once successful, not only were the livelihood issues of the nation solved, the Great China, the dragon at the top of the world has been silent for hundreds of years, will also completely stand in the peak of the unrivaled. One step away, Gu Zhiqiu's fingers got harder and harder. The ink clumps on the paper were also getting darker and darker, close enough to dark matter energy. Unfortunately, Gu Zhiqiu sighed in an old-fashioned manner. Retracted thoughts. The study of dark matter was a regret from his previous life. This life is bound to make amends, but the immediate business is still to hurry up and write to HUST. Dark matter for now. Although it was his life's work, it didn't work out after all. Picking up a pen, he began to write. For the first part, though, he didn't go straight down hard. Instead, I threw in the towel and wrote down the derivation of the quantum micro-interaction force equation of state first. This is the complementary equation for the eucaloric inconstancy. The same goes for Gu Zhiqiu's handiwork. It's just that this equation, which is insignificant compared to Gu Zhiqiu's later achievements, is still rarely mentioned. But in Gu Zhiqiu's opinion, it was the most suitable for writing on a letter. This is because the quantum microaction equation of state is based on the Young-Baxter equation. It is just derived for the weak interaction force between quantum chromodynamic forces as a condition. Thus the professors at Wachovia were able to understand the whole derivation at a glance. It's important. Only by understanding do we know the value. Otherwise all the more important theories are worthless. That's where modern physics is at. Gu Zhiqiu dropped his pen like a god, starting from the weak force equation and deriving the equation of state underlying the Yang-Baxter equation. Then bring it in further. It took a full page to make the whole derivation completely clear. But the emergence of this quantum microinteraction force equation of state fills the last piece of the Yang-Baxter equation's loophole, which makes Gu Zhiqiu unsure if it will be published by HUST. After all, this is touching the cake of a number of physics greats. You know, how many people have performed particle collision tests to disprove the theory of utopian non-conservation? As a result, a new particle is hit and you get a Nobel Prize in physics. Another new particle is bumped out, so you take another one. This one makes the Nobel Prize look like a wholesale one. How many countries have since invested hundreds of billions of dollars in building high-speed particle colliders for this purpose? If Gu Zhiqiu this equation once published, then the hundreds of billions of dollars invested by these countries will be wasted. After writing the quantum microforce equation, Gu Zhiqiu still doesn't feel safe, for this universal equation, as he had considered it, simply confirms a truth that was already there. So, not enough slugging. He then took another piece of paper and proceeded to write down a few words: superconducting structure. In his previous life, he had gotten state approval to set up a private laboratory by relying on the provincial scholar as well as the superconducting structure. Then it's better to keep using this one and rely on it. A do-over would be a breeze. Superconducting structures, strictly speaking, were the project that earned Gu Zhiqiu his first Nobel Prize in physics. Its weight, not to mention getting into HUST, even if he named the college he was going to be the dean of, it wouldn't be a big deal. But just to be on the safe side, he wrote it down anyway. His style of doing things has always been known for its steadiness. Superconducting structures are acting on electrical systems, no doubt. Also resource topics. Currently domestic transmission plus distribution losses are around 7%. That means 2 kilowatt-hours of electricity per capita per day nationwide. 1 kilowatt-hour is calculated at 0.5. That's $1.4 billion a day in electricity costs, and more than $100 million is wasted. Of course, this is a minimalist estimate. In fact, when you add in the electricity used by factories and businesses, the daily waste is probably more than double. If you then extrapolate to the globe, that's an even bigger number. To put it another way, not in terms of economics, but talk in terms of energy. The superconducting structure exists for every 10 days that passes. That's a day's worth of energy saved. This is why, despite the global depletion of resources and the frequent wars in the Middle East, China can still feel at ease in exploring a broader way out. Chapter 9: Gu Zhiqiu's Regret. Gu Zhiqiu quickly wrote up the design diagram of the superconducting structure as well as a simple description. No one could have imagined how these 3 pieces of paper would change the world. Gu Zhiqiu turned back to check and found no mistakes before carefully folding the paper, then sneak out of the house and head for the neighborhood post. When Gu Zhiqiu and the postal workers explained their intentions, they were extremely surprised. Sent to HUST? A few people looked at Gu Zhiqiu, somewhat puzzled. Yes, Huaxia University of Science and Technology, please, Gu Zhiqiu said. But soon, he shook his head and put the few sheets of paper in Gu Zhiqiu's hand into an envelope. All right, will it be delivered? How long will it take? The staff laughed. Don't worry about this. The great thing about our postal service is that even if you have to send it to the front line, we will definitely deliver it. Only how long it will take to get there, I can't give you back an accurate answer for this. Gu Zhiqiu nodded. Thanks. When Gu Zhiqiu left, the staff member put the envelope on another pile of envelopes. The 17th sent to the Huaxia University of Science and Technology, Huaqing University 23, Peking University cannot so far only 19. Another staff member laughed. Now these students, who are all about to take the college entrance exam, don't study properly and think of some crooked ways. Forget it. Who hasn't daydreamed about it? Let it be later. Send it out together when it accumulates to 100 letters. Gu Zhiqiu returned home. Just as soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Man sitting in the living room, fresh out of the shower. She was in her pajamas, a cup of milk tea in one hand and a web novel in the other. What's it look like? Gu Zhiqiu's head came over. Schoolboy Gu Xiao reborn spoils me again. What was that again? Before she could read the entire name, Lu Man hurriedly locked the screen on her phone. Weren't you resting in the house? When did you go out? Gu Zhiqiu took the apricots on the table and sat down on the sofa. Oh, just now I was a bit bored and went out for a walk. Lu Man worried. Is it better now? Better. Lu Man sighed. You're just too stressed out. It's not necessary. Let's go for a run together when it's nighttime. This will make your body secrete more dopamine, and it'll be easier to dispel the unhappiness in your heart. Gu Zhiqiu smiled. That's fine. By the way, Man, I have a request. What? I don't want to go to school for the next month. Is it okay if I homeschool? Self-taught? Lu Man frowned slightly. Yeah, it's distracting inside the school. Lu Man nodded. I'll apply with the principal tomorrow and see if the school side agrees. Now the entire Luo City First High almost served Gu Zhiqiu as if he were his own father. This request, too, shouldn't be much of a challenge. Gu Zhiqiu smiled. Thank you, Man. The next day, principal's office. Lu Man told the principal about Gu Zhiqiu's request. At this time, the school leaders of Luo Changno, one high school gathered in the office and were discussing this matter in a lively manner. This is the year that we have the best chance of producing a provincial top student at L.A.1 high school. As long as Xiao Gu plays steadily, the top science student is the nail in the coffin. What's with all the last-minute stuff? It's the last month. Why all of a sudden? Wasn't it fine before? A school leader looked at Lu Man. Lu Man said, Zhiqiu should be too tired because both the school administration, classmates, teachers, and parents have given him too much expectation. But he's only an 18-year-old after all. What's wrong with being 18? I was selling soy sauce on a tricycle to support my family when I was 18, a school leader said. Lu Man still insisted. Zhiqiu's last month was mainly about adjusting his mind, and I'll try to help him. Under the seminar of the school leaders, they couldn't come up with a better solution, so they could only go along with Gu Zhiqiu's request. As Lu Man's guess, there was not a single thing these school leaders could do to a genius like Zhiqiu. For the next few days, Gu Zhiqiu had been drilling in his house to deduce the dark matter energy wave formula. All of the original 4 major field-based formulas are invalidated. In the field of dark matter, everything starts from scratch. This is the leap of human civilization from the Earth level to the cosmic level. As a result, every step of the way has been extremely arduous. The general equation for dark matter solves the theoretical model of dark matter, but there is still an unseen and unattainable chasm from utilizing dark matter. Crossing him is a no-brainer. By taking care of the scientific direction of Zhiqiu, to utilize dark matter, you first need to find dark energy waves. Finding dark energy will tell us what the weak interaction forces of dark matter actually look like. Knowing the weak interaction force of dark matter allows you to take advantage of it. This one is the established route, but it's a tough road to travel. Gu Zhiqiu spent 30 years perfecting the universal formula for dark matter energy waves. Until his death, he was unable to definitively discover dark matter energy waves. In other words, the first step, he failed to even step out in one piece. Chapter 10. Are you sure? This was written by a high school student? 2 weeks from the entrance exam, HUST admissions office. The two teachers looked at their desks. Envelopes from all over the country. In the midst of their contemplation, the doorman knocked on the door and came in, stacking nearly 100 more letters on the table. This batch is from Yu Province, 105 letters. The teacher in the admissions office let out a bitter laugh. This, I don't know what's going on in these students' heads right now. The other teacher laughed bitterly. Why do all of them want to take the wrong path so badly? The admissions and recruitment office goes to the month before the entrance exams each time, and the month after the entrance exams, always the busiest. Except for the bull asterisk questions that call in and ask if they can pay to get in, how many points to get in and if they can hire me. It's these fanciful letters sent over with the sincere statement that they have a high IQ. They just didn't study hard enough in high school, and they want to be hired or something odd like that. Though the two were not happy to go through the letters, but duty calls, the school demands it, and they can't leave those envelopes unattended. Ugh, stop complaining and open it. Today's work assignment is to get rid of these letters. With that said, the two began to remove the envelopes one by one. The dwell time on each letter is about 15 seconds. They have the experience to skim through it roughly and know what the letter is trying to say. Time passes second by second. The only sound left in the admissions office was the sound of ripping paper. Suddenly, a teacher stood up with a letterhead with an ink blob at the beginning. Old Lou, this letter is a bit strange, isn't it? Mr. Lou looked up and said, "What's wrong?" He walked over with the letterhead. "Look at what's on it. Why can't I read it? You teach physics. Take a look." Teacher Lou took the letterhead and first scanned it casually, then immediately pushed his old glasses upwards, then began to read it carefully, word by word. This, Mr. Lou saw the first 4 lines and couldn't hold on. It's beyond my capabilities. The formulas and theoretical references. It looks like the realm of quantum physics. He flipped through them and found the last 2 with drawings. Especially after seeing the word superconducting structure, he realized at first that this letter was not simple. This letter shouldn't be written by a high school student, right? Teacher Lou asked. As these formula derivations and structure diagrams were by no means something a high school student could access. Let's see. That teacher took out the letter bag and said, "It should be written by a high school student. Luo Chang First High School, Gu Shiqiu." Mr. Lou turned to the last page and looked at the last paragraph on the letterhead. "These are some of the results of my scientific research, and I hope that you teachers will read them carefully. Since I have spent all my time exploring highly advanced technology, I am slightly underprepared for the test-taking exams, and I hope that you will make an exception and grant me admission to the school, just to be on the safe side. L.A.C. First High School, Gu Shiqiu." "Yes, it's high school." The two men looked at each other. Giving the whole thing won't do it. Follow the usual process. All that bull asterisk and they just dropped it. Those who think they're smart and right in naive guesses. They write back a letter that doesn't fulfill the special recruiting qualifications. Those with decent grades just begging for reassurance. And they wrote back with a "keep up the good work." But like Gu Shiqiu, it was the first time they had come across it. What was on the envelope was beyond their judgment. "I can't read it, but I feel that this article is by no means that simple. He was trying to get into the Nuclear and New Energy Academy. Show it to Dean." Finally, after assessing the importance of the letter, the two men took it and headed for the academy. Dean's office. An old man with gray hair was sitting at a table reviewing papers, a pot of tea on the table. Foggy. Between his fingers was a half-burned frappuccino. There was a pause, flicking half the ashes down. This old man, a member of the National Academy of Sciences, is the chief engineer of the Institute of Nuclear Energy, also Gu Shiqiu's mentor, Guan Shanyu. This older generation of scientists who came from a time of suffering had one characteristic. That's pragmatic, refined, and demanding. In the entire HUST, if you pick a course that you would least like to take, then Guan Lao's Introduction to Nuclear Energy and Technology course and Fundamentals of Nuclear Reactor Physics course will definitely be on the list. Because of these two classes, facing the exam has always been Guan Lao personally supervised the exam. The pass rate is extremely low, but it is Guan's meticulous attitude that has made the School of Nuclear and New Energy one of the top in the country and the world. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. "Academician Guan, are you there?" Guan Shanyu took off his old glasses and put his papers aside. "Enter." Two men from the admissions office came into the office and placed the envelope respectfully on the desk. "Elder Guan, this is a letter from a student that our admissions office received." Guan Shanyu took a sip of tea and smoked a cigarette while bringing the envelope over. "Written to me?" The two shook their heads and smiled bitterly. "This student should be trying to enter the school through the special admission pathway, but we can't quite read what he wrote." Another person said, "I saw that he wrote in his letter that he wanted to enter the Nuclear and New Energy Academy, so I brought this letter for you to see." Guan Shanyu nodded. "I know, I'll just watch." With that, he slowly drew out the letterhead. The heart is also filled with curiosity. These two teachers from the admissions office are also graduate students from the Huaxia University of Science and Technology. Can't even read something written by a high school student? It doesn't make sense that it should. Guan Lao bit his mouth on his pipe and unfolded the letter paper with both hands. Next, Guan Shanyu violently threw the cigarette in his mouth into the ashtray, then put on his presbyopic glasses, picked up the pen on the table, and scrutinized it with the tip of the pen, one word at a time. For a long time, Guan Shanyu did not say a word. The two teachers from the admissions office didn't dare to interrupt, so they stood aside and watched quietly. It was clear to the two of them that they could make Dean Guan show such importance. This letter, it's definitely not simple. More than 20 minutes had passed since Guan Shanyu had finished reading the first piece of letter paper. Elder Guan? The two teachers reminded. Guan Shanyu relit a cigarette. It's normal for you guys to not be able to read it. This is a quantum mechanics category, an addition to the Yang-Mills equation. His reasoning and logic is extremely complex. Guan Lao paused. The origin of this letter is really from a high school student? Chapter 11, because I believe you can. Guan Shanyu was incredulous. Because he understands. So know the weight of it. The teacher from the admissions office nodded. The signature is that high school student named Gu Zhiqiu, but he didn't write it out himself, so this can't be proven yet. Guan Shanyu shook his head. As of now, among the physics bulls I know, no one has been able to write this derivation, and I'm afraid it would be difficult even if it was Professor Yang himself. The only flaw in the Yang-Mills equation is the mechanical failure and loss of theory at the fundamental quantum level, and that's exactly why countless countries, countless scientists are building ion colliders, trying to discover the fundamental quantum to disprove the law of Uranian non-conservation. And this complementary equation, if correct, is certainly a contribution that could compete for a Nobel Prize. The enrollment office teacher on the side, his jaw was on the ground in shock. Then Dean Guan, do you think this derivation is correct? Guan Shanyu shook his head. I can read it, but I can't tell if it's correct or not. Quantum physics isn't my strong point. I need to send this derivation process to Professor Yang Jining for a look. The two teachers from the admissions office looked at each other, their faces full of incredulity. Prof. Shending Yang is internationally acclaimed as the greatest living scientist in the world today. They could not have imagined in any way that this letter, which had drifted to the Huaxia University of Science and Technology, could be delivered to Professor Yang Jining's hands. By the way, Dean Guan, there's another part of him behind this one, a design drawing of a superconducting structure. Guan Shanyu was stunned. Superconductor? He shook his head almost subconsciously. This one is already recognized as an impossibility in the physics world. Like no resistance, absolute smoothness, and ideal conditions, it's something that doesn't exist in reality. The two men said, look at it. I briefly looked at the structural drawings and found them a bit shocking, but there is no way to judge. Guan Shanyu turned the letterhead to the last 2 pages. Seeing the dense graphic lines, he unconsciously lit another cigarette. More than half an hour passed again. The pen in Guan Shanyu's hand trembled slightly. There was also a bit of excitement in his voice. This is a genius. 2 teachers in the admissions office asked. So that means he can pass special recruiting? Guan Shanyu waved his hand. You write a letter and tell him that the doors of HUST are open for him and that he should not worry. I'll try to validate the structure as soon as possible. If it does work out in the end, not to mention being a student of the Huaxia University of Science and Technology, I will personally nominate him to be the dean. Notice, yes, you can send the notification along with it as well. Such a talent must not be snatched away by Qingbei. The 2 teachers said, don't you need to verify the results before making a decision? Guan Shanyu flicked the ashes off his cigarette. This is a genius. Even if this generalized formula and superconducting structure are all wrong, his attainments in mathematics and physics alone are enough for admission. He held up the sheets of letterhead. And if it's correct, it's hard for me to gauge what that would mean for HWA. Sekiyama Yu stood up and walked over to the window. Since the development of modern physics, the country has always been one step behind the West. It's like we're always behind them, chasing them. The West saw Newton, Einstein, Planck, Turing, and we never did. Guan Shanyu held the letter paper and looked at them with a serious expression. And now, I have an intuition that Huaxia has finally waited for such a genius. What kind of miracles this kind of genius can create, you and I can't predict. The 2 teachers from the admissions office solemnly re-left with the envelope. 2 pages of superconducting structures were left behind by Guan Shanyu for verification. Supplementary equation for uptime and constancy, sent to Prof. Yang Jining of Huaqing University. And when they wrote Gu Zhiqiu's acceptance letter, they hurriedly urged the post office to send it out. Honestly, both are confused right now. They don't know what kind of genius they're meeting. It was also hard to imagine why such a genius would choose the Huaxia University of Science and Technology over the 2 colleges of Qingbei. But since they had been chosen by such a genius, they naturally had to seize this opportunity to keep this genius in the Huaxia University of Science and Technology. A week or so, a letter from Kyoto was sent to Luo Chang. Lu Manman took the envelope and barged into Gu Zhiqiu's bedroom. Gu Zhiqiu was so frightened that she hurriedly wrapped up the quilt. Sister Manman, what's wrong? Lu Manman blushed slightly. There was a letter for you. It was sent to the school. I got it back for you. Gu Zhiqiu hurriedly took the envelope and after opening it, the acceptance letter from Huaxia University of Science and Technology fell out. Hiss, what's this? Lu Manman picked up the acceptance letter and said in surprise, an acceptance letter from HUST? Gu Zhiqiu nodded. Aha. Lu Manman surveyed the notice from HUST with some longing in her eyes. What's wrong? Gu Zhiqiu asked. Why did you choose WKU? Gu Zhiqiu explained. I prefer the research atmosphere of HUST. This is, of course, Bull *********. Huaxia University of Science and Technology. The strength of the school in the national ranking is far inferior to the Qingbei, but this is an institution directly under the Ministry of Science and Technology of China. At a time when the world is bustling with interest, this ordinary school still holds fast to its original intention of revitalizing China. Gu Zhiqiu didn't feel that entering HUST was an uneconomical thing to do. Lu Manman held the acceptance letter from the Huaxia University of Science and Technology. I'm happy that you chose to go here, but those leaders of the school are probably going to be dumbfounded. What they think is none of my business. But I remember when I first started my senior year of high school, didn't you say your goal was Huaqing University? Teenagers are always fickle. Gu Zhiqiu cried and laughed. Chapter 12 Perfection, God Encryption. It's all this rebirth that's upsetting everything. Sister Manman, if I don't go to Qingbei, the school side won't blame you, right? Lu Manman blew the bangs on her forehead. Them? A bunch of old fools. Old lady doesn't care about them. The moment she saw the notice from HUST, she already knew that Gu Zhiqiu had a clear plan for her future. That's good, Gu Zhiqiu said. If there's nothing before the college entrance exams, I might take the time to take the exams and get a provincial top prize as a token of appreciation. But if I'm too busy, I won't take the exams. Thank them for what? Lu Manman questioned. If they weren't such old fools, how could they let you tutor me? That's true, said Lu Manman. I'm told the old guys chose your tutors for you by sorting them by education on an Excel spreadsheet. I was in the first one, and the second one was a double non-book graduate student, so I was chosen. After finishing her sentence, Lu Manman smacked her lips to herself. After all, a cutie like me who is so highly educated at such a fair price. There aren't many in this world. It's not a little cutie, Gu Zhiqiu said. Go for it. I hope you'll be a proud scientist in the future. I'll always have you on my mind. In the meantime, Pacific West Coast. In a building that towered over the others. One by one, bad news came from across the Pacific. For 4 or 5 days in a row, any action seemed to fail. It was as if Huaxia knew their movements, always setting up a dragnet in advance. 4 or 5 days in a row, those spies sent out, whether pretending to be journalists, students or tourists, were all caught without exception. For a moment, the situation caught everyone's attention. In the conference room, an ugly military representative was silent for a long time. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. It wasn't until a white professor with a full head of white hair pushed his way in with a sandwich that he began to speak. If nothing else, and following the military's speculation, it's obvious that the encryption has been broken. When these words came out, everyone was incredulous. Impossible? It's completely impossible. Our encryption is absolutely world-class. There's no way anyone could crack it. Everyone was confident in the encryption system that the group had developed. It was created by combining the efforts of countless mathematicians. At the beginning of creation, this was the language from God that was claimed to be impossible to decipher. And now informed that this has been cracked, obviously it's something that they simply can't accept. The military representative looked to the older man who was eating his sandwich. Professor Smith, what do you think? Smith elegantly took out a napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth, draining the crumbs from his suit. It was only then that he said in a nonchalant voice, I've heard about the events of the past few days, and it seems that all operations have failed. It can't be a coincidence based on probability. He paused and said, but I'm still having a really hard time accepting that our encryption system can actually be cracked by Huaxia. Other professors agreed. It's a means of encryption that our countless mathematicians have created together. It unites the world's most cutting-edge logic and mathematical knowledge. How can China possibly crack it? The military representative knocked on the table, and only then did the conference room fall silent again. Experts, I didn't come here this time to ask you to argue your case, but this has already happened, and the next month is extremely important for the military, and what I need is a solution. Once again the field was quiet. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief, as well as embarrassment. This one encryption system is already near perfect. He has gathered all the efforts of renowned professors from countless prestigious schools, giving layers of camouflage to what would otherwise be a simple string of letters. To go back and make a stronger one, you need to find out who the better mathematicians are. But you can't find people like that anymore, because those who appeared in the conference room at this time were already the top think tanks in the whole ugly country. Just when there was nothing anyone could do, Smith spoke up. Maybe there's another way. the military representative hastily asked. Go ahead. The encrypted communication we have now is a single layer of encryption with only one function for logical insertion. So, we can try multi-layer encryption. Military rep, multiple layers of encryption? Right, Smith explained. It's taking the information that comes out of the first layer of encryption and bringing it through another random function to get a new code. Feasible. But, the military representative frowned slightly. But what? Smith whispered. This method only applies to the case of manual decipherment in China. If they are like us and also machine deciphered, then this move would be redundant. As soon as this statement was made, the entire conference room came alive again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's the limit of what Wasia can manually crack. If they could design a machine cracking program, then China would have been number one in the world a long time ago. The military representative said. Well, don't argue. Just try Professor Smith's method first. This military representative has been under extreme stress these past few days. Therefore, unlike this group of arrogant scientists, he dared not underestimate China any further. Still, just to be on the safe side, I'd like you all to create another new, harder to break encryption scheme, just in case. Having said that, the representative left the conference room in stride. The group of scientists murmured. Smith, on the other hand, was squeezing the rest of his sandwich with a few curious looks on his face. It seems to be getting interesting. Smith is Associate Dean and Professor of Mathematics and Cryptography at Stanford University, also the lead designer of this current encryption scheme, and creator of the code-breaking machine, extremely proficient in both math, cryptography and programming. For a long time, at least, in the entire world, no one had met an opponent. The field of encrypted messages is like gaming. After you've been invincible alone for a long time, it can be very tedious. Only a chess match can be truly exciting. Smith had a hunch that he seemed to have run into someone he could pass on. At this point, whatever the military was doing didn't interest him anymore. He just wants to win this game. So while everyone else is arrogantly resting on their laurels, he was already thinking about how to devise a perfect encryption. Chapter 13, The Great Joint Examination Before the High School Examination. Gu Zhiqiu was still completely unknown to all of this. Since the Type 1I deciphering programming was given to Choi Ho, the follow-up would have nothing to do with him. What this information meant, and what exactly the Ugly Kingdom was doing, he could only guess. He didn't see Choi Ho again, and he didn't get any more emails from him. During the period before the college entrance exam, every day from 6 in the morning, Lu Manman made meals on time and then called him up. The two begin their studies with compulsory memorize literary texts and ancient poems. This matter was specifically requested by Gu Zhiqiu. Decades of dedicated research can be more or less exhausting. A keen eye for numbers and logic makes him live more and more like a robot. And now it's a good moderator to pick up the nomenclature again. Instead, in fact, there are a lot of people will be more curious. Why the high school 3 years to memorize the text to memorize poems? The result in the end of the college entrance examination recitation of ancient poems is only so little points. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time on politics, history, physics and chemistry if it's just for the sake of getting more points on the college entrance exam? Actually, no. The main purpose of the poems and songs memorized in these 3 years is not to get you more points in the college entrance exam. Rather, through 3 years of memorization and study, the culture that has been passed down in China for thousands of years will be incorporated into your blood. There has never been any country that has passed on its spiritual civilization for thousands of years by incorporating it into poems and songs, as China has done. In addition to memorizing poems and songs, if the derivation gets bottlenecked during the day, he brushes up on some high school questions to relax his brain. After all, it's been decades since the entrance exams, although it's not hard to get a 985 on a naked exam nowadays. But if you want to get to the top of the province, you have to be at the top of your game in every subject. Although he can guarantee a perfect score in mathematics, science and chemistry, the kind of strategy of taking the strengths and complementing the weaknesses will not be effective in the competition for the provincial top prize. The top 5 in the province are within 5 points of each subject. It's safe to say that every point is unbeatable. Based on the scores from the second and third models, 147 in math and 106 in physics, a combined total of 7 points over second place. Let's just go by full math and physics this time. And that's at most 14 points ahead of second place. That means you have to score at least 140 in English and 138 in language to get it. Language, well, Gu Zhiqiu's experience and accumulation are still there. He was also able to pull up his scores very quickly through the questioning techniques and templates taught to him by Lu Manman. And in English, Gu Zhiqiu had found her own way. The next time, it took 3 days to eat through all 3 years of high school English books and brush up on the entire 5 to 3, as well as 3 English novels. Then try doing the English GCSE paper of 22 years. After discounting the listening, the total score is 143. And since languages are so subjective, There was no time wasted brushing up on the questions, just applying the ancient poetry appreciation and reading according to the answer technique. The answers you get are not too far from the standard answers. A score of 130 or more should be guaranteed. As for the rest of biology and chemistry, this one is just going to be worse compared to physics and math. But this kindergarten knowledge, Gu Zhiqiu just used the break from studying English to briefly review it. After doing the National A and B papers and the Su Provincial and Shangnan papers, all of them were also able to get near perfect scores. A simple rough estimate. The science scores are a little higher now than they were on the second model. The total score is about 290 or more. Math should be a perfect score if you don't have a particularly prickly grader. English language, with some seriousness, also almost averages 140. That means a total score of about 720. And by Googling, last year's top science student was 719, and the year before that was 724. So, for the moment, one's provincial top pick isn't exactly ensured. However, this was just the result of his badgering over the past 3 days. There are still 10 days to go before the entrance exam. It's always possible to raise a few more points. The next time to prepare for the exam, Gu Zhiqiu was much easier. Most of the day is still spent working on my own formulas. When Lu Man came to the bedroom, he began to review the language in English. There are 2 weeks to go before the entrance exam. The last joint mock examination before the entrance examination, the joint examination of 10 famous schools, was held. It was supposed to be an exam belonging to the top high schools in the province, but this year it was added to L.A.1 High School. Chapter 14, If you're not a family, you don't enter a family. Instead of the top 10 schools inviting Luoyi High School to participate, it was more like inviting Gu Zhiqiu to participate. Gu Zhiqiu received the news that she was going to take the exam early the next morning. Exams before the college entrance examination. I have to say that the first high school in L.A. is really able to fold. Gu Zhiqiu burrowed under the covers and casually refused. I won't participate. I don't have that kind of free time. This is a 10-school joint examination, and it's also the last big joint examination of the college entrance exam. Aren't you going to take a look at the strength of your opponents? Although your provincial first prize is 10-1 in my opinion, won't you be more cautious? Joint examination? Hearing about the joint examination, Gu Zhiqiu became interested and, if it's the everyday kind of weekly practice, he's dead set against it. Lu Man nodded. Yes, the 10 famous schools joint examination. Originally there was no Luoyi High School for us, but the 2nd to 10th place behind you made a scene saying that they wouldn't take the test if you didn't take it. When? The day after tomorrow. The 18th and 19th exams. Gu Zhiqiu sighed. I'll attend then. Remind me when the time comes. Lu Man tugged at the covers. Well, you don't sleep either. You're going to a meeting at the school at 10 o'clock this morning. What will? I heard the principal say that he had invited education experts from the province to specialize in pre-exam orientation, and that the top 10 students in the whole school would have to attend. Gu Zhiqiu covered the quilt. I'm not going. Or you go. Come back and tell me after listening. Lu Manuman, suit yourself. But I hear your mom and dad are coming. 10 o'clock in the morning. In a conference room at L.A.1 High School. Gu Zhiqiu sat in the front row lifelessly. Hua Hongyan and that education expert from the provincial capital spouted passionately. Talk about cliched chicken soup. These were naturally useless to Gu Zhiqiu, but to his eggheads. The parents entered just as the meeting was awkwardly coming to an end. Surprisingly, the parents of all the students pushed open the door of the conference room in turn and walked in. And lyrical, pure music played in the conference room. That education expert said in a loud voice, the years have gone by, so that they have grayed the tips of their hair, and they are wearing stars. Go on, hug your parents, and tell them out loud, Mom and Dad, I love you. The other students ran over in turn, hugging their parents and bawling. Gu Zhiqiu didn't know if she was cool by nature. She only felt awkwardly keyed up. After all parents have entered in turn, a dusty couple, dressed in work clothes, ran from the end of the building. Each of the other parents, because they were coming to school, were dressed appropriately, had washed their hair and straightened their makeup, and they didn't. Hair was disheveled and dusty. There was some undried dirt on the body. Unlike the decent elegance of other parents, they looked like they had just arrived from the construction site. Gu Zhiqiu slowly walked over to the couple, reaching out her hand and wrapping the nervous ones into her arms. Dad, Mom. Mom had some confusion on her face. What's wrong, Zhiqiu? Dad laughed. What's going on today? Gu Zhiqiu smiled. Nothing much, just fooling around. Guahangan said. Parents, please take your seats. Once all the parents and students are seated, the education experts start chattering again. This time, there were 2 more people who were already distracted. Gu Zhiqiu's old parents. One grabbed Gu Zhiqiu's left hand, the other grabbed Gu Zhiqiu's right hand. 2 eyes were fixed on that education expert, but the eyes were dull and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. after the education experts have sensationalized the situation to the extreme. The office cries constantly. However, Pops Guran suddenly stood up. Xiao Jing, that's right. It is possible to reach nuclear membrane resonance by maintaining a frequency of 64,738. Older Mom Zhang Jing frowned, but I just recalculated. It's hard to maintain the physical properties of polytricarbonyl chloride at the limit of pi milliseconds. There must be some steps that have gone wrong. For a while, the sensational atmosphere of the office was directly led by Gu Zhiqiu's family. Gu Zhiqiu herself held her head, somewhat embarrassed. Mom and Dad were researchers at L.A.'s Institute 712, China's Air Missile Research Institute. Ever since Gu Zhiqiu understood, these two had basically lived in the 712 and hadn't come out much, and he's been living with his grandma and grandpa back home in the country. Thus, to be honest, these two had basically given Gu Zhiqiu nothing but their intelligence. Grandma and grandpa told him about an incident that happened when he was very young. When he was little, Gu Ran and Zhang Jing took him to Wancheng Park to play. As a result of a sudden thought of what data, the two of them ran back to the 712 with a small hand. It was only in the afternoon that I remembered that I had a child. I ended up having my grandma and grandpa run to King City Park and bring it back to him. Still, you have to say that mommy and daddy's genes are strong. Grandma and grandpa looked back on this with great emotion. They had expected their grandson to be desperate if he couldn't find his mom or dad, but who knows? Find him. He actually drew on the floor. And it's still extremely strange and abstract, a big airplane. The internal structure of the diagram. Chapter 15. A new storm has arisen. Anyway, whatever. It's such a family of three. Ruined the sensational atmosphere that the expert had managed to create. Education specialists are green in the face. But anyway, that's kind of the end of it. He's also paid to do a job. It's done and he's gone. Happy or not? Of course. In the conference room at this time, Gu Zhiqiu and his parents became the center of attention in the crowd. Yet while all the parents couldn't help but scoff, they also gave up on the idea of ridicule after hearing their own children talk about the couple being the mom and dad of the provincial top student. To produce such a genius son, surely the parents must have been geniuses as well, and the demeanor of the genius was naturally incomprehensible to them. A few parents walked over and took the initiative to talk to Gu Ran and Zhang Jing. I would like to inquire about some educational methods, but unsurprisingly, naturally, nothing useful was asked. The principal looked at the students and parents in the conference room. Aside from the odd pair of Gu Zhiqiu, all the other students seemed to have ignited their fighting spirit. So the other parents were sort of done and left one by one with all their kids. Gu Zhiqiu and her parents, on the other hand, were left behind. The principal went forward and shook Gu Ran's hand. Hello, two parents. Today I invited the two of you to come over. In fact, I have an important situation I want to react to you all. Gu Ran and Zhang Jing both looked a bit anxious. To them, there was no situation more important than hurrying back to the institute to test the data. You say, the principal said. Recently, Zhiqiu's situation has fluctuated a bit, so if it's convenient for the two of you, my side still suggests that the two of you be able to talk more with the child. Okay, we'll talk when we can. Gu Ran was dry, and after he finished, he scratched his hair and asked, is there anything else, principal? His mom and I are quite busy. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. The principal was a little speechless for a moment. Gu Ran and Zhang Jing looked at the principal's acquiescence and explained to Gu Zhiqiu, pay attention to your health. Just leave the school at a 100-meter sprint. Not to mention the principal, even Gu Zhiqiu was a bit at a loss. Born again, he's still trying to catch up with his two affectionate moms and dads. But in the end, it was a mispayment. After mom and dad left, Gu Zhiqiu shrugged. Headmaster, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You wait. The principal closed the door of the conference room and said in a serious tone, Zhiqiu, what's the situation on your side? It's just these days before the college entrance exam. What are you doing at home? Why don't you come to school? For the principal, the biggest thing at the moment was Gu Zhiqiu, although it is said that even if there is a second in the province in one high school, it is still considered to be making school history. But historically, who remembers second place? Therefore, Wahangan didn't want a single accident. Gu Zhiqiu casually said, oh, I'm drilling some scientific research things at home. At school it's chaotic and my thoughts are easily disturbed. Research? The principal instantly fumed. Zhiqiu, you're a senior now. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. From the beginning of your senior year of high school, I've been very opposed to you studying college content. After all, a stage to do what should be done. You are a senior. Do not prepare for the college entrance exams. What are you blindly studying? When you take the provincial exam and go to Qingbei, there will be plenty of time for you to study. Gu Zhiqiu shrugged his shoulders. Principal, you don't get too excited. Enough preparation for the college entrance exams. Thanks to Man's tireless teaching, the provincial top student is 9 out of 10, and I'm relieved to do something else. Hua Hongan did not understand, but after all, the college entrance examination is not him to test. Also did not dare to Gu Jiqiu big temper. Then this province's joint examination. If you keep the first place, I'll go with your will. If the test is not, you'll honestly go back to school. Okay? Okay. After saying that, Gu Shiqiu slipped away. He knew he was going to waste time as soon as he came to school. No, a nutrient-less expert lecture had wasted 2 hours of his precious time. Back to the residence. Lumman has made a fragrant lunch. How was the school meeting? Did it help you? Gu Shiqiu said. In the future, you'll find a way to help me cope with this kind of boring thing. It's too time-consuming. When he finished, he went back to the living room to lie down on the couch. After lunch, going to the bedroom for a lunch break, the phone suddenly rang. It's Choi Ho calling. When he answered the phone, he heard an urgent voice on the other end. Is this student Gu Jiqiu? Yeah, it's me, Choi Ho said in a deep voice. A new situation has arisen. Gu Jiqiu frowned slightly. Wasn't that deciphering program verified successfully? Yeah, that one worked, but we suspect they recompiled the new encryption code, and it's been 4 days in a row without a reliable intercept. No way. What's impossible? Their current encryption is so top-notch that it's impossible to compile a new, more powerful encryption scheme in such a short period of time. Choi Ho said helplessly, but that's just the way it is. Gu Shiqiu asked, can you send me the encrypted messages for the past 2 days? The phone became quiet on the other end. After a long time, Choi Ho said, yes, your mailbox receives it. Gu Shiqiu said, okay, I'll give you guys feedback the first time after I crack it. After that, hang up the phone. The first thing he did after getting out of bed was to turn on his computer. In no time at all, more than 50 emails from the Information Security Administration crowded his inbox. The real encrypted interrogation text was much more complicated than the numerical problem Gu Jiqiu had done, because the original version was full of invalid information. It needs to be deciphered before a few valid words can be found from these invalid messages. The length of 300 letters gave great difficulty in deciphering. If manual deciphering is used, I am afraid that it will be difficult to successfully decipher it even when I am paralyzed with exhaustion. Gu Jiqiu hurriedly input the encrypted message into his deciphering program. Soon there was a puzzling result. The output is still a string of English, but obviously not the specifics, because the arrangement of each letter is randomized. Chapter 16, Eating Melon on Your Own Head. Cluttered messages that appear in the output box. Gu Jiqiu looked at the 300 unordered letters and fell into deep thought. There's no pattern. A string of gibberish is typed in and the output is a new gibberish. This is a bad situation. There is also only one scenario that can be explained. That would be the other side's encryption, which did change. This almost broke Gu Jiqiu's perception. The seriousness of this problem is not so much the deciphering itself. What really struck him as a serious problem was the logic of this encryption. To be able to invent, in such a short time, a completely new function, independent of the deciphering software. The mathematician behind it is definitely not simple. Gu Jiqiu tried to use traditional manual methods to convert the garbled letters into numbers and then analyze the functional relationship. Fruitless. Then convert the letters to binary, hexadecimal and try again. Still failing. It feels a lot trickier. With one failure after another, Gu Jiqiu was in no mood. One thing about him is that he doesn't trap himself in desperate situations. Once you realize that you are about to get into a bullseye, it's definitely time to pull out, because there must be logic in everything. If he found himself starting to go left and right erratically, he'd find a way to empty himself out. First high, playground. It's dinner time. Many students took vegetable cakes and circled the playground. Gu Jiqiu and Lu Manman walked on the runway, just walking aimlessly. Ziqiu, do you still have pressure in your heart? Gu Jiqiu shook her head. It's not about the college entrance exams. It's just that I encountered a difficult problem that I couldn't solve, and I was a bit distracted. Lu Maman shrugged her fragrant shoulders. I've told you many times, some overly biased and difficult topics don't need to be done. The college entrance exams in general won't be that difficult. By the way, Man, what's your dream? Just to be a teacher in L.A.? Yeah, well, I like to teach. Just L.A. Lumman shook her head. Not necessarily. I went back to L.A. for a reason. What's the reason? I'm telling you, you're not allowed to laugh at me. Gu Shiqiu nodded. Well, I won't laugh at you. Lu Manman stuck to Gu Shiqiu's ear. My parents called me back for a blind date. Lu Manman spat out with a small mouth. I guess they won't let me go out of Luocheng before I marry. So have you been on a blind date? No, I slipped straight to L.I. Hi and told them I was busy and would wait until after the entrance exams. Gu Jiqiu sighed in relief. Do you understand the blind date? Should have that much understanding. I heard my mom mention it. Seems to be a returnee doctor. That's a good age, isn't it? Well, it looks like 28. Gu Shiqiu pondered. He's 6 years older than you are, and I'm only 4 or 5 years younger. Lu Maman puffed out a laugh. What? You want to marry me? Gu Shiqiu was a little nervous, and her pace couldn't help but speed up a few points. It didn't take long to get a few steps out, leaving Lerman far behind. Not long after, Gu Shiqiu slowed down again and revealed a joking expression. It's not impossible for me to marry you. Lu Manman laughed sweetly. Thinking about it, I don't want to get married. After saying that, Lu Manman hummed a song. MS. Man, do you understand the universe? Lu Maman shook her head. I like to look at the stars when I was a kid. That's all I was limited to. You know, the things we can see and touch in this universe, they add up to only 5% of the mass of this universe, and the remaining 95%, just quietly hiding around us. They are dark matter and dark energy. We are embraced by dark matter and dark energy who makes up our world. He makes the universe expand at an accelerated rate, keeps the moon moving away from the earth, makes hydrogen polymerize into iron, and makes time pass a little bit. You can't see it, but he's all around you all the time. Lu Manuman ruffled her long hair behind her ear. What the hell are you trying to say? Gu Shiqiu deflated again. No, nothing, just amazing, right? Lu Manuman was a little confused. Yeah, Gu Shiqiu sighed, like a soldier who had lost a battle. Goons, what's with the wimpiness? Even if you confess, what can you do? Big deal. It's a failure, but it's always important to make it clear. What are you afraid of? Gu Shiqiu? Quietly, a hollow voice sounded in Gu Shiqiu's mind, and the voice that dispelled all his non-thoughts before the entrance exam. Violation, negative orientation of minors. Please do not generate behaviors that are contrary to the public order and morals of minors, such as promoting early love, bullying, smoking, fighting, and so on. Please remember in your heart that I'm not a part of the world of pornography, gambling and drugs. I don't share the same fate as pornography and gambling. Back home, Lumman started cooking dinner. Gu Shiqiu continued to decipher. After emptying the brain, at the sight of the string of garbled code and the deciphering software, something struck him out of the blue. The deciphering program encompasses all functions, meaning that any code that has logic in it can definitely be deciphered by the program. The result after one decipherment, although it is impossible to see what information is contained. And is it logical? Thinking of this, Gu Shiqiu hurriedly entered the codes into the program one by one. Immediately after that, the code for the secondary crack was obtained. And this time, there is information embedded in this code. It worked. Gu Shiqiu's face showed a touch of disappointment. I didn't realize I almost fell for such a trick. He hurriedly told Choi Ho about the deciphering method. It's simple. Just take the results of one decipherment and bring them into the program again to get the final cracked message. Gu Shiqiu looked at today's information. As always, it's a large translation, and after extracting the translation in its entirety, it's 7 numbers, 23, 05, 17, 112, 34, 3, 7. Gu Shiqiu had no intention of snooping for information, but always felt that the numbers game was familiar this time. 23, 05, 17. Still dates, could care less, followed by 112, 34. Gu Shiqiu opened the web page and entered the corresponding latitude and longitude on the world map. The final coordinate focus falls on L. A. Chapter 17, they're hiding really deep. As to 3, 7, Gu Shiqiu kept enlarging the map. The focal point of latitude and longitude on a world map is a tiny dot, and after constantly zooming in, underneath this small dot was an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The self-contained map display of a certain degree is rather biased. Gu Shiqiu climbed over the wall onto Google and opened Google's world map, zooming in and out before seeing the area in focus. It is the location of the old town of L. A. City. Every street is shown very clearly on the satellite map, based on past experience. This labeling should be a further refinement of the location. Gu Shiqiu took a screenshot of the map, and after a simple sharpening with PS, a relatively clear processing map came out. The layout of the old town is very regular, because it is a replica of the ancient Luo city, so the whole area is square, like a chess game. The intersection area encompasses 9 rows and 10 columns of neighborhoods. Follow the focus of 3, 7. Gu Shiqiu finally locked the area in 2 places. If you cross 3 or 7, it's the intersection of Chaofeng Road and Xuanxi Road. If it's 7 across, it's the intersection of Hanwei Road and Tangdong Road. Then looked around the 2 intersections. Around the intersection where Chaofeng Road and Xuanxi Road are located is an old town square. The intersection of Hanwei Road and Tangdong Road is a commercial area, but the current information doesn't support him in making further judgments. After all, he didn't know exactly what the ugly kingdom's purpose was. After locking the 2 locations, Gu Shiqiu took out her navigation and entered the 2 locations respectively. Location 1, distance 3, 4 kilometers. Location 2, 3, 8 kilometers away. After briefly mulling it over, he just hailed a drop and headed to the Old Town Square first. As soon as he left the house, Lu Man, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa reading a novel in his pajamas, asked, "Where are you going so late?" "Something came up. I'll be back a little later." 15 minutes later, on the sports square in the Old Town, many women were still dancing in the square, and many people were playing basketball on the basketball court, peace with each other. The area of this sports plaza was a bit larger than Gu Jiqiu had thought. There is also a small ridge in the back where you can see a number of nearby college students sitting on the lawn and chatting. Gu Jiqiu put on her hat and walked toward the square with her head down. The goal is mainly to find foreigners who are in this square. Women in their 40s predominate in the square dancing group. Gu Jiqiu weaved in and out. The lively music didn't reveal any strange people. In one corner of the plaza, a couple of grandpas were practicing calligraphy on the floor with a mop-like brush in their hands. There was also a large crowd of onlookers, but no luck there either. The same is true on the basketball court. The exclusion on the square ended, and Gu Jiqiu walked towards the back of the mountain. The backcountry lights just aren't as bright as they are in the plaza. Down the stone staircase, there were quite a few people on either side having picnics or just sitting there chatting. Because the light was so low, he had to line up one by one after a brief sweep. The original plan was to walk up to the top of the hill and then descend while lining up. However, just as they reached the top of the hill, they saw several police cars surrounding the square. Officers then evacuated the crowd and drew a cordon around the square. It moves pretty fast. The people on the mountain descended one after another, and Gu Jiqiu made sure that everyone on the mountain had left before walking down from the top of the mountain. The cordon had surrounded the entire square, resulting in only one passageway left to get out, and on both sides of the passage, countless police officers guarded it. 2 men in suits with sharp eyes looked at everyone who left the square. Outside the cordon, between to the sidewalk, there were likewise secondary screening of the crowd at one time by people from the principal security bureau. To be sure, Gu Jiqiu followed the crowd and headed for the exit. "Crouch down and don't move," an armed police officer suddenly bellowed. At the exit, 2 foreigners hastily crouched on the ground. What's up?" The man from the Directorate of General Security quickly walked over and took a tablet to collect up their information. Names, fingerprints. Gu Jiqiu walked towards the entrance. Several officers corralled him outside the cordon, and although there was no way to get near the 2 foreigners, they could vaguely hear them talking through the cordon. "Name and fingerprints have been taken." The man from the General Administration of Reliance looked at the personal information and streaming data on the tablet and asked, "Entered the country on May 16th. Never had a history of foreign sojourn. Didn't go to any attractions in the last few days in L.A., and has only been to the mutton soup restaurant twice." The 2 foreigners were full of innocence. "We're really tourists. Traveling?" Gao said to the armed police officer beside him. "Be on your guard and check his backpack." The officer took the 2 men's backpacks, opened them, and carefully rummaged through them. Paper towels, food, rechargeable batteries, a black plastic sheet and water. There's nothing beyond that. The same goes for the other guy's backpack. "Chief, there's nothing to be found." The staff of the General Security Bureau looked at the empty traveling bag and waved his hand. "Now go to the police station to be investigated." One of them immediately refused. "I'm going back to the hotel." The other man signaled him to be quiet and then said in broken Chinese, "Hello, we need to make a trip back to the hotel first because our visas are still at the hotel, and after we get them, we'll go cooperate." The man from the General Administration of Reliance nodded. "Send them back to the hotel." Soon after, the defenses of the principal office were lifted. The rest of the square was soon gone, but everyone was so confused that they had no idea what was going on. Gu Jiqiu left from the square and followed to the hotel. The 2 foreigners really didn't have any bad intentions. Entered the room, took out their visas and went out to follow the officers. Gu Jiqiu stood at the corner of the corridor, a little confused. Did we get the wrong guy? I wonder if there's any luck over at the shopping center. The 2 foreigners, on the other hand, seem quite normal, at least from what I can see now. Prior to this, Gu Jiqiu was the one who was only responsible for deciphering the software, and today's deciphered content was the first time he had seen it in its entirety. But he pressed on, not knowing exactly what Ugly Kingdom was trying to do. When Shui Hao found him earlier, he said that the Ugly Kingdom was messing with China, but perhaps, even Shui Hao and the others don't know exactly what Ugly Kingdom is doing. Gu Jiqiu had dealt with ugly countries and knew the logic of thinking in the heads of those politicians. They don't play small. There must be something big behind it. In the midst of his thoughts, the constable and the 2 foreigners passed by. Those 2 foreigners were talking and laughing, as if nothing had happened at all. However, seeing the relaxed pleasure on the faces of those 2 foreigners, Gu Jiqiu was suddenly determined to catch the right person. When the police officer left with the 2 foreigners, Gu Jiqiu went to the hotel lobby and opened a room. then called the housekeeping number and opened the conversation in a standard American accent. Chapter 18, Absolute Darkness. Hello, please clean up room 2201. Yes sir, we'll be right there. The room number is 2201. Please hurry, I'm going to bed. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Sir, could you please confirm the room number? Your room number is 1302, correct? 1302? What 1302? It's 2201. Okay, 2201. We'll send housekeeping over. I'm going to take a shower, and I hope to see the room tidy when I come out. Okay, we'll bug housekeeping to get it done as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, Gu Jiqiu came out of the house and took the elevator to the 22nd floor, then waited around the corner for a few moments. 2 minutes later, a young girl pushed her cart to the door of the room, knocked gently twice on the door of the room, then used the card to open the door to the house and pushed the cleaning cart inside. Since she had explained that she was taking a bath, the girl didn't dare to head for the restroom, but instead went straight to cleaning up the living room. Gu Jiqiu walked into 2201, tiptoed to the restroom, and then said in English, "Please hurry up. I've finished washing and will be out soon." The girl sped up her cleaning. "Right away sir." 3 minutes later, the girl was pushing her cart away. On the way out of the door, "I also forgot to say, foreigners are so clean and still need to clean. So troublesome." With that, the door to the room clanged shut. After cleaning left, Gu Jiqiu walked out of the restroom. There was some panic and urgency when those two geezers were first stopped outside the square, but since going back to my room to pick up my visa, I've been acting overly relaxed. Before and after, the only change on the two was less backpacks and more visas. Besides, do you need to carry a traveling bag when you go for a walk in the square? Obviously, there are many loopholes. Gu Jiqiu picked up the backpack and carefully looked through it. Sandwiches, mineral water, paper towels. There's nothing wrong with any of it. But what was unusual was carrying such a large backpack with only a few empty items in it. Naturally, it's very strange. Then, Gu Jiqiu opened the other backpack. Except for some unimportant stuff, the only thing more was a black object. Looked like pieces of iron. But after Gu Jiqiu got it in her hand, it was a completely different tactile feedback. What is this? Take the black iron out. It's shaped like a rain shield for an electric car. Burnt and melted edges. What really interested him was the material the thing was made of. Not the usual gold, iron, aluminum, or alloys. It has a fluid feel to it. It slammed into the ground. It was cushioned by the carpet, but it still made a loud noise. It looks like it has the rigidity of metal. 2. Picked the board up and gripped it hard in my hand. Vaguely warped, but let go and it quickly regained its shape. This one put Gu Jiqiu in a bit of a no-win situation. Because of the problem of nuclear physics dependence on novel materials, at the University of California he was exposed to almost all novel materials, and he knows more about the physical and structural properties of various materials. However, he had never come into contact with this strange material that was fluid to the touch, highly rigid, and had a decent elasticity coefficient. Gu Jiqiu didn't think much about it, took the material away and hurriedly left room 2201, L.A.1 High School District Building. When Gu Jiqiu came home, it was already after 9 o'clock. In Lerman's designated healthy schedule, he should now go to bed. So, after quietly opening the door, he tiptoed toward the bedroom. Just as soon as he opened the bedroom door, he saw Lu Man sitting on his bed, elegant legs crossed, cute little pink slippers that hang from your thumbs and wiggle. Gu Jiqiu scratched his head, came back a little late. Lumania patted the bedpan. Sit. Gu Jiqiu scratched his head and sat down beside her. It's not comfortable to sleep outside, is it? Gu Jiqiu frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. He just got a room half an hour ago. How did he get caught so quickly? It's not what you think. So you were out for so long? It was 9 o'clock before you came back? Gu Jiqiu said. That one, just have no choice. Lu Man coughed gently. Hurry up and go to sleep. If you don't like living outside, I'll apply to the school tomorrow and let you sleep in the dormitory. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Gu Jiqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll go to sleep. Sister Man good night. Lu Man helped Gu Jiqiu make her bed, then left. Wait until the lights go out outside. Only then did Gu Jiqiu quietly sit up and take out the blackboard at the foot of the bed, carefully observing it. In the dark, this board blends in almost perfectly. It's completely invisible. Then the question arises again. It is visible in the light. He was black under the streetlights outside the plaza, for example, and under the incandescent lights in his hotel room. Gu Jiqiu turned on her phone's flashlight function. This object was black and shiny again. Turn off your cell phone. The object disappeared again. Chapter 19, Fear from the Unknown. Fear, like an enabler, driving human progress. Let mankind discover fire and dispel the darkness. From the beginning of mankind's creation, all fears have come from the unknown. So then light was invented. Use it to dispel the darkness and see clearly. Later, with the advancement of technology, mankind discovered that there are some things that really exist but cannot be seen by the human eye, and so opens up another exploration of the microcosm. This is one of the few leaps in human history. Fire, electricity and quantum mechanics. But it's clear that the fear is still there. Gu Zhiqiu looked at her right hand. Under the cover of the black iron sheet, the palm looked like it had disappeared. This little thing can be visible in artificial light, but in natural light, it disappears. To corroborate this idea, Gu Zhiqiu put this black piece on her bedside and rested. The next day, early morning, it was about 4 in the morning. At 4:30 at the latest, Gu Zhiqiu opened her eyes, or hadn't gotten much rest all night, just validating myself. When he turned back, however, he found the iron piece that he had placed at the foot of his bed last night, gone. Not in the strict sense of disappearing, but similar to water, or a glass-like color. As Gu Zhiqiu's palm moved, some black ripples would appear, but if it doesn't move, then it seems invisible. There are just a few black shadows around the edges. Gu Zhiqiu picked up this small piece of iron and felt the fluid touch on it. The palms of the hands were twisted and refracted as if they were placed in a basin of water. As they were rattled, it's a fantastic material. So here's the question. This glass-like piece has absolutely no physical properties to artificial light. However, in natural light, it exhibits glass-like properties. Gu Zhiqiu held the strange piece of glass in both hands, sizing it up for a long time. As time went on, after the day got brighter and brighter, this strange piece of glass is just getting less and less visible. If you put this strange fragment on your cell phone, the no signal sign pops up immediately. It's because the General Administration of Reliance is investigating the matter of spies from outside the country. So when Gu Zhiqiu woke up again in the morning, she went out with this strange glass, just in case this thing was Ugly Nation's stealth airplane material, or some strange weapon fragment. He thought it would be better to contact the General Administration of Public Safety and Security in a hurry to pick it up. After all, he didn't have any instruments at hand right now, and there was no way to test this thing in depth at all. Out of curiosity, however, he purposely placed a small note inside the box in which the fragments were placed. If there are any scientific findings, please let me know first. Thank you. After all, polymers were not his strong point, and this strange material was outside his knowledge. It was incredible, but it did make him very curious as well. Back home, Lumman has already made breakfast. On the last day before the joint exam, she looked much more nervous than she was. After breakfast, Lu Manman accompanied him to start reviewing his language in English. It's a boring life. Sometimes Gu Zhiqiu really felt that this test-taking exam would screw up all the creative people, especially English. I don't know how much pressure the school put on Man this time, but in any case, she didn't leave from her bedroom for a full day. Studying is hard, but it's also a lot easier when you have someone you like around you. In the evening, before going to bed, the two went for a walk outside together. Be sure to cheer up for the exam tomorrow, Lu Manman said softly as she stuck her hands in her pajama pockets. The two walked slowly under the streetlight. Gu Zhiqiu nodded and said, "The college entrance exam is coming soon." It's 2 weeks away. Gu Zhiqiu turned back to look at Luochangno, one high school and said, "There was a pretty famous saying on the internet before, that people you meet in your senior year of high school, after June 7th or 8th, you probably won't see them again in your life." Lu Manman was silent for a long time, and said softly, "Yes, it's time to go our separate ways." Gu Zhiqiu stood outside the school's fence and looked at the playground inside the railing. "Man, did your parents have to make you get married to leave L.A.?" Lumanian nodded. "That's not true, so if I go to college somewhere else, we won't see each other either?" Lumman didn't say anything, still walking towards the front. Walking out a few meters, he walked back in. "Not necessarily, maybe I'll reward you after you take the provincial exam. Will you go to Kyoto with me?" Gu Zhiqiu asked hurriedly. "It's a trip to Kyoto." "Oh." Gu Zhiqiu scratched his head. Lu Manman sidled her head and laughed. "What? You want me to accompany you to Kyoto for college?" She had a really sweet smile, made even cuter by her tiger teeth. Gu Zhiqiu nodded and gathered her courage. "May I?" Lu Manman reached out and touched Gu Zhiqiu's head. "Thinking of it is beautiful. I've been exhausted this year. Do you want me to keep an eye on you for another 4 years?" Although Gu Zhiqiu had been reborn in a new life, her true age was already almost as old as Lu Manman's father. But honestly, emotional intelligence has been stuck in middle school. As the saying goes, it's the typical sex science straight man, emotional blank slate, the kind that blushes even when touched on the head by Lu Manman. "I won't need you to take care of me when I get to college. I'll take care of myself and you won't be so tired." Lu Manuman laughed. "You can take care of yourself. Do you still need me?" "Need?" Gu Zhiqiu blushed and looked into Lu Manman's eyes. The two stared at each other for a long time under the streetlight. Lu Man put her hands back into her pockets and walked towards home. It's time to go to bed. Don't think nonsense, give me a first place test tomorrow first. Gu Shiqiu chased after her, also putting her hands in her pockets, and the two of them just walked back home in peace. Went to bed and looked twice at words and grammar that I didn't remember too well. Around 8:50, Lu Man walked into the bedroom with a platter of fruit. Eat some fruit and go to bed. You can't stay up all night. Nourish your spirit. Oh. Gu Shiqiu nodded. Before leaving, Lu Man walked to the door and said softly before closing the door, "No more nonsense before the college entrance exam." Oh. Chapter 20, Pressure on the other side now. Fruits are common fruits like watermelon, kiwi, dragon fruit and so on, but Lu Man was attentive and spelled out the shape of a heart. It's a love fruit platter. It's really kind of hard to destroy such a work of art. After eating the fruit, Gu Shiqiu laid down to rest. Lu Man was lying on the bed at this moment. Her two snow-white and slender legs were coiled together, and her notebook was placed on top of it. As always, she waited for Gu Shiqiu to fall asleep before she had a chance to catch up on the drama. But Gu Shiqiu always kept flashing in his head. Teenage likes always see color. Though she had only dealt with it as a joke tonight, she had more or less rambled on about it. She opened up Knowles and posted a question. What's it like to be liked by a high schooler? After waiting patiently for 5 minutes with no reply, she deleted the question again. Maybe it has nothing to do with high school or not. It's still up to you. I hope that brat doesn't get carried away. I'm afraid I'll be blaming myself for the rest of my life if it affects the entrance exams. Lu Man quietly left the bedroom and gently opened Gu Shiqiu's room a crack. Her worries quickly dissipated. A straight science guy. Expect him to have a love brain. Expect him to be wishy-washy. Whimsical indeed. Gu Shiqiu posed in a big position, purring and sleeping soundly. He did have a dream, but it wasn't Lumanian who dreamed. Rather, it was that strange material. Because of the fear, this thing made a deep impression on Gu Shiqiu's mind. Let's not ponder how he managed to disappear in natural light. Covered by natural light alone. It's daytime. Why did he disappear in the daytime? What is the purpose? The question was enough to make him think hard, including what Cui Hao had mentioned before. That strange package in Shanghu City. I'm afraid that this is the same thing inside. In other words, the Ugly Kingdom has been collecting these fragments in China for more than a month. Perhaps it's fuselage debris scattered from a failed test flight of a new generation fighter jet. Or maybe it's debris from a satellite that disintegrated after it fell. But regardless of that situation, if this material really came from the Ugly Country Research Institute, it was enough to make the Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology pay attention to it. Polymer materials are materials for human survival and development, and are the forerunners of industrial and scientific development. From animal skins, to armor and bone, to bronze, to steel, to paper, to polyethylene, and later thermostatic materials. In a sense, all theoretical support is a pipe dream until materials are developed, and materials are the vehicle that turns a pipe dream into reality. Therefore, Gu Shiqiu did not feel that this matter was trivial. Sleeping through the worry. At this point, it's daytime on the Pacific West Coast. In that one towering high-rise, countless ugly military dignitaries and scientists sat in their offices. The atmosphere was more depressing than even before. A black officer said in a deep voice, "As much as it pains me to admit it, I will tell you truthfully that our encrypted communications have, once again, been cracked, and another fragment has been seized by the Chinese." How is that possible? It's only been a few days? The whole office was a mess. Those pretentious scientists are behaving inappropriately. Most of these people are experts and professors from Ivy League schools, and because they serve their country, they naturally do their best. It is also the best they can do that they can't believe the reality. A think tank of more than 30 mathematicians, a dozen Turing Award winners, 3 Nobel Prize winners in physics, and a double Nobel Prize winner. An encryption program developed that claims to be unbreakable by anyone. Surprisingly, it was cracked twice in a month's time. This is incredible. But this time, no one is as cocky as they were last time. The last time I said it was a coincidence, but it's impossible to use an excuse twice. The black officer looked serious. Everyone knows how important these 2 months are to the country. If that thing falls into the hands of China, I think you should know the consequences. All the scientists looked grave, but it was hard to come up with a good countermeasure. Existing encryption already encompasses all the functions in today's math world, and it's hard to refine it. Someone suggested, how about trying encryption multiple times? What about 3 times, 5 times, 10 times? It was the only thing that came to mind after the end of the road. But as soon as the suggestion was uttered, the entire room of scientists fell silent. They know, this trick is no longer working. Everyone looked to Professor Smith, the expert in cryptography, the centerpiece of the entire think tank team. Smith was silent for a long time. It's no use. It's now basically certain that China has developed the deciphering software. The black officer tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk. The hearts of the scientists in the room picked up the pace with his tapping. Perhaps China couldn't research anything even if they got that thing? After all, even we are all getting nowhere. Someone in the field suddenly spoke up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief with it. The black officer remained serious. There's no way we're going to give Huaxia any chance. This is a big gamble, and if we lose the bet, the consequences will be too much for us to bear. Smith stood up and said in a hushed voice, there may be one last way. The black officer showed a few moments of respect. Professor Smith, just say the word. God encryption. All the scientists in the room stood in awe. God encryption is a concept introduced by Smith, but it's just a concept, because even Smith himself is only suggesting the feasibility of this cryptologic, but it hasn't worked out, because under the existing functional relationship between any two numbers, there must be some connection, and finding numbers that don't satisfy the functional relationship at all is almost a pipe dream, and it's even harder to form those numbers into a code that conveys information. The Negro officer, not understanding the academic difficulties, simply asked, about how long will it take? Within a week. Too long? 1 day. Smith looked grim. The black officer said seriously, time is running out. Experts, I don't care about God's encryption or death's encryption. All I know is that there's not much time left for us, and the longer we put it off, the lower the probability of finding those things. You know what I mean. As he walked to the door, he paused again. It doesn't matter if you change to a new encryption method every day for the rest of the year. All I ask is that you keep the military missions on track. Get to work, experts. After the black instructor left, all the scientists gathered around Smith. By this point in time, they were at their wits' end. One can only leave it to Prof. Smith to make up his mind. Smith murmured, no way. Let's go. Chapter 21, I'm so nervous. It's time to take the test. The pressure once again came to Gu Zhiqiu's side. He woke up the next day because of a night of rambling, resulting in an early night's sleep but not in much better shape. But it's not too difficult to cope with a joint exam. At 7:30, breakfast was eaten. Gu Zhiqiu then put on her backpack and went to school. Very awkward attire, but there was no way around it. It was Lu Manman who personally helped her carry it on her back after checking her stationery and pass. Long overdue exam. Gu Zhiqiu stood at the entrance of the school, many students whispering beside her. The discussions are pretty much the same. It's scheduling a test before a high school exam that makes them nervous. But for the school leaders, the top 50 in the school have been pacified in batches by education specialists. Thus, with these people's minds stabilized, the school leaders of L.A. high school were emboldened. As for the other students, will anyone care about the name of that 10,000 bones? No. Gu Zhiqiu walked into the school. As soon as they entered the building, they were led by the principal to a classroom on the second floor. To avoid being disturbed by the surrounding students, the principal had specially arranged a special test site for him. Top 10 independent classrooms in the entire school. It's very heartfelt. Despite being in the top 10 in the school, everyone is still spaced very far apart, and there is a proctor in the front and back. Judging from this stance, the school authorities are taking this pre-test mapping very seriously. Section 1. Languages. Middle of the road. The language of the GCE is more obviously templatized. In the case of some readings, for example, many of the answers can be applied to a fixed answer template. Identify the core question from the stem. Then go back to the article to find the corresponding passage that quotes the original text and then expresses the author's what kind of thoughts and expresses what kind of feelings. What is being examined is basically very boring document retrieval skills and language organization. The more difficult ones would be the reading of ancient poems and literary texts. What's tricky about these two is that you need to read the text first. But it wasn't too difficult for Gu Zhiqiu, because before the exam, he had invested the most in the language, the most in this literature. Thus, after a sufficient amount of memorization, this literary reading would be similar to modern reading. Just apply the template further. And the literature and ancient poetry, too homogenized. There are only a few kinds of high school exams that will be taken: homesickness, garrison, ambition, idyllic landscapes. So figuring out the routine is even easier. If there is one subjective question that is most likely to lose points, it is actually the essay, because the essay is something that is so elastic in terms of scoring. Out of 60 points, maybe because neat handwriting or not can pull a lot of points. This is no joke either, as many markers see the scribbling in the essay and subconsciously categorize the paper as AB. The upper limit for scoring is only about 48 points. Sali, Gu Zhiqiu, as a veteran cadre, could write a good hand. Lean Gold is even more handy. Finish the roll and the rest is waiting. After the exam was over, Gu Zhiqiu turned in her papers and left the classroom. The morning's exams are even over. In the afternoon, it was a math test, which was also Gu Zhiqiu's best subject, so she was in a good mood. 2:30 p.m. he walked into the exam room again. Question papers and answer cards will be distributed at 2:45 p.m. At 3 p.m. The exam officially begins. The multiple choice questions Gu Zhiqiu almost all picked within 10 seconds. In fact, he completed all the multiple choice questions, and some of the fill-in-the-blanks questions, within 10 minutes after the papers were distributed. The small amount of difficulty put him in a bit of a trance. The hardest questions were just the penultimate and last multiple choice questions. It's a bit tedious to do this with high school derivatives and tangent equations, but if you do it with college calculus, you don't even have to use the convergence of anomalous integrals, and the answer comes right out. If it was an arithmetic question, he might have to check 2 steps on the acting sketch paper, but with multiple choice questions, the answer was easy to pick out by comparison. Quickly completing the previous questions, Gu Zhiqiu killed the last big question almost 20 minutes later. The point of the test is to discuss the monotonicity or the maximum value of a problem where the inequality is known to hold. The first question is relatively simple. The derivative value is used to calculate the slope of the tangent line, which further yields the equation of the tangent line and finally the f(x) analytic equation. This question is a giveaway. The second question is slightly more problematic and needs to be solved by parametric variation separation. Derivation and calculations can be a bit tricky though. This made Gu Zhiqiu think of a functional relationship that he had thought of earlier when designing the deciphering software. It is much simpler to determine monotonicity by contracting the offset through Kritzer's theorem. As for the last step of the polarization problem, after you get the function's analytic formula and monotonicity, the answer to the extreme value is like a lamb to the slaughter. Anyone can take it. 25 minutes. One roll all done. He didn't feel it when Lumenman said the finale questions were difficult, but just to be safe, he rewrote on his answer key starting with the big questions. Not to check. Rather, there were some topics that he did so casually, basically using whatever function came to mind straight away, that some of the methods used would be rather over the top. Because he was worried that the grading teacher hadn't been exposed to those higher functions, he decided to do it again anyway, using the same stupid method he used in high school. It would be safer. Chapter 22, The Name of Youth. In fact, from the beginning of the creation of this world, there was no such concept as time. Time, on the other hand, is just a description of movement. A year is when the Earth completes 1 revolution around the Sun. January is when the Moon completes 1 revolution around the Earth. A day is when the Earth completes 1 revolution on its own. And 2 hours is the math test from start to finish. And an hour and a half was Gu Zhiqiu's fretting to the end of her fretting. It's boring, but there's no way. The invigilator refused to hand in his paper early, so he had to sit in his place. The principal looked at the surveillance in the classroom and wanted to stand up several times to go find Gu Zhiqiu, but in the end it was tolerated. Because this exam room wasn't Gu Zhiqiu's alone, he didn't act rashly in order to ensure that the other 9 students were in the right state to do the questions. However, a call was still made to the invigilator in the field. Remind Gu Zhiqiu that the difficulty of this exam is very high, so that he can take it seriously, and that this exam has a lot of gold in it, so he can't take it lightly. When he finished, the principal looked at an Excel spreadsheet. This form recorded the specific parameters of each of Gu Zhiqiu's exams, and since my senior year of high school, hundreds of exams, big and small. The shortest time spent on a math exam was 68 minutes. This caused the principal to clench his palms. According to past experience, in 30 minutes, Gu Zhiqiu definitely hadn't finished the paper. But looking through the security footage, it's clear the kid isn't going to do it again. The invigilator quickly replied with the message, "Principal, student Gu has finished." Finished? The principal shook his head and replied with a text message. "Done my ass. It's only been half an hour out of school. Tell him to seriously check." Putting his cell phone down, he called Lumenman into his office. Then came the most difficult hour for both Gu Zhiqiu and Lumenman. Because the invigilator asked the pen not to stop, Gu Zhiqiu had to calculate the fusion and fission reaction parameters through memory, which was a very boring process. Since microscopic particles have reached the neutron level, all phenomena have relied on theoretical derivation. It's a brainstorming process. It's like walking blindfolded on a one-way street, with no one knowing if there's a road or a pothole ahead. But still, it's important to take this as far as possible. Therefore, in Gu Zhiqiu's impression, every person in nuclear physics was a paranoid person. For Lerman, it was an hour of doing nothing but being criticized over and over again by the principal in his office. Because from the surveillance alone, he had already noticed that Gu Zhiqiu's attitude was completely different from before. The principal commiserated when this happened before the entrance exam. All of that, though, was completely over by 5 p.m. The announcement of the end of the exam rang out. Gu Zhiqiu couldn't wait to turn in her paper. Then she walked out of the classroom and frantically breathed in the fresh air. A few students in the same exam room had messy hair and bloodshot eyes at this time, obviously tortured by this exam. Gu Shun What did you choose for the last two multiple choice questions? Gu Shiqiu said. B, C. Phew, I got the last one right. Why isn't C right on the penultimate one? Gu Shiqiu pondered for a moment. I forgot. I counted the correct answer directly and didn't consider why the other answers were incorrect. Someone who didn't know any better was surprised. The math teacher said that it would be easier to use the method of elimination for these kinds of intervals. So you've wasted a lot of time counting directly, haven't you? A few of the other students all smiled awkwardly. For the god of Gu, there's no need to use mortal methods. Did Gushin write the last question of the last big question? I feel like it's a bit over the top. Gu Shiqiu nodded. It's a bit over the top, and it's more troublesome if you solve it with high school knowledge. Phew, I'm relieved that Gushin said that. I guess not many people can do this question. After a few of her classmates left, Gu Shiqiu remained on the railing. After the exam, there was still an hour or so before the evening class. Many students went straight to the cafeteria with their stationery bags clutched in their hands. There are also girls who suddenly find boys and ask them to help carry their school bags or stationery. There were also a couple of little girls who were hugging each other like it was only one day into their exams. There was also a small group that didn't eat and went straight back to the classroom, huddling in groups and going over the answers. It's wonderful. Everything is like a landscape painting. The painting is titled Youth. The painter's name is Time. 2 weeks from now, the bell rings for the end of the high school exams, and the heartbeats, the friendships and the laughter may be gone. The setting sun reflected on Gu Shiqiu's cheeks. The handsome side face also became a landscape painting. The man upstairs was looking at the view, while Lumanuman stood at the end of the hallway, watching him. How did the exam go? Luman asked in a calm voice as she walked over. Not bad. Have you been, okay lately? The cold inquiry caused Gu Shiqiu to be at a loss for words. How is this exam over in 30 minutes? And what is written on your acting sketch paper? When the exams were over and the acting grass paper was put away, the principal took a special look at Gu Shiqiu's acting grass paper. It's all weird symbols and calculations. While the entire office of math teachers couldn't understand it, it was clear to them that it wasn't something that was studied at the high school level. Gu Shiqiu probably understood what was going on. Is the principal going crazy in front of you again? Lu Man said. Don't worry about him, I can handle those old things. Then leave him alone. Look there. Gu Shiqiu pointed at the setting sun. Lu Man looked at the distant flaming clouds like an oil painting, but she was not in the mood to appreciate it. Don't you change the topic. Gu Shiqiu said. The sun has 86% of the mass of the entire solar system, and every second alone, 600 million tons of hydrogen undergoes a thermonuclear fusion reaction to 596 million tons of helium and releases the equivalent of 4 million tons of hydrogen. But now we can look directly at him. After a moment's pause, he spoke. But the sun is always the sun. Lumanuman didn't quite understand. What are you trying to say? Gu Shiqiu said. Trust the light. It means that the high school entrance exam is not difficult for me. No matter what my state is, what's mine is always mine. Don't worry about it. God damn it. Why don't you just say it? I wasn't worried about looking a little cocky by saying it outright. Lumanman held onto the railing and stood side by side with Gu Shiqiu. The sunset is so pretty. Sunsets are pretty. But since Lumanman stood beside her, Gu Shiqiu didn't have the heart to watch the sunset anymore. Chapter 23, the whole school was shocked. Lumanman said softly, from the time you got your acceptance letter from HUST, I knew you had your own plans. Gu Shiqiu looked at Lumanman as he murmured, Sister Manman. Lumanman reached out and gently put her hand on Gu Shiqiu's shoulder. Compared to a provincial scholar Gu Shiqiu, I'd rather see a future great scientist Gu Shiqiu. Aha! Together, the two men looked toward the flaming clouds in the distance. A moment of stillness and a quickening of the heart is something a straight man of steel is simply powerless to resist. Zizi. Suddenly, there was a current of electricity coming from the speakers in his ears. The boy-girl pair in front of the sophomore triple on the second floor. Come to the grade school director's office for a moment. It's so noisy, Gu Shiqiu said. Lumanman subconsciously let go of Gu Shiqiu's hand and glanced back at the examination room behind her. Here, seems to be class 8-3. Gu Shiqiu glanced back and without saying a word pulled up Lumanman's hand and darted out of the school. First high school is very strict about catching early love. Like when eating in the cafeteria, boys and girls are asked to sit separately. It was clear that he and Lumanman had been misunderstood. Ran out of the school and walked the path home. Gu Shiqiu then breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. It would be disastrous to be discovered. Lumania raised her small hand. Don't let go yet? Gu Shiqiu hastily loosened his hand and laughed. Covering up embarrassment with a smile is one of the dumbest ways to do it, but that seems to be the only way he knows how to do it. Lumanuman looked unconcerned. What do you want to eat tonight? It's all good. Come on, accompany me to the grocery store. Lumanman made Gu Shiqiu a good meal. After helping Gu Zhiqiu cut the fruit platter and urging him to rest early, he returned to his room. The following day, only English and science were left. As always, Lu Manman made breakfast for Gu Zhiqiu, then Gu Zhiqiu finished her meal, carried her backpack, and went to school. Who would have thought that English would be one of the most stressful exams for him, especially the beginning of the listening. 20 years in the ugly country. A bunch of plastic American English with California accents gave him too much misdirection. Therefore, this plausible listening is 100 times more exciting than doing the last finale of math. Other than listening, the other questions, on the contrary, were easier than he had expected. Think of English as a roadblock before the exam, only to realize it's a paper tiger when you get there. After reading enough foreign literature in his previous life, the English paper now is like a middle school language paper. As long as you know the words, read the text, and understand the questions, it's a lot easier. With a scare, English is finally over. Next up is the science exam. This was Gu Zhiqiu's favorite exam besides math, because it was the last game. Before entering the exam room, Lu Manman gave a special admonition. Last game. Finish well, don't be careless. Gu Zhiqiu laughed. Don't worry, it's very stable. After that, he walked into the exam room with confidence. Originally, according to the arrangement of the college entrance examination, the science and engineering should have been put in the morning. However, it is said that because some of the questions were similar to those of the entrance exams, they were urgently recovered and reorganized with simple rewording. But it doesn't matter much. For subjects you are good at, there is no difference between morning and afternoon. 2.5 hours for the science exam. So at 2:15 the papers were handed down. Gu Zhiqiu wrote down her pass number and name, and began to browse through the question paper. Overall difficulty is not good to judge, because in his mind, it's quite simple. But just as they were browsing through the papers, the eyes of the entire school's candidates were drawn to the sound of sirens outside the school. At first it was the students by the window, then the invigilator, then all the students in the classroom. The class 8-3 exam room was slightly more tempting, but in the end it was too taut. Aside from Gu Zhiqiu, who was immersed in the topic, the others gathered around the window. Outside the gate of a college in L.A., traffic police closed the road and pulled up a long cordon. 3 police cars, closely guarding a red flag L5 sedan in the center, parked in front of the school. As the saying goes, if you're not afraid of BMWs and Land Rovers, you're afraid of Volkswagen with letters. Fear not the masses with letters. Fear not the red flag in the red flag. And that red flag car parked in front of the school with red flags on both sides. There is only one status for someone who can ride in a car like this: the dignitary of dignitaries. This one made everyone in the school unmotivated to take the exam. Principal Guohongan also rolled down the stairs without getting a clear picture of the situation. The door of the red flag car slowly opened, and an old man with gray hair walked down from the car, walked straight into the school to the shock of the entire school. Chapter 24. What kind of big shot is this? What kind of person is this? Anyone who can ride in a red flag car is provincial at the very least. I'm guessing. Traffic police blocking the road and armed police escorting. I'm afraid that's not something provincials are qualified for, is it? Throughout Luochang First High School, all the students were whispering. Fortunately, because of the senior exams, the freshmen and sophomores had a temporary 2-day vacation. Otherwise I'm afraid the school would be a mess. In the teacher's office, a few of the teachers' eyes went wide when they saw the old man getting out of the car. Seen it on the news. What's this one's status suddenly come to mind? I remember there was footage on the town on the 4th of July. A political science teacher looked grave and said in a deep voice, the director of the General Administration of Principal Security, a cadre at the national level. A pin drop could be heard in the office. With everyone watching, the principal ran all the way to the old man with small steps, bowed and beaming. Excitement wasn't quite the right word to describe it. Shock would be better. Guohangan stood in front of the old man, and before he even opened his mouth, he could feel a powerful aura. Young people may not recognize the old man, but it's impossible for a man of 50 or 60 like Guohangan not to recognize it. This is the heroes of China. Is that they use their own blood casting up this great China? When Guohangan was in school, Zhou Xion was a regular in the textbooks, but I don't know why, as the economy grows more and more rapidly. Instead, you never see people like that in textbooks anymore. Today, Zhou is over 80 years old. His hair was gray and his wartime wounds had left him indelibly scarred, but he still stood straight and walked like the wind. Guohangan seems to have returned to the 70s and 80s. He is like the child who admires the hero, with a face full of admiration. Zhou Lao. Zhou Xiong stopped and looked at Guohangan. You're the principal? Guohangan nodded. His heart 7 parts timid, 3 parts curious. Where is Gu Zhiqiu? Take me to him. Gu Zhiqiu? Guohangan was a bit puzzled. Gu Zhiqiu is a student of our Luochang First High School. You're looking for him? Right. You come with me. Everyone in the school building peeled back the windows and watched. Coming to school. What kind of big shot did our school mess with? After Zhou Xiong entered the school building, it took all of them a moment to sit back down from the window. But the riots are not over yet. Outside in the police cars, all the armed police surrounded the school building. Loaded guns, like statues, stood under the school building. Many teachers wanted to go out to see what was going on, but they didn't dare to do anything rash. Lu Man said, I heard that there is a risk of a leak in the science paper this time. Could it be because of this? A teacher shook his head. It shouldn't be. It's too loud. A mock exam paper for a state-level bigwig to come personally? Quietly, a few teachers who didn't have the task of invigilating the test quietly walked out of the office. Cautiously, he descended the stairs, holding his breath and not daring to make the slightest sound. Knock knock. The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs stopped everyone in their tracks. All of them waited until the footsteps from downstairs had turned into the hallway before they cautiously descended the stairs again. Then, one by one, hide in the corner of the second floor. Looking at the line in the distance, Gua Hangan led the way, and that white-haired old man followed closely by the side. Behind them were 3 heavily armed police. Where is this going? Stopped at class 8 to 3. A few teachers poked their heads out and looked on in disbelief. That's the exam room for the top 10 in the school. Just a few days ago a Shinin General Administration came to the school and approached the top students of the whole school once. Could it be something to do with that? Everyone continues to peek. Only Gua Hangan opened the door to class 8 to 3. And before long, Gu Shiqiu walked out. The entrance to class A3. Gu Shiqiu was confused. He had just skimmed through his science paper, just waiting for the announcement of the start of the test to go off so he could write down the answers. But who knew it would just be shouted out, especially after leaving the classroom and seeing a strange old man, and 3 armed policemen with riot helmets and firearms. He was even more bewildered. What is it? Gu Shiqiu looked at the principal. Gua Hangan coughed twice. Zhou Lao is looking for you to understand some situations. You, don't be nervous, Gu Shiqiu said. Can you wait for me to finish the science exam first? I'm afraid that if I put it aside for a long time, I won't be able to remember the answers in my head. Chapter 25, Science, 9 minutes. Gua Hangan's eyes were furious and he clenched his fists tightly, veins rippling in his hands. At this time he was in a mood that, it's like seeing a student smoking inside a classroom, or in the middle of class. He couldn't wait to give Gu Shiqiu a demerit straight away now. Before that, I told you to take your exams well and take the entrance exam seriously. You're playing tricks on me. Now that such a big shot is coming, the college entrance exam is a trivial matter. You're pretending for me now, right? Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Gu Shiqiu. Let's skip today's exam for now. Hurry up and pack up your things. Don't delay. It's the last one left. It's a shame not to take it. Zhou Xiong was almost laughed at. This kid, quite stubborn. Gu Shiqiu looked at the old man and frowned. You are? Zhou Xiong said. General Administration of Shernan. Gu Shiqiu immediately expected something and knew that this was a big deal. Tell you what, wait for me for 5 minutes, 10 at the most. I'll finish my science and go with you. I don't have to pack anything. Gua Hangan just wanted to utter a rebuke when he heard Zhou Xiong impatiently say, hurry back and finish. I'll wait for you for 15 minutes at most. Definitely enough. Before the voice fell, Gu Shiqiu had already returned to the classroom in a puff of smoke. Picking up a pen, he rustled away. There was hardly any lingering on each topic. Since chemistry biology is relatively easy, these 2 sections will have completed all the questions by the time you check your paper. So both parts are almost entirely done in 3 minutes. The only regret was the part on biological hybridization, because there was a rather complicated enumeration of calculations that was a waste of time. So he just wrote an answer. In chemistry the whole paper was on the easy side with only the last question being slightly delayed. The question on the preparation of nitrosyl chloride from chlorine gas and nitric oxide includes a 1-question problem to calculate the mass fraction of nitrosyl chloride. This one seems to have letters substituted and then extrapolated based on the assumptions of the title. But once we start projecting, I'm afraid we're going to be delayed quite a bit. Gu Shiqiu looked up at the time. It was already 2:34. 4 minutes had passed since the official start of the exam, and it was clear that he didn't have that much time to project in detail. There's no choice but to just fill in the numbers as experience dictates. Nitrosyl chloride, also known as nitrosyl chloride, molecular formula, NaOCl, is an important reagent for the synthesis of detergents, mold inhibitors. According to Kerr Shiqiu's impression, the mass fraction of nitrosyl chloride should be about 87%. So Gu Shiqiu didn't take it too seriously and just wrote 87%. Next up is the best physics. But unfortunately, because he was confident in physics, he didn't bother to spend time browsing through the physics topics instead, because the way he thought about it, as long as the exams went properly, he could finish the physics section quickly and accurately after he solved chemistry and biology. But alas, it was not to be. glancing up at the clock. It was 2:35. It's 10 minutes away. Tops. It's too late to rest. His brain raced as his eyes began to shift toward the physical part. For a physicist, high school physics, actually, has quite a lot of mistakes. This is because high school physics ranges between traditional and modern physics. This leads to a lot of concepts that are very childishly wrong. But when you enter the country, Gu Zhiqiu has no time to criticize this paper in physics textbook. He'd have to hurry up with the questions. The first multiple choice questions, single and multiple choice, remained the same without difficulty, especially with the astronomy questions. Many of them are actually straightforward choices that don't even have to be calculated. For example, the question gives some conditions to calculate the radius ratio of Mars and Earth, the mass ratio, and so on. The original intent was to examine the gravitational formula and use GMM/R superscript 2 to perform derivation calculations, but practically anyone knows that Mars is 6,786 kilometers in diameter and the Earth is 12,756 kilometers in diameter. So go with the closest one half, and Mars has a density of 3.9 and Earth has a density of 5.5. So then it's easy to pick an answer that's close to 1 in 9, based on the sphere mass formula, which calculates the volume of the sphere multiplied by the density, and then comparing them. As for the matter of the question team changing the correct answer by changing the data, in other subjects one might have to worry a bit, but in the subject of physics, there is nothing to worry about. Physics has only rigorous derivations, and accurate and unique answers. After solving the multiple choice questions, the next step is the lab questions, another idiotic title. It belongs to the category kinesiology. If it was a circuit question, Gu Zhiqiu might still have to think about it in a simple logical way. The lab questions in kinesiology, however, hardly require any brainstorming. It's a simple formula substitution and then calculation. Speed through the choices in labs and then it was on to the big questions. After getting used to the uncertainty of nuclear physics derivations, it was a bit disconcerting for Teijin to look at parameters with zeros and conditions delivered to his eyes. In fact, Gu Zhiqiu even had a bold guess for the physics exam at the high school level. Mark the conditions in the question, then go and see what formulas can be used for those conditions and go straight to them to get a question out of the way. For example, the question gives the acceleration a, gives the displacement distance x, and gives the initial velocity v0. Then, without even thinking about it, vt superscript 2 v0 superscript 2 equals 2x will inevitably be used, no matter what. After the first three questions were done, it gave Gu Zhiqiu the feeling that it was not like the difficulty of physics in the college entrance exam, but rather like the difficulty of elementary school math. Next there were two questions left, a compulsory finale and an optional question. The optional question is a triple choice of thermodynamics, optics and simple harmonic vibrations. The questions are a little easier than the multiple choice fill-in-the-blanks that preceded them. The required finale question is an electromagnetic compound field problem that incorporates the examination of momentum, conservation of mechanical energy, and elastic-inelastic collisions. That's what makes it somewhat decent. It's still not very difficult, but it's at least like a physics topic. For a physics exam, you should move closer to the unified field and test more points related to the four fundamental forces to make it look decent. 2:39. It took 9 minutes. Gu Zhiqiu put down her pen and left the exam room after handing in her answer card and paper. Chapter 26, Kyoto, Big Brother Gathering. 9 minutes. The entire exam room, leaving 9 top students, had their self-esteem completely crushed at this point. The fastest of them had only just finished the biology multiple choice questions even, and Gu Zhiqiu had already handed in her papers. You know, the science paper pretty much went all out. Even if you copy the answers as they are, you'll be copying for at least 5 minutes. But Gu Zhiqiu just turned in her paper 9 minutes after the exam started. Although it was said that there were big names waiting for him outside, this speed still surprised everyone. However, eyeing Gu Zhiqiu left. They then withdrew all their thoughts and began to answer the questions in earnest. They guessed that with 9 minutes, Gu Zhiqiu definitely couldn't finish all the questions. Therefore, they might have a chance to make an impact on the first place in the whole school, which had been monopolized by Gu Zhiqiu for the entire school year. Of course, they also know that this may be the only chance they have in their high school careers. Outside the classroom, Gu Zhiqiu was a bit of a mess. 9 minutes of furious writing, with the brain almost constantly in high gear. It's causing the whole thing to be a bit of a trance right now. Let's go. Zhou Xiong was stunned. That's it? Done. Gua Hong'an's bitter face. It's over. This hard work licking his face and organizing the joint examination of prestigious schools. It's over. Gu Zhiqiu and Zhou Xiong left together. When she walked to the stairway, Gu Zhiqiu saw Lu Manman looking at herself worriedly. Wait a moment. I'll explain a couple things. Gu Zhiqiu suddenly spoke. Zhou Xiong nodded. Well, as soon as possible. Gu Zhiqiu walked over to Lu Manman. Sister Manman, I reckon I might be gone for a while this time out, so you don't have to worry about me. Lu Manuman sighed. Who are those people? People from the General Administration of Public Security, Gu Shiqiu said, dealing with some troubles. You be careful, take care of yourself. Gu Shiqiu nodded and smiled. Well, you too. A few other teachers were watching. How dare they interject a word? Let's go. The two disappeared at the end of the stairs as Lumenman and the others watched. Only when Zhou Xiong left did all of them let out a long sigh of relief. Man. Gu Shiqiu the kid heard the principal say he was researching something at home. What is this research? It's also too horrible to have a state-level bigwig come and personally pick it up? Lu Manuman shook her head helplessly again. I really don't know. The principal also came through the door of class 8 to 3. Stunned, when he saw Lu Manman again, he didn't have the meanness he had before. In hindsight, the provincial scholar thing is worthless. It's possible for a state-level bigwig to arrive in person. It meant that Gu Shiqiu's future was infinitely bright. Provincial top students come and go every year, but an alumnus who is known around the world is not to be found. The principal opened his mouth, but nothing ever came out. Quickly walking down the stairs, he watched Gu Shiqiu ride in Shang Xiong's red flight car and then leave through the school entrance. Throughout the school, there was an eerie silence. In the office, the teachers, who didn't have to proctor the exam, looked at each other. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Red flag car. Gu Shiqiu was sitting upright and didn't say a word. Zhou Xiong said, Kid, my name is Zhou Xiong. You can just call me Grandpa. Gu Shiqiu, confused face. Are you polite? I'm the administrator of the General Directorate of Principal Security. You and Choi Ho have already met, right? I've met you, Elder Zhou. Have you studied that thing I sent over to you 2 days ago? Zhou Xiong nodded. It has been handed over to the Materials Institute of Huaqing University to study, and there are no results yet. Keep it a secret. Gu Shiqiu said, that thing? It's not too ordinary. At least at the moment, our country is not capable of developing it. Zhou Xiong asked, this matter is to thank you, kid. Before in Shanghai from a foreigner's backpack also found such a piece of stuff, but no one cared, just as a piece of ordinary plastic plate. Gu Shiqiu was quite sorry. It's true that it's just a few fragments, not too eye-catching, but there must be some reason why the ugly kingdom is collecting these things in Manhwarecap. Zhou Xiong looked serious. Too much information is inconvenient to reveal to you. I came to you this time for the deciphering matter. Gu Shiqiu asked, that deciphering software, it's not working again? Yeah, the ugly side is very responsive, and they'll be making adjustments soon after we crack. Have there been multiple attempts at cracking it? Zhou Xiong shook his head, didn't seek to use it, typed it back and forth hundreds of times. Every time it was a mess, so it looks like a real change in encryption. Tried manual cracking? Tried that. Didn't work, or I wouldn't have come to you. Gu Shiqiu said, actually, you can just let Chui Hao come. You're making too much of a scene and scaring my classmates. Zhou Xiong cursed. Chui Hao, that kid said before because of the college entrance examination you are not willing to come over. I am worried that it is that bird principal blocked. I personally come to him to release people will be more favorable. Mostly because that time I was confident I could crack it at home, so there was no need to go to Kyoto. Zhou Xiong said, it's different now. The tug of war is at its most vital point. There's no time to give you another week to try. Things are serious? Very serious. Can't reveal? Can't. Gu Shiqiu was thoughtful. Guess it had something to do with that material after all. With the ugly kingdom reacting so quickly, you could tell they were also scrambling to buy time. And this side of Zhou Xiong personally came to pick up people in L.A. 1 high. It was also clear that things had reached a white-hot stage. It wasn't particularly clear what the purpose of the two countries' rivalry was, but they were vaguely able to smell a hint of danger. Zhou Xiong was silent and stopped talking. The red flag drove directly to the 8683rd unit at Mongshan in Luocheng. The transportation then shifted from red flags to military aircraft. The two boarded the plane and headed straight for Kyoto. Into the night. Kyoto. General Information Security Administration Building. After Zhou Xiong returned to the principal office building, he didn't take a break and informed everyone to meet in the conference room on the top floor before going back to his office to prepare the materials for the meeting. Gu Shiqiu sat next to Zhou Xiong's seat. It didn't take long for more than 20 experts, mathematicians, and staff to enter the office one after another. There is no shortage of familiar faces. For example, Chen Miao, a professor in the mathematics department of Peking University who Gu Shiqiu had worked with in his previous life, and a winner of the Chen Xingchen Mathematics Prize. Professor of the Department of Electronic Information Engineering of Huaqing University, academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Fong Nangguang, and so on. These people gathered together, nearly gathering the top elites of the Chinese math community. However, when everyone saw the 17 or 18-year-old Gu Shiqiu, the color of the gods was extraordinary. Chapter 27, Then, I'll do it. At the time of the emergence of the Type 1I deciphering software, because Gu Zhiqiu didn't show up, so everyone could accept that there was a young genius in Huaxia. But when this genius actually appeared in front of everyone, everything yet seems so unreal. This feels like the human exploration of quantum physics, that shattering of faith when mankind realizes the fact that intelligent as he is an object made of countless microscopic particles stacked on top of each other. Genius should be in the imagination. Once it comes into view, it would be hard to get people to accept it. That impeccable message encryption in the ugly kingdom, having all of China's top mathematicians at their wits' end, was actually easily cracked by this senior. What a shock! A few professors took the initiative to get up and shake Gu Zhiqiu's hand. Student Gu, would you like to come over and attend Beijing University? Fang Nanguan also hurriedly got up. One-type deciphering software is a collection of programming. You also know that our country is still independently developing the chip, and the database writing of the basic code and the logical design of the chip operating environment are all tricky issues at the moment. You should shine in this field. Huaqing University's Electronic Information Engineering is one of the best in the country, and the Department of Electronic Information Engineering of Huaqing University welcomes you at any time. Chen Miao, the other professor of the capital university, was an extreme math control. He had no intention to come to pull Gu Zhiqiu's strings. He just curiously said, "Student Gu, I've studied the logic functions of that one-eye deciphering software of yours for a very long time, but I've never been able to figure out why you were able to load all of the functions, all of the logic relationships, all of them into this software. You know, the functional relationships are almost endless, and there's absolutely no way they can be done in 7 days." Gu Zhiqiu explained. Actually, the answer is already given in the naming of this software. Type 1i? Right, because so-called functions and logic are just the process of changing from one number to another, and the embedded functions are different from one function to another or from one number to another. For example, 2 to 4 could be squared, could be superimposed, could be opening the fourth power of the root sign, etc., etc., etc. And it wouldn't be impossible to assume 2 to 4 for the framework of the software, except that there's no way the arithmetic power of home computers can support such a huge amount of computing these days, so a minimalist form has to be considered. Chen Miao suddenly realized. 1 to 1. Gu Zhiqiu laughed. Yes, by the simplest assumption, covering all functions, it will reduce the amount of arithmetic by more than 3 billion times, and this was also inspired by a girl. Chen Miao and Fang Nanguan, once again, were impressed with Gu Zhiqiu. The one-type deciphering program is not only a milestone in the electronic information world, it's more of a math set, is an accomplishment that is good enough to ask for the Fields Prize in mathematics, but because of the means of decipherment, confidentiality has always been required. Therefore, I am afraid that the Type 1i deciphering program will not be able to be made public for at least the next 20 years. Squeaky. The sound of the door opening came. Zhou Xiong held a piece of information in his hand and walked in with a healthy stride. Wow. He dropped the information in his hand on the conference table. All that was on it was an encrypted message, and a dozen pieces of draft paper for the derivation. As a group, this cipher, of which there is only one, I demand that it be deciphered at the earliest opportunity. If you're already at your wit's end, tell Gu all your thoughts and assist him in completing the crack. After saying that, Zhou Xiong sat down in his seat. Stop looking at me and start. When there is only one copy of the ciphertext, it is the most stressful time in the entire principal office. There are 2 reasons for this. For one thing, this communication is encrypted in a sophisticated way, which means it could contain extremely important information. Secondly, having only one copy means that the action requires a clean slate, so there is a need to fight for time. But this encrypted communication, apparently, has been intercepted for hours, meaning, this interception is no longer able to make a response, but more seriously, it remains unbreakable to this day, despite having failed. Gu Zhiqiu picked up the secret document and looked at it carefully. That's 185 letters in all. Haphazard sorting. What methods of coding has everyone used? Gu Zhiqiu asked. Converting numbers has no effect. Binary and octal have no effect either. MOS encryption is invalid. Integral function conversion is invalid. All the mathematicians in the room voiced their attempts. Without exception, they all fail. This means that this encryption, in all likelihood, is not through digital encryption. How was it intercepted? Electromagnetic wave capture? Right. Zhou Xiong nodded. Is it a succession of electromagnetic wave signals? Zhou Xiong was a little uncertain. Cui Hao said, it's not the same as usual. Usually it's instantaneous interception of secret messages. Today these messages were not all intercepted at the same time. Gu Zhiqiu cupped the fountain pen in her hand, her thumb and forefinger gently rubbing it. Though reluctantly, he had to be honest, it's gotten harder. It's supposed to be self-created logic. Self-created logic? It's that this wasn't compiled and generated by a computer through software, but the cipher specifier devised a logic rule of his own and then completed the encoding. Hearing this, the entire conference room went completely silent. If that's the case, it's almost impossible to complete the crack anymore. The reasoning is simple. If you are given an equation for a function, and then you are given a series of numbers, and you take the numbers and bring them into the function, you will always come up with an answer. But if I tell you that I had a string of numbers in mind, guess what that string of numbers was? This makes it almost impossible to come up with an answer. Perhaps the birthday of the maker of the message? Cell phone number? Bank password? In short, anything is possible. Consequently, it's pretty much a dead end. Zhou Xiong's complexion was grave and his breath was a bit disorganized. Then is it still possible to crack it? Gu Shiqiu said. One can only bet that he has logic. Zhou Xiong slammed his palm onto the table. These foreigners, Elder Zhou, don't get excited. Those who formulated the secret text are in the ugly kingdom itself, while the spies are in my China. If they change the secret key, then they would definitely leave some traces behind. Please show me the cracked cipher from 2 days ago. Cui Hao looked at Zhou Xiong. This part of the cipher text is a core secret, and whether it can be disclosed requires a strict test. But at this point in time, it's no longer a concern. Zhou Xiong waved his hand and ordered Cui Hao, bring it. From his voice, he could hear that Zhou Xiong was already very tired. Cui Hao asked, for how many days? Just from the day they multi-layered the encryption until now. Cui Hao left in a hurry. It didn't take long for him to return to the office with a folder. It's for 3 days in all, and the original cipher text and the deciphered translation are here. Gu Shiqiu picked up the documents and began flipping through them one by one, and after seeing so many days of secret texts, his expression grew more and more grave. He vaguely knows what the ugly kingdom is doing in China. Chapter 28 Racing between the great powers. The number of broken translations in the last 3 days is a bit higher than before, and one can see a few moments of urgency expressed in the translation. They weren't looking for something. Instead, they're picking things up. The word used in the translation is look for, not pick up. American English is colloquial, and in order to eliminate ambiguity, it's the words that are used that are more elaborate. Look for is used in a way that favors looking for, and looking for, things that don't really belong to you, whereas pick up is something that favors yourself. This meant that those fragments that the ugly kingdom had searched for in China did not belong to them. Earlier, Gu Shiqiu guessed that the black ion pieces were fragments of the ugly country's flying machine or satellite fragments, but it seems like it would be a wrong guess at this point. While the translation reveals little valid information, one can sense that the ugly kingdom is not the only one who knows about those shards. HWA is similarly searching for these things. Thus, in the translation, there are several references to racing. Zhou Xiong frowned slightly. Found anything? It takes time. Gu Shiqiu took her thoughts back and began comparing the several secret texts, trying to find some clues from them. The minutes ticked by. Everyone in the entire conference room held their breath and looked at Gu Shiqiu. They had used every means at their disposal to get nothing, and all they could look forward to now was the genius in front of them. Into the night, the experts in the conference room left in 2s and 3s, without being able to do anything to help. It would only look awkward for them to remain here. As for Gu Shiqiu, he looked at each unconnected letter word by word. Time is also fading into the background. Late into the night, at Cui Hao's request, Zhou Xiong had to rest because of his health. Kid, you can't get tired. Zhou Xiong had already left the conference room with one foot, but thought of something and purposely urged, you're the only chance now. Rest well, but don't collapse. Saying this, he muttered, the young people nowadays can't compare with our time. One is thin and weak. After Zhou Xiong and Cui Hao left, only Gu Shiqiu was left alone in the large office. But just so far, still nothing. Deciphering a ciphertext of unknown logic, no less than extrapolating the weak gravity equation at the quantum level. Because both have one thing in common, it's all about assumptions. Gu Shiqiu rubbed her head, feeling like he'd gotten into another bullseye. He got up and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office. His eyes looked toward the brightly lit Kyoto in the distance, where the traffic flowed. Got a little breather. This was the first time he had encountered such a tricky dilemma after being reborn for so many days. People who are sensitive to numbers are the ones who can manage to see the relationship between numbers at a glance. Even if you can't accurately describe the functional relationship, you can make a good guess. It's experience, or reading. For example, when little ones see 1, 2, they think of addition. When elementary school students see 12, 144, they think of squares. When high school students see 3, 4, and 5, they think of the collinear theorem. When college students see 2, minus 1/5, they think arcots equals -1/1 plus x superscript 2. As your knowledge base increases, so does your sensitivity to numbers. But right now, Gu Shiqiu didn't have the slightest clue. The ability to pile a series of numbers in front of his eyes and still make him see no functional relationship at a glance. This questioner, he's no ordinary person. The principal office building was in darkness. That left only the conference room with the lights still on. On the desk was the hotel room card that Choi Ho had left behind before he left. But Gu Jiqiu didn't have the heart to go back to sleep. After standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to empty his mind, driven by intense curiosity, he returned to his desk once again. In the meantime, Pacific West Coast, just in time for daylight, in the Pacific Sea and Air Base Laboratory, countless highly sophisticated precision instruments and countless material science experts are working night and day. The object of study, a piece of black plastic. The senior advisor of military science and technology of the Ugly Kingdom, looking at the professors of material science in front of him, asked a question with utmost seriousness: the properties and uses of this material. Several professors presented the results of nearly a month's worth of research to the senior advisor. Strength, toughness, rigidity, fire resistance, radiation resistance, electromagnetic wave shielding, etc., have all reached extremely high levels. With all the characteristics, the uses seem to point to one thing: military use is most likely. A material science professor from MIT said frankly, military use? This material has electromagnetic wave shielding, radiation shielding, and is extremely stealthy as a vehicle fuselage or intercontinental missile casing material. A Stanford professor said, it could also be material for space vehicles. The military advisor said seriously, can the pre-disintegration prototype be recovered from these fragments found so far? A couple of professors rummaged through the files and handed over 2 pictures. There are currently a total of 23 fragments collected by the Institute, and at this time, through technical restoration, it is probably possible to recover these 2 shapes. But of course, there may be some discrepancies. The consultant took the drawing and looked at the 3-dimensional restoration of the craft on top of it, his expression growing more and more grave. The military attaches great importance to this kind of material, and now China is also besieging us and obstructing us from collecting it. So if you professors have any requests, you can feel free to put them forward, as long as they can promote the research of this new type of material, and as long as it's something that I can make a decision on, I will give you help right away. An expert representative said, we need material cores. Material core? What's that? The distribution of electromagnetic wave radiation of this material shows a decreasing trend. We speculate that in the center part of this craft, which is the power and communication core area, the intensity of all the properties should be the highest, and if we can find this core, then we will be able to corroborate a conjecture. What guess? This craft is not a traditional assembled craft, but a complete positive body, similar to 3D printing, molded directly in one piece, because from the material fragments so far, they have orders of magnitude of decreasing radiant energy, exactly the same. The military advisor looked grave. If it was molded in one piece, it would mean that the technology of China had reached an extremely frightening point. This concern has been spreading through the ugly military ever since the Pacific Fifth Fleet found the first piece of debris in the waters of the South China Sea. The ugly country, under the Cold War mindset, will never allow its hegemony to be challenged. The military advisor asked in a hushed voice, what is the best way to find the shard core? Chapter 29, I. 4.1. Recommend someone. Francium elemental radioactivity detection. A professor said, the element francium is the least abundant element on Earth. A silvery white textured soft metal with a half-life of about 15 minutes. Melting point 27 degrees Celsius. Boiling point 677 degrees Celsius. Electronegativity Bowling scale 0. 7. The advisor interrupted the professor's presentation. Get to the point. On this fragment, we detected a large amount of francium, and the outermost layer of material protected these francium elements, maintaining his metallic properties and blocking the radiation, thus ensuring the longevity of francium. You just said francium is the least abundant element on Earth. Yes sir, but he just exists in large quantities in this debris, and we might guess that Wasia has begun to dabble in space resources. Space resources are a program that the Ugly Kingdom has been plotting for a long time, but has been slow to act on. The program has also been continually put on hold, especially after the severe aging of the ISS. While NASA's Aerospace Agency has repeatedly proposed a new space station program, it has been repeatedly beaten back by the White House. As a result, this strategic plan was even aborted. This military advisor, a ugly country radical, is the representative spokesperson for the military of the moment. In his article Military Geopolitics, he divides the New World Power Plan in two. The two are destined to have a fight to the death, and that's exactly why he's always had a stay-at-home attitude. After hearing about the possibility of Huaxia utilizing space resources, the uneasiness in his heart completely diffused. Professor, are you sure that with China's strength, you can mine space resources? The earliest attempt at space resource extraction was made by Soviet Russia, but it failed. Then came the Ugly Kingdom, which also failed. Therefore, He found it hard to believe that Huaxia could do it, because in his inherent impression, Huaxia had always followed their footsteps, especially in the tech sector. The ugly kingdom has a honeyed confidence. All nations, in his eyes, are his imitators. And how is it possible that the imitators actually surpass them? It's not easy to say, Mr. Counselor. A few professors have a clearer perception. Huaxia's movements in space these years have been too frequent. Until then, Huaxia has shown us the speed of his terrifying rise, so everything is possible. The advisor looked grave, and he was considering how often today's world pattern of one superpower and many strongest would be broken if Huaxia really began to exploit space resources. And those professors? They gave him another dose. The element francium is extremely trace on Earth, but according to the geological survey report sent back by the Curiosity Mars rover, we have found that there is a significant amount of francium on Mars. The military advisor's face grew more and more somber. I understand. I will investigate the shard core. You all continue to study it at ease. On the West Coast, cipher messages from the ugly intelligence service became more and more frequent, and a joint letter from the Secretary of War and NASA representatives was sent to the middle of the White House. The space race, since the collapse of Soviet Russia, is once again being brought up. It's just that this time, the competitor has been changed to Huaxia. If it were in the past, the letter would have been simply withheld at the cabinet deliberation stage. It's generally assumed that this is NASA cheating on research funding. But since the Pacific Fifth Fleet fished up the debris, no one has dared to underestimate it since. So, with all the cabinet discussion, the joint letter still reached the White House. What followed was a series of several days of seminars. Huaxia, Kyoto, Principal Assistant Secretary for Security, PAS, Building. Days have gone by for I don't know how many days. Gu Zhiqiu's entire body had become much more haggard. Thinking is a very willpower-consuming thing, especially aimless thinking. The atmosphere of the entire General Office of Principal Officials became very depressing. Intercepted intel was stacked one on top of the other. 7 new letters have been added in the past few days. The point is, there have been no new intelligence intercepts for 2 days. This means that the ugly kingdom's operation is, in all likelihood, over. Zhou Xiong looked at Gu Zhiqiu's appearance and was also a bit distressed. He hadn't had much rest for 3 or 4 days straight. All the other experts and professors at the General Administration had by this time completely given up on further exploration. He's the only one, still holding on. Zhou Xiong said to Cui Hao, summon the staff of the General Administration. We can't sit back and wait for death if we can't crack it. Let's use Plan B. Cui Hao knew what Zhou Xiong's Plan B was. It's the surveillance tracking of foreigners in the country through the eye in the sky system and then carpet elimination. This is not a good plan. And waiting for them could be international accusations of human rights problems in China. But with no way to break the intel, it had to come down to this. Good. Cui Hao turned away. However, just after walking to the office door, Gu Zhiqiu suddenly stood up, grabbing her hair. I know. A shot from Gu Zhiqiu broke the silence of the General Administration building. Countless experts and professors flocked into the conference room. In front of Gu Zhiqiu, there was also a cold breakfast. And now he wasn't as clean-cut as he had been when he'd first arrived, with scruff sprouting from his chin. It looked so much more mature. The clear brow, though, was a little sunken at this point, vaguely hungry, out of phase. But there was light in his eyes, a shocking light in the darkness. Zhou Xiong also stood up. Good boy. I knew I wouldn't look at the wrong person. Gu Zhiqiu grabbed a pile of draft paper. Those experts and professors who were dozens of years older than Gu Zhiqiu once again stood in awe. That's almost a week of counting his way through 3 notebooks. A high school student with that kind of fortitude, to describe it as just a genius is too narrow. Before that, these math experts had doubts about Gu Zhiqiu. They wondered if it was too childish to put all their hopes in a high school student. It was also doubtful that Gu Zhiqiu was overrated. But at this moment, countless people looked at Gu Zhiqiu, at this high school student, with nothing but anticipation in their eyes. Gu Zhiqiu scattered the draft paper. Countless sheets of paper flew in the sky. He let out a long sigh of relief. It's random matrix theory, and indeterminate function relation splitting. After saying that, he looked at the experts in the office. The amount of arithmetic is relatively large, and it needs constant simplification. Time is short, and I may be a bit overwhelmed by myself. Are there any teachers who are more specialized in these 2 fields? Who can join me? Random matrix theory and indefinite functions are overly biased, and there are very few mathematicians who specialize in both. Chen Miao suddenly stood out. I recommend someone. Chapter 30, The Meeting of 2 Geniuses. After Chen Miao opened his mouth, the other teachers of the capital university thought of someone almost at the same time. Then, all of them unanimously said, Wei Xin, Wei Yidong. He is also a genius in this area. Gu Zhiqiu pounded the desktop excitedly. Yes, Wei Yidong. I forgot about this person. Go and invite him. He naturally remembered Wei Yidong. To be precise, Wei Xin was one of his best friends in his previous life. What the two have in common is genius. Only Gu Zhiqiu focused on quantum physics and cosmic physics, and Wei Xin dove headfirst into math. I still remember when Gu Zhiqiu participated in the IMO competition and the Chiu Chengtong math competition. During the national team training, Wei Xin came to teach experience. This is the first time the two met. Then later, on the second side, the two were kings of both math and physics. Why didn't you invite Wei Xin over this time? Chen Miao said. Wei Yidong only understands math, does not understand computer logic functions, so, thought it could not help much. Zhou Xiong hurriedly instructed Cui Hao. Don't just stand there. Go to Jing University right away and find Wei Yidong for me. By noon, a young man with an ordinary appearance, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, came into the office building of the General Administration of Public Security with a bewildered face. Carrying a large 2L cup in his hand, he followed Cui Hao into the conference room. Yidong, quickly help Zhiqiu. Chen Miao hurriedly greeted Wei Yidong. After Wei Yidong saw Gu Zhiqiu, a few moments of surprise appeared on his face. It's you? You're Gu Zhiqiu. Wei Xin smiled nervously as always. It hasn't changed a bit. Anyone who saw such an ordinary young man, I'm afraid they wouldn't have guessed that he was already a professor at the capital university. Gu Zhiqiu walked over to shake hands with Wei Yidong. Wei Xin has a good memory. We met last year when Chiu Chengtong's math competition intensive training. Wei Jin scratched his head and laughed. I remember. You were the only one who participated as a high school student. Zhou Xiong pulled the hands of the two. Alright, two little ones, don't catch up on old times. Hurry up and get busy with business. Gu Zhiqiu shared her guesses, and checking logic with Wei Yidong. After subsequently breaking down the task, the two began an intense projection. It's a game of genius, and others can only spectate. Time flew by. Once an interval is calculated, the two share it. Around 8:40 p.m., both men stopped their pens at the same time after checking the results. In the entire conference room, everyone's eyes were all focused on the piece of paper in Gu Zhiqiu's hands. The results are out? Zhou Xiong asked excitedly. Gu Zhiqiu nodded and haggardly said, it's out, but I'm afraid we can't rest. This is the intelligence from the day before yesterday. It's the only one that used an urgent instruction. With that, he handed Zhou Xiong the deciphered secret message. The most important positions are not specific numbers, but two intervals. 112, 53, 113, 35, 27, 46, 26, 12. It is clear, however, that the two intervals, again, are an expression of latitude and longitude. After Cui Hao entered the latitude and longitude, he said to Zhou Xiong, Elder Zhou, it's the Tanzhou Basin. Zhou Xiong hurriedly gave the order. Immediately notify the South China military region to carry out a blockade. Don't let a single foreigner out. Zhiqiu? While the entire conference room was immersed in excitement, Wei Xin suddenly shouted. Everyone then noticed that under the exertion of many days, Gu Zhiqiu had finally fainted after all. Zhou Xiong hurried over. Quick! Send this little guy to the hospital. Quick! Wei Yidong hurriedly carried Gu Zhiqiu on his back and ran all the way to the stairs. L.A. City. A cozy house outside of L.A. Hi. Lumenman sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching the bubble drama with a sad face. In the past, she would have laughed her ass off watching these sweet romantic dramas. But now, there was no desire to smile at all. Gu Zhiqiu should have been gone for almost 2 weeks. He hadn't made a single phone call or sent a single message in those 2 weeks. She worries every day these days. The brat. Been gone so long and not a word of peace. Lu Manman closed her computer and walked into Gu Zhiqiu's bedroom. Basically, in the days Gu Zhiqiu had been gone, she had cleaned his bedroom every day. It's become a habit. She sat on Gu Zhiqiu's bed, looking at the textbooks and papers on her desk, as well as the poster stuck to her bedside. The heart always feels a little empty. Sitting cross-legged on Gu Zhiqiu's bed, his head was pressed against his knees, as if his entire being was wrapped in loneliness. L.A. 1 High School. The legend of Gu Zhiqiu was still circulating in the 3 grades. He had become the god of Gu in the mouths of all the younger students of Luo High School. On the honor roll under the senior school building are posted the outstanding results of the top 10 joint exams of the L.A. High School Senior High School. The first place in the joint examination of the 10 most prestigious schools. Gu Zhiqiu, top 50. 2. Top 100. 5. The first 320. Gu Zhiqiu taking first place in the province was originally a normal thing, but the 9-minute record for the Science Center was a complete shock to everyone. On the honor roll, all of Gu Zhiqiu's scores from this joint exam with her photo were posted. The purpose is for the underclassmen to aim at him and learn from him, but looking at Gu Zhiqiu's grades in various subjects, in turn, made everyone look and sigh. Languages, 138. Math, 148. English, 143. Physics for Science, 109 out of 110. Science Biology, 86 out of 90. Chemistry and Science, 97. Total score, 721. I don't know if it was to show off or for what purpose, but next to Gu Zhiqiu's there was also a special write-up of the province's second best overall score for comparison. Second in the province in science, 709 points. Under the honor roll, a large group of freshman and sophomore schoolgirls looked admiringly at Gu Zhiqiu's picture. Gu Shen's brain is a brain. Mine is a pea flower at best. The IQ of the god of Gu, our IQ equals the IQ of the god of Gu. 9 minutes to do the science exam, resulting in a total science exam score of 292. And we just said emo hard. It seems like this JEE is more difficult than the entrance exam. The key Gu Shen is still so handsome. School grass is not rare, and geniuses are not rare. How can he be handsome and study well? I'm in love. Dogs have an IQ of 40. We have an IQ of 100. Gu Shen has an IQ of 170. He looks at us the same way we look at dogs. Do you think you're still in love? On the senior school building, many students were holding onto the railing, their eyes on the honor roll downstairs. Only the last few days are left before the entrance exam. Everyone looks twice at the honor roll when they're stressed, although it is said that superstition is not desirable. But was there a possibility that Gu Zhiqiu was a descending star of literature and that pious worship would bring good luck? Chapter 31. Are you willing to give of yourself? However, the most self-absorbed people in the entire L.A. First high school were the other 9 of the top 10 in the school. The first in the school is the first place in this JEE, while the second in the school is the 43rd place in this JEE. Others are even more so. If it wasn't for Gu Zhiqiu, the demon, they would have already said that they were extremely satisfied with such an achievement. But in contrast to Gu Zhiqiu, they became dim in an instant. If Gu Zhiqiu was the sun, then they were at best an insignificant meteorite in the asteroid belt. Of course, what spurred them on the most was the near-perfect score in science in only 9 minutes. It completely cuts off their sprint to the top of the school. However, as there are bad things about such excitement, there must be good things about it. The good thing is that from the time the grades came out until now, they, the top students, have worked harder. Learning is one of the most reasonable things in this world. If you work hard, you will be rewarded. In the principal's office, Hua Hong'an was busy with some matters before the college entrance exam. As with every year before, it's all tedious and nuanced. For example, when to pack up the exam room, when to post the pass number, when to report the list of invigilators. Although there was no news of Gu Zhiqiu yet, and no one would ever know if this great god would come back for the college entrance exams, it didn't matter anymore. After this joint exam, Gu Zhiqiu's performance had shown him that he was too narrow-minded. To use the high school entrance exam to tie down such a genius is an extremely idiotic approach. As long as Gu Zhiqiu was willing to take the uninteresting college entrance exam, he would definitely get the provincial top prize. But apparently he had more important things to do than the entrance exams. When Gu Zhiqiu opened her eyes again, in front of her eyes was a snowy white ceiling and she was wearing a hospital gown. The medical instruments next to him were ticking away. There were needles all over his arm. It's just that the people he wanted to see the most weren't around. After his vision cleared, and his brain cleared a lot, he remembered what had happened before. After deciphering the secret message, because he hadn't rested or eaten properly for several days in a row, he ended up breaking his body. It must be pretty embarrassing. Gu Zhiqiu had just sat up when Cui Hao, who was at the door, walked into the ward. You're awake? Aha. Thanks to your efforts, this time you finally caught up at the last minute. Gu Zhiqiu asked weakly. Any new secret messages? Cui Hao nodded and said, since that secret message you cracked, the ugly kingdom has made no moves for 3 days in a row, except for an intercepted message from a private source last night. But Prof. Wei Dong is in the process of cracking it, and I believe that the cracking will be completed today. Cui Hao looked at the young man in front of him with admiration in his gaze. Thin and pale, but able to work for as long as a week at a time with amazing willpower. This attitude is awe-inspiring. Student Gu. This is the acceptance letter from the Huaxia Information University. Chuiyan handed Gu Zhiqiu a red acceptance letter. This is the university directly under the Huaxia Information Security General Administration. And according to Elder Zhou's intention, when you graduate, you'll directly enter the General Administration of Information Security and then take over his class. Gu Zhiqiu shook her head. I've already gotten my acceptance letter from my ideal university. I'm sorry, I might not be able to go to Huaxia Information University. Cui Hao had a touch of disappointment on his face. You are the only young man that Zhou Lao has given such high hopes to. And more crucially, what I mean by taking over you probably don't understand, is to take over Zhou Lao's position as administrator and take charge of the security of the whole of Huaxia. Gu Zhiqiu revealed a few apologies. I'm sorry, I don't aspire to this. It's not just Zhou Xiong who prizes talent, the same can be said for Cui Ho. Gu students, information security. is the key to China's long-lasting peace and security. Are you not willing to do your part for China? For our motherland? Gu Zhiqiu sniffed and was silent for a long time. In a previous life, he was invited to go to the University of California, and once there, he got stuck in the mud. For those 10 years, he was bound by the ugly kingdom's non-disclosure agreement not to return to his country. Those 10 years were marked by a tidal wave of skepticism from our compatriots, fueled by the ugly country's demagogic distortion of the facts. In that decade, he devoted himself to research and was twice awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, just so that one day, when the motherland is strong, he can be picked up and taken home, and then dedicate his life's work to China. But he didn't have that chance until he died. Perhaps for others, knowledge changes destiny and can lead to wealth and fame. But to Gu Zhiqiu, wealth and fame were insignificant. In his previous life, if he had nodded his head and allowed his thesis to be applied by the ugly kingdom in the fields of military, aeronautics, space, and energy, wealth and fame would have been at his fingertips. Even just by opening up his thesis access to the Ministry of Science and Technology of the ugly kingdom, he could use the White House as a hotel and go stay there 2 days a week. But he refused for 10 years. He doesn't need wealth or fame. A person who respects science to the core would have only two choices. One is to go down in history as a pioneer, advancing the scientific and technological progress of all mankind. The other is to bear in mind one's nationality and dedicate and burn oneself for one's country. And Gu Zhiqiu, in her previous life, chose one. After 10 years in the ugly country, he came to the realization that science has no borders, but scientists have borders. So this time he picks the second one. He had a belly full of knowledge, enough to help his country rush to the stars. I'm not sorry if I have to die. Cui Hao looked at Gu Zhiqiu's dull gaze and was a bit worried. Student Gu? Gu Zhiqiu sighed. If the general administration of Xian needs my help, I'll be obliged to come over. But my ambitions don't lie here. I've already gotten an acceptance letter from the Huaxia University of Science and Technology. This is likewise an institution directly under the Ministry of Science and Technology of Huaxia, and I want to dedicate myself there. So that's how it is. Cui Hao nodded. I understand. I'll tell Elder Zhou that I once again express my heartfelt gratitude to you on behalf of the General Administration of Principal Security. There's no need to thank you. I just did what a Chinese should do. Gu Zhiqiu, by the way, can you give me your cell phone? Cui Hao took his cell phone out of his suit pocket and handed it to Gu Zhiqiu. After Gu Zhiqiu turned on the computer, a dozen missed calls quickly popped up on the interface. It's all from Lu Manor, and dozens of text messages. There are a dozen or so emojis and numbers alone. Maybe it's because she's worried about not being able to get out with her text messages. Most of the rest is worry and inquiry. After opening Vixen, the message is even more explosive. Directly 999 plus. It was also all from Lu Man, because there were only 3 people on his WeChat, his parents and Lu Man. And naturally, his parents were not concerned about whether their child was lost or not. Lumberly, are you going home today? Lu Man, the watermelon I bought yesterday is going to be bad. If you don't come back I'm going to wipe it out. Chapter 32, Surprise Her. There were 99 plus messages in total, and Gu Zhiqiu read them from beginning to end. Every now and then a goofy grin appeared on his face. In fact, as erudite as Gu Zhiqiu, when you ask him what exactly he likes, he can't say. One can only feel it in some unintended moments, the kind that makes one's heartbeat suddenly faster and one's body temperature gradually rise. In general terms, it's kind of satisfying. Just now, for example, Gu Zhiqiu felt good right now. Cui Hao stood aside with a look that said, I get it all. Talking to your little girlfriend? Gu Zhiqiu shook her head. Not yet. That's a couple hundred messages sent, right? Not a girlfriend and still so concerned about you? Gu Zhiqiu smiled and didn't say anything. From the beginning to the end, Gu Zhiqiu was still reeling from Man's message. The flashback ended before he intentionally glanced at the date. June 5th already? Gu Zhiqiu was a bit surprised. I have to hurry back to Luochang. The college entrance exam is in 2 days. Cui Hao hurriedly pressed Gu Zhiqiu down and said, Don't be in a hurry. I'll book a flight for you from my side. You finish this 4, and I'll send you to the airport then. Gu Zhiqiu looked up at the half bottle of 4 and smiled bitterly. That's fine. After Cui Hao left, Gu Zhiqiu picked up her cell phone again. Several lines were typed into Lumenman's chat box, yet one by one they were deleted before they could be sent. Never mind, it's better to surprise her. Gu Zhiqiu giggled, flipping the chat to the very beginning and browsing through it again from the beginning. Half an hour or so, Zhou Xiong and Cui Hao came to the ward together. As soon as Zhou Xiong came to the ward, he walked robustly to the bedside and asked cheerfully, Good boy, how is your body? Is it alright? It's fine, much better. Zhou Xiong nodded. You kid didn't let me down. Old me, I had thought that all the young people of your generation were embroidered pillows. I was the one who looked away. Gu Zhiqiu smiled awkwardly. Zhou Xiong is not completely wrong. This physique of his own, Really need to exercise, which only stayed up for a few days. Not at all like a young man. He waited for the nurse to take the 4 off and remove the needle from his arm before he turned and got out of the bed, looking over at Chui Hao. Mr. Chui, did you get the tickets? Bought. Seeing that Gu Zhiqiu's figure was swaying, Zhou Xiong hurriedly stepped forward to support his arm. In such a hurry to leave? You've done the General Administration of Public Security a great favor this time, and when the military side has investigated the matter clearly, there will be a commendation meeting. Won't you attend it? No. Gu Zhiqiu laughed. I'm taking the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow. Good boy. What the hell is a high school entrance exam? It's not a big deal to me. It's quite a big deal to others. Gu Zhiqiu let out a bitter smile. By the way, Elder Zhou, has that newly intercepted encrypted message from yesterday been cracked yet? Not yet, but it's a matter of time. That Wei Dong kid said it's still the original encryption means. It's only a matter of time before it's cracked. That's good. The three left the hospital together. Cui Hao opened the car door and invited Zhou Xiong and Gu Zhiqiu into the car and drove towards Kyoto International Airport. By the way, Elder Zhou, did that material test out anything? Gu Zhiqiu's only curiosity right now was the special materials that the Ugly Kingdom was searching for in China. Zhou Xiong said, the military and the Ministry of Science and Technology are more rigorous and haven't revealed anything. Ministry of Science and Technology? Gu Zhiqiu curiously said. Then according to you, the Huaxia University of Science and Technology is also researching this material? Zhou Xiong nodded. Yes, the materials laboratories of the 3 universities, Huaqing University, Kyoto University, and HUST, are synchronized. Oh, Gu Zhiqiu nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that when he went to WKU, he would be able to further access this strange material as well. Kyoto China flight. Only after seeing Gu Zhiqiu board the plane did Zhou Xiong and Cui Hao turn to leave. It's cheap for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Cui Hao sighed. A few moments of loss on his face. Zhou Xiong is not discouraged. I'm not sure if this kid is suitable for the Ministry of Science and Technology, but I know he is suitable for the General Administration of Public Security, so keep a close eye on him. If this kid doesn't have anything to build on at HUST, hurry up and receive HUST for me, and cultivate it well in our territory. Okay. Mongshan Airport. Luo Cheng. After Gu Zhiqiu got off the plane, she called out for a drop, exited the airport, and went straight to Luocheng First High School. Without lingering in the slightest degree at Luoyi High, he donned his hat, kept his head down, and walked quietly to the door of his house. There are a couple takeout boxes outside the door. Obviously, being away from home herself, Lu Manman hadn't eaten properly, and had coped with many meals with takeout. Quietly, he opened the door to the house and tiptoed into the living room. The house was dim and quiet. There was a bottle of cocktail on the table that hadn't been finished. Gu Zhiqiu muttered in her heart, I've only been gone for a few days. How did I learn to drink? Look at the door to Lumania's house open a crack. He walked to the door without making a sound in his bare feet. Heads peeked over the edge of the door and through the cracks to get a good look at Lumanman's room. Black bras and silk stockings were thrown casually on the bed. The bedding was not neatly made. Pillows were leaning across the bed. There were even 2 bottles of cocktails on the nightstand. Except that Lumania wasn't in the bedroom. Did it go to school? Gu Zhiqiu shrugged and turned her head to open her bedroom. Chapter 33, Once Upon a Dream. The bedroom door creaked open. A beam of sunlight shines into the bedroom. Like the woods in the morning, there is a feeling of seclusion and solitude. The beam of light shone on the bed. A girl was seen sitting cross-legged on the bed, wearing cute stuffed bear pajamas with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Probably because of the static electricity, the long, silky hair was a bit messy. After the light was spread over the girl, a white halo appeared over her. The girl didn't move a muscle, her gaze like a firefly in the darkness, staring straight at Gu Zhiqiu. Gu Zhiqiu put down the luggage in her hands. Sister Manman, I'm back. Lu Manman jumped down from the bed, stepped on the pink slippers, ran to a place 30 inches in front of him, looked at him with a complicated gaze. What the hell have you been doing? After the college entrance exam, let's go to Kyoto together? He gathered his courage and asked carefully. Then, opening his palm, a small piece of paper was densely written with Chinese characters. A pre-written confession. He whispered softly as his eyes took in the palm of his hand. I know it's a bit sudden. You don't have to reject me right away. Gu Zhiqiu said, I've been cheering myself up all the way back from Kyoto, because I might be leaving L.A. soon. I know it might not be appropriate, a bit anxious, but I still want to tell you, because after the college entrance exams there might not be another chance. You don't have to say yes or no. I'm just completing one of the items on my life list of things I have to do, and as far as the outcome goes, I'm fine with it. If you're not in a hurry to get married, you can wait for me for a year or 2, and when I've made a name for myself, I'll confess my love to you once more in earnest, and I'll prove that I'm better than all those blind dates you've had. If you don't like me then you can refuse then. If you don't hate me, don't keep going on blind dates all these years. You're only 22 too, and so good, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Little cutie. Lu Manman broke Gu Zhiqiu's palm and held the note, asking softly, seeing as you're so serious, I can consider going to Kyoto with you. You promise? Gu Zhiqiu hurriedly pursued. If you disappear again in the future, talk to me ahead of time so I don't worry about it. Lumanian said softly. Okay, I promise. Gu Zhiqiu kept nodding her head. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll cook for you. No, let's go down to the restaurant later. I'm craving hot pot. Old Town Street. Pat's Hot Pot restaurant is kind of a local internet sensation, located on the south side of Old Town Crossing. When you get off the bus from Old Town and get to the crossroads and head south, the dropshippers love it. The Old City Cross Street is the most famous snack street in Luo City. At night, both sides are full of all kinds of snacks. The street is so crowded that there is no way to pass it except on foot. Lanterns were hung high on both sides of the cross street, making it even more lively against the backdrop of the crowds. That's a lot of people. Lu Manman was wearing a loose off-the-shoulder knit sweater and a short plaid skirt, full of youthful vigor. Gu Zhiqiu was dressed plainly as always, but standing with Lu Manman, they still matched. Yeah, don't get lost. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the bustling snack street. Inside my ears were the cluttered but melodious music of the stores on the street, the chatter of passers-by, the shouts of the food stalls, and the sirens of the cars behind me. As he was about to walk into the hilarity, Lumania took the initiative and took his hand. Let's get going. The scheduled time is coming up soon. Buster's Hot Pot restaurant is crowded, and if we don't get there at the scheduled time, we'll have to get back in line. Aha! The two stepped into the crowd. Gu Zhiqiu pulled Lu Manman through the crowd. The walk was slow, but he wasn't really in a hurry at all. Pat's Hot Pot restaurant. The two of them sat down in their seats, and Gu Zhiqiu held Lu Manman's hand and placed it on the dining table. Only then did Lu Manman quietly let go of his hand, not daring to look directly at him, and looking sideways at the South Street downstairs. In the middle of the day, she remembered something. By the way, you still came first in the last joint exam. Is our school number 1? How many in the province? Also first. Oh, Gu Zhiqiu nodded, and could only say that she was both surprised and unsurprised. Was math a perfect score? Lu Manuman shook her head. 148. Oh, so, in Gu Zhiqiu's impression, math should be fine, not to mention that he used 2 methods to do it. Maybe it's because of the last finale question, where some of the steps were simplified a bit because there wasn't enough room to write the second method. That's the only way it could be, but not having a perfect score was always a bit overwhelming to him. If you can lose points in high school math, I'm afraid you'll be laughed at for years if those dear friends in the math world know about it. Gu Zhiqiu let out a bitter laugh thoughtfully. Lu Manman suddenly put down her chopsticks and reached out to touch his chin. Why did you grow a beard? It's normal for guys to grow beards, right? Lu Manman laughed. A little scruffy, much more handsome than before. Chapter 34, Those Green Years. Yes? Gu Zhiqiu rubbed her chin. It wasn't something that was intentionally left behind, but only because when he went to Kyoto, he was unprepared. Not to mention an electric razor, something not many high school students had in the first place. Before going to Kyoto, Gu Zhiqiu was a white and clean scholar. It's not that I don't shave, but I basically haven't started growing a beard much yet. Hell knows what he went through in Kyoto. After 7 days of disorganized work and rest, with the days and nights turned upside down, the beard sprang up, fueled by endocrine disruption. However, with a beard, it evolved from a young high school kid to a more mature and handsome guy. Lumania nodded thoughtfully. Gu Zhiqiu was a bit constrained by the look and reached out her hand to cover her chin. Don't look. Hurry up and eat. Lumanman coughed twice and hastily glanced away, then lowered her head to eat the hot pot. Sister Manman, will auntie and uncle let you come to Kyoto with me? Gu Zhiqiu ate the hot pot, always a little uneasy in her heart. Lu Manman shook her head. I don't know. Tomorrow I'll go home to discuss with them. Since you're back, prepare for the exam tomorrow. After all, the college entrance exam is just this once in a lifetime. It's better to take the exam. Don't have any regrets. Aha. Gu Zhiqiu nodded her head. Sister Manman, why don't I follow you? Never. Lu Manman almost choked. I'm afraid my parents and their little hearts can't take it. Oh. Gu Zhiqiu ate her meal, mulling over the mess in her mind. After the hot pot, Lu Manman intended to go home, but was pulled along by Gu Zhiqiu to wander the streets of the old city. Gu Zhiqiu beautifully calls it elimination of food. In fact, it's just like trying to go shopping like a normal couple. Just south of the Old Town Crossroads is Old Town's main street, which is extremely urbane. The style of the streets was also that of the old L.A. city, with green stone paved roads, old houses with green bricks and green tiles on both sides, and vendors and taverns of all colors in abundance. The two didn't patronize any of the stores. they just held hands and pressed on. The 1-meter-8 bearded Gu Zhiqiu, standing next to the 1-meter-6'8 Lu Manman, confused everyone. Both were somewhere between youthful and mature. At least no one could tell it was an 18-year-old and a 22-year-old girl. Lu Manman's left hand was held by Gu Zhiqiu. Her right palm shrunk into the sleeve of her sweater, and her body intentionally pressed against him. The silhouettes on the green stone tiles were in pairs, growing longer and longer. It was only at the end of the walk that the two hailed a drop and went home together. Since childhood, Lu Manman has been subjected to strict tutelage by her parents, from the junior class to the master's degree, and before the age of 22, all of it was spent on studying. Although there were countless suitors, she had never been in love, and Gu Zhiqiu, coincidentally, a straight man of steel, always felt that falling in love was a waste of time before he met Lu Manman. As a result, a relationship between two adults is as green and subtle as a middle schooler, but it's that youthful innuendo that makes it all the more memorable for both. By the time the two got home, it was 9:30 p.m. As always, Lu Manman cut up a fruit platter for Gu Zhiqiu, only this time she stayed in Gu Zhiqiu's bedroom for a while. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the two shared the entire plate of fruit together. Gu Zhiqiu didn't dare to be as bold as she was before. She just deliberately touched hands with Lu Manman when she took the fruit. Lu Manman sat on the edge of the bed and patted the quilt. Alright, be good and go to sleep, haha. Study hard tomorrow. After saying that, she closed Gu Zhiqiu's bedroom and quietly left. Gu Zhiqiu closed her eyes. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face, and she sweetly fell asleep. What does it feel like to like someone? Gu Zhiqiu will almost be able to get a passing score out of the blindfold if she does this question again now. Probably that's what makes the fruit a few times sweeter when that person is by your side. The next day, Lu Manman made breakfast and barked at Gu Zhiqiu. By the time Gu Zhiqiu woke up, she had already gone out. Looking at the hearty and loving breakfast, he ate it all. Lu Manman went home this time, and it's time to decide whether to stay or go after the high school entrance exam. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't worried, and the fact that my aunts and uncles disagreed wasn't the worst of it. What if the two of them detained Lu Manman at home and wouldn't let her go out anymore? That would be the worst. No way. Gu Zhiqiu shook her head. She felt that she couldn't let Man take the risk alone. It's true that people get stupid when they fall in love, because of the suffering. After finishing breakfast and cleaning up the dishes, Gu Zhiqiu set off for school. It's a busy time for traffic in front of the school. The freshmen and sophomores had a 3-day mini vacation because high school was a test site for the college entrance exams. At this moment, quite a few schoolchildren were carrying their backpacks and heading out of the school gates. However, the moment he walked to the school's entrance, the crowd in front of the school came to a screeching halt. The students in the Chinese buses, private cars, vans, and motorcycles, all the means of transportation poked their heads out and stared at themselves with hot eyes. What's wrong with? Gu Zhiqiu put on the hat on her clothes and lowered her head. Entering high school, ever since his picture and name appeared on the senior year military training school confession wall, as well as after he appeared on the honor roll after winning first place in the city with 879 points in 9 subjects in the senior year citywide joint exam, he just started being treated like a rare animal by everyone. It was reasonable to have gotten used to it, but today it was obvious that the gazes of these underclassmen were, well, hotter. Just if one were to be glanced back at from time to time, one might feel better inside, but it was really diabolical to be stared dead in the face all the time, especially for someone who was a bit of an introvert. It can be really stressful. It's the god of Gu. When did Gushin come back? Back for high school, right? So handsome, my god, and with such a high IQ. Under the loud conspiracy of a group of people, Gu Zhiqiu hurriedly fled into the school, straight to the principal's office. Chapter 35. What do I need to prepare for the first time I meet my parents? Knock knock. A sharp knock fell on the door, and Principal Guahanan's calm voice came out from the classroom. Enter. Gu Zhiqiu opened the door to the office house and took off her hat. Good day, Principal. As soon as Guahangan looked up and saw that it was Gu Zhiqiu, he naturally immediately bounced up from his chair and pulled Gu Zhiqiu to sit on the sofa. Zhiqiu, when did you come back? Just came back yesterday. Gu Zhiqiu wasn't in the mood to exchange pleasantries with him, and directly stated the purpose of her visit. Principal, I'd like to see Ms. Manman's induction materials. Guahangan nodded. Surprisingly, Gu Zhiqiu didn't ask for a single more word regarding her request. Getting up and going to the file room, he found a piece of information and immediately brought it to him. This is Lu Manman's entry information. Gu Zhiqiu was surprised by the principal's speed. Thanks. With a smile on his face, the principal said, "You're welcome," and poured him some tea. Instead of making him feel comfortable after being treated differently, it made him feel even more awkward. But it's still business. He opened Sister Manman's entry data and looked carefully at the column for family members. Look at it while making a mental note in your head. Name, Lu Nani. Relationship, father. social position, Dean of the School of Materials Engineering of Lust, doctoral supervisor, second professor. Phone number, 1823799XXX15. Name, Lu Ru. Relationship, mother. Social position, professor, doctoral supervisor, third class professor, School of Nuclear Physics, Lust. Phone number, 1393999XXX33. Name, Lu Haotsuan. Relationship, brother. Social position, first year of study at the Department of Mathematics, Kyoto University. Phone number, 1880366XXX03. Gu Zhiqiu put down the papers in her hands. Make a mental note of Manman's parents' number. After the important things were done, Gu Zhiqiu turned back to look at Lu Manman's family members and was sort of surprised. In ancient times, this would have been considered to be a bookish family, a great family. The best thing about her parents' resumes was that they weren't bloggers, they were professors. There are 4 levels of full professors, decreasing from level 1 to level 4. First-class professors, regarded as the highest yardstick of academic status, are each a leading scholar, equivalent to an academician. Although Lu Nanyi is only a second-class professor, he is also considered to be one of the top group of scholars in the country, and is usually the main head of various universities and research institutes. First-class professors, as well as academicians, are not eligible to be hired by universities, and if they are, they have to go through the state. As a result, Lunanyi's second-level professorship would already be the ceiling in an ordinary local one-book institution. In the entire province, I'm afraid there wouldn't be more than 10 people. As for Lu Ru, although she was only a third-grade professor, but in Gu Zhiqiu's impression, the qualifications for assessing third-level academicians at HUST are also quite troublesome. It seems to require 10 academic papers published in important journals, a first prize for outstanding achievements in humanities research in Huaxia, 5 years of qualification as a doctoral supervisor, and the results of a key project's research, and so on, in order to be eligible. Probably, he didn't remember the specifics that well, because he didn't go through this regular rating when he was awarded an academician by the state. But in any case, once you enter the rank of full professor, there is no such thing as an embroidered pillow, and each and every one of them is a scientific research talent. Looking at such Famil Y members, Gu Zhiqiu was somewhat enlightened about Lu Manman's schooling experience. I'm afraid that from the time she entered the junior class to the time she graduated as a PhD student at the age of 22, it was not without the efforts of her parents. Gu Zhiqiu shook her head with a bitter smile. By all rights, his Gu family and the Lu family should be considered to be door-to-door. If one's parents are willing to honestly enter a college to teach like other scholars and mix up their titles a bit, it shouldn't be too hard to get a second or third level professor now. Unfortunately, the two of them were not willing to go down that path and were focused on research. Gu Zhiqiu put the information away and returned it to Guahangan. Thank you, principal. Then I'll leave first. By the way, Gu student. The principal shouted him down with some embarrassment. That tomorrow's college entrance examination, are you participating? Gu Zhiqiu nodded. One should participate. Good. Gu Zhiqiu left the office, put his hat back on, and pressed his head down again. However, when he got to the bottom of the school building and saw the honor roll in front of him, his face stiffened. With all the publicity the school is getting, it's a wonder the underclassmen don't see themselves that way. He pressed his head even lower and left the school in a hurry. When she returned home, Gu Zhiqiu took out her stationery paper and pen, then began to write on the paper. The content was also simple. After talking to his aunt and uncle on the phone, he had to simulate what they would ask him and what problems he might encounter during the communication process. Then write all the answers in your book according to your preconceived ideas. This was his one chance, and he needed to make sure it was foolproof. It took over an hour to write the manuscript. His palms were already sweaty. Let's have a meal first and build up our strength. High school students, honestly, as mature as they look, always sound a little young. If you don't eat a full meal, your speech will be even softer and less powerful, making it difficult to sedate your mother-in-law. Gu Zhiqiu ordered a takeout. Then while eating my lunch, I opened up Knowles, searching for what to look for when meeting your mother-in-law for the first time. The answer can be very detailed. 1. Don't wear makeup. Don't be greasy, clean and tidy. Don't have a hairstyle that's too sleek, and dress formally. 2. Never come to the door empty-handed. Buy gifts to secretly ask for your girlfriend's opinion. 3. If your mother-in-law cooks for you, don't leave any leftovers, and please your mother-in-law by recognizing her cooking skills. 4. If you meet the marriage and buy a house and work and other topics, do not say, not think about it, just say that with his girlfriend is discussing, to express the eagerness of the future life. 5. The rest of yourself on the spot. The most critical, take the initiative yourself. Don't be cold. The rice in Gu Zhiqiu's hands suddenly didn't smell good. He hadn't been that nervous, and reading the rundown intensified his trepidation. Who would have thought that he would have to face difficulties from his future in-laws when he was just a high school student? He didn't eat his meal, and he started to clean up, following the advice on the internet. Although it was a phone cloud meeting, but after all, it was the first time to contact the parents. He still had to be more serious attitude. After a hot shower, blow-drying my hair and spraying some of man's toner. That was the first step. The second step, you can't come to the door empty-handed. You can do it. He is not a specialist in material physics, but in the direction of nuclear physics. Gu Zhiqiu can certainly give his future mother-in-law a big gift. Step 3. No leftovers don't have to be considered. The fourth step, the purchase of a house. Do not even have to consider, as long as the father-in-law and mother-in-law agree. He also cannot wait to have a cozy little home with Man. Gu Zhiqiu simulated a conversation scene. Then he took a deep breath and called his mother-in-law's number. Chapter 36, Can't Talk Like a Family. Doodle doodle. The time between dialing the number and the other person getting through gives the impression of torture. Gu Zhiqiu was sitting upright, the phone on the coffee table. There was a smile on his face. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. If he put a mirror across the room right now, he was sure his smile would be particularly twisted. Ding! Finally, after a dozen or so beeps from the blind audio, it was finally connected. Hello? It's very square, and the voice on the other side is a little too flat. Maybe this kind of being a teacher has an aura that makes it tempting to look away. Gu Zhiqiu hurriedly adjusted her mindset, then revealed a confident smile. Hello, is this Professor Lu Ru? Yeah, it's me. And you are? Numb. The more Gu Zhiqiu listened to his future mother-in-law's high and cold voice, the less bottomless his heart became. Hello, Auntie. How are you? I'm Sister Man's student, Gu Zhiqiu. Well, what's up? You say. The emotional intelligence of those engaged in scientific research was generally not too high. Gu Zhiqiu sort of understood. He's a man who can't speak for himself. Future mother-in-law is the same way. From that perspective, it's kinda perfect for a family. After thinking about it, and without bending over backwards, he directly took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Auntie, it's like this, because I may have to go to school at Huaka University later, but during the time I spent with Sister Man, the two of us already have a mutual liking for each other. So I would like to bring Sister Man along to Kyoto, and I hope that you can agree to it. Of course, if you agree to have Sister Man with me, I can inform you of the plasma ionization test parameters and the quantum orbital equations of the controlled fusion tokamak device that I have derived, which will be very helpful to your academic research. Since 2007, when the experimental thermonuclear fusion reactor, ITER, was founded in Cataract, China has been deeply engaged in the field of controlled nuclear fusion for several years. However, the main Chinese participant in the experimental research is the Plasma Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, an ordinary one-book institution like L.A. City University of Science and Technology was not yet qualified to participate, but Lu Ru, as a professor of nuclear physics at the L.A. City University of Science and Technology, also definitely wanted to get this data. Solving the quantum orbital equations will allow further development of quantum homogeneous devices, and the parameters of plasma ionization tests can give the material design of nuclear reactors, the most central data. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ru was silent for a long time. These two parameters are the dream parameters of countless nuclear physicists in China. These are the last two holes that advance controlled fusion from theoretical simulation to theoretical feasibility. As long as these two holes are filled, then research on controlled fusion can move from theory to practice. But only people in nuclear physics know how hard it is to get this parameter. Calculations at the quantum level are not even close. How many academicians could not come up with it in their whole life? And how could a high school student? Although Lu Ru didn't believe it, she was impressed by Gu Zhiqiu's cuteness and seriousness. Student Gu, I don't know how my daughter introduced me in front of you, but I don't think I'm such a bad mom as the kind of person who would let this daughter to change papers. I can see that you've done a lot of preparation and know about nuclear physics, and have worked hard to talk to me. But I think you'd better focus on your studies now. I heard from Man that you still have the credentials of a provincial scholar. That's great. Put your mind more on your studies from now on. As for you and Man, I hope you can understand a mother's choice. Of course, if you make something of yourself while you're in college, I'll reconsider when you graduate and if Man hasn't married someone yet. Bye. Lu Ru calmly finished a large call, not giving Gu Zhiqiu the slightest opportunity to interject. After that, she hung up cleanly. Then he looked over to his daughter, who was sitting on the couch with her head down. Man, he's too young. Teenage likes don't last. He can be impulsive, but not you. You're 22. Lu Man had complaints in her heart, but in such a bookish family, a rebuttal had to be justified, and it never made sense to have a 22-year-old substitute teacher and a top senior who would soon be a senior in high school. Mom, I thought about it, and I'm not impulsive. Lu Ru sighed. walked over and grabbed Lu Ru's hand. Daughter, Mom knows, you like geniuses. Not bad, a Luo E high school can produce a provincial scholar. He is indeed a genius. But this genius is a test-taking genius. How many provincial top scorers have I seen who entered university and then floundered and eventually died out? He's still young, and even after college, if he takes a back seat, he can always start a family. But what about you? By the time he graduates from college, you'll be 26 or 27. And what will you do if he doesn't accomplish anything and is just like a normal person? Or if you two break up again? Lu Man broke away from Lu Ru's hand. She disliked her mother lecturing herself with their generation's view of relationships. Lu Ru patiently said, this child may not be as good as you think. Just now on the phone you also heard the core parameters of controlled nuclear fusion open-mouthed. It can be seen that this kind of person is very good at cheating. You must not be cheated by his flowery language. When she said that, Lu Man had a backbone, and she said very firmly, Zichio won't lie, won't cheat? Lu Ru laughed and shook her head. You are still too young, my daughter. When your father and I were together, your father but claimed that he would give me a lifetime of washing clothes, cooking a lifetime of good food, and the result, after the marriage, that time the clothes were not washed by me, that time the meal was not cooked by me? Lu Man shook her head. I don't think Zichio would lie to you about academic matters. Zichio is very good and often researches something alone in the house. This kind of world problem, something that many scientists have gone before and failed to work out. Do you think it will be something that can be worked out by one person drilling into the house and working behind closed doors? Lerman was a little puzzled, but she felt that this was the only chance she could seize. And since this whatever nuclear physics parameter had surprised her mother so much, if Zichio really knew it, perhaps she would give him a chance? Mom, if Zichio really knew, would you let me be with him? She grew a mind to ask ahead of time so as not to give her mother a chance to backtrack. Only, she's thinking too simply about controlled fusion. It's also too much to underestimate these two parameters. Lu Ru was a bit teary-eyed, looking at her silly daughter-in-law, and laughed. If that boy really has these two parameters, you don't need to ask me if I'll agree to it or not. I'm afraid I'll only feel that you're not worthy of him. Chapter 37 Two Dark Clouds of Controlled Fusion. Lumenman pouted in aggravation. This mom of hers is so bad at talking. Definitely a good match. A good match for a good man and a good woman, right? Lu Ru put her daughter in her arms, smilingly said, yes, 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 my daughter who are worthy of. By the way, 2 months ago to introduce you to that returnee doctor. What do you think? People tall and big, or University of California graduates, which in our Luo city can be regarded as the academic ceiling. Lu Man casually coped. No, 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 it's been so long that people must have left, so don't give me any more random searches, please. Didn't go. People's talents were introduced to R.L.A. University of Science and Technology, and they will soon be lecturers at the International Finance Institute, which is quite popular. Popular is as popular as it gets. It has nothing to do with me. Don't be so stubborn, you daughter. Lu Man insisted. You and I will see Zichio, so I won't be stubborn with you. I believe Zichio. If he dares to say so, he must be sure. Lu Ru said. The end of the college entrance examination estimated that there is no time immediately to the time of the bishop. I do not know can walk away cannot. I don't care. I really don't know where you've learned so much over the years that you can't tell nonsense from nonsense. Lu Man's attitude was particularly firm. 2 weeks ago, Zichio was personally picked up by the director of the General Administration of Principal Security, and from that time onwards no matter what Zichio researches I believe he can research it. Director General of General Administration of Public Security? Lu Ru's brows gradually became serious. Are you sure it's the administrator himself? Of course, I saw it on the news. Even if I'm mistaken, it's not possible that so many of my colleagues at school are blind, is it? The General Administration of Principal Security is a national unit, and the administrator is a big shot at the national level. Would personally pick up a high school student? Lu Ru looked at her daughter in disbelief, always feeling that she was lying to herself. Lu Man shook her head and said calmly, the whole school saw it, and was asked to leave in plain sight. Lu Ru thoughtfully, if you say so, this kid really is not too general. And so on the end of the college entrance examination free I go with you to meet face. But these days you stay at home. Such a big person, and their own students entangled. Spread the word if I and your father in Luoka University face have no place to put. Lu Man nodded aggressively. Then you have to go with me to see Zichio after the college entrance exam. Okay, I promise. The cottage outside L.A. Hi. Gu Zichio sat on the sofa in a daze. It was only when he was on the phone with Lu Ru just now that he suddenly realized that the plasma homoclinic equations he had derived the other day were not quite finished. To figure out the purpose of quantum isomorphism, one must first understand nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. Because the only thing mankind currently has at its disposal is uncontrollable nuclear fusion, such as the hydrogen bomb. Therefore most of the applications in current nuclear power plants are nuclear fission, and the raw material is the very common uranium. The process of fission is also very simple in the drawing. A neutron, high-speed impact on uranium-235, triggering the first uranium fission. Fission after the release of uranium-2 to 4 neutrons, and continue to hit the back of the 2 to 4 uranium-235, and then produce 8 to 16 neutrons, continue to hit the back of the uranium-235. It belongs to the cold chain reaction. As simple as it sounds, if one were to draw a diagram by hand, it seems that anyone who has been to elementary school would have the illusion that they could build a nuclear reactor. But in reality real fission is extremely difficult. I once saw a joke where someone asked the twin questions of why artificial satellites pass through the asteroid belt and don't get knocked down by meteorites and how artificial satellites dodge space meteorites. That's a good question, and it's even more pertinent when placed above nuclear fusion and fission. Many people are under the impression that the asteroid belt should be densely populated with meteorites and debris, because that's how it's drawn in textbooks. But in reality, take the distance to the Kuiper belt, where meteorite density is highest. He is a vast area of 400 million kilometers in width, and the Earth-Moon distance of 384,000 kilometers accounts for less than 1% of this vast area. There are 500,000 meteorites in such an area, which means that any two meteorites are several Earth-moons away from each other. Then asking why artificial satellites can't hit the asteroid belt is ludicrous. And fission is the same. On draft paper, a fission reaction can occur as soon as a neutron can hit uranium-235, but in reality, a neutron has a radius of 5x 10 minus 15 m and a uranium atom has a radius of 10 minus 10 m. The difficulty of getting two things like that to bump together with such precision is not much more than buying a lottery ticket. It's fission. Fission is the process by which heavy nuclei fission light nuclei. Fusion, on the other hand, is the opposite, a process in which light nuclei polymerize heavy nuclei. Deuterium-tritium nuclei combine to form helium-4. And we all know that the nucleus of an atom is only 1/millionth of the scale of an atom, and outside the nucleus, there is a dense cloud of electrons, which we also know are negatively charged. If this cloud of electrons is not set aside, according to the principle of bubble-lay incompatibility, no amount of pressure can bring the two electrons together in this case. Here, the support of plasma ionization experiment parameters is needed to complete the stripping of the electron cloud. This is also the first parameter that Gu Zhiqiu will share with Lu Ru, but after this problem is solved, it's only just gone to the ultimate big boss. It's the same problem as the fission reaction, getting two pieces of dust in space to collide together with such precision that it's almost as if God did it. But in order to master controlled fusion technology, they have to be made to collide together with precision, and thus it becomes a nightmare that all researchers have to deal with. And it is with such considerations that the quantum homoclinic equation is proposed. In fact, the quantum co-orbital equation does not allow two atomic nuclei to hit each other precisely. It is just a path simulation by means of mathematical concepts such as calculus, probability theory, topology, etc. With reference to the state of motion of the atomic nucleus, let their paths maximize the probability of cross collisions. That is, if the collision parameter for uncontrollable fusion is 15%, controllable fusion has to be 60%. According to the mass-energy equation E equals mc squared, the current hydrogen bomb, the mass-energy conversion efficiency is only 0.7%. That is, for 1 gram of fusion material, only 0.0007 grams underwent fusion. But don't underestimate the 0.0007 grams. The energy released by fusion of this 0.0007 grams of material is equivalent to the energy released by 20 tons of coal. In other words, the equivalent of a 140-ton TNT explosion. By this point, the importance of the quantum homogeneous equations is, quite obviously, self-evident. Chapter 38, The Intercepted Message from a Private Source. Take the example of the uncontrollable fusion hydrogen bomb. Because there is no guarantee of the probability of a collision of atomic nuclei, enough fusion material is needed to guarantee the size of the power of a hydrogen bomb. And fusion for industrial use can't be hardcore material like building a hydrogen bomb. An example. Huaxia's total national electricity consumption for a year is about 8 trillion kilowatt-hour. That means that by definition, 1 ton of fusion fuel in full reaction could supply the nation's electricity. And by inverse projection based on utilization rates, 10,000 tons of fusion material would guarantee the nation's electricity consumption for a year. Ignore the tritium content for a moment. It would be as if 10,000 tons of fusion fuel were gathered and put into a reactor. Well, the question is thrown to the scientists. Who dares to open this machine? It is known that the total weight of the hydrogen bomb is about 400 or 500 kilograms, but it is important to realize that he carries fusion fuel, which is only a few kilograms. This 10,000 tons of fusion fuel is capable of building thousands of nuclear bombs. The wastefulness of generating electricity with a 0.7% utilization rate aside, this is tantamount to suicidal power generation. Of course, some of the kids said they could have put less in. Okay, so here's the question again. As we all know, since what invented the steam engine, human power generation has been in a dead heat with boiling water, and a fusion power station, so laboriously set up, not to mention guaranteeing electricity for the whole country, but at least for a city, or a county, right? That equivalent, if it's small, doesn't boil enough boiling water to generate that much electricity. A slightly larger amount and you have to worry about him exploding again, because 0.7% is too low a utilization rate. In the event that this batch of fusion fuel is suddenly very competitive and the utilization rate increases to 1% or 3%, the amount of feedstock that seemed to be safe may all of a sudden be unsafe. Therefore, only when the utilization rate is raised to the point where it can be raised artificially high enough, it's the only way to keep reducing the use of fusion fuel, and the smaller the fusion fuel equivalent, the safer it is. Perhaps it turns out that it takes 400 or 500 kilograms of fusion fuel to power a city. After increased utilization, it would be only 4 or 5 grams. In this way, it will be more controllable. And how do you increase utilization? It's all about making the nuclei more able to crash together. And how do you make sure they bump into each other more? There is only one answer, the quantum homoclinic equation. In fact, so far, Huaxia's preparations have been very thorough. The East all-superconducting tokamak circulator has been 101 twos of stable long-pulse high-confinement plasma motion, also known internationally as the Eastern Artificial Sun. By this point, a reactor unit for controlled fusion had taken shape. All that is needed is the addition of the quantum homoclinic equations to increase the utilization rate, and the power generation can be commissioned. Once this equation is presented, China will be the first country to use controlled fusion. Only, the plasma co-orbital equations have not been fully derived. Gu Zhiqiu in his previous life presented the theoretical basis and logic of the plasma homoclinic equation. Then the specific derivation was handed over to the CAS, while he went into the future lab to work on space energy. Later CAS derived the plasma homoclinic equations based on his theory and logic and put his name as the first author of the reported paper as well. But in fact, after giving directions to CAS, he did not participate in the later derivations. This made it a bit difficult for Gu Zhiqiu. It would be a joke if he couldn't get the partial differential equation of motion of the nucleus if his mother-in-law really came and asked him for the same orbital equation. Thinking of this, Gu Zhiqiu hurriedly got up and went to the bedroom. There was no time to do any final revision before the college entrance exam, so he directly took out his book and deduced the equation of the same orbit. As he remembers it, it took a year and a half between the time he told CAS the direction and the time CAS calculated it. Thus, it can be seen that even with directions, a lot of work has to be put into the calculations. But what thing isn't like that in this path of physics? Albert Einstein said something less famous: the process of exploring frontier physics is the process of breaking God's finger. How can it be easy to try to figure out what this universe is hiding from you? Gu Zhiqiu didn't get discouraged or hesitate, but sat directly in front of the desk and calculated. Under this entropy-increasing universe, whether you are a dragon or a bug all depends on whether you increase entropy along with the universe or explode your own energy and create negative entropy. Entropy increases from order to disorder. Your house is bound to get messy over time. By not thinking about it, you will get further and further away from the answer as time goes on. And the people who really accomplish something are the ones who keep creating entropy. When the house was cluttered and unorganized, he expended his strength and energy to put it in order. When faced with a problem, one overcomes one's laziness and negativity and doesn't waste a minute to solve it. To create entropy is to become more organized and have a better idea of the future. Refusing to increase in entropy along with the universe answers the great man saying, "Fighting with the sky is fun." Busy into the night, a call came in from Kyoto. Only after Gu Zhiqiu finished deriving the equation she was calculating did she pick up the phone, press the answer button and then press the speakerphone. Then he listened to the call while still penciling in his calculations. "Is that Mr. Gu?" It was Choi Ho's voice. As per usual experience, Choi Ho had always called him only when he was in trouble, which made him slightly more serious. "It's me. What's wrong?" The cipher from the day before yesterday cracked out. "That encrypted communication from a private signal source? Right. That's good. Is there anything else?" Choi Ho's end was speechless for a small moment. "Aren't you curious about the contents of the secret message?" "Not curious. Cracked is good," Gu Zhiqiu casually said. Choi Ho listened to Gu's student's desireless voice and didn't sell himself short. The designer of the secret message revealed his identity. "And you don't want to know who your opponent is? Nor do you want to know how your opponent evaluates you? It's not like you're playing a game. What do you care what people say?" Gu Zhiqiu gnawed on the cap of his pen. his eyes fixed on the Boltzmann equation that he had just written down, and returned all of his energy and focus to the computational derivation of the plasma homoclinic equation. Your opponent is Professor Smith, Associate Dean of Stanford University and Nobel Prize winner in mathematics and cryptography. Putting aside the stance and the ass thing for a moment, a figure like Smith is arguably the most recognized god in all of crypto communications. Choi Ho also admits quite openly that he is one of his admirers, and being able to defeat his idol was undoubtedly one of the most fulfilling times he'd had in years. Chapter 39, The Higher Education Examination. An exclamation point for 12 years of cold study. As for Gu Zhiqiu, Choi Ho was even more highly regarded. Although Professor Smith doesn't know who the person who cracked God's encryption is, he still gives you an extremely high evaluation. Choi Ho finished passionately, but all that responded to him was silence. After a long time, Gu Zhiqiu remembered something. Is there anything else? I'm a bit busy over here, so I'll hang up first if there's nothing. Choi Ho held his tongue for a long time before he popped out a few words. It's okay. Gu Zhiqiu hung up the phone and began to concentrate on the calculations again. The strength of the magnetic field determines the upper limit of density and temperature, and the size of the device determines the upper limit of the confinement time. These upper limits are important parametric conditions for partial differential equations, but I'm afraid the difficulty would be much greater if every step was embodied. This became the first problem Gu Zhiqiu encountered, because building controlled fusion isn't about showing off technology. Rather, it's for practicality. This leaves the function condition that the output should be greater than the input. If 50 megawatts is consumed to emit the plasma beam and 100 megawatts is needed to maintain the magnetic field strength, then the fusion output is required to be greater than 150 megawatts at the very least for this nuclear reactor to make sense. And the countless conditioning constraints seem to have brought the calculations to a standstill. It wasn't until Gu Zhiqiu shifted her thoughts from the existing all-superconducting tokamak device to the Gu reactor that everything was resolved. The Type 4-3 nuclear reactor was his modified cyclic fusion device, and was therefore known as the Gu reactor in the academic world of his former life. The difference with the tokamak device is that it realizes internal circulation. The strength of the magnetic confinement in the circulation is maintained by energy generation from the nuclear reactor. This ignores the conditional restrictions imposed by the two caps. Here, everything seems to be solved again. Taking advantage of this loophole, he rushed to further attack this academic barrier. Eventually, in a devastating manner, the plasma homoclinic equations were fast-forwarded. June 7, 3 a.m. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the general form of the partial differential equation, and then went to bed with a sigh of relief. The theoretical guidance of the plasma coorbital equations is 80% complete with the generalized partial differential equation of motion of the nucleus worked out. The remaining 20% is the substitution of parameters for the calculation. This belongs to the ordinary realm of higher algebra, and having done this, the rest of the steps need not be done by him personally. I believe that with Lu Ru's academic attainments, he should be able to understand the gold content when he sees this partial differential equation. After carefully putting away the draft and placing it in a drawer, the feeling of sleepiness came over me like a tidal wave, for from the afternoon until now he had been calculating, and had sat at his desk for almost 12 hours without moving, and had not taken in a drop of water. So it was only when he lay down on the bed that he noticed the hunger. It was just a shame that the bed was devoid of the fruit platter that man had prepared for him. Rummaged through the family fridge, some tomatoes, and some potatoes, celery, and other veggies, but with man out of the picture, there was nothing he could do with the ingredients under pressure. In the end, he could only eat 2 tomatoes with a hard-on, which forced him to sleep with his eyes squeezed shut. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, Gu Zhiqiu woke up on time under the alarm clock. Before leaving the house, once again, I checked up on the items for the exam. Admit card and ID card. These two are mandatory to bring. You can't have one without the other. 2B pencils, regular pencils, erasers, triangle and right angle rulers, and compasses. Some of this stationery may not be used, but it's good to be prepared. Mineral water and a mask. After everything was checked for correctness, he then set off towards the school. The exam room is in the upper school building. At 8:30, it's time to enter. The candidates in the same exam room as Gu Zhiqiu seemed to be staring at him intentionally or unintentionally before the test papers were handed out. Every now and then, they even folded their hands as if they were worshipping Buddha. The whole thing is pretty embarrassing. The first one is still in the language. Just play normally. All you have to do on top of the language is not to pull your marks apart. This is not too difficult. The first thing you do, after the paper is handed out, is to write the information on the header and answer key. Then it's time to browse through the papers. The modern reading test is an essay, an article from the New Youth. The old poems are garrison poems, and the important words in them can be picked out at a glance. Homesickness and unfulfilled ambition leap off the page. The literary reading was an article from the Ming Dynasty. Gu Zhiqiu had read those things in the Ming dynasty in his past life for pleasure, and influenced by this, he also understood a bit of Ming history. Not sure if the article is from the Ming Shilu or the Guogang, though, as for the essay topics, they continue to be the main theme essays, youth power and national wealth. After summarizing the topic once, Gu Zhiqiu had some general certainty. The exam begins and the sound of flipping papers resonates through the exam room. The language test is a physical job, which Gu Zhiqiu knows very well. Other subjects Gu Zhiqiu was able to finish at least half of the time ahead of schedule. Only the language could not, especially when it comes to writing essays. In order to get high marks, he had to show off his lean and mean style, in addition to the accuracy of his intention. And once you treat the essay as a calligraphy test, that's a long time. After completing the paper, the last 15 minutes of the exam beeped. I'm afraid this would have been a real time crunch if I hadn't done it a little faster up front. Until 11:30, the bell for the end of the exam rings and all candidates stand up. The invigilator collects the papers and completes the sealing before they are allowed to leave the classroom. Unlike previous exams, students dismissed the idea of checking their answers after finishing a subject in the entrance exam. One by one, they left the classroom in a hurry. The afternoon math, for many of them, was as good as it gets. It's not desirable to improvise, but it works. As for Gu Zhiqiu, she ate a takeout after returning home and lay down in bed for a lunch break. He didn't need to review. He needed more than anything to make up for the less sleep he got last night. As long as your mind stays clear during the test, you won't have much of a problem. This time he learned from his mistakes, and no longer solved it once with college knowledge and then again with high school knowledge, as he did in the JCSA. There is no point, not only wasting time, and the layout is not good. He just needs to restrain himself and try not to use college knowledge. 2:30 p.m. Admission of all candidates. After the papers were handed out, Gu Zhiqiu quickly skimmed through them. Most of the questions in the college entrance exam were less difficult than those in the unified exam. The only thing that was stronger than the city's joint exam was the last big finale question. Chapter 40. Doing math and science is a treat. Math is the subject with the highest rollover rate, and the entire field of candidates held their breath and didn't dare to slow down. The exam begins. Gu Zhiqiu quickly wrote up the answer. The difficulty of high school math is generally close to the first model and lower than the second model. But why do so many people experience play failure? This was a problem that Gu Zhiqiu had really studied in her senior year of high school. The reason for this is still stress. If you were to use a GCSE paper in an ordinary weekly test, many students might just do it and not feel anything. But if you take the weekly test papers and put them on the entrance exam, then a lot of people's brainpower comes through. A simple paper is given a heavy dose of fog and ends up being difficult or even demonized. When you think it's hard, it kinda gets really hard for you. Then in the process of solving the problem, you can't help but let the logic get cumbersome and make the topic more difficult to understand. End up expending a lot of time and energy but failing to get your usual grade and end up blaming it on poor play and either resigning yourself to your fate or repeating. The exam went on for about half an hour. The looks of all the candidates in the examination room were unusually grim, and their spirits were taut. Except for Gu Zhiqiu. He has completed all the topics. The calculations for the last question took a whole sheet of acting sketch paper, but transcribing all of this onto the answer key was clearly inappropriate. You can only transcribe all the important steps for scoring points as much as possible. Since he had suffered such a loss in the JEE, losing 2 points in math, he paid a lot more attention this time. Finish the answer key. There is still more than an hour before the end of the exam. While the questions forced myself to use my high school knowledge, the checking process was not as demanding. Each question was checked using at least 3 different methods, and the accuracy was fantastically high. Even so, at the end of the check, there were still 10 minutes left before the end. Bored, he took the quantum homoplanic equation further algebraically. Finally got the final quantum trajectory partial differential equation before the end of the exam. After the exam was over and the rolls, answer cards, and acting sketch paper were uniformly submitted, Gu Zhiqiu left the exam room. Outside the school gates, countless parents waited in anticipation, comforting and encouraging after picking up your own child. A cozy, Gu Zhiqiu purposely slowed down her steps before arriving at the school entrance. Her eyes averted as she looked around the entrance, but she didn't find Lu Manman's figure. I'm afraid that she was really grounded by her parents. Lonely, he left Luoyi High School, and the cell phone in his backpack was turned back on, which led to a few encouraging messages from Manman. Lu Manman, Zhiqiu College Entrance Examination Shira. Lu Manman, I'll be waiting for you at the door after the English test on the afternoon of June 8th. Gu Zhiqiu had some small expectations in her heart and typed a reply. You can't pigeonhole me. Lu Manman replied in a second, I must. When did I ever pigeonhole you? You eat well and order takeout if you can't cook. Don't order fast food. It's easy to get diarrhea. Let's go with old Lu's home cooking. We've eaten at that store together. It's more hygienic. If you don't have a good night's rest, you can go to the supermarket now and buy a carton of milk, and drink it before you go to bed to help you sleep. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the flurry of messages, returned an emoticon, and then typed, "Okay, I'll go to the supermarket to buy milk." Roadman, slow down on the road. Remember to buy pure milk. He's not much of a milk drinker, especially plain milk, but he liked to hear man's dictates. When he got home after buying the milk, the first thing he did was to take the paper out of the drawer, write up the partial differential equations he had worked out on the math test, and then put them back in the drawer. In the evening, according to Man's request, I ordered a home-cooked meal from Old Lou's family. After eating, I lay down in bed. For tomorrow's exam, there's no need to worry about science. And for English, it's better to look at 2 sets of previous year's GCSE papers to keep your hand in doing the questions. As long as English is a little more cautious, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After reading a set of National A papers, Gu Zhiqiu's mind drifted elsewhere. Tossing the roll aside, he pulled out his phone, opened the chat box, flipped the chat with man to the top, and read it. Before I was halfway through, I passed out without realizing it. The next day, the science exam in the morning wasn't too difficult for Gu Zhiqiu. In terms of professionalism, he's less of a candidate and more of a quality control inspector. The standard of questions in the physics paper in the last joint exam of the top 10 schools was average, so I don't know how it was in the entrance exam. 10 minutes before the exam, answer cards are distributed. Fill in the information carefully. 5 minutes before the exam, the papers were handed out. After spending half a minute filling out the information and checking the test papers, he immediately began to snatch at them in his mind. The difficulty level of GCE science is slightly more difficult than that of the Big Ten joint entrance examination. I can't say it's harder, only more integrated. Chemistry and biology at the high school level are said to be science subjects, but they actually have a bit more liberal arts attributes, and as long as the knowledge points are memorized, the level can be easily raised. And the process of taking the test is the process of checking whether you have memorized your knowledge or not. And by difficulty level, I mean making the question complex enough and convoluted enough. This requires that you read the question and understand the logic, then go to your brain and mobilize the corresponding knowledge. But really, it's just a matter of which exams to flip through. When you understand the points well enough, then science, chemistry and biology, it's basically a complete giveaway. This time there was no time pressure, and it took him half an hour to meticulously complete the front biochemistry section. Leaves 2 hours for physics. For Gu Zhiqiu, studying physics was a lot of fun, because even flawed high school physics has always progressed by constantly overturning old theories. Instead, some erroneously narrow theories can give some important insights. The first multiple choice questions remain on the easier side of the stage. The only thing that caught his attention was a question on the photoelectric effect, sort of a recurring question. The questions are about energy level jumps, simple addition and subtraction, and the questions themselves are not difficult, but it reminded Gu Zhiqiu of the Type 4-3 fusion reactor. The process of nuclear fusion strips away the extranuclear electrons. The electrons outside the nucleus are not scattered, but follow the principles of physics in a hierarchical arrangement. Close to the nucleus, the lower the energy of the electrons. Away from the nucleus of the electrons, the higher the energy. In general, the electrons outside the nucleus always tend to be distributed in the form of the lowest total energy. This is also known as the ground state. Atoms in the ground state receive energy from photons, high temperatures, high pressures, etc., and then spontaneously jump to a higher energy level to form an excited state. And the electrons that escape by leaps are generally not used in fusion reactions. Chapter 41, Treating Physics with Meticulousness. The escaping electrons are not fusion fuel though. However, voltage can be supplied to the circulator, so that the fusion self-circulating power generation system has an additional input voltage. The input voltage of Type 4-3 fusion reactors has only one ignition voltage. It's when the apparatus is activated. The extranuclear electrons start stripping away, and then the fusion reaction starts, generating a lot of heat, which further heats up and burns water, and the steam drives the power generation, and a portion of the power generated is fed back into the converter itself, further driving the fusion reaction. Although this design satisfies the input over output setting, however, there is a problem that it takes too long to start up. It is important to realize that driving fusion reactions in large quantities requires ultra-high temperatures and pressurized environments. A normal nuclear reactor requires huge amounts of electricity to support instantaneous attainment, and with self-cycling, it takes hours or even days of running to get there. So this is the only flaw in the Gu reactor. But if you can use extranuclear electrons stripped from atoms, then you can speed things up considerably, and the wool comes off the sheep's back. Gleaning extranuclear electrons from the atoms is much less of a drain on the input electrical energy. Of course, it was still the middle of the high school year, and he hadn't had that much energy to verify the possibilities. After all, materials for ITO, active layer, an electron transport layer that can withstand such extreme environments may be hard to find in the last decade. Still, he kept the possibility in mind before moving on to the next question. The lab questions are a combination of mechanics experiments and kinematics, an experiment to verify the acceleration of gravity. It is a relatively simple topic, but the more Gu Jiqiu did, the more wrong he was, especially when he got to the last step, the one that asked about the magnitude of the acceleration of gravity. He got stuck in a rare situation. A brief introduction to the topic is necessary here. A table placed on a horizontal floor. There is a block A of mass m on the table. Another block, B, of mass m, is suspended in mid-air. The two blocks are connected by a thin wire. There are two photoelectric gates on the desktop. The principle of the photoelectric gate is simply that there is a shooting hole on both sides of this thing and a receiving hole. And once something passes through, the rays from the shooting hole are blocked from reaching the receiving hole. And then the time of blocking will be recorded. The solution to this type of problem, obviously, is to use the time it takes for the block A to pass through the photogate twice, figure out the respective velocities, and then calculate the acceleration based on Vt superscript 2 V0 superscript 2 equals 2x. And with acceleration comes a combined external force F combined equals m plus m, A equals 2 ma. And the combined external force is the gravitational force of the block B, I, E, F combined equals mg equals 2 ma. After the association, we have g equals 2a. A very boring and simple topic. The only pitfall of the question is also the application of the isolation and holistic methods. Nothing else has a bit of heart. But Gu Jiqiu was slow to put pen to paper. He could see the answer to this question at a glance, but he was reluctant to give it away, because the title was missing a statement and premise, weight equals mass for this question. With mg equals 2 ma, the final calculation of g equals 2a assumes that the m on either side of the equal sign will be approximated. But the problem is that the two m's were supposed to stand for different things. One is mass in the law of gravity. One is mass in Newton's second law. Although both are called mass, they are actually two completely different concepts. In everyday life, if you want to measure the mass of an object, it is usually placed on a scale. The force of gravity is then measured by the pressure on the weighing surface. The mass is then inverted, based on the acceleration of gravity. This mass, called gravitational mass, or weight, once out of gravity, this approach doesn't work. So gravitational mass is a physical quantity that characterizes the amount of gravitational force on an object in a gravitational field. And mass in Newton's second law, also called inertial mass, it is a physical quantity that characterizes how quickly or slowly an object's state of motion changes. One affects the amount of gravitational force and the other affects how fast an object moves. Inertial mass determines the acceleration brought to an object by a force in any direction, while gravitational mass determines only the magnitude of the gravitational force being exerted. Weight HSI toward the center of the Earth. An acceleration can be the result of any force, in any direction. Einstein also made a famous statement specifically to distinguish the difference between these two qualities. The Earth attracts the stone by gravity without any knowledge of its inertial mass. The summoning force of the Earth is related to its gravitational mass, while the motion answered by the stone is related to its inertial mass. The logic involved is somewhat complex and abstract, which, combined with the fact that more and more teachers are ignoring the issue, has led to such a huge slip-up on the issue of rigor in physics. Surely, someone must be saying, why is it that when you do physics problems in general you have always just about dropped them? In fact, physicists have done countless experiments in response to this question. This includes Newton's single pendulum experiment, as well as the Leaning Tower of Pisa experiment, which is mentioned in textbooks but did not happen in history, and even a special trip to the moon to do a free-fall experiment with an iron ball and a feather, which resulted in an inertial mass precisely equal to gravitational mass. Although until now, countless scientists have no idea why our world is the way it is, but it is. That's why the vast majority of physics teachers, so as not to interfere with the problem, won't tell you that these two masses are completely different concepts, and you asked them out there simply because of a numerical coincidence. If you have ever also wondered why these two masses can go about, then in a sense you already have the potential to be a good physicist. Gu Jiqiu's anger over this topic was not trivial. Rather, this small matter concerns the rigor of physics. It is undoubtedly chilling that even a high-level paper such as the GCE would have such a slip-up. The negligence and carelessness of the paper writing team has led to what is perhaps the wrong perception of the world by countless schoolchildren. When countless students also get by, then the fresh blood in physics, too, will become less and less. For this reason, Gu Jiqiu deliberately used the equivalence principle of general relativity to elaborate on the idea that gravitational mass is equivalent to inertial mass after writing down his answer. And at the end, he also expressed his expectations for the paper writing team. Knowledge at the high school level can be examined in a simple way and paradoxes can arise because the understanding of high school students is there, and any person's knowledge of the world at large evolves step by step over time. At a very young age, it was thought that the sky was round, that the earth was the center of the universe. It doesn't matter. But by middle school he needs to be told that the earth is round and it revolves around the sun. Chapter 42, The Best of Times. By the time you get to high school you're going to tell him there's more to the solar system than just the 8 planets. There are also vast expanses of asteroids, dwarf planets, moons, comets, and interplanetary matter. Tell him when you get to college that if you use Neptune's orbit as the boundary of the solar system, the diameter of the solar system is 60 astronomical units, or about 9 billion kilometers. If the heliosphere is used as a boundary, the sun can be up to 100 astronomical units from the boundary of the solar system. If the Oort cloud is the boundary, the solar system may be 200,000 astronomical units in diameter. There is nothing wrong with this gradual progression of knowledge of the universe, and there are some essential issues that should never be a problem. For example, the difference between the two qualities, which runs from middle school through high school, can make them go right about it, but make it clear to them that it really is different. This is the right way to approach physics. Once the choices and labs were all done, the remaining hour or so was devoted to the big questions. Conservation of mechanical energy and conservation of momentum are examined in relatively simple questions, and the finale question remains an electromagnetic field problem. The difficulty is still disappointing, but the synthesis is still at a relatively high level. After completing the paper, it was double-checked, with no slip-ups. It's time to turn your attention to the photoelectric effect piece and start thinking further. As the announcement of the end of the exam rang out, all candidates in the classroom stood up. Only when the invigilator took away all the papers did the size rise and fall. Even though Gu Jiqiu felt that the difficulty was already very low, the science synthesis was still a nightmare for many people. From the expressions of the other students, he was able to tell that under exam-oriented education, many students were not thirsty for knowledge, but were indoctrinated. Filling in the blanks, instead, directly drowns out creativity. Instead, it's a small loss for a big loss. Gu Jiqiu let out a sigh and didn't think much about it, packing up her stationery and leaving the exam room. When I got outside, I was able to tell that many of my classmates didn't look like they did yesterday. The arts students were fine. The paper on arts seemed not too difficult. So many of them still ran out of the campus cheerfully. The science ones are like the sky is falling, with a dark frown on their brow. Apparently, this science exam was difficult for a lot of people. Walking off campus, many parents were comforting their children. It's okay, don't feel bad. The entrance exams will definitely be harder. In the afternoon is the last game. The test is not good all bad. Not you a bad test. Don't think too much. The last subject seriously some on the line. Difficult in order to pull the distinction. You less 20 points in science this time, others maybe less 30-50 points. Don't worry. Gu Jiqiu returned home slowly, and when she opened her phone, she saw the message sent by Lu Manman. The retweet was a popular tweet. Lu Manman, Jiqiu, quickly look at the microblogging. This time the science seems to say that the reason for the leakage of questions in the early stage, replaced with a difficult thief B paper. How did you test all? Gu Jiqiu scratched his head. The point was that he didn't feel the difference either, and could only echo, ah. So that's how it is. I did okay on the exam. Lu Manman, the afternoon is the last one. You go for it. Aha. After Gu Jiqiu replied, she knocked a few more words. I can see you after the exam this afternoon, right, Roadman? Definitely. Seeing Lu Manman's affirmative reply, Gu Jiqiu was slightly relieved and took a lunch break after eating takeout. No desire for English exams. Normal play on the line. Because just by reading the literature to accumulate the level of English. So he also prepared for the English cannot get the province's top 10. The only thing I can think of is just don't pull off too many points. At 3 p.m., the exam began. Since it was the last exam, everyone was extra serious. The entire exam room was silent except for the sound of turning over papers. For all students, English is essentially the only subject that can be done ahead of time, with the last 15 minutes left to the exam. All but a handful of students were still checking their questions. Most of the others looked agitated. The sunlight slanted into the exam room. They'd been through this kind of afternoon classroom countless times, but there was never a time when I thought the sunshine turned out to be so beautiful. The blackboard is generally bright and half-shaded. The students by the window looked at the large campus with some frustration. Many people clutched the 0.5 mm Morning Glory water pen in their hands and bit their lips in a tangled mess. Inwardly, I was glad to finally break free from the hard work of studying, but I felt disappointed to leave the campus where I had lived for 3 years. Being in my senior year of high school, it feels like it's really slow, but then you get to the last exam, the last 15 minutes, and then you look back and see that the year has gone by so quickly again. There are regrets, happiness, loss, and confusion. Maybe this is senior year. The last 15 minutes weren't that long, but when the second hand pointed to 12 little by little, everyone's mind recalled the laughter of these 3 years. Those girls who have liked it. Those who whine because they don't know a thing about the knowledge being taught. The things you wanted to do but didn't. Those diehards who ran to the cafeteria together. Those ideals to be realized. Makes the last few seconds much slower again. ZZ. The sound of electricity in the speakers. Everyone stood up in unison. Listen for the final announcement. The exam is over. Please stop answering. After 12 years of hard study, I hope that all of you students will be able to reap results that will satisfy you. In the classroom, there was silence. Many of the girls had moist eyes and bit their lips as they looked down to gather their stationery, watching the invigilator put away the results of their 12 years of hard work and study, as if drawing a period to the past. End of answer key and roll ceiling. The two invigilators, who had been silent, gave a smile. Congratulations, you are liberated. All bowed to the podium in unison, without prior organization, without informing each other, and just shouted out in unison, "Goodbye, teacher." Many students wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes, took their stationery and walked out of the classroom. Many students stood in front of the building, in the square where they used to jump for exercises, and looked back at the building in a long silence. There were also a number of students hugging each other and discussing their travel plans for the upcoming long vacation. The campus gradually came to life. Countless students stood in the hallways cheering for freedom. There's always a group of people who go along with it. You can't leave the school immediately after the exam. You need to go back to your respective classes again and explain what's next. However, Gu Zhiqiu didn't linger on the campus and walked directly towards the entrance. Outside the gates of Luoyi High School, there was an unprecedented pomp and circumstance. A black mass of parents surrounded the school gates. Like a lost cat, Gu Zhiqiu stood in the doorway, her eyes averted as she looked at the dark crowd. Chapter 43, he actually heard everything. Gu Zhiqiu sighed and walked outside the school with her head down. "Cootie, not waiting for me?" Suddenly, a sweet voice came from behind him. Lumenman sauntered over in a JK outfit, her black hair falling straight over her shoulders. The afternoon wind blew her long hair in all directions. The sunlight reddened her pale cheeks slightly. "Too much sun too." Lu Man grumbled and walked straight up to him, her white arm hooked around his arm, her body pressed against his as she headed out of the campus. Gu Zhiqiu looked at her. I don't know if it was the reflection of the sunlight or this college-style outfit. Today's Lu Man looked good. "I thought you weren't coming." Lu Man tilted her face slightly to look at Gu Zhiqiu. "I don't seem to have let you off the hook, do I? Did Auntie say yes?" The doctoral student she was leading had a problem with her dissertation and went off to school, and I snuck out. Gu Zhiqiu was a bit regretful and asked again, "Then still going back?" Lu Man thought for a moment. "Today, because it is the end of the college entrance examination. The day is more important, so I hid it from her and sneaked out, and I may have to go back too. In the evening, is it okay not to return? She'll blow a gasket." Gu Zhiqiu reached out and wrapped her hand around Lu Man's shoulders. "What if I don't let you go back?" Lu Man spat out her tongue. "Then I won't be able to go back. The outside of the campus is a mess, and the seniors in the classrooms behind them are squandering their year's worth of papers and textbooks by the windows." The whole of Luoyi High and beyond was like a chaotic world, and Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Man looked like they weren't affected in the slightest, walking side by side through the crowds. Lu Man leaned her head on Gu Zhiqiu's shoulder and asked carelessly, "Playing pretty well, aren't you?" "It was okay, as usual." "Have I eaten properly in the 2 days I haven't been here?" "Yes." "And what were you thinking? Having the nerve to call my mom directly?" "I am afraid you can't handle it alone." "Then you told me ahead of time, too, when my soul was about to be scared out of my head." Gu Zhiqiu nodded. "I'll pay attention next time." The two of them walked to the door of their house. Lu Man pulled him and continued to walk forward again. "Don't go home first. I'm going to celebrate for you after the college entrance exam." "Actually, it's okay. I don't feel much." Gu Zhiqiu scratched her head. Lu Man eka sound, after all, the college entrance examination is only this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I remember I was in the junior class, 14 years old, to participate in the college entrance examination. I was so excited that I could not sleep. "You must not be sleeping very well then." Lu Man always had a lot to talk about, and Gu Zhiqiu just looked at Lu Man and answered almost without thinking. The two of them walked along the school's fence until they reached the main street, before heading aimlessly off into the distance along the sidewalk. "If I do go to Kyoto, then can you take care of me?" Lum Man asked suddenly. Gu Zhiqiu didn't know how to answer for a moment. Once he got into research, he would basically forget to eat and sleep himself. He couldn't even take care of himself, and if he had to take care of others, he probably wouldn't be any better. But if he said he couldn't take care of it, then it would be hard for him if Lu Man stopped going to Kyoto with him because of it. After a few steps with his head down, he was still honest enough to say, "I'll be able to take care of you if I'm not doing research, but if I start doing research, I might not be able to take care of you, and you'll have to take care of yourself. Lu Manman nodded silently. She had seen Gu Zhiqiu drilling, day and night, not talking to her for days at a time. Gu Zhiqiu's reply was also expected, but for a girl to elope with a boy that far away, the life the girl fantasizes about in her head must be all about herself in the boy's eyes. But if you go to Kyoto, the boy won't come home for 3 days. Or again, like last time, not even a word for a week or two. How hard a girl has to be. Gu Zhiqiu added. I'll try my best to keep you in the research in a balanced state and take care of you as much as possible. So who's more important, me or your research? Gu Zhiqiu didn't know how to answer for a moment. Alright, no more questions about your delivery. Lu Manman laughed. So are you still coming with me? Of course. Lu Manman took Gu Zhiqiu's hand and muttered in a small voice. This little cutie. There's no day or night when I'm busy. If I don't go and take care of it, I simply can't rest assured yet. Gu Zhiqiu swung her arms and her pace was much lighter. Lu Manman thought he didn't hear it, but he actually heard everything. By the way, where are we going to celebrate today? Lu Manman patted her chest. Today my sister is treating me. Say it, where do you want to go and play? Gu Zhiqiu thought for a moment and said, South Street, right? More fondue? Instead of hot pot, let's have snacks. From north to south of the street, the two hit it off. It took a little over an hour to walk from L.A. High School to South Main Street. The nightstand just came out. The two became the first diners on South Main Street. Teppan squid in one hand and grilled gluten in the other. And that's just the beginning. Later, when it gets completely dark, there will be a large number of gourmets visiting this place, and then there will be a long line to buy. So Lerman patronized each store beforehand, and Gu Zhiqiu's body was gradually filled with snacks. Walking to the south end of the street, Gu Zhiqiu had at least 2 snacks hanging from each of her 10 fingers. It made him regret his decision a bit. Okay, Sister Manman, that's enough. We won't necessarily be able to finish it, both of us. Lu Manman stood on her tiptoes and looked at the Changsha stinky tofu stall. Wait up, this is the last one. I don't eat stinky tofu. I'll eat it myself. It didn't take long for Lu Manman to hold the stinky tofu and walk over. Gu Zhiqiu arched her nose and twisted her face to the side. It's so delicious you don't even like it. Damn it. Lu Manman poked one with the pliers, and after eating a piece of fried stinky tofu beautifully, her tongue didn't even lick her lips before she pouted at Gu Zhiqiu. She was teasing him on purpose. After all, how can someone who doesn't like stinky tofu kiss lips stained with the flavor of stinky tofu? However, Gu Zhiqiu carried the bag with both hands, leaned forward slightly, and righteously pressed her lips to it, then immediately straightened her body and walked forward with quick steps. Lu Manman's fair face swished red. She hadn't even imagined that Gu Zhiqiu would actually dare to kiss up. It's too sloppy. It was her first kiss, and she just lost it? She looked dully at Gu Zhiqiu, who had fled hastily, and then at the dense crowd on South Main Street, even forgetting that he was still leaning forward and pouting his lips. The pose had been held for almost a minute. Chapter 44, The Logic of the Iron Man. Ah, Gu Zhiqiu, get your ass back here. Lu Manman shouted and chased after Gu Zhiqiu. The first kiss she dreamed of should be washed and scented and then taken by Gu Zhiqiu in his small pink room, and not the stinky tofu flavor. Excessive, excessive, excessive. Lu Manman caught up with Gu Zhiqiu and gently pounded his shoulder with her small fist, questioning, why are you kissing me? Gu Zhiqiu's ears were now red to the tip of her nose. Embarrassed. He also didn't even realize that he had actually kissed it. It felt bad if I didn't kiss at that time. You are pouting. Lu Manman said angrily. Pout and you kiss? Ha? Or what? Ooh, my first kiss. It's all because of the stinky tofu. Lu Manman sulked. In order to revenge, the stinky tofu family all ate into the stomach, only then to eliminate the anger. So meaningful first kiss is actually stinky tofu flavor. Say it out, I will be laughed at to death. It's okay, then if you brush your teeth before kissing, it still smells like toothpaste. Lu Manman pouted and sulked. But you don't like stinky tofu, do you? The memories must be nasty. Gu Zhiqiu laughed. Actually, stinky tofu was quite delicious. Really? Gu Zhiqiu nodded. Lu Manman picked up the paper bowl in her hand. Too bad I ate all of it. Gu Zhiqiu breathed a sigh of relief and instantly felt that she had picked up a life. However, Lu Manman brought a paper bowl to Gu Zhiqiu. There's still some soup left. Prove it to me. Gu Zhiqiu's breathing stopped for a moment. Gulp, gulp, gulped twice, looking at the stinky tofu scum inside, and the floating cilantro leaves. He felt his head buzzing. It's not necessary, is it? Lu Manman beamed her little mouth and looked at Gu Zhiqiu with a serious gaze. Then you hate stinky tofu, which means you hate my lips that are sticky with the flavor of stinky tofu, which means you hate the first kiss. It's so sad that I'm hated. This. Gu Zhiqiu hardened her head. It's not annoying. Then you feed me. Here, close your eyes and get ready to enjoy your meal. Gu Zhiqiu closed her eyes and opened her mouth with difficulty. Lu Manman put the stinky tofu behind her back and stood on her tiptoes, barking, nibbled on his cheek. This stinky tofu is the best. Gu Zhiqiu opened her eyes and her face began to blush again. I'm not stinky tofu. Later yes la, I certified it. Stamped you with my mouth. You're my stinky tofu from now on. Gu Zhiqiu shrugged and smiled slightly. Right, where are we going to destroy all these snacks? Lumman pointed to the streets of the old city, to a small hill in the square in the distance. That little hill. I think. Good. Lu Manuman laughed evilly. Don't you dare drink? Beer can. White won't. Just beer. After saying that, she ran into the supermarket next to her, and in no time, came out with a lift of canned beer. Heavy or not? Give it to me, I'll take it. Lumania hugged her beer and shook her head. Just watch what you're holding and don't drop it. The two walked to the hill behind the square, sat down on the ground, spread their snacks all over the place, looked at each other, and feasted. One is far less likely to eat so sweetly when eating alone, but it also feels like it tastes so much better when you have someone with you. Gu Zhiqiu felt that he was already bad enough at drinking, but it seemed that Lu Manman was even more of a dish than he was. After one beer, the little face was already flushed, but coincidentally both are dish and drink types, and catalyzed by the myriad of snacks. The two actually finished all 6 cans of beer. Hiccup. Lumania burped and rubbed her stomach as she lay down on the lawn. Gu Zhiqiu lowered her head and pressed her blue and white skirt downward before lying down. Lu Maman looked at Gu Zhiqiu with a shy gaze, biting her lip and gently clamping her legs around her skirt. What are you doing? Gu Zhiqiu revealed an innocent expression. Be more careful in a skirt. No getting naked. Lu Manuman wrapped her fingers around her long hair and muttered, just taking advantage of me. Gu Zhiqiu didn't explain and looked up at the starry sky. It's such a nice day today. Not a single cloud. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen such a nice starry sky. The two of them interlocked their fingers and just quietly looked at the stars in the sky. Do you know Pluto? Lum Man asked. Gu Zhiqiu nodded. That's right. Give me your cell phone and we'll change our couple names. Gu Zhiqiu didn't know what little thoughts she had and handed over the phone. Lu Maman tapped her finger on the screen for a while before handing him the phone again. Alright. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the WeChat screen name that Lu Manman had changed for herself. Pluto. Is the English for Pluto? Why the name? Lu Manman laughed. Look at my Weibo name. Gu Zhiqiu clicked on Lu Manman's avatar, and the name was Sharon. It was Cajun star in English. I'll tell you a story haha. Aha. Gu Zhiqiu nodded. When Pluto was first discovered, it was hailed as one of the 9 planets yet, but in 2006, astronomers realized that it was not as massive as the moon, so he was stripped of his planetary status and classified as a dwarf planet. And so it was that abandoned Pluto became the loneliest of planets. He was at the very edge of the solar system, where little sunlight reaches, and surface temperatures are perennially below -80 degrees. But then Cajun appeared, and he accompanied Pluto at the end of the solar system, and in deep space, 6 billion kilometers from the Earth, in the dark corners where the light could not reach, they stood by each other. It takes Cajon 6 days, 9 hours, and 17 minutes to orbit Pluto, and Pluto's rotation, 6 days, 9 hours, and 17 minutes. So the two Cajons are also the only naturally synchronized satellites in the solar system, and they are always facing each other. It is said that people were able to discover Charon because of a gas cloud in the shape of a love heart on the side of Pluto, and that cloud, Pluto heartbeat law. Cajun must have said to Pluto, even if you are forsaken by the stars, I am still willing to go with you and never leave you. After Gu Zhiqiu heard this, he corrected, Cajon is like Pluto. It is also a dwarf planet. It is a binary star system. In fact, they are not alone, because there is a class of objects called Pluto-like objects, or Plutoids in English. Dwarf planets beyond Neptune's orbit are in this class, and Pluto has 4 moons in addition to Pluto Cajun, and a whole bunch of dwarf planets orbiting with him. Most importantly, according to ancient Greek mythology, Cajuns were the boatmen of Hades. Lu Manman's chest rose and fell, clenched her teeth, a little wanting to punch the steel-straight man. Do you understand what I mean? Am I asking you to correct your mistakes? Chapter 45, One thinks too much, one thinks too little. Gu Zhiqiu scratched his head violently, also realized I was guilty of the same old thing. Yeah, what about Cajun and Pluto being the model couple of the universe? Still modeling my ass. Pluto has 4 moons, 3 wives and 4 concubines all. Sulking. Lumen Man snatched his cell phone away and changed his name back. She changed her nickname to Stinky Tofu. Well, what a grudge. Another look at Lumanian's nickname. Eat Stinky Tofu. By 10 o'clock at night, the two of them finally couldn't stay up and hailed a drop intending to go home. It hadn't felt like much when the 3 beers each had just gone down, but with the night breeze, both of them felt a little bit adrift. Helping each other into the car, they made their way home in a daze. Gu Zhiqiu held Man with one hand and opened the door to the house with the other. As soon as the door opened, Lu Man broke away from him and rushed headlong toward the bedroom. flopping onto the bed with a thud. It didn't matter much, but the problem was that it wasn't her bedroom she was going to, and it wasn't her bed she was lying in. Gu Zhiqiu closed the door to the house and walked into the bedroom, looking at Lu Man who was hugging his pillow and huffing and puffing, and lost his temper, bending down with the intention of carrying her back to her room. However, Lu Man's little butt moved and dodged Gu Zhiqiu's hand. So you haven't fallen asleep yet, Sister Man. Gu Zhiqiu scratched his head. You're in the wrong house. This is my house. I don't want to take advantage. I just want to carry you back. Don't misunderstand. Lu Man opened her eyes and sat up against the pillow, her long, jade-white legs under her short skirt folded together as she looked at Gu Zhiqiu with an autumnal brow. I'll be with you today. Gu Zhiqiu didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or what, but her entire body tightened. Sister Man isn't appropriate, is she? Gu Zhiqiu swallowed furiously, looking all the way down from the tip of Man's nose. Such a temptation, a bloodthirsty 18-year-old couldn't resist, but people who live again and have a mental age a couple dozen years older can still resist. Not that he wasn't horny, though bent on scientific research, but Man was the only girl he'd ever had his heart set on. With such initiative, he could hardly wait to just pounce on her and give her body a nibble all over again, but reason told him no. Because of uncertainty, he wasn't sure he could give Man the future he wanted, so don't want to ruin her future. It's hard for a person with a pure heart to do anything out of the ordinary. Lumania gently unbuttoned her shirt at the base of her neck. The snow-white neck and black bustier made Gu Zhiqiu even more confused. He hurriedly sat on the edge of the bed and held Man's hand. Sister Man, I don't think it's ready yet. I might only do that if I'm ready one day. You probably don't know me completely either. So let's wait until you've given it some serious thought and decided to spend the rest of your life with the real me before we do that. Okay? Lu Man reached out and gently patted Gu Zhiqiu's head. What are you thinking about you? Just be a good boy and give me some sleep. Nothing is allowed except for cuddling. Got it? Gu Zhiqiu then revealed a smile and nodded. The two of them got under the covers, and Gu Zhiqiu turned off the bedside lamp. Lu Man gently pressed herself against his back, her heart incredibly solid. The next day, the cell phone rang, and Gu Zhiqiu woke up. Look at the sun outside already. The reason for this is still that last night, he was just too excited. When he opened his eyes, Lu Man had her hands around his neck, her jade legs pressed against her stomach, and every now and then she barred her little mouth twice. Looking very cute, Gu Zhiqiu quietly sat up and took the phone from the bedside table. The caller ID says it's Kwa Hong'an's number. It took him a little by surprise. Hey, principal. Kwa Hong'an's end was excited. Zhiqiu, good thing. Great thing. What? News came from Huaqing University's side. The acceptance letter will be delivered in the next 2 days. Ha? Gu Zhiqiu didn't react for a moment. Didn't you just finish the college entrance exam yesterday? You know, like the famous school, this kind of talent-grabbing action is very fast. No one wants to slow down a step. I heard that this time as the admissions office personally come over. It is said that it seems that there is a big shot is also going to come. In a word, it is just that you prepare for it. What big man? Not sure yet. I'm asking too. Hanging up the phone, Gu Zhiqiu put the phone aside. It wasn't the first time he had experienced it when Huaqing University and Kyoto University snatched people. To put it bluntly, it's all sorts of setups, and whoever comes first sets you up to sign a contract with him. As soon as he signed the contract and called it a day, he was tied up with his school. This kind of behavior was very displeasing to Gu Zhiqiu. In his previous life, he was also unintelligent and was set up by the people from Huaqing, and as a result, the people from HUST came behind him, and he didn't have a chance to go to HUST even if he wanted to. It is reasonable to say that the matter of choosing a university should be decided by the candidates themselves according to their own wishes. This trope is really disgusting. Lu Man rubbed her eyes and sat up as well, leaning on Gu Zhiqiu's body. Who was it just now? Principal. It says that the acceptance letter from Huaqing University is about to be delivered. Aren't you going to WKU? Gu Zhiqiu nodded. Well yeah, you didn't make it clear to Huaqing's people? Don't cause people to make a trip for nothing. Didn't say. Gu Zhiqiu said. Don't they like to grab and run? Then let them run. In his previous life, he had wasted more than a year because of Huaqing's rush and was caught in the middle of an academic fraud fiasco. If it wasn't for Elder Guan, perhaps all the achievements that followed would have been lost. Therefore, he and Huaqing counted as still having some grudges in it. You're so bad. Gu Zhiqiu smiled and reached out to put his arm around her slippery shoulders. Lu Man picked up her bedside phone and just opened the lock screen when a bunch of messages popped up. He didn't even have to look at it. He knew it was from his future mother-in-law. Lumania spat out her tongue. What about letting me go back? Just tell me I locked you in here and you can't get back. How can you say that? After thinking about it, Lu Man asked again. Those two what-if parameters and equations and stuff you called my mom about earlier, Were they for real? Gu Zhiqiu got out of bed and took out the acting straw paper from the drawer. Here it is. Even though Lu Manman had received higher education, looking at the partial differential equations on the acting sketch paper was still the same as reading a skybook. Even some of the symbols he didn't quite understand what they meant. Lu Manmang thought for a moment. Why don't I take it back? Let my mom look at it. I think she'll definitely agree after reading it. Gu Zhiqiu was a bit worried. Then what if it doesn't? Smacking noise. Lu Manman stamped on his face. If I can sneak out once, I can sneak out a second time and a third time. Don't worry, that's also good. Gu Zhiqiu said. It's always best to have the support of parents. Lu Manman carefully folded the draft paper and put it into her shirt pocket. Then she covered Gu Zhiqiu's eyes. Quickly close your eyes. I'm going to get dressed. Chapter 46. Reaching 100% is a very scary thing. Lumman put on a shirt and skirt, then sat down on the edge of the bed and stepped into her pink and white sneakers and clomped out of the bedroom. Only then did Gu Zhiqiu open her eyes, put on her clothes and walked out of the bedroom. There's still some dishes in the kitchen. It's better when they're all done. Lumania looked at the 2 tomatoes and a couple of potatoes in the refrigerator and mulled them over in a whisper. Good. The 2-room apartment they lived in was rented by the school, and the original lease was until the end of the entrance exams. Shouldn't be here for more than a few days, either. Lu Manman skillfully handled the ingredients, made a tomato fried potato, and boiled a pot of egg tea, and the 2 of them feasted on it. When will you go back? Gu Zhiqiu asked. Finish your breakfast. Suppose it doesn't go too well. You're sure you can run out, aren't you? Lu Manman put down her dishes and barred her lips twice. It's hard to say. What if it doesn't come out? I might come to you. What? To snatch me out? Gu Zhiqiu shook her head. Reason with your aunt and uncle. What if they don't listen? Then grab someone else. Lu Manman giggled twice. Alright, cootie. It's not that serious. Although I say my parents are very strict with me, but actually they still love me very much. If I insist on identifying a boy, then they won't be hard for me. Gu Zhiqiu smiled a little embarrassed. Am I your firm choice? For now, but we'll have to see how you do in the future. I guess, if it happens a few more times where you disappear for weeks at a time, I might not be firm. Aha. After eating, Lu Manman took the pots and pans to the kitchen to clean them. That image is more or less adorable and anticlimactic. White collegiate blouse, small skirt, white stockings, combined with a sweet face. How it looks like an immaculate fairy, but doing work that is full of human flavor, tidying up the house. Lumman checked that the piece of actuarial paper had not been missed, and went out. Gu Zhiqiu sent her to the subway station and hugged her goodbye like many hot lovers do. Only after seeing her walk into the subway did he leave. In the meantime, Kyoto, in the School of Electrical Automation, Huaxia University of Science and Technology, in the Smart Grid Laboratory, everyone stared with bated breath at the numbers jumping on the instrument screen. Guan Shangyue, Dean of the UWM School of Energy and Chief Engineer of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, scrutinizes the stability of the superconducting structure. This month, based on the superconducting structure design instructions and structural diagrams, the UWSP Smart Grid Lab has done hundreds of tests night and day. Supported by design data, the lab is constantly changing the parameters, and today was the first time that all the researchers attempted a 100% transfer efficiency test. In this field of superconductivity 99% and 100% are 2 completely different concepts. Attrition has been ubiquitous since the beginning of man's exploration of this world. Friction, air resistance, all sorts of resistance, plus the rules of the law of conservation of energy added. The world would just hardly appear to be 100%. The world's smoothest glass still has a coefficient of friction of 0.0001. The Large Hadron Collider, which is said to be capable of reaching the speed of light, or the limit of the speed that protons can reach is also 99% of the speed of light. It's like the world is limited by an invisible framework that prevents humans from reaching 100%. It's also these limitations that make 100% so meaningful. The superconducting structure cleverly circumvents the material problem and instead uses the structure to achieve 100% power transmission. Losses in power transmission are supplemented by circuit shunts, which allow induced electromotive forces to be generated between parallel circuits, thus interacting with each other. The variable voltage circuit in the shunt further allows the induced electromotive force to expand, which creates a circuit structure similar to a self-circulating system. Although the length of the circuit in the lab, in total, was only 300 meters, the extraordinary nature of this superconducting structure could already be seen in these 300 meters. As the instrument's display jumped, finally after 5 seconds, the voltage stabilized at 220 V and did not fluctuate a bit. Everyone looked at the screen nervously, reciting the numbers in their minds. 15 minutes passed without realizing it. The magnitude of the voltage at the end of the circuit is exactly the same as the input voltage and does not fluctuate one iota. Teacher, it worked. The PhD student in charge of data entry looked excited. Guan Shangyue was surprised and excited in his heart, but he still arranged in an organized manner. Record the proportionate configuration of the voltage divider circuit, as well as the power ration of the split transformer. Make sure to record it clearly. Throughout the lab, everyone was on their feet, cheering for this historic moment. This means that China will be the first country to break through superconductor technology. That's an accomplishment that's good enough for a Nobel Prize. It's amazing. This structure is just amazing. It's unbelievable. Researchers with access to the Smart Grid Lab are at least graduate students who are well established in the field of electrical engineering. And only those who were involved in the whole experiment throughout know how incredible it was. Being able to find the optimal distribution ratio of shunt circuits in the design of superconducting structures is enough to win an award for this work alone. Superconducting structure voltage dividing circuit, one main circuit and one auxiliary circuit, and the induced electromotive force generated by each other to fill the loss. According to the transmission distance, to change the voltage ratio of the split circuit. This is not a linear relationship. So maybe when you're transmitting over a distance of only 10 meters, that ratio is 1:1.5. But when that distance reaches 1,000 meters, the ratio is 1:3,145. And to get to 100%, you have to make sure that this ratio can't even have an error of 0.0001. This means that the person who developed this superconducting structure is not only a big shot in the field of physics, but also a genius when it comes to math. First, he has to count and record the data in thousands of trials, and then based on these tens of thousands of data, find the functional relationship and list the linear regression equation. However, linear regression is again an approximation, and an exact value is required to achieve 100%. Therefore, he has to go further and write supplementary equations to bring in the new function through the parameters of the linear regression to arrive at the exact value. To be able to make such a complete set of designs is simply breathtaking, but everyone seems to still be impressed. When academician Quan Shanyu came over with the material, I think he said it was sent by a high school student. While the entire lab cheered, a heavy curiosity rose in everyone's hearts. What kind of high school student is this? Chapter 47 Nomination of Yangtze River Scholars. Guan Shanyu looked at the superconducting structure in the lab with a serene expression, but the mind was still flooded with shock. Academician Guan, did this superconducting structure really come from a high school student? Guan Shanyu did not speak, still looking at the wiring that covered the entire lab. To be able to develop such a structure is beyond the current level of scientific research in China. It's not a matter of whether or not it came from a high school student. The significance of this matter was far more important than Gu Zhiqiu's true identity. You guys record the data and then perfect the corresponding paper on superconducting structures within a month. Guan Shanyu gave an explanation and left the lab thoughtfully. He walked slowly through the campus of UWTSD. The doubts and mysteries in his mind grew worse. After leaving HUST, he took a bus to Huaqing University. After the successful verification of the superconducting structure, it gave him an intuition. The other information sent by Gu Zhiqiu, that complementary equation for the non-conservation of the utoplasma, might be correct as well. The journey from HUST to Huaqing University wasn't far, plus there were some things that couldn't be made clear over the phone, so he decided to make the trip in person anyway. As an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a titan in the field of Chinese nuclear physics, Guan Shanyue's popularity at Huaqing University was also extremely high. When they walked onto the campus of Huaqing University, many students greeted them. Guan Shanyu quickened his pace and walked towards the building located next to the Qinghua Pond, walked up to an office and knocked on the door. Hello, is Professor Yang there? Enter. Sekiyama Yu pushed open the door to the house. In the large office, the collection of books on the shelves alone takes up a full wall. Professor Yang was sitting at his desk, while on the couch, two doctoral students seemed to be reporting on their work. Upon seeing Guan Shanyue come in, Yang Zhining told the two doctoral students to leave first. Clunk. The door to the office house closed, and Guan Shanyu walked slowly to the desk and took a seat on the sofa. There are also differences between academicians. Guan Shanyu was already at the top level in the field of nuclear physics in China, but in front of Yang Zhining, he was still a little behind. A first-class professor and a Nobel Prize winner in physics are still not comparable. Yang Zhining didn't seem to be surprised by Guan Shanyue's arrival either. Any results? Guan Shanyu nodded and asked rhetorically. I wonder how the results of the verification of the complementary equations of the upright inconstancy are going on your side? Yang took out the verified papers of Huaqing's doctoral students from the bookshelf over the past month. The process of derivation is very complicated, and this group of doctoral students, who have been busy day and night for a month, have just figured out the logic of it. Yang Zhining threw a cigarette to Guan Shanyue, and then he himself also lit one, and continued to murmur. I've seen this argument. The quantum level of the argument. The rigor requirements are extremely high, and then there is no complete push to the verification of the previous. The correctness of the correctness is still doubtful. But, he took a deep drag on his cigarette and continued, but this piece of verification, even if it's wrong, this kid is not an ordinary person anymore. His attainments in the field of quantum physics and the field of mathematics have reached a terrifying point. Guan Shangyue said, the superconducting structure has finished verifying that it's correct. At the moment I've asked them to go to the statistics to write a paper, and it will be sent to the Ministry of Science and Technology in a few days. Yang was silent for a moment. Does this kid want to go to HUST? Right. Yang Zhening said, people from the admissions office of Huaqing University should be going to L.A. tomorrow, and the purpose should be to persuade him to come to Huaqing University. So HUST should not be cut off. Guan Shangyue almost choked on the smoke and coughed twice. Elder Yang, you're not being generous, and I have nothing to do. Yang Zhening laughed. I didn't tell the enrollment office those people with this validation paper. To blame can only blame that kid's learning is too outstanding. Listen to the enrollment office side said. He would have been a strong candidate for the provincial top prize, so I'm afraid that not only the Huaqing University, like the Fudan University, the Beijing University in the past few days estimated to have to go to look for him. Guan Shangyue sighed in relief. It seems that I have to go there myself as well, lest the night grows long. Let's get together tomorrow. I'll make the trip. You're going too? Yang Zhening waved his hand and said, don't worry, I'm not snatching people from you. This kid has a promising future. Staying at HUST and contributing to the country is a good thing, and I support it. I'm going just to take a look at this kid, and incidentally ask him a few questions on verification. Okay, I'll see you at the airport tomorrow then. Guan Shangyue didn't stay idle after leaving Huaqing University and returning to HUST. Although the acceptance letters from UWSP have already been sent out, but it seems that this wait is still a bit short compared to the acceptance letters from top 3 prestigious schools such as Huaqing University and Kyungji University. It's uninsured and uncompetitive in his opinion. As such, he walked straight towards the WKU campus. For each academician, there is 1 Changjian scholar, 3 Jieching, and 5 young thousand nominees under his or her belt. Guan Shanyue's nomination as a Chungkong scholar now remains in hand. The Yangtze River Scholars is a part of the National Major Talent Project. The purpose is to train and create high-level discipline leaders, drive key scientific projects to catch up with or maintain the world's leading level. Therefore, Guan Shanyue does not dare to play games, and has always been very cautious about this nomination. But at this point, he felt like he had the right person for the job. After receiving Guan Shanyue's application, the University Council and the Degree Evaluation Committee, at the request of Guan Lao, quickly started a discussion on the relevant issues. Academic issues have always been very rigorous. The assessment of the Chungkong scholars, by definition, has a relatively standardized process and review mechanism. It is generally divided into 2 parts, a letter evaluation and a meeting evaluation. Correspondence evaluation is mainly to eliminate candidates with insignificant scientific achievements, such as less than 100 cumulative SCI publications and less than 1,000 cumulative citations, as well as will also consider whether or not they are a leader in a particular discipline and whether or not they have been responsible for key research projects. If you pass the correspondence evaluation, you will come to the conference evaluation, need to be defended at the meeting. This link will need to have a large number of high-level papers and significant scientific and technological achievements to do support. Only when both the correspondence and conference evaluations are passed will the final selection be made to the Chungkong scholars. And according to Sekiyama Moon, it was clear that he wanted to omit this process altogether. Directly by himself, he pushed that teenager to the position of Chungkong scholar. This incident has left both the University Affairs and the Degree Evaluation Committee a bit handicapped. Guan Shanyue is a titan in the field of nuclear physics, and it is reasonable that nothing should go wrong with the person he recommends. However, if this precedent is set, I am afraid that in the eyes of the outside world, I am afraid that the fairness of the selection will be affected in no small way. Guan Shanyue looked at the conference room. All the people hold on to each other, directly tapped the table and said, "Goose level, enough to get on a Yangtze River scholar. I think it's more than enough. If you guys can't make the main, I'll go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences trip myself." As an institution directly under CAS, WKU is, to put it bluntly, an employee of CAS in one way or another of these university affairs and degree evaluation committees. Guan Lao said to go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences trip. That frankly is intended to go to the leadership to play the report. Chapter 48, a bunch of grumpy people. Guan Lao, don't be angry. We didn't say it was possible. The person in charge sighed. Have to think of a cause. After all, the Yangtze River Scholar is not a title. His social significance is also very large. If Gu students came to our Huaxue University, first made some achievements. Or you said the superconducting structure and the complementary equations of U-symmetric non-conservation has been certified by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. We in the Yangtze River scholars just go with the flow. Guan Shanyu shook his head in anger. I'll be honest with you. Now Huaqing University and Jingdu are snatching people. We have no advantage in Huaxue University. If we can't get this Yangtze River scholar, resulting in the loss of Gu's classmates in Huaxue University, you can't afford to take the responsibility. The person in charge of school affairs sighed. All these years, the top students from all the provinces were not snatched away by Huaqing and Jingda. We, Hust, would not have had a chance. Student Gu is different. Guan Shanyu shook his mouth in anger. He specially revealed his desire to enter HUST before the college entrance exam. We do have a chance to compete this time. Not to mention, this time, the provincial first prize winner. Can it be the same as the ones in the previous years? Watching Guan Shanyu lose his temper, everyone also realized the seriousness of the problem. Elder Guan, don't be angry. Guan Shanyu didn't bother to give a damn about them and directly called the CAS. The entire conference room fell silent. Hey, Professor Guan, why are you free to call me? A low voice rang out from the other end. Guan Shanyue's emotions also converged some, said matter-of-factly, Academician Zhou previously promised me that I have a right to nominate a Chengkong scholar. Is it still count? Of course it counts. Professor Guan, have you found a talent? You've been harboring this Chengkong scholar in your hands for a few years now. Guan Shanyue asked again. Then, for my right to nominate, there should be no need to go through those tedious processes, right? The person on the other end of the phone was quiet for a few seconds, then gave an affirmative answer. Yes, I believe in your vision. Professor Guan, I wonder which of your beloved disciples you are planning to give this nomination to. Guan Shanyu said. Gu Shiqiu. Gu Shiqiu? The other side of the phone pondered for a few seconds. Why don't I have an impression? When he arrives at HUST, I'll bring him to visit you. This is a genius. A supreme genius. Good. I'd like to see what kind of skill someone who can make you comment like that has. Guan Shanyu hung up the phone, then looked at his colleagues in the conference room and asked, any questions now? Everyone shook their heads with an embarrassed look on their faces. The big boss had spoken. So what could they say? Immediately do the formalities for the Yangtze River scholar, as well as the research funding and the settling in fee all together today. Is it so urgent? There was some confusion on the face of one of the heads. Light I know. Huaqing University, Kyoto University, Fudan University have all sent people to L.A. City. I have to hurry to L.A. City tomorrow. If I drag it out I'll have to drink the northwest wind again. After saying that, Guan Shanyu walked out of the conference room in a huff. These guys have been purely pampered for too long to realize the gravity of the situation. When Guan Shanyu left, the conference room began to divide up the work on its hands and knees. In accordance with UWSP's talent acquisition strategy, the employment fee for Changjiang scholars is at 600,000 per year, with research funding starting at 600 W per year and 300 W for settling in fee. Going to enrollment on those terms is kind of a precedent at UWSP. They could also think of the bloodbath that would ensue online after recruiting that GU student. That group of uninformed netizens. I'm afraid they all have to wonder, now that colleges and universities are grabbing students, have they been ferocious to such an extent? L.A. City, L.A. Tech Faculty and Staff Family Building. Lu Man Man's father, held an A4 paper filled with densely written calculations in his hands, looking at it in a near daze. Yeah, near daze. Lu Nanny looked serious and his gaze was earnest. No one could have guessed that he had actually read nothing, but how could he admit defeat in front of his own daughter? He was at least a second-class professor, though not a nuclear physics major, but a high school student's draft paper, as a full professor, shouldn't be unreadable, right? But the more he looked, the harder it was for him. If the kid had written some formulas haphazardly, he'd be fine. Even if he couldn't read them, he could just say that this piece of draft paper was worthless. But on the contrary, even though he couldn't read it, he could feel that the calculations and inferences on it all looked like they were correct. It's an intuition developed over so many years of doing research. There is a metaphysical beauty in correct derivation, gives the right kind of intuition. Coincidentally, the calculations on this A4 paper gave him just that. Dad, how was it? Jiqiu didn't lie, did she? Lunani coughed twice and put the A4 paper down before his spirit loosened up a little. In a roundabout way, he answered Lumanian. Well, that's an interesting derivation. Let's show your mom when she gets home tonight. After saying that, Lu Nanny went back to the house to rest with the goji berry tea. Lu Man put the A4 paper back, carefully storing it away. It was only at 7:30 in the evening that Lu Ru came back from the L.A. University of Science and Technology. The whole man was exhausted and his face was very cold. obviously pissed off by that nonsense graduation design. This class of students is really pissing me off. Lu Ru yelled when she returned home. When she saw Lu Man, it was like she saw a sandbag that could be used to vent her anger, and she attacked with all her might. You still know how to come back? Yesterday is not quite powerful. Not disobedient, directly sneak out? Lu Man spat out her tongue. Dad, my mom's mad again. Lu Nanny came out from the bedroom. Hastily put out the fire. Wife, don't be angry, don't be angry. Other people angry, I'm not angry. Angry out of the disease, no one to replace. You have a good rest. Dinner I'll do. Lu Ru's nostrils flared in anger. Now these students are just too much. I'm really following the anger. Lu Nanny pounded his shoulder and concurred. Alas, I brought the same. Nowadays young people are too playful, which is so down to earth like us. Do you dare to believe that one by one? At least they are graduate students. They actually borrowed from each other's thesis. This defense made me lose my temper on the spot when I listened to it. Wrong data, wrong concepts, wrong citations, high overlap in the articles. I really don't know what the hell is going on in their heads. Lu Nanny, yes, we've brought so many graduate students. Aren't we clear? These kids are just getting a diploma. They don't even properly put their minds on scientific research. There's no need to get so angry. Lu Ru gently patted his chest. High blood pressure was almost gas up. They can't do this attitude. Even if you get a master's degree, it's also a pit. Who wants to be who? Bad luck in the future to the community. Do academics have no attitude? Do the work can be good? Right, you're right. Don't be angry. Let's do our own thing on the line. You're not their parents. They fooled you, let them fool. Anyway, in the end, fooled or their own. Chapter 49, for the sake of the hat. Lumenman listened on the sidelines, sort of taking it in stride. Tech was just upgraded to a book 2 years ago. It's just an average one-book institution when it comes down to it. To be honest, the school spirit is really no match for other top schools. Not to mention that even at the good schools, this is pretty commonplace. After Lu Nanny gave Lu Ru some persuasion, he went to the kitchen to cook. Lu Man looked at her own mom from time to time and found that she wasn't that angry, which made her sit over. Nah, this is the data Jicho said to you before. I brought it. Lu Ru sighed. You don't think I'm angry enough, do you? Lu Man spat out her tongue. What does it have to do with Jicho if you're mad at your students? Lu Ru glared at her own daughter. This hasn't even been married off yet, and you're starting to go against me? Anyway, take a look. Lu Man shoved the actuarial paper into Lu Ru's hand. However, Lu Ru no longer had the slightest heart to look at it. Today's day of defending her B.A. had cracked her mind open. Those falsified papers made her head spin, but at least what they faked was relatively low end. It was all the more basic stuff of nuclear physics. And this kid, Gu Shichio, faked the ultimate problem in nuclear physics. She didn't even have the idea of looking at it anymore. It's so hard to not be so angry. And this look is sure to make your blood pressure come back up. Come on, look, Lumania urged. Lu Ru closed her eyes. I don't want to look. You give me a 5-minute shoulder rub and I'll take a look. You, excessive, Lu Ru casually said. Then you're on your own. Whack on it. Lu Man walked over and pounded Lu Ru's shoulders. Lu Ru sighed. Alas, look how obedient you were when you were a child. The older you get, the more I realize that you are becoming more and more rebellious. Lu Man said. After all, I am an independent person. How can I be obedient for the rest of my life? See, it'll talk back. Slightly, Lu Ru sighed and picked up the exercise paper. As promised to her, it was only looked at and then put down. Mom, you're out of line. What can you see with just one look? Lerman grumbled. However, Lu Ru suddenly sat up and picked up the arithmetic paper again. It is true that you can't tell anything by just looking at it by definition, but this piece of arithmetic paper managed to captivate her at once. This, Lu Ru frowned. Is this the plasma ionization parameter? Lu Ru hurriedly took out the presbyopia glasses from the backpack and put them on, then took the arithmetic paper and walked into the study, turning on the desk lamp and carefully reading it. It looks like a lot of work, because every step on this algorithm paper is very streamlined. So even with a sufficient stock of nuclear physics knowledge, she still had to linger long enough at each step to read it. The plasma ionization parameters are derived, albeit briefly, in important steps that are spelled out. That's why she's qualified to see it step by step. However, when it came to the part about quantum homoclinic equations, she was at her wit's end. The implicit conditions and parameter restrictions therein are overly complex. The only thing she could read were the equations of state for some of the important steps. As for function banding and partial differential with reference solving, she had some difficulty understanding it. She had watched it half-heartedly from the time the conditions had appeared until she had worked her way through the partial differential equations that introduced the quantum state of motion. Without realizing it, half an hour had passed. Lerman watched from the sidelines. Although she was unable to read anything, By observing Lu Ru's expression, she could vaguely guess that these data from Jiqiu had shocked her own mother greatly. Lu Ru took off her presbyopic glasses and picked up the arithmetic paper with slightly trembling fingers. Is this written by that Gu student? Lum Man nodded. Lu Ru's face was filled with uncertainty and ignorance. She is a nuclear physics veteran. Said veteran is a bit disrespectful, but the fact is that this is the case. The current development of nuclear physics has been almost stagnant for decades. Thus almost all the scholars in this field belong to the state of hopelessness of advancement and lying flat on the ground. The same goes for Lu Ru, especially as an ordinary professor of a college. On the matter of promoting the development of nuclear physics, is even less idea. After all, even the Chinese Academy of Sciences Nuclear Physics Laboratory has made tiny progress. She is an ordinary teaching, let alone. But this piece of acting straw paper made her feel the nuclear physics building, which had been motionless for decades, begin to shake, though half of it she couldn't quite make out. But there is no error in the whole process of deduction, and the result of this lack of error is that the two dark clouds hanging over controlled fusion are about to part. Lu Ru didn't dare to pack her bags. She carefully put away the arithmetic paper and kept it nervously. She had even forgotten that this piece of paper came from Gu Jiqiu, who was only a student who had just finished the college entrance exam, because being able to solve those two problems is, in itself, an unbelievable thing. When a controversial person does something unexpected, the controversy lifts, because all eyes will only be on the incredible thing. Lu Ru looked at her daughter. Is Gu Jiqiu still at Luo High School? Lu Mania nodded. Well, it's still living there. Take me to him tomorrow. Lu Man said happily. Isn't it true that what Jiqiu wrote was right? I told you, Jiqiu wouldn't lie. He. Lu Ru was in no mood to joke with Lu Man. Instead, he was unusually serious and tense, which startled Lu Man. The atmosphere at dinner was also very weird. As soon as Lu Nanyi saw Lu Ru's expression, he understood everything. Is that kid really unusual? Lu Man, of course. Jiqiu is very good. Lu Ru ignored Lu Man's words and nodded. It's hard to say. I'll personally go there tomorrow to confirm if this is really from him. Lu Man, definitely. I've said it all. Jiqiu does what she says she'll do. Lu Nanyi asked again. What if it is? Lu Manuman, hey. I'm talking to you guys because you can't hear me? Lu Ru pondered for a moment. If that's the case, Man is indeed high on the list. Lu Manuman. It didn't feel good to be treated like a transparent person, but listening to her mother made her heart small and happy. At least she heard it, and Mom seemed to be agreeing. Hi. Unassuming two-room apartment. Gu Jiqiu was lying on the sofa and swiping short videos. Short videos are certainly a great pastime for nights with nothing to do. After crossing a couple of dancing ladies, I saw a crying scene from a tech area vlogger. Originally, he thought it was a claptrap program effect and intended to cross it over. However, after flipping through a few videos one after another, he saw the related video again. Only then did he take it seriously. So it wasn't staged. And this thing even made it to the top of the charts. The thing is this knowledge V is called Wu Feng. In his 30s, after returning from a prestigious overseas university, he teaches at the School of Architecture of Huaqing University. When Wu Feng first started to contact the Self media, he introduced himself as a scientific research dog trying to earn a hat. The meaning of hat is something that people in academia understand, but not the fine print, because the interests were related. Gu Jiqiu was not at liberty to say more. But the reason why this Wu Feng suddenly burst into tears seems to be because he received a phone call during the live broadcast, and was told that he had been squeezed out of his spot as a Chengkong scholar. As a result, he lost control of his emotions and cried and cursed. At that moment he happened to be in the live broadcast. This matter was recorded by the netizens screen to spread. Chapter 50, An Orgy of Traffic? Gu Jiqiu clicked on the topic #A researcher's cry. It's already a popular feature on Shakeology. What's strange is that the tech vlogger has more than one cry. On Wu Feng's homepage, the top 3 short videos are all crying in response to this incident. The first video, with over 13 million views, has already reached 2 million likes. It's the #1 short video heat spike. The content is his path to school. From a young age, he was at the top of the list, and in his sophomore year of high school, because of his excellent grades, he started the road to study abroad, and then attended famous schools overseas until he graduated from his doctoral program, and returned to teach at the Department of Architecture of Huaqing University. Worked hard all the way through and was very committed to research. Originally, the Chengkong scholars had been nominated in January this year, and the selected list had basically come out, and he was already listed. But just when it was about to be officially granted, it was suddenly cut off by a mysterious force. It certainly made it hard for him to accept. The inspirational nature of the journey to school, coupled with the pathos of his crying, instantly elicited the sympathy of countless people. the comments section was also nearly lopsided in its comfort. Alas, I didn't realize that such a situation could occur in the so sacred world of academia. I really don't know which one of the connections is so powerful. It's outrageous that dedicated researchers are so disrespected, and those who have accomplished nothing at all are in high places. The second video, still crying, but the content was Wu Feng's presentation of his published papers and academic research over the past few years. This short video is as professional as it gets, with a lot of jargon throughout, so much so that it has many netizens calling it professional. Only the most crucial, how many papers he has published on reputed platforms and what awards he has received academically, he does not mention, but no one seems to care either, because just watching him vocally cry is an injustice. The third video, which focuses on questioning the Academic Accreditation Committee. The title of the short video is also 3 questions for academics. The first question is why researchers are always subject to injustice. The second question is, if all of academia ceases to be a purgatory, will the masters above the hall still be able to convince the public? Third question, announce the identity of the person who squeezed me out of my spot and let everyone judge. This video is short, with only 5 million views and 1 million likes, but the comments and retweets are the most numerous. These 3 questions for academics are considered to be a complete mastery of the wealth code. In fact, since a few years ago, the country has focused on the strategy of developing the country through science and technology. The winds are already shifting across the internet. The argument that the master is wandering and the playwright is in the temple has been mentioned by many netizens, especially when those dedicated scientists, who have been working in obscurity for decades, can make less than a millionth of what those traffic stars make. It certainly stung the hearts of many netizens, especially during these 2 years of economic sluggishness. Everyone has realized one thing, those so-called stars, the so-called traffic, is nothing but a tool man for enrichment. Their collection of wealth does not lead to social progress, create a false prosperity, but in reality, they don't have the power to change anything. Those so-called traffic and stars can easily make millions of dollars in one night. The researchers who sent rockets into the sky, boosted the country's military power, enhanced the level of social development, and riveted China's international status upward, can't even know their names. Although, Wu Feng's first question about injustice resonated with many netizens. However, the second question about academia is a bit inappropriate. Whether academia is spotless or not, Gu Shiqiu can't guarantee it, but he knew that it was more or less inappropriate to be able to question academics so directly about such an open platform. First of all, the entire group of Cheung Kong scholars is not yet representative of an academic community, let alone an individual. After all, the ability to tell right from wrong is not as strong on the internet, and it would be more than worthwhile to have a greater impact on academia as a result. So this kind of accusation is fine from a personal point of view, but it's always inappropriate in the grand scheme of things. Until the issue is clarified, one shouldn't just stand on the opposite side of the fence and incite netizens to question academia. As for the third question, there is no excuse. Gu Shiqiu had faith in Chinese academia, but since he had given people a squeeze, he still had to give a proper reason, at least publish out the information of the replacement. If it is really fair and impartial, I believe that not only will give Wu Feng an explanation, but also eliminate the whole network of the academic community's doubts. But it seems that, so far, with the heat high across the internet, the Academic Council has never taken a position. Gu Shiqiu watched many videos on this topic. Because of the hot debate all over the internet, there will be no shortage of rubbing it in by bringing back some of the subplots or some of the old stories. And the impact on the authority of academia is not insignificant. The next day, after Gu Shiqiu woke up, she simply ate a breakfast, and then she opened Shake Shack and continued to watch yesterday's topic. Sometimes watching such hot topics is like watching a TV series. As soon as I have some free time, I want to see if there are any updates and if there are any new videos out. Look no further than a little bit of hot topic. That's when it spiked straight to #1 on the network. The topic's total plays went straight to 450 million plays after a night of fermentation. Even many authoritative official media's self-media accounts have retweeted and voiced their opinions. And that technology v Wu Feng's fanbase, in just one night, directly increased by nearly 1 million attention, though the vast majority of that million followers were there to eat the melon and wait for the follow-up. But in one leap, it also made this big V leap into the top stream. Of course, there were some clowns who jumped the gun and took the initiative to come forward at this time to say that they were the one who had replaced Wu Feng. As a result, these people, apart from taking the initiative to stand up and take the blame themselves, are unable to say anything at all, and they do not even know what a Cheung Kong scholar is. Eventually it was raked over the coals and found out that it was actually an internet sensation who was rubbing it in. But even so, it has gained small hundreds of thousands of followers by being a clown mouth. Looking at the gradual pandemonium inside the topic, Gu Shiqiu was no longer in the mood to read on. What started out as a good question for academics has now been made into a traffic orgy. What seemed to be a complaint about injustice is now a game of dividing the traffic pie. This made Gu Zhiqiu more or less disgusted. After breakfast, a little after 9 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. Zhiqiu, open the door. Gu Zhiqiu heard that it was Lu Manman's voice and hurriedly got up to open the door. Chapter 51. You can live without it, but you must be happy with it. The door to the house opened. Luman's clothes are plain today. Plain t-shirt and plain jean shorts. Even if they were so ordinary, those two milky white slender legs were still outstanding. Gu Zhiqiu didn't have the good sense to appreciate it, because beside Lu Manman, there was also a sensible and beautiful woman standing. With a short, dry haircut, Luman's features had a few of this beautiful woman's colors. Without even thinking about it, this must be the future mother-in-law. Gu Zhiqiu's hands were busy, and for a while those two hands had nowhere to rest. One moment he wiped his shirt and the next he scratched his hair. Looking nervous, Lu Manman walked over graciously and gently took his arm, intimately saying, "This is my mom." Lu Ru nodded. "My name is Lu Ru." Gu Zhiqiu hurriedly nodded. "Hello, auntie. My name is Gu Zhiqiu." Honestly, it would be a lie not to be nervous, although in terms of actual age, he is not much younger than Lu Ru. If the average person, what battles have not seen in the past life, definitely not so nervous, but he's the odd man out, giving all his time to research, so much so that there's still huge room for improvement when it comes to socializing and dealing with people. What's more, it was his first time meeting his parents. Unprecedented experience. Lu Manman pulled Gu Zhiqiu into the house. "Don't be nervous, my mom has already agreed, right mom?" Lu Ru did not respond to Lu Manman, but walked into the living room and sat on the sofa with a serious look. With that stance, it was obvious that he had come prepared. Gu Zhiqiu took out a teacup and poured a cup of plain water for his future mother-in-law. Lu Manman took his arm into her bosom and tried her best to eliminate his nervousness. "Don't worry, my old mom has been like this ever since she saw your piece of projection yesterday, and this symptom has lasted until today." Hearing this, Gu Zhiqiu was slightly relieved. Lu Ru took out the arithmetic paper from her backpack and asked, "Did you write what's on this?" "Aha. What do your parents do?" Gu Zhiqiu, Omega. "I was expecting my future mother-in-law to ask some questions about nuclear physics, but I didn't expect a direct question about the family." A false move that directly overwhelmed him. "My parents were both researchers at the Air and Space Missile Base Institute." Lu Ru nodded thoughtfully. "It's also a high-level intellectual." For parents, Gu Zhiqiu was still very confident. Although their Gu family cannot be compared to the Lu family in terms of titles, but in terms of hard power, is not the slightest wimp. "Yes," Lu Ru questioned. "Then I'll ask you again. Did you write this content, or did your parents?" Gu Zhiqiu nodded silently and let out a bitter smile. "So that's what it's all about. Future mother-in-law is just questioning it." He nodded and said solemnly, "I wrote it, so can you walk me through the processes?" Could be. Future mother-in-law's test. Gu Zhiqiu naturally had to take it. He started with his bedroom, lifting out a palm-thick sheet of draft paper. Lu Ru looked at the acting grass paper spread over a coffee table, eyelashes slightly trembling, incredibly open mouth. Half a long time cannot close. Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Manman switched places, sat next to Lu Ru, and began to explain things to her, each one step, the origin of each equation, the meaning of each algebra was told to Lu Ru one by one. As for Lu Ru's expression, the change was also very interesting. At first it was a little confused, then a little thatched, then surprised, and finally dumbfounded. That's about it. The calculation was overly complicated, but since it would be messy for man to take so much back at once, I just transcribed the important steps and the final results. As for the calculations involved, I left them out. Lu Manman hugged his arm and gently rested on his shoulder, with a face of complacency and pride. "Mom, how is it? Is my mail ticket great? Much better than those embroidered pillows you introduced to me, right?" Lu Ru. It was never a word that came out. Her eyes stared woodenly at Gu Zhiqiu. Gu Zhiqiu thought she was testing him, but the real truth was that she did know nothing about quantum homogeneity and plasma parameters. To be honest, if an undergraduate student encounters knowledge that he cannot understand, a graduate student can make it out, a doctoral student can make it out, and a professor can make it out, and an academician can make it clear. But it's hard to rely on someone else to make it clear to her what a professor can't figure out, to be honest, because it's not possible unless the subject knowledge is far above hers and the academic attainments are much higher than hers. But what she couldn't believe was that Gu Zhiqiu had done it. Lu Ru's existing words could hardly express her surprise at Gu Zhiqiu, because what Gu Zhiqiu was telling her was the last two puzzles that had plagued the nuclear physics community for more than 30 years. "Mom," Lumania called out softly. As Lu Ru's daughter, it was the first time that Man had seen her mom herself like this. It was also a shock. Lu Ru came back to her senses from her daze, and some tears were already flashing out of her gaze. "Oh, It's fine, Gu Zhiqiu sincerely said. Mother-in-law, first of all I apologize to you. The first time I talked to you on the phone, I said some things wrong. I hope you don't take it personally, but I hope you believe me. I'm really not a child anymore, and I've seriously considered it. I like Man. I hope you can give me this chance. Lu Man stared at Lu Ru. Mom, you promised me if this parameter is confirmed to be written by Zhiqiu, you are agreeing to us being together. With Zhiqiu's level of physics and math now, no one can know how far the future will go. Mom is not trying to stop you. Just, Lu Ru sighed and looked kindly at Gu Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu, why do you like Man? Just because you spent this 1 year together in your senior year of high school? Lu Manman also turned her head sideways and stared at him with flashing eyes. Honestly, I want to know too. Gu Zhiqiu sighed lightly and said slowly, more than a year's worth of feeling. I'm a nerd, one who is very, very dull about his feelings. I'm still a total science student, the kind that once I get into it, I forget about time day and night. I think it's generally hard for someone like me to like someone, I guess. Actually, at first even I wasn't sure if what I felt for man was like it or not, but then there was a dream, and there was no man in that dream. I had thought that research was all I had to do, but whenever I succeeded in an experiment, I could never resist the urge to celebrate with Man. Whenever I fail an experiment and give up on myself, I always want to talk to Man. Whenever I'm in the lab all alone doing research and at a loss, I always want her around. That's when I realized that without Man I might still be able to do good research, and I might still be very successful. But with Man I would have been happy. Chapter 52, Are these two guys from admissions funny? Lu Ru's face was grave. Lu Man was a little touched by what he heard. This may be the generation gap. Lu Ru has been a mother for 20 years, and it hasn't been smooth sailing with Lu Nan-yi along the way. So many stumbles had taught her how hard it was for two people to be together. Especially the good ones are not short of warblers around them. Just like her. At that time, Lu Nan-yi was still her senior. Academic excellence. Good-looking and handsome. In the school pursuers countless. Although she was taken down in the end. In those first few years, she was constantly on the lookout for women who were close to Lu Nan-yi. It's a day who lives it. One's boyfriend is so good that a strong attraction to the opposite sex is unavoidable. Gu Zhiqiu, on the other hand, was much better than Lu Nan-yi. It's a few notches above, both in looks and in appearance. Although he is still a student now, with his attainments in nuclear physics, a first-class professor will certainly not be the end of the road for him. Compared to such a wonderful man is a little too bad. Therefore, Lu Ru was always worried in her heart. Obviously, what Gu Zhiqiu said was a bit childish and immature, which made her feel at ease. But her own daughter had the chance to be with such a potential. She was rationally worried but emotionally naturally supported it with both hands and feet. Lu Ru said in a serious tone, Man, no matter in the academic level or the knowledge level, is not the same level as you. I from the heart, is to think that the two of you are not particularly matched, but if you really chose Man, I hope that you can treat her well. Although she is not the most excellent girl, but in my heart as a mother, she is the most precious under the sky. A smile appeared on Lu Man's face. Thank you, Mom. Gu Zhiqiu could understand Lu Ru's meaning, and also said with a sincere attitude, Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely treat Man well. As he spoke, there was another sharp knock on the door outside. Gu Zhiqiu got up and opened the door. Principal Guohongan stood in the doorway full of excitement, and without saying a word, pulled his arm and tugged him outside. Quickly, don't stay at home. The people from Huaqing University have already arrived at the school, and the people from Beijing University will arrive at noon as well, so you can hurry to go to the school with me. Lu Ru looked at the doorway, confused. What is this? Lu Man is not surprised. Zhiqiu is basically the provincial first prize winner, so these schools don't even have to wait until the results come down to directly come to grab people. Let Huaqing University just after the college entrance examination cannot wait to come over to grab people. This study must be how good. Lu Ru looked at Gu Zhiqiu with satisfaction. His own face when the future mother-in-law are so bright. If when the parents, I guess everyone has to mention a mouth. By the way, what do Zhiqiu's parents do? They must be very proud to have given birth to such an outstanding child, right? Lu Man said. Researchers at the Air Missile Research Institute. I guess, I would think that his parents wouldn't be too proud of him. Like the parent-teacher conferences and commendation assemblies in his senior year. His parents basically never came. Or once in a while, when they heard that it was unimportant, they went back to the institute again. As a woman who had spent a year with Gu Zhiqiu, she could be too convinced that Gu Zhiqiu's parents were simply two scientific research wonders, the quintessential example of research being more important than even children. Thinking of this, she also beeped and prayed in a small voice, hoping that Gu Zhiqiu would not inherit his parents' genes, otherwise her happy life would be over. Although it seems that there are already some signs. Gu Zhiqiu walked back from the doorway and looked at the two. It seems like we can't push it off. Why don't you guys join us? Lu Manman ran over with a bounce and held Gu Zhiqiu's hand in a big way. Of course we have to go together. After all, it's the honor student I've been taking care of for a year. Lu Ru followed out the door. The principal outside the door, watching Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Manman walk out holding hands, was first surprised on his face, but quickly recovered. After the college entrance exam, Gua Hongyan had no more burdens. It was normal for a student as outstanding as Gu Zhiqiu to attract girls' favor. What else could he do but give his blessing? First high school. In the principal's office, the two teachers from the admissions office of Huaqing University were fidgety. The news that people from the admissions offices of Kyoto University, Shanghai Jiaotong University and Fudan University were on their way was received. It's going to be really stressful if we don't talk about it before everyone else arrives. The principal pushed the door in and smiled. Two teachers, Zhiqiu is here. Those two hurriedly stood up and enthusiastically walked over to shake hands with Gu Zhiqiu. Hello Gu. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the two men in front of her, dressed in a competent suit, with the emblem of Huaqing University pinned to her chest and a smile on her face. After shaking their hands, he nodded silently and took a seat on the couch. Gu students are really excellent. Looking at a table of talent, you this senior year since the successive results, my side also understand, said you province 10 years of the most outstanding provincial top student, but also not the slightest exaggeration Another enrollment class teacher nodded. Indeed, under the head competition. In fact, the gap is generally very small. All the years are you as a first, I as a first. It can be said that the competition is very fierce, but Gu students you can steadily pull away from the second place 1 or 2 10 points. This is a very impressive level Gu Zhiqiu had heard too many words of praise, and praising him for being a good student was one of the most childish kinds of praise, so he acted very calmly. There's no need to be polite. The two teachers, those two looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, well, then we'll get right to the point. The purpose of our visit. I believe the principal has already conveyed it for us. Gu Zhiqiu nodded. Perhaps it was his calmness that made these two teachers from the admissions office a little heartbroken. After all, they had chatted with all the provincial scholars from various provinces in the past few years, and there had never been one that behaved as coldly as Gu Zhiqiu, so the two nodded in unison and decided to zoom off. To be honest, high school exams are not like regular exams. Yeah, high school carries so much. How stressful. We've encountered many cases in past years where students who normally do quite well on the exams end up failing when it comes to the entrance exams. That's definitely there. There's quite a few, but my notion has always been that you can't judge a person because of one test. Yet it is, 12 years of hard work cannot be denied by failing a test. Then the reason why we're here, can we tell Mr. Gu, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Then I'll say it. Go ahead. Although it's a bit different from the pragmatic spirit of our Huaqing University's motto, I'm not ashamed to make an exception for Gu. Chapter 53, So Disrespectful. Before the high school results came out, Gu was approached because we believed he had the strength of a provincial top student. Yes, even if he fails the high school entrance exam, we will still treat him as a provincial top student in our hearts. It's a risk we take that way, but I think it's honoring a genius. Huaqing needs this kind of talent, and so does the country. I hope Gu can enter Tsinghua University, hopefully from the heart. In the office, except Gu Zhiqiu wasn't too surprised. Man and Lu Ru, including the principal, were dumbfounded. To be honest, they didn't expect Huaqing University to find two comedians to enroll them. No, it should be that I didn't expect the admissions office teacher of Huaqing University to actually know comedy. It's so much fun when you say one thing and I say another. Lu Ru could not believe that these two people were actually the enrollment teachers of the famous Huaqing University. To actually be able to set up to this point, Gu Zhiqiu can be too generous. The next pressure went to Gu Zhiqiu. Honestly, let the top schools in China put their foot down and invite. That's enough to give face. Generally speaking, as long as you're not too brain challenged, it's time to get to the signing. Gu Zhiqiu in her previous life was fooled by these two admissions teachers. Once fresh, twice salty. Now he didn't eat this at all, but changed the topic. By the way, I don't know if you guys watched the Jitterbug hot search yesterday? The two admissions office teachers blushed in embarrassment. As a member of Huaqing University, how could they not notice something as big as yesterday? And this hot search is still a major negative news for Huaqing University. It was a bit of a catch-22 for the two men for a while. Lu Manman opened her mouth and said, I saw it. It seems like a blogger's nomination for Yangtze River Scholar was squeezed out. That blogger I've also followed, sometimes recommending some cosmetics. It's quite good. As a university professor, Lu Ru knows that these hats are not easy to come by. It is not easy for anyone to be nominated and selected, only to be squeezed out of the list. I've noticed this too. That blogger seems to be quite young, in his 30s, and this kind of professor is reasonably young in terms of academic experience. Yangtze River Scholars Competition has always been a group of academic bulls killed. He may be just in time this year. Did not meet the old professor nominated. Otherwise he is afraid that this year is also not eligible for selection. But in scientific research, luck has always been important and crucial, and he was lucky this year. And he was looking at becoming the youngest Chungkong scholar at Huaqing University. This feeling of giving hope and extinguishing it is the most desperate. Huaqing University. The two admissions teachers, listening to the brain eye are painful, also do not know how to refute. Yes, this thing is mainly sudden. This thing has come out of nowhere because it came out of nowhere yesterday, and I don't have any specifics on my end yet. Gu Shiqiu said, there must be a reason for being sidelined. I don't know if it's because of the poor nomination of Huaqing University or some other reason. This we will investigate clearly, because we also just know this thing. But Gu students, please rest assured to our Huaqing University's academic attitude. We will definitely find out exactly what is going on. Find out what is the reason for the nomination to be cancelled, and whether there is any process in the middle of the inappropriate. This follow-up Huaqing University will continue to follow up on this matter. The principal was silent on the sidelines. If it had been usual, he would have heckled. After all, Huaqing University is also considered to be the brand name of Chinese colleges and universities. A senior student questioned here and there, more or less not enough respect. But to Gu Jiqiu, he kept silent. The two admissions teachers, who seemed to sense a blockage in the enrollment process. Gu student, no matter what the results of the investigation of this matter are, I think it still shouldn't cause too much impact on your choice. After all, Huaqing is also a double first-class prestigious school in China, and I sincerely hope that you can enter. Gu Jiqiu still didn't answer and changed the topic again. I heard that there's also a professor from Huaqing University coming over today. Why haven't we seen him yet? Gua Hong'an said. Yes, when Huaqing University called yesterday, they mentioned that a professor might be coming over. The two enrollment office teachers shook their heads and said, we've been coming out from Huaqing University to make contact with the candidates since the college entrance exams. I'm still not too sure about the school side of things. Are you sure it's a professor from our Huaqing University who's coming? Gua Hong'an nodded firmly. Yes, it was the Huazheng University's School Affairs Office that personally told me, saying that the two of you would return to Luocheng tomorrow, and that another professor might also come, but the specifics of what person and when they would come were not told to me. The two men in the admissions office looked at each other, a bit puzzled. The enrollment office contacts students and sort of has performance targets. That's why they're running around, talking city to city. To put it bluntly, these provincial and municipal top students are the best among the same batch of college entrance examination candidates, but it's only relative, and it's not even known what they'll be like when they get to college. For this kind of students, it's already a great honor for their admissions offices to come a long way to make a trip. You actually sent a professor? Huaqing University was thirsty for talent, but it seemed that it had never been so broken. It's a bit magical to have a working professor from Huaqing University looking for a high school senior. The two asked, is it coming to Al? Hi, yeah, that's for sure. Called me. Hua Hong'an nodded. It's for Gu students? Well, that's what it said on the phone. The two men looked at Gu Jiqiu, pondering, not quite understanding. But one thing is for sure, Huaqing University takes this Gu student very seriously. Consequently, their attitude was also a bit more sincere. Student Gu, I know that you're more concerned about the Wu Feng Changjiang scholar incident. We did generalize a bit just now and may have given you some misunderstanding. However, we can assure you that within a week, our Huaqing University will definitely investigate the circumstances of this matter and make a reasonable solution. And if Prof. Wu Feng's Changjiang scholar has been unjustly deprived of it, our Huaqing University will righteously recover the nomination of Changjiang scholar for Prof. Wu. Another person also solemnly said, yes, for academic issues, we at Huaqing University have always been serious and rigorous, so Gu can rest assured. I don't know if student Gu still has any scruples. Don't worry, if you do, just say it directly. Only by asking questions can we solve problems. Only by solving all of our problems with each other can we better eliminate our scruples, and your study and life at Huaqing University will be more comfortable. Chapter 54, here they come, all of them. Wait, I don't think I said I'm going to Huaqing University, did I? Gu Jiqiu scratched his head and carefully recalled that he hadn't said a few words since he entered the office, so there shouldn't be anything that could cause them to be ambiguous. Lumania knew what was going on, so she didn't act too surprised. Gua Hong'an and Lu Ru were different. Gu Shiqiu's words basically counted as a rejection of Huaqing's enrollment application. The two teachers from the admissions office stiffened their faces. Does student Gu have any target colleges in mind? Gu Shiqiu nodded. Yes, but unfortunately not Huaqing University. Hiss. Huaqing University two enrollment teachers face heavy, but did not give up on this. China's famous schools are so few. A high school student cannot know the roots, so less than the last written into the file of the moment. Huaqing University have the opportunity to fight for a little? An admissions teacher inquired. I wonder which institution Gu is targeting now. Huaxi University of Science and Technology. Gu Shiqiu just said it. The faces of those two enrollment teachers became unusually wonderful. They originally competitors may be Beijing University, or Shanghai Jiaotong University, Fudan the same segment of the university, but how did not expect actually is the University of Science and Technology of China. On the ranking of colleges and universities in China, Huachang, Jingde, Shangjiaotong University and these are considered T0 level, and WKU is a notch lower, at the T1 level. Since they have been in charge of enrollment, all the provincial top students, none of them have chosen T1 institutions. Thus, Gu Zhiqiu's answer was, in truth, an answer they had not expected at all. Mr. Gu, are you serious? Another admissions office teacher laughed. With your ability, it would be condescending to go to HUST. The principal, Hua Hongan, was also a bit baffled at this moment. He had thought that if Gu Zhiqiu rejected Huaqing University, then the choice would at least be Beijing University, or even worse, Shangjiaotong University. But I can't imagine it's WKU. Zhiqiu, Huaca University is the choice of the 5th to 10th place of our Luo High School. It shouldn't be your choice. Although HUST is also a double first class, 985, 211, but there is still a certain difference with the top universities. Even in the country, the ranking cannot enter the top 5. In terms of college rankings and admission scores, there is a serious mismatch between HUST and Gu Zhiqiu's abilities. The two enrollment teachers from Huaqing University, on the other hand, had visibly lighter faces, because competing with WKU for talent, they're not wimps at all. Okay, Gu, for the sake of your future and your scientific research path, we, as people who have been there, should give you a heartfelt advice. Huaqing University is much stronger than HUST. Indeed, HUST's minimum admission score of 667 in the physics category, with a minimum ranking of 431 in the province, is not comparable to Tsinghua, even though it is a member of the HUA5 University League. Hua Hongan also chimed in. I've heard of Yao class. That's where only the top students among the top students can get in. It's the tip of the pyramid among the prestigious schools. Zhiqiu, with your ability you should go there. The two enrollment teachers said without exaggeration. Once you enter the Yao class, I believe that Gu's academic path will be incredibly smooth, and the members of the Yao class will, invariably, put a label on you that can be a knock on the door of any top-tier company, and after graduation, you will be able to earn at least $2 million a year to start with. Lu Ru and Lu Manman, as bystanders, hadn't said anything. After really knowing Gu Zhiqiu well, it was clear that with his ability, it would be hard to restrict him no matter what school, and at the end of the day, I believe he has his own judgment on what school to choose. As expected, for the lure of the two admissions teachers, Gu Zhiqiu shook his head and said, Huaqing University is very good. Zhejiang University, Beijing University, and Shanghai Jiaotong University are all very good, but it doesn't prevent me from not wanting to go. An admissions teacher asked in a serious tone. Gu, I'd like to know your criteria for choosing a school. First of all, I know it's certainly not the school ranking. That's the research strength? Gu Zhiqiu shook her head. Is that the number of academicians? Gu Zhiqiu still shook her head. Could it be a chance to come out on top? Although it was impolite, they still gently asked it out, because it was rumored outside that Huaqing and Jingda, these first-class universities, had serious internal scrolls inside, so it was not guaranteed that Gu had heard this rumor and was worried that he, a top student of Yu province, would turn out to be a passerby after he went in. But Gu Zhiqiu shook her head in tears. It's not a bonus, is it? There were some colleges and universities that gave out incentive money if they recruited students who were much above the scoreline. Although they didn't know if HUST had such a practice, they asked anyway. As a result, Gu Zhiqiu still shook her head. And because of what? Gu Zhiqiu said, personal choice. He had a good reason for going to WKU, but didn't have to tell them. The faces of the two enrollment teachers clearly became not so good. It's safe to say that they've lowered their stance, but Gu Zhiqiu's attitude was clearly not giving any face at all. Mr. Gu, I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you sure you've thought this through? Because once we leave, it basically means that you will lose your admission to Huaqing University. We can say with a clear conscience that HCCU is a top university that is even better than HUST. The two men gave an ultimatum. For a moment it made the principal look a little nervous. How could a small high school not dare to offend Huaqing University? The two teachers should not be excited. Or I turn back to do the students' ideological work. I also understand Zhiqiu's specific ideas, and then I will talk to you. You see how? Hua Hong'an's rounding up allowed the two enrollment teachers to regain some face. It's only logical that you should have this kind of attitude when they come over to enroll at Huaqing University. the two teachers said. Alright, Jichio may be young and still unaware. You as the principal must consider the student's future and make the best choice for him. Definitely. While talking, two more cabs stopped in front of Luoyi High School one after another. The admissions teachers from Kyoto University and Fudan University basically entered Luoyi High School around the same time. It didn't take long for the VSU admissions teacher to arrive. Within almost an hour, the top 5 most prestigious schools in Huaxia had all converged. A few people looked at each other, polite smiles on their faces, but their eyes were full of saber rattling. The 4 of them, Gu Shiqiu, Lu Manman, Lu Ru and the principal, filled an office full of admissions teachers, looked wonderful to the extreme. Chapter 55, 2 professors have arrived. Not to mention them, even the admissions teachers of these prestigious schools are a bit embarrassed themselves. This was a totally unexpected situation. Originally, according to the normal enrollment process, it would have been after the college entrance exam results came out. They got the results, and then set out to enroll. Since there's still a month to go before filling out your aspirations, it's not logical to use it so early. The originator of the current situation is undoubtedly Huaqing University. The college entrance examination has just ended, and the movement of the admissions office of Huaqing University immediately attracted the attention of other colleges and universities. In previous years, Huaqing University also moved fast, but even faster is a week after the end of the college entrance examination. This year it was obviously a little over-anxious. A group of enrollment teachers, the atmosphere after meeting was weird to the extreme. What a coincidence. Several teachers are also there? The enrollment teacher of Beijing University laughed. Huaqing University's action. It's really fast. In fact, it is very difficult for the average senior to screen for such superb schools. So as per previous year's experience, it's all about getting in first. Huaqing University came first. Then the probability of the student source is to be taken by Huaqing University. But obviously, this year is not quite the same, because after knowing that the admission office of Huaqing University had departed, they didn't resign themselves to their fate, but followed closely and came to Luoyi High School as well. That speaks volumes. In the eyes of the admissions office teachers of these colleges and universities, Gu Zhiqiu was much more important than the average provincial scholar. Principal Gua Hongan, the smile on his face had been completely stifled. He had been teaching for 30 years, and it was the first time he had seen such a battle. It was quite possibly the proudest moment of his time as principal. However, just when he thought this was the pinnacle, 25 minutes later, he suddenly realized that he had been too arbitrary. In the office, all the teachers of the admissions offices of the colleges and universities were making passionate speeches in order to compete for Gu Zhiqiu. A cab suddenly pulled up in front of the campus. The 2 old men got out of the cab as if they were lost, and inquired at the janitor's office for a long time. But when the doorman master heard that these 2 old men were university professors, that's why he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly called the principal. Gua Hongan was now standing beside the students who made him incredibly proud, listening to the speeches of those college admissions teachers. In the past days, he could be happy for most of the year if one person from Luoyi High School could enter any of these colleges. And this next top 5 schools competing for students thrilled him beyond words. The phone rang. Glanced at it to see it was the janitor calling. Then hung up. It rang again and hung up. He didn't want to break the atmosphere of the office in the slightest right now. For a high school principal, what's going on right now is an image that could only be possible in a dream. Until the janitor called a 3rd time. Only then did Gua Hongan tolerate the phone call. Hey, what's up? I'm busy right now. Through and through, the doorman said hurriedly. Principal, there are 2 university professors at the school entrance, saying they want to see student Gua. The anger on Gua Hongan's face dissipated and was replaced by confusion. 2? Yeah, 2. Okay, you tell those 2 professors to wait. I'll be right down to get them. Hanging up the phone, Gua Hongan said, the professor is here. Should I say no? Gu Zhiqiu was still quite surprised. He had thought that Huaqing University said to come to the professor is an enrollment of a set. Did not expect to really come? The 2 teachers from the admissions office of Huaqing University were beaming. It makes more sense to have 1 professor come in than 10 teachers from the admissions office. This is because it highlights the importance that Huaqing University places on talent. Admissions teachers from several other colleges and universities looked at each other in disbelief. They hadn't expected Huaqing University to make such a fierce move at all. Using a college professor to buy off a senior? With things having come to this point, they could only resign themselves to their fate. What's the point of famous schools grabbing high school seniors? To put it bluntly, it's all about a vanity. It's basically hard to guarantee that a senior's top student will still be a top student once he or she enters college. The difference between Gu Zhiqiu and the previous top students was that the previous top students might have had a lot of luck added to them. In previous years, the top 20 in the model exams have gone against the grain to become high school seniors in a large number of cases. Same thing, You get those provincial top scorers to take the test again and they probably won't get to the top of the province. But Gu Zhiqiu is different. His first place is very stable. Stable to the point where the second place finisher has no idea about the provincial champion. So that's why major schools are taking him seriously. But to put it bluntly, the high school seniors are no more stable than they are confined to the high school entrance exams. Whether you are a dragon or a bug when you enter college is not determined by the entrance exam. Therefore, for other colleges and universities, sending a teacher from the admissions office and following up consistently is already the greatest importance to the provincial top student. Sending professors from your own school would be a bit pompous. Hua Hong'an asked those two enrollment teachers from Huaqing University. Did Huaqing come with two professors? The enrollment teacher of Huaqing University shook his head. I'm not sure. Two came? Once again, the admissions teachers at the other colleges were embarrassed. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the two enrollment teachers of Huaqing University, they knew that they were considered to have no chance at all. Two professors at once, just for a provincial scholar. Who's going to compete in this fight? Hua Hong'an left the office in a hurry. Lu Ru pulled Gu Zhiqiu and asked softly, did you give the parameters of nuclear fusion to Huaqing University? Gu Zhiqiu shook her head. No, to be honest, by now. He was confused. He only gave out 3 copies of the data, 1 to Rulu and 2 to WKU. And it wasn't fusion data that was given to the UWS. As for why 2 professors had come to Huaqing University, he was also completely unable to understand. Throughout the office, everyone was waiting. The 2 admissions teachers from Huaqing University waited to see which 2 professors had come. The enrollment teachers of other colleges and universities had also given up on the idea of enrolling students, and only wanted to see what kind of lineup Huaqing University would send out for the sake of such a provincial scholar. Finally, in the midst of everyone's eager anticipation, the door to the office opened slowly. Hua Hong'an walked in backwards, with a very respectful attitude. He bent down and carefully gestured an invitation to come in. A smile piled up on his face, and that wrinkled face looked like a blooming flower. Everyone craned their necks and looked toward the door. Finally, it wasn't long before 2 gray-haired old men with slow steps walked into the office. After seeing the appearance of those 2 old men, all the admissions teachers in the entire office stood up unanimously. Then bending slightly, almost as a student, he expressed his greetings to the 2 professors. Chapter 56, This is not a vase. As a professor at L.A. Tech, Lu Ru stood straight, her eyes staring at the 2 old men who walked in with 10,000 astonishment. For a moment his mouth was open, half speechless. Lu Man also frowned, looking incredulously at Gu Zhiqiu, then at the 2 professors. The smiles on the faces of those 2 enrollment teachers from Huaqing University also disappeared. The previous smile was because 2 professors had come from Huaqing University, giving them enough face. And now the identity of those 2 professors made them realize profoundly that their face counted for nothing. Hua Hong'an was constrained like a child who had done something wrong, standing obediently to the side. And after inviting the 2 professors in, he didn't say anything else. Hello Professor Yang, hello Professor Guan. All the admissions teachers greeted respectfully. They wouldn't dare to sit down again unless these 2 professors asked them to. Of course, they weren't the only ones who were surprised. It also included Gu Zhiqiu herself. If Guan Shanyue's arrival was unexpected, Yang Jinning's arrival was caught off guard. Among the living physicists, Yang is undoubtedly the first one in the ranking both at home and abroad. That such a titan of physics could come to L.A. University of Technology is simply incomprehensible. Guan Shanyue scanned around the office and said without any good humor, so the situation is even worse than I thought. A room full of admissions teachers. A battle that caught people off guard. Where's Mr. Gu? Yang Jinning looked around, then placed his gaze on Gu Zhiqiu. Gu Zhiqiu nodded slightly and said, Hello Elder Yang, I'm Gu Zhiqiu. Guan Shanyue and Yang Jinning's faces were unusually brilliant as they extended their hands to shake Gu Zhiqiu's hand while marveling. So young? They wanted to say that a strong youth is a strong China, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it would be too low-key to say so. It is rare to have such physical attainments at this age. Yang does not mince his words of praise. Guan Shanyu also laughed. Good boy, really surprised us 2 old men one after another. Elder Guan, why are you guys here all of a sudden? I'm planning to go to Kyoto in a few days. Thinking of paying you a visit then. Guan Shanyue said without any good humor. Just look at this situation. Can I not come? Yang Jinning laughed. When old man Guan heard that the people from the admissions office of Huaqing University went to look for you, he was in a hurry and brought me to L.A. City. Elder Yang, we can't talk nonsense when we're in academia. I didn't bring you here. You came on your own. Gu Zhiqiu smiled and scratched her hair. Thank you, Elder Guan, for valuing me. Guan Shanyu waved his hand. Don't talk about useless things. How is it? You haven't been turned by these boys, right? No. If I say I'm going to WKU, I'm going to WKU. Good. Good boy. Yang Jining laughed. This isn't the place to talk either. Why don't we change places? Gu Shiqiu suggested. Let's go to where I live. Guan Shangyue and Yang Jining both nodded. Okay. Gu Shiqiu and the two professors just left. The 10 or so admissions teachers in the office look at me and I look at you. The look on his face was very complicated. From the 3 words they had just spoken, they had heard that Gu wanted to go to HUST. Although it was said that Hua Qing University had not been able to snatch Gu even after all the effort it had put in, the enrollment teachers of other universities did not gloat in the slightest, because they're grabbing for the provincial champion, and frankly, they're just fighting for an influence. This soft power does not help the school's research or academics. It just gives it more capital to brag about on the internet. This kind of talk is worthless. This kind of provincial scholar is the equivalent of a vase. Gu Shiqiu, however, was clearly not such a vase. It was too burdensome to summarize the person who could make such 2 bigwigs of the physics world make a personal trip just with a provincial scholar. Gu Shiqiu led the way. Guan Shangyue and Yang Jining followed behind, whispering something. Lu Ru and Lu Manman followed at the end. Not a word was spoken, but they heard the 2 old men talking. Elder Yang seemed to have the intention of taking Gu Shiqiu as his disciple, but Guan Shanyu refused to release him. 2 academic titans, just bickering all the way down the road. Lu Ru, a professor who was still considered a top-ranked professor in Luoku University, was like a student who was vainly seeking advice in front of Yang Jining and Guan Shanyu, and didn't even have the courage to climb up the ladder. Back home, Gu Shiqiu arranged the 2 old men to sit down in the living room, and then took the kettle to the kitchen to make tea. Lu Ru and Lu Manman were also sitting in the living room, restrained and at a loss for words. I had expected Elder Yang and Elder Guan to exchange a few pleasantries with her. As it turned out, these 2 old men took an interest in a pile of acting straw paper on the coffee table as soon as they sat down on the couch. Lu Ru's gaze was fixed on Guan Shanyu. It's her idol. The first person in Chinese nuclear physics, chief designer of the first nuclear power plant and chief of the controlled fusion research laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, although Lu Ru was also a professor of nuclear physics. In front of Guan Lao, she did not dare to mention that she was a professor in the slightest. Yang took the draft and looked at it for a long time, then handed a few of the pages to Guan Shanyu. Take a look at these. Guan Lao put on the presbyopic glasses in his pocket and looked at them with a cautious gaze. Lu Ru, on the other hand, was staring at Guan Shanyu's changing expression. Although Gu Shiqiu had given her specific steps, she was actually unable to judge the correctness of the theory with her academic level. It didn't take long for Guan Shanyu's face to grow more and more grave. The hand that held the pile of acting straw paper also trembled slightly. At this time, Gu Shiqiu walked in with a pot of tea and laughed. There's not much good tea at home, so I'll just have to make do. It's okay. Yang Jining laughed. Guan Shanyu, on the other hand, was holding 2 pieces of draft paper and asked seriously, Ziqiu, did you write these? Gu Shiqiu nodded. I forgot to clean up the coffee table. This one was acted out 2 days ago. The writing is a bit messy. No mess. No mess. Guan Shanyu put down the acting grass paper, then looked at Gu Shiqiu with a grave expression. These 2 acting grass papers address the issue of nuclear fusion, right? Gu Shiqiu nodded. The analog function for quantum orbits. Did you figure it out? It should be possible to figure it out if you follow this step-by-step math. It's been calculated. Lu Ru hurriedly took out the paper inside her bag and handed it over. Elder Guan, the results are here. Guan Shanyu glanced at Lu Ru, then took the A4 paper with the plasma parameters and the homoclinic equations written on it. Lu Ru's heart thumped, being looked at by Guan Lao. She suddenly had the feeling of being named by her teacher, and her heartbeat sped up quite a bit. However, after Guan Lao took the A4 paper, he didn't interact with her anymore, but instead looked at the parameters on top of the paper with an unusually serious gaze. It was able to be clearly seen that Guan Lao's breathing had become much more rapid, and the hands shook even more. Chapter 57 Opportunity given by Gu Shiqiu. Controlled fusion research in China has always been handled by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and HUST, as an institution directly under CAS, assumes the most important role. Guan Shanyu, on the other hand, is the main lead and chief engineer of the fusion energy program, but the project has actually been on hold for a while, 5 years, 10 years, or more. This one is beyond recall. Research on controlled fusion has been less than stellar. There have been advances in CAS over the years, but they have been breakthroughs above the margins. For example, the issue of fusion fuel utilization. The reactor unit for controlled fusion has been sort of designed in place by CAS. As soon as the utilization rate is solved, China can now try to generate electricity. But the whole world has been at a standstill for 40 years on this conundrum of utilization rates alone. In other words, the current core technology is still a legacy of the last group of physicists. This is a sidebar to how difficult it is to solve the core problem of nuclear fusion. However, at this moment, Guan Shanyu's expression was excited, as if he had seen hope. The parameters on the A4 paper sent waves of shock through him. Intuition told him that this GU student was already very close to the core. Even he felt that this A4 paper was like the key to unlock the door to controlled nuclear fusion. But he could not treat this matter lightly yet. Student GU, when did you become interested in nuclear physics? Guan Shanyu asked curiously. Quite a long time ago, Gu Shiqiu said. I heard others say that solving controlled nuclear fusion would solve mankind's energy problem. So that's when I became curious, and then I figured it out on my own. You researched this on your own? No one taught you? Gu Shiqiu shook her head and said, no, I just groped around blindly on my own. Guan Shanyu looked at the draft paper that covered the entire coffee table, and there was a lot of confusion in his expression. Yang said lightly, although I don't know much about nuclear physics, but from the traces of these derivations, this is very methodical. Many very senior professors may find it hard to be so meticulous and thorough. If you are groping blindly on your own, then it is considered to be the first ever in physics. Elder Yang is overstated. Gu Shiqiu couldn't say that he was completely self-taught. It was just that his teacher was himself in his previous life, so there was no way to tell them explicitly. Guan Shanyu looked at Lu Ru. This A4 paper was taken from Lu Ru, so the lady, he guessed, should not be ignored. So he asked, and this lady is? Lu Ru hurriedly got up, bent slightly, and politely extended her hand. After shaking hands with Elder Guan, she introduced herself. Hello Elder Guan. I'm a professor at the School of Nuclear Physics at the Luochang University of Science and Technology, and this is my daughter. You and Gu are? Lu Ru kept a smile on her face, her brain spinning rapidly, but she didn't know how to introduce the relationship between her and Gu Shiqiu. Lu Manman was much more generous. I'm Jiqiu's girlfriend. So that's how it is. Guan Shanyu nodded thoughtfully. Then I guess Professor Lu should have more or less mentioned this future son-in-law of his, right? Lu Ru shook her head. No. Jiqiu and I are also meeting for the first time. Oh, so, Guan Shanyu nodded. And to be honest, it made sense. An ordinary professor from an ordinary book college would only score around 60 points in nuclear physics. It simply couldn't write such a derivation. So there wasn't much chance of teaching a genius like Gu Shiqiu. But this made him sigh deeply. Frankly speaking, he didn't quite believe from the bottom of his heart that Gu Shiqiu would be able to self-learn to this point. Ziqiu, the issue of controlled fusion is too sensitive. If you don't mind, could you give me this piece of paper and I'll take it to the nuclear physics lab to verify the accuracy of the data? Gu Shiqiu nodded cheerfully. Of course, but I have a small request. You say, Auntie Lu is also a professor specializing in nuclear physics. Can we let her enter the nuclear physics lab as well and join it as a researcher? After Gu Shiqiu finished speaking, Lu Ru's body shuddered violently. The whole thing tensed up. She was seen clenching her fists tightly, and her mouth was a little dry for a few moments as she fidgeted and watched Guan Shanyu's reaction. Even though she knew that she would still have to start from scratch after entering a high-energy physics lab with her abilities. Decades of teaching accomplishments go up in smoke when you enter the lab, but she was still full of anticipation, because that's where she dreams. Guan Shanyu was a bit confused. The threshold of the nuclear physics laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was definitely reached by Lu Ru, but to be honest, the graduate and doctoral students who entered the nuclear physics lab were trying to find ways to escape. He didn't know why Lu Ru wanted to come in so badly. Elder Guan was silent for 3 seconds, then nodded. Yes, but the work of a nuclear physics laboratory is very hard, and the results may not be immediately visible, so it mainly depends on whether Professor Lu is willing to dedicate himself. Lu Ru was busy responding. Yes, I am willing. Entered the National Nuclear Physics Laboratory. It's every nuclear physicist's dream. As a scholar, the so-called ambition must not be to stick to the old ways and wander back and forth on the paths already explored by previous generations. Instead, you have to put your best foot forward to make a path of your own. The days of teaching at local university were too comfortable. So comfortable that she was even a little numb. The same thing over and over again, day after day, year after year. As she watched the building belonging to nuclear physics go no further, she thought to herself, what did it matter to her whether it progressed or not, since she was a pedagogue anyway? But that's not what she thought when she was a girl and insisted on studying nuclear physics despite her family's objections. At that time she wanted something. What about wanting to watch this nuclear physics, which had been stagnant for decades, make some progress, even if it was just a millimeter? Thanks to her efforts, she has also thought about taking a step forward to a bigger platform to fulfill her dreams and ambitions. Even if there is nothing to be gained, spell it at least once. But alas, she wasn't even qualified to enter. The barriers to entry at the National Nuclear Physics Laboratory were extremely high, and she had sent out a couple of pitches, but in the end, it was also a stone's throw away. And so, her dreams and ambitions were put on hold indefinitely. She started accepting her mediocrity and then being a normal teacher, mother and wife. I had expected to live out my life like this, clothed and fed, with no waves, but I didn't expect that today. This dream, which has been sealed for more than 10 years, is actually going to be realized, and the person who helped her realize the dream was actually a senior. Guan Shanyu saw Lu Ru nodded her head in agreement with the righteousness, and her heart was more appreciative. Good. I'm very pleased that you have such an attitude. I'll notify the lab when I go back. You just wait for the employment email from the National Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Lu Ru nodded excitedly. Okay, thank you Elder Guan. Then, she looked at Gu Zhiqiu and nodded. Thank you too, Zhiqiu. Lu Manman hugged Lu Ru's arm and said angrily, we're all family, what are you thanking me for? Gu Zhiqiu revealed a warm smile. I agree with Manman's words. Lu Ru's eyes were slightly moist and she bit her lips tightly. Chapter 58, a heated argument with a Nobel Prize winner, 40-something and a college teacher. It's reasonably hard to lose your cool like that. Gu Zhiqiu still remembers the first time he talked to Lu Ru on the phone. That knowing and cold look. Now in his future mother-in-law, not the slightest visible. Yang Zhening took a sip of tea and said, getting down to business. Gu student. I'm here this time mainly for the complementary equations of the uprightness non-conservation. Gu Zhiqiu was stunned, then looked at Guan Shanyu. Guan Lao laughed. Quantum microscopic academics. I don't have the authority of Yang Lao. Not to mention that your derivation also revolves around Yang Lao's upright unconservativeness. So I sent the information to Yang Lao for his personal appraisal. So it is. Gu Zhiqiu also sort of knew why Elder Yang personally came to Luo City. But his intention was to go through these two studies and then bluff the admissions office of WKU into giving him an entry into the university. But I didn't expect these two research papers to directly attract two academic predators. I have to say that at the level of academician, the seriousness about academics is still awe-inspiring. The next few people's conversation, Lu Ru and Lu Manman had no involvement. Knowledge related to nuclear physics. Lu Ru could more or less understand some, but then the superconducting structure and the unbalance of utopia were completely outside their knowledge. The topic begins with the start of the utopian impermanence, which addresses the phenomenon of superfluidity of bosons and elementary particles. For the discourse on elementary particles, Yang had the upper hand, but the two men are on different sides of the structure of elementary particles debate. Upright non-conservation is an asymmetry in the motion of substances that are mirror images of each other in a weak interaction. To take a more generalized particle, in the microscopic world, and a particle lifts his left foot first, then his right foot, and then he takes 2 steps forward. But in the exact mirror image of the other position, a B particle lifts his right foot first, then his left foot, and then his state of motion is, surprisingly, inconsistent with A. It may be marching in place, or it may even be moving backwards. The discovery of this problem basically sent a big earthquake through the physics community at the time, because the proposal of the non-conservation of the eucronyms shows everyone that the world is imperfect. Can you imagine what it's like when you're crying in the mirror and the other side of the mirror responds by giving you a smiley face? This feeling is a true reflection of what was going on inside the minds of physicists back in the day. In Yang's earliest formulation of the law of utopian non-conservation, it was the theta-tau particle that was used as a proof. The theta-tau particles are known as K-mesons, and in a weakly interacting environment their laws of motion are not identical. However, scientists later discovered that theta and tau particles are not actually the same particle, even though they have exactly the same spin, lifetime, and charge. This is because 2 pi mesons are produced when the theta meson decays, while 3 are produced when the tau meson decays. Thus, this again confirms that the theta-tau particles are not the same particle. This one, in turn, poses a huge challenge to the Usui's non-conservation, because when faced with 2 different particles, it is perfectly understandable that they have different motions. Thanks to the subsequent verification by Chinese-American female professor Lawrence Wu with cobalt-60, this has made the conservation of the utoplasma non-conservation a fundamental scientific principle of universal significance. But Gu Zhiqiu clearly disputes this. The fact that theta and tau particles decay differently while having the same spin, charge, is inherently a problem. The two sides engaged in a heated academic exchange. It did not take long for Yang to become passionate, as if he had recovered the state he was in when he first started his academic career. And one by one, Gu Zhiqiu gave answers and her own opinions. Although it was said that Yang Lao was unable to immediately judge whether it was correct or not, in terms of the degree of logical self-consistency, there was no problem with Gu Zhiqiu's statement. You mean the 2 particles decay with different results because of the unconservation of the U.S. Nice. I understand then. Yang nodded silently, then looked grave. However, for this theta-tau particle experiment, I still need to have the doctoral students under me to further verify it, and I'm not yet in a position to give you an accurate answer in the first place. This intense exchange of words not only surprised Lu Ru, but even Guan Shan Yu looked wonderful. With Elder Yang's status, He had basically been like a peak in the academic world that no one could shake. Gu Shiqiu, however, was able to argue with him in a back-and-forth manner, which was already surprising. At the level of quantum physics, there is a lot that Guan Shanyu does not understand, but as a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he still has some academic credentials. From the debate between the two men, he could hear that Gu Shiqiu's theories were all completely tenable, and from Yang Lao's look, he was clearly recognizing Gu's classmates even more. Gu Shiqiu drank a mouthful of tea with a dry mouth and then said, "The verification process may be more time-consuming and laborious. I can write a verification program on my side later, and you, Elder Yang, can hand it over to your graduate students to verify it. You still have the validation program? Right." Yang Jining laughed. "Good boy, I'll be waiting for your program then." Guan Shanyu laughed. "Elder Yang, you've been chatting with Gu for so long, how do you evaluate this student?" Hearing that Guan Shanyu had asked Yang Jining to make an evaluation, Lu Ru and Lu Manman also raised their spirits. "Evaluation? Student?" Yang shook his head and said, "Your HUST has picked up a treasure. Gu's level is too condescending to be summarized by a student. Just now, after debating for so long, I've never treated him as a student." Guan Shanyu laughed out loud. "Elder Yang gives my HUST students a very high evaluation." Yang Jining glanced at Guan Shanyu. "You old boy is happy. What I said to you before. Think about it. Are you willing to let Gu student be my closed disciple? The person is still from your HUST. Just do research with me for a few years." Lu Ru was stunned. Yang Jining is the most senior and highest-ranking titan of physics in China today. Being able to study under him for a couple of years, scientific results aside, the mere title of being the Nobel Prize-winning physicist's favorite student is enough to earn him a place in academia. This is an opportunity that many students dream of, to stand on the shoulders of giants. Guan Shanyu was furious and slapped the table. "Yang Lao, you're not right agreed that this matter should not be mentioned in front of Gu's classmates." Yang didn't care that much. There weren't many young people who could surprise him, and Gu Shiqiu was simply too good for him to care about speaking about martial virtues. He had only one goal in mind, and that was to get Gu's classmates. As for whether Gu Shiqiu went to Huaqing University or HUST, it was irrelevant, but he needed someone to pass on this mantle and some of the spirit of theoretical physics. Chapter 59, Eating Melon. Turning out to be a melon himself. Unhappiness was written all over Guan Shanyu's face, but there's no way around it. Yang is sort of the poster child for physics. It is also a very rare opportunity for any student to study under Yang. Just because HUST had recruited Gu Shiqiu didn't mean that this imprisoned him in HUST. It's natural for a teacher to be supportive of his or her own students getting better. Elder Guan didn't say anything more, and the decision was completely in Gu Shiqiu's hands. If Gu nodded his head and was willing to study under Yang, then he could only give his blessing. Yang Jining smiled as he looked at Gu Shiqiu, his eyes full of appreciation. As for Gu Shiqiu herself, she always had a calm and self-assured expression at this moment. He expressed some difficulty in understanding how things had evolved to this point today. The pull for Yang was also completely unexpected. "I'm sorry, Elder Yang. I probably won't follow you into the training." Gu Shiqiu's refusal was very dry and decisive. Without the slightest hint of politeness, a smile immediately bloomed on Guan Lao's face. Yang said, "You'll learn even more cutting-edge knowledge by following me. Are you really going to give up?" "Yeah, I decided a long time ago that I was going to stay at WKU. Studying with me doesn't mean you have to drop out. You'll still be a student at UWSP, but in quantum theoretical physics. If there's any topics, it's good for you to join in." Gu Shiqiu shook her head and said, "I'm actually very thin on quantum physics because my goal and area of interest is not theoretical physics. The fact that you were able to derive the complementary equations of the utopian non-conservation with very little knowledge of theoretical physics is an even greater indication of your talent in theoretical physics. But it's not something I want to do. Theoretical physics is the easiest to win a Nobel." Gu Shiqiu laughed bitterly. "I actually don't care about winning awards or not. So you're going down the hard road of applied physics?" Gu Shiqiu firmly said. "Right." Yang moved slightly. If Gu Shiqiu had chosen theoretical physics, with his complementary equations for utopian non-conservation, it would have been easy to win the Nobel Prize after further exploration and refinement. On the one hand, physics has reached a bottleneck and it is difficult to go further. On the other hand, breakthroughs in superconducting structures and nuclear fusion, for example, have not been publicized for a long time for certain reasons. Just for a moment, he remembered someone. This Gu student is very much like that old friend of his, Jia Xian. At the beginning of the kingdom's existence, Kakushin defied the ugly kingdom and smuggled himself back into the country. After receiving a mission from the state, he spent decades in anonymity in the Gobi Desert. No names, don't know if they're dead or alive. That's all it took to get through 2 bullets. When Krop first returned to the country, he was puzzled. Because Ushikuni had the most advanced research environment in the world at that time and was uniquely positioned in the field of cutting-edge physics. From 38 to 51 alone, the Ugly Kingdom won almost all the Nobel Prizes. Based on his level, if he stayed in the ugly country at ease, he would surely receive the highest award in the academic world in time. At that time, the scientific research environment in China was very, very poor, and there was not even a single precision instrument that could be used for experiments. What was the point of going back in such a destitute situation? Later no. Fame, reputation and awards were never in the eyes of Crops. The vanity of the Nobel and the status of the physics community were insignificant to him. He has nothing but country as far as the eye can see. The life of Cropsey was overdrawn at the same time. In return, a nation stood up. In the school song of Huaxia University of Science and Technology, there is this lyric: 1,000 years of shame should be snowed eventually. In the midst of prosperity, we must have outstanding people. The positioning of this man of distinction is a person of great talent who was able to cleanse the country of its shame and revitalize China. Crockett is such a man of honor. But then again, at a time when the country was poor and weak, all of them were riveted to give of themselves to bring this nation to wealth and prosperity. But when the economy grows rapidly and food and clothing are not available, it seemed that the ruthlessness was gone, and people like Crops seemed to disappear. Even serious academics are very rare. As far as the eye can see, all he can see is fame, prestige, titles and funding. All colleges and universities are like mass-producing machines for undergraduates and postgraduates, sending square, angular undergraduates to the society one after another. This disappointed Yang for a long time, and now, he seemed to see the shadow of Crop first in Gu Zhiqiu's body. Some of it was hidden, but this firmness and seriousness was exactly the same as the one who had resolutely decided to return to China. Jia Xian. In China, mentors are crucial if you want to win prizes in academics. If Gu Zhiqiu chose to study theoretical physics with him, the domestic physics prize would almost be a nail in the coffin, and it wouldn't take years to get a grand slam. Even the achievements of the youngest ever Nobel Prize winner in physics can be attempted. But he refused. A shortcut was rejected, but gained the respect of Yang Zhening. I see, he finally just murmured regretfully. If you have a firm goal, I hope you can remain firm for the rest of your life. Contributing to the country at HUST is more meaningful than anything else. Gu Zhiqiu nodded. I will. Look at my memory. Sekiyama, you remembered something and took out a gold and red booklet from her old leather document bag. Then he slowly stood up and walked solemnly to Gu Zhiqiu. I almost forgot about such an important matter. Gu Zhiqiu frowned slightly, looking at the red pamphlet in Guan Lao's hand with some strange premonitions. It is? Guan Shanyu laughed. The nomination for Yangtze River Scholar. I had one in my hand, so I took the liberty of giving you the slot, but now it seems that my decision was completely correct. LOL. Gu Zhiqiu's heart thumped a lot faster. He looked at the certificate of the Changjiang Scholar in Guan Lao's hand, and his face was indescribably wonderful. Lu Ru was both surprised and rightfully so. Gu Zhiqiu's achievements are enough to deserve a Changjiang Scholar, or even 1,000 scholars. But the astonishing thing is that it seems that the youngest Chengkong scholar before Gu Zhiqiu was twice as old as him. The average age of Chengkong scholars holders is around 40 years old. It's hard to make any breakthroughs in academia without a decade or so of settling in, and with Gu Zhiqiu getting this nomination, it's obviously going to set off an all-consuming buzz in the academic world of China. Gu Zhiqiu took the certificate of the Changjiang Scholar and said, "Thank you, Elder Guan." He wasn't so much elated to get this certificate as he was more in tears. He himself was still eating the melon of that Changjiang Scholar on Shake Shack in the past 2 days. Who would have thought that he himself was the melon itself? It's a wonderful feeling to say the least. As for the whole internet buzz, he wasn't surprised in the least. The youngest Yangtze River Scholar, plus the breakthrough insertion into the list of Yangtze River Scholars, these two things together are enough to cause a discussion all over the internet. Chapter 60, The river and mountains are beautiful. Go for a walk. A simple conferral ceremony. No process is too complicated. The Chengkong scholars are usually nominated by major universities and then reviewed by CAS and agreed to issue certificates. In China, it is also considered an academic event. On Gu Zhiqiu's side, the process was obviously much simpler. Guan Shanyu, as a professor of the Huaxia University of Science and Technology and an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, CAS, was originally a person within the CAS system. Therefore, the Chengkong scholars nominated by him are not required to go through such a cumbersome process. Gu Zhiqiu took the certificate of the Yangtze River Scholar, and at the same time, 2 cards fell out from inside the certificate. Upon picking it up, it was found to be 2 bank cards. This one made him even less so. Elder Guan, this is? Guan Shanyu laughed. This one is the placement payment. The placement fee for the employment of the Changjiang scholars at HUST is around 3 million. This one is the retainer, $600,000 a year. As for the subsequent research funding, This is just apply according to your own chosen topic. This, Gu Shiqiu held these 2 bank cards. Some of her heart was not in the right place. Guan Lao, this is too much, isn't it? I'm just a freshman. Why are you giving me so much money? You're a freshman in one capacity, but don't forget that the other capacity is still a Chungkong scholar employed by HUST, and this is what you deserve. Yang Jining laughed. Take it. Later when you get to Kyoto, you will certainly also not simply study. There will certainly be your own problems to delve into. This is also a guarantee for you. Guan Shanyu nodded, obviously thinking the same as Yang Jining. Gu Zhiqiu's revealed will was to want to go to the School of Nuclear Physics, and he, as a titan of nuclear physics at HUST and even in China, knew very well that as far as the current nuclear physics professors at HUST were concerned, they might not be able to teach Gu's classmates. Therefore, in Guan Shanyu's heart, she did not simply treat him as a student either. As opposed to studying, going into research and tackling problems was what he should be doing. Lu Ru, as an outsider, had been sitting in place for 10 minutes straight in shock. The fact that the 2 titans of physics were able to unify their opinions and give Gu Zhiqiu such a high evaluation meant how great Gu Zhiqiu's future should be, and she was naturally honored to be the mother-in-law of such a future rising star in physics. Lu Manman hugged Lu Ru and said smugly, "Is Zhiqiu powerful?" Lu Ru nodded. It was the first time she had ever been proud of her daughter as a mother. I'm ashamed to say that they cultivated Manman from a young age, letting him go to the junior class and to Huaqing University as they wanted. Although the journey was smooth and their daughter became the talk of the town for them to brag to the outside world, but they weren't proud of it, because they could sense that their daughter did not like the path they had arranged. So their daughter resolutely transferred to the College of Education at Huaqing University, ostensibly as a rebel, but actually as proof that what they had been doing all along was wrong. And now, my daughter likes a boy she likes from the bottom of her heart, and that boy is so good. That's what's really worth being happy and proud of. Gu Zhiqiu accepted the certificate and prize money of the Changjiang scholars, and then kept it properly. Guan Shanyu smiled and asked, "When do you plan to enter the school?" "It should be within a month. When it's ready." Guan Shanyu nodded and said, "Good, then I'll wait for you at the School of Nuclear Physics at HUST. Yang Jining also said, "All in Kyoto, Huaxue University and Huaqing University are not far away. Nothing can also come to me. The old man I'm also bored. Nothing more and I chat, is also excellent. Be sure to visit often." Guan Shanyu looked at Yang Jining and asked, "Elder Yang, shall we go back then?" Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Ru and the others sent the 2 old men on their way. The group slowly and leisurely walked out a long way along the college road outside Luoyi High School. Yang and Guan Shanyu had both spared their talents and walked to the crossroads before bidding farewell reluctantly. "Student Gu, be sure to let me know in advance when you come to the capital," Guan Shanyu said before getting into the car. Nah, don't worry, Elder Guan." Guan Shanyu looked at Lu Ru again. "Ms. Lu, turn around and pay attention to the employment letter from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory. After you receive it, you can report to the Nuclear Physics Laboratory, but your side of the job, also settle down in advance." "Okay, thank you Elder Guan." Lu Ru was full of smiles. "Gu-san, then I'll see you in Kyoto from now on." Only after Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Ru saw them off did the 2 old men leave. On the way home, Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Manman held hands and talked and laughed, and Lu Ru walked aside, more or less embarrassed. As a future mother-in-law, she was supposed to have a stance in front of her son-in-law, but Gu Zhiqiu's current abilities made it difficult for her to have any stance. Lu Manman looked at his old mom a little bored, so his right hand held Lu Ru's hand again. "By the way, Mom, if you go to the Nuclear Physics Laboratory, you will be in Kyoto as well, and then after Zhiqiu settles down, you can live with us. Oh, you a small couple living well. What am I going to do?" Lu Ru's face is difficult to restrain the happy. After the employment system of the Nuclear Physics Laboratory is a talent apartment. "You do not have to worry about me not having a place to live," Gu Zhiqiu said. "No la, anyway, it's all in Kyoto. If you're not doing anything you can come over to the house more often, and Manman and I will make delicious treats for you." "Zhiqiu, I have a question. If you can tell me if it is convenient. If not, just pretend that I did not ask. You name it. Where the hell did you learn all this cutting-edge physics theory?" Gu Zhiqiu laughed dryly. "This is really a bit inconvenient. Strictly speaking, it's really self-taught." It wasn't particularly understandable, but he had inherited the memories of his own previous life, so technically it was a form of self-taught learning, right? Self-study. Lu Ru, as expected, didn't ask any more questions. Afternoon meal. After sending off Lu Ru, Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Manman then began their shameless vacation life. Between the time he finished the college entrance exam and the time he reported into HUST, he was planning to take a small break. During this time, he wanted to take Manman on a trip, with the river and mountains going everywhere, because when he got into WKU, he could envision that he was going to be busy, And what a shame it must be if the two don't even have a honeymoon period after they're officially together. Not making Man feel happy properly and leaving her alone is extremely irresponsible for the relationship. So the two of them lay in bed, laptop in hand, and began planning their post-high school graduation trip. The CK Scholars' employment became the sponsorship for the trip. Chapter 61, they remembered their son. Technically speaking, Gu Shiqiu's senior year wasn't like everyone else's, so naturally he doesn't have the same desire for vacation that the average senior has. Repressed seniors all year long are all over the streets at this point. The strictest of teachers, once strict and unsmiling, were pushing their way through the drinks table, getting dunked by their own students. And Gu Shiqiu, like a senior from another world, all he wanted to do was laugh uncontrollably in the shade with his favorite person on a hot summer day. The two looked at the map of China and marked all the places they liked. How long can we hang out? Lu Manman leaned her head on Gu Shiqiu's shoulder and smiled sweetly. A 22-year-old girl, leaning on the shoulder of an 18-year-old boy, without the least bit of incongruity, at least in her heart. Gu Shiqiu's excellence was enough to make her forget about the age difference. On the contrary, she really felt that Shiqiu was now a bit old-fashioned for her young age. Feeling like an old cadre, Gu Shiqiu thought deeply for a moment. About a month. 1 month is enough to wander around the great mountains of China. If there is anyone who has the deepest sense of belonging and identification with his or her homeland, it must be the wanderer who is in another country. Gu Shiqiu had been trapped in the ugly kingdom for nearly 20 years in her previous life. Communication with the country was completely blocked. He was always sketching the mountains and rivers of China in his mind. Lu Man said, "I want to go to Dali. I wanted to go there when I graduated from college, but my mom pulled me back." "Okay, first stop Dali, and then go to Hainan, right? I want to be barefoot on the beach." Gu Shiqiu laughed. "Like the sea? The ocean would be fine. I like the sea breeze. I don't know if it's cool and a little salty." "Okay, second stop to Sanya. Wants to go to Harbor City, too." "Going there for what?" "Shopping. I heard it has the biggest shopping paradise in all of Asia." Gu Shiqiu laughed. "Good, but you have to be considerate and not let me take too many things." "Don't worry, I'll just stroll around." Lumania slid her fingers gently over her laptop, then asked, "What about you? Where do you want to go?" Gu Shiqiu looked at the large map of China and pondered for a long time. "I want to go to L.A., Xi'an, Nanjing, Yangzhou, Huangshan, Taishan, Hungshan." Lu Maman spat out her tongue. "Why are there all mountains? I can't climb. You carry me up?" "I always feel that I have traveled to all the ancient cities, climbed all the peaks, and seen all the mountains and clouds before I can be considered to have traveled through the whole of China." "Why do you want to travel all over China?" Gu Shiqiu was silent for a long time, not knowing how to answer. "Alright, then this girl will reluctantly accompany you all over China." "Thanks." Gu Shiqiu wrapped her arms around Man and slowly lay down. The two of them looked at each other in all directions, their breathing and the frequency of their hearts beating much faster. "How about the curtains? Are drawn?" Lumania suggested. Well. Gu Shiqiu got out of bed and pulled the curtains. The light in the room dimmed a lot. The few rays of sunlight that filtered through the cracks in the curtains scattered into several columns of light. A few soft rays of light, under the phenomenon of milky light, fell on Lumen's body. Gu Shiqiu walked to the window with a light pace and gently uncovered the JK shirt she was wearing. Even though it wasn't the first time the two had done this, they were a little more nervous than the first time. Last time at least the two had a mention of beer, and this time, it was incredibly sobering. The two men were polite to each other for 2 minutes and then embraced. The house retreat was the week after the high school exam. It was reasonable to say that when the college entrance exams were over, Gu Shiqiu should have gone home, and then Guahangan should have retired this house. However, because Gu Shiqiu had brought so much distinction to Luoyi High, he had never mentioned it. It wasn't until a week later when Gu and Mr. Lu decided to go on a long trip that he checked out of this house, in a B&B in Dali. Gu Shiqiu and Lu Manman's favorite thing to do was to gossip at the tavern by the Arai Sea, not to participate in any noisy and lively high bar, just sit quietly, and then walk along the Arai Sea. It feels very cozy. Second stop Sanya. Different from what Man expressed himself, she is very fond of the sea. When we got to the beach, we carried our sandals in both hands and chased the oncoming waves in our bare feet. There were several times when she almost couldn't stand up, thanks to Gu Shiqiu holding her up in time. The two stayed at a bed and breakfast on the beach as well, where they emerged from their bedroom and sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with an endless view of the blue sea and sky. The color of the sea and sky makes it easy to leave all your worries behind. The trip has been very relaxing and enjoyable so far. It wasn't until the third stop on the ferry to Hong Kong City that Gu Shiqiu suddenly received a call from her parents. It's Dad. Gu ran calling. "Hey, Dad, why do you have time to talk to me on the phone?" Gu ran frowned. "Ziqiu, when did you nominate the Changjiang scholar? It's a bit sudden." Why do you care? It's okay, worthy of my son, quite a fighter. Mom explained on the other end of the line. Tell your son not to let him go online these days. Gu Ran said. Your mom told me to talk to you about not surfing the internet these days. Right, where are you these days? Are you guys about to take the college entrance exam? Lu Man pillowed on Gu Zhiqiu's lap, giggling with joy. As usual, Zhiqiu's dad is a crying shame. Gu Zhiqiu said with a headache, I've already finished my college entrance exams. The other end was silent for a while. Ah, the college entrance exam is over. Good, how was it? Not bad, play normally. Gu Ran said. So where are you now after the college entrance exam? Why don't I see you going home? I'm out traveling with my girl. Give me the phone. You have a stupid mouth. On the other end of the phone, Dad muttered. And then the speaker became Mom. Zhiqiu, when did you talk about your girlfriend? Just talked not long ago. Gu Zhiqiu was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Lu Manyaman's stomach hurt from laughing so hard. Mom explained, by the way, the internet is a mess these days, so have fun out there and don't go online. Gu Zhiqiu was speechless. Mom, this is the information age. I'm not a primitive person. Do you think it's possible to not go online? Originally, when his mom didn't mention it, he hadn't realized that he hadn't seemed to have looked at his phone much in the days he had been out traveling. But Mom reminded him of it, and now he really wanted to play with his cell phone. Then you just don't take the internet to heart anyway. What's going on? You and my dad are acting weird today. Ha, why are you guys starting to think about your own son? Gu Zhiqiu realized the seriousness of the matter. You guys got laid off? Chapter 62 Mom and Dad are suspended for investigation. Mom got angry and said, You kid, can you talk? Gu Zhiqiu said helplessly. No, you guys are making me nervous like this. Just tell the kid. I told him there was no need to hide it from him. He's a grown man. Why look at our kid like he's a child? Dad snatched back the phone again. Zhiqiu, it's like this. Your thing about the Yangtze River scholar, it's published on the internet. Gu Zhiqiu then responded that it was no wonder that his dad and mom could know about him being awarded the Changjiang Scholar. The next moment, though, he realized something. Some time ago, that controversy over the Chengkong scholars was raging. That big V detonated all over the internet. Compare that to the countless people who are staring at the follow-up. And I'm afraid that once he was announced, he must have brought about quite a storm. Gu Zhiqiu hurriedly asked, Dad, are you and my mom being influenced? Gu Ran said, We're fine. It's just that the leaders let us come back for a few days of paid rest, mainly on your side. Let's sit upright. Don't be influenced by the internet. Well, don't worry, I won't have any impact. In his previous life, he was in the ugly kingdom. Unable to return to his home country because of his confinement by the agreement, he had to hide in a laboratory at the University of California and bury himself in research in order to avoid successive visits from dignitaries of the ugly country. By the time countless scientific results were announced, a double Nobel Prize was added to the list. Even when he righteously corrected the presenter on the podium that he was a Chinese. But domestically, it still endures a tidal wave of abuse. Of course, there is an ugly country's intelligence service behind this to push it forward. Domestic netizens aren't bad, they're just too simple and easy to exploit. So being in the ugly kingdom and having suffered nearly a decade of gossip, he had long ago developed a knack for not taking things personally. Gu Ran asked, By the way son, what achievements did you rely on to run for the Chengkong scholars? How come your mom and I don't know? It's something in quantum physics. I found it myself idly on the internet at the time and then deduced it and sent it to HUST. It shouldn't be that simple, right? Dad said. The competition for Yangtze River scholars is very fierce. Which one is not an old professor who has been precipitated for more than 10 years? You, a senior, can run for it, so you must have some weighty discovery, right? Gu Zhiqiu said. There's a little bit in nuclear physics, too. Gu Ran said. Don't tell the truth to your father either. There's also some in electrical automation. When did you get so involved? Gu Zhiqiu said. Just a hobby. A knock came from the other end of the phone. Gu Ran hurriedly hung up the phone. Okay son, I have something on my side. You play first, have fun. Doodle doodle. After the other end of the phone hung up, Gu Zhiqiu opened Jian and began to look for the hot topics of the past 2 days. Lu Man also helped him look through Weibo, Zhihu, headlines and other platforms on the side. It didn't take long for the two to look worse and worse. The good mood that I had cultivated over the past few days by traveling disappeared in a flash. The last jitterbug trending topic was high school entrance exams, but the number one topic for 2 weeks in a row, from June 10th to now, has been related to academia. The reason is simple. After the high school entrance exams are over, you are faced with the problem of choosing a school. The incident of the Chengkong scholars, therefore, amounts to a trigger. The next thing that triggered was a ripoff between the schools. Of course, the more recognizable they are, the more heat they will get on shakeology. and some other unknown colleges and universities have more or less come to rub it in and follow the soup. During the period from the 10th to the 20th, the heat was high, but the winds were alright. The Chongjiang Scholars incident also seems to be increasingly marginalized, with all the mainstream media being about countless colleges and universities showing off their muscles through short-form video platforms. Until June 20th, 2 days before the high school test results, Huaqing University has suddenly released details of an investigation into the cancellation of the Yangtze River Scholar quota for Wu Feng, a professor at the School of Education at Huaqing University, and it is in the details of this investigation. Gu Zhiqiu's name, for the first time, appeared on the entire network. The statement of Huaqing University is very neutral, an objective description of the Wu Feng quota cancellation from an onlooker's point of view. It looks like there's no position, but then springboards in and throws out some of the skepticism. For example, Gu Zhiqiu was a strong candidate for the provincial top prize, the kind of person who should have gone to Qingbei, but chose the University of Science and Technology of China, an institution directly under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Coincidentally, it was also HUST and CAS that cancelled Wu Feng's Chongkong scholarship. This makes it intriguing, but beyond that, there's the slam dunk. That is, Huaqing University lightly said at present, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has not published Gu Zhiqiu's academic results. This salty sentence directly caused countless netizens to question it. It's not so much a question of whether CAS publishes or not. Rather, it's a question of what kind of scholarship a senior can produce. This series of combinations immediately aroused everyone's reverie. At the end of the nomination of the Chongkong scholars, when it comes to the time of the official award presentation, one person is suddenly kicked out and another one is added in. And this matter is obviously a bit unreasonable. And the fact that this person added to the mix is still a senior makes it all the more puzzling. As for HUST trading the nomination of Chongjiang scholar for Gu Zhiqiu's admission, this is something that, although it was analyzed at first, was quickly ruled out. It's not necessary. This is because each of the Chongkong scholars is a pivotal academic figure. There's no need to use this heavy hitter yet if you're just recruiting a student. So, as the buzz continued, soon the winds shifted a bit. There was speculation that Gu Zhiqiu's entry into HUST was just an eyewash. It's to make everyone think that WKU is giving him a nomination as a Chongkong scholar in order to get him enrolled. In reality, what is trying to be covered up is the dirty dealings that are going on behind the scenes. Gu Zhiqiu's parents, for example, might be a big shot, someone big enough for CAS to browbeat. Originally, the matter of replacing the person. Maybe the average person will eat a boring loss, but the mistake is that the person who replaced the person happens to be a self-media V, and this V also happens to be a ruthless person, directly to this matter to the public. Hence the current situation. Such a set of words looks seamless. Slowly, the story, as it continued to fester, by the next day had created a chorus of condemnation of the CAS, and Gu Zhiqiu's parents, as a matter of course, were scrutinized, in order to give everyone an answer. It is meant from above to be completely transparent and open, with a recorded investigation. Now, Gu Zhiqiu also understood why his dad and mom had the effort to call and care about him. They've now been temporarily suspended and are under investigation. Chapter 63 Worst Case Scenario, The Need for Secrecy. Ever since Gu Zhiqiu began to remember, mom and dad just rarely seem to leave the Air Missile Institute anymore, and the scientific research attitude of the two of them, Gu Zhiqiu, who was his own son, was very vocal. I'm afraid it would be hard to find anyone more dedicated than the two of them in the entire institute, so the check above is nothing for him to worry about. But the whole thing is still pretty diabolical anyway. Lu Man asked, what's the situation? Now that the whole internet is attacking you, how can Huaqing University be like this? Gu Zhiqiu held her phone down. This pointless piece of cyber warfare will always die down. There's no need to let it affect your mood. Are your mom and dad suspended now too? It should be. Alas. These netizens are really indiscriminate and blind. I think it's better for you to issue a statement. Send what statement? Just show your research results and tell them that your Chongjiang scholarship is well deserved. Gu Zhiqiu shook her head. There are some things that can't be sent yet, and even if they are, I shouldn't be the one to send them. With this internet mudslide, it's hard to stop this internet-wide frenzy on his own. What then? Just let them fly around with rumors like this? I'll get in touch with Mr. Guan when we get off the ferry. Huaqing University's statement had appeared the day before yesterday, and it had only been fermenting for a day, and it was already showing signs of being out of control. The first page of Shakeology's recommendations is now almost exclusively filled with these types of videos, and the content is one outrageous after another. A dabbler posted a headline titled Junior high school classmates are now exposing Gu Zhiqiu's true identity. His father is actually the content of the video. A man in his 30s fussed that he and Gu Zhiqiu is a junior high school classmate, but also said that Gu Zhiqiu usually go to school and after school. There is a license plate number 001 end of the red flag car pick up and drop off. It also said something about the safety of Gu Zhiqiu's parents being taken into account when the parent-teacher conference was held, and that the principal could only make a personal visit. All indications were that Gu Zhiqiu's parents were at least big shots in the state. Just one video that is completely all rumor-mongering has had 10 million views and over a million likes, and the pandemonium of the comments section, which immediately closed after one look. Of course that's not the most outrageous. More outrageous there is said Gu Zhiqiu's parents are the largest of the CAS that leader. Gu Zhiqiu's grandfather had a state throne, one of the 10 meritorious service. The more outrageous this is, the more plays and likes it gets. Everyone seemed to think that there must be something fishy about being selected as a Cheung-Kong scholar at the age of 18. There can be no true genius in the current online environment. Lu Manman looked at Gu Zhiqiu's cell phone screen, angry straight drumming mouth. What? It's all nonsense. The platform doesn't care. Gu Zhiqiu watched a few videos, just felt ridiculous, but did not get angry. The platform knows it's fake and will not care. So much heat, so much traffic. Who will put the fat meat at the edge of the mouth not to eat it? This has been extremely bad for your reputation. I don't care. I'll sue them when I get back and you'll let me take down the IDs of these video bloggers. Lu Manman opened the memo on her phone with special care, and recorded those rumor-mongering anchors one by one. Gu Zhiqiu proceeded to scroll down. Jitterbug's recommendations follow an algorithm. Which type of video you watch will push that type of video over. Aside from this outpouring of righteous indignation and baseless rumors, there are actually some voices of reason. There is a very small percentage of people who believe in the emergence of genius. The admissions office of Huaqing College, as well as the registrar's office, issued a notice advising all netizens not to spread rumors until the truth is known. The WKU registrar's office, as well as the CAS self-publishing accounts, have also issued a number of statements to stop the spread of rumors. But it's all irrelevant. Right now the entire network, 99% of the people, thought that it was impossible for such a genius to appear in Huaxia. They are more willing to believe that Gu Zhiqiu's ability to obtain the Changjiang scholarship is all due to his connections. Even they came up with a perfect chain of logic for their opinion to justify the accuracy of the speculation. This gave Gu Zhiqiu an illusion, as if even if she really took out all of her scientific research results, they would still say that they were plagiarized and stolen. In the age of the internet, it's hard to explain yourself when you start getting questioned, because what you're trying to do is not only incriminate yourself, but get him to admit that his views and opinions are wrong. People are arrogant and who thinks they are wrong? Not to mention on the internet. The ferry arrived in Port City. The shopping mood is gone. For now. The two went straight to the hotel where they had made reservations to rest. Call Professor Quan? Lu Manman asked. Aha. Gu Zhiqiu took out her cell phone and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The crowded urban forest in front of us outlines the bustling city of Port. But his mood was as messed up as the city. It didn't take long for the phone to connect. Guan Shanyu smiled bitterly and said, Hey, Gu student? I'm really sorry. Old man, I didn't think that this matter had caused you so much trouble. I was just about to call you. Gu Zhiqiu asked, Elder Guan, how do you plan to resolve this matter on your end? We are still discussing on our side. All your results. CAS is stepping up time to verify. Guan Shanyu said helplessly. As you know, as the country's science and technology department, even up to now, all the processes are very strict. Well, that's okay. Good. Thanks for understanding. Guan Shanyu was quite surprised in her heart, because Gu Zhiqiu's voice sounded very calm. Under this level of cyber violence, she was actually able to be so calm and collected. It was indeed a bit unlike someone of this age. Is there anything I need to do on my end? It's best not to vocalize. So that's nothing? Guan Shanyu said. I know this may be difficult for you, but it does have to be. And I'm also going to tell you a worst-case scenario that shouldn't be too unlikely to happen. Gu Zhiqiu nodded silently. You said, all of your scientific research results involve the core scientific research areas of China. A piece that needs to be kept strictly confidential according to the agreement on non-dissemination of cutting-edge military science and technology. That is to say, even if it is verified correctly, it is not to be publicized in the media? Yes, but CAS will issue a statement to prove that your qualification as a Changjiang scholar is not a forgery. Gu Zhiqiu cried and laughed a little. If it can't be announced, wouldn't such a statement be just 302 here and there? I can even think of what the netizens will say. Chapter 64. What kind of fairy family is this? The internet is so non-committal right now. If CAS just admits it, but doesn't give evidence, that's ironically considered to be the same thing. Guan Shanyu said bitterly, then there is no other way. But don't worry, the Huaxia University of Science and Technology as well as the Chinese Academy of Sciences, will definitely try to go and return your innocence. In fact, I'm okay. Online gossip. I generally do not put much on the heart of it. Just, Gu Shiqiu paused. I heard that my parents have also been investigated. Is authorized by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This is really a big flood. How to make such a oolong? I'll turn around and call the leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to ask what's going on. Okay, thanks. This storm is all I can handle if it comes down to me, but I don't want it to spill over to those close to me. Good boy. Guan Shan, you praised. Have a bearing. Don't worry. CAS has already begun to work on quelling this cyber violence. Maybe we can't plug everyone's mouth, but we will do our best. Thanks. Hang up the phone. Gu Shiqiu turned around to see that Lu Manman was lying on her bed looking at the rumor-mongering bloggers on the internet while recording IDs on her phone. Ha ha, how much did you memorize? Lu Manman rubbed her eyes. There were several lines of blood in the whites of her tired eyes. More than 30. Well, from now on, we both turn off the traffic on our cell phones and travel well. Don't let this affect your mood. Wow, you're really wowed. You're still playing when the internet is calling you out like that? So I'm supposed to be in tears all day to get it right? Lu Manuman shrugged. At least it shouldn't be in the mood for fun. Gu Shiqiu pondered for a moment. Alright then, let's just sulk in the house. After that, he took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed, facing the wall. Every now and then, Lu Manman pressed next to his cheek, and after watching for 10 minutes with her eyes closed and muffled, she couldn't hold it in any longer at all. Well, I've been thinking about it for a while, and it's better for us to get out. I thought you said we weren't supposed to be in the mood for fun? Lu Manman sophomoric. People, this is to take you to the heart. Quick, hurry to wear shoes. The style of the city of Hong Kong has a strong Hong Kong flavor. How to describe it doesn't feel too apt. To say that it is a fallen aristocrat is also somewhat inaccurate, because the crowded high-rise buildings, the forest of mansions, all of them are highlighting his prosperity. But there's a sense of nostalgia in the scent. Just down the road from the hotel is Harbor City, situated in a large shopping mall in Shatan Sim Sha Sui, Kowloon. The mall is lively enough both day and night. Man had said he was going to go on a shopping spree here, but in reality, he was just hanging out now. The willingness to buy something is tied to mood, and when you're in a bad mood, your aesthetic standards deteriorate, so you may not be happy even if you buy it, except for eating. Though, food is always food, and it doesn't get flavored just because you're in a bad mood. By the end of the night, Gu Shiqiu is on strict defense and resolutely resists Lu Manman's behavior of playing with her phone. But in a moment of carelessness, she still took her phone and went to the restroom. Dang it! Gu Shiqiu knocked on the glass door of the restroom. Throw out your phone. Lu Manman babbled and shouted. Are you a hooligan, Gu Shiqiu? Hurry up and get lost. You're even in charge of my going to the restroom. Then hand over your cell phone. No pay. I'll get mad if you keep doing that. My mom doesn't even control me like that. I'm afraid you'll read it and get angry and not sleep well at night. You have such a small heart. Lu Manman threw a ball of paper out and yelled. Go away. I'm embarrassed. Then you. Go away la 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 la. Alright, I'm leaving. Don't yell. Gu Shiqiu covered her ears and returned to the bedroom. Lu Manman listened to the sound of Gu Shiqiu's footsteps walking away, and only then did she carefully open Jane, watching one video at a time, and rebutting one comment at a time. Of course, to put it nicely is a rebuttal. It's not good to hear that it's para spraying. Most people can't reason. They just have to compete with their voices. It was half an hour before she walked out of the restroom with weak legs. OMG. I'm exhausted. Give me a whack on the leg, hubby. Gu Shiqiu's entire body stirred and sat up straight. What did you just shouted at me? Lu Manman also realized what was going on and awkwardly said. Nothing, just call you Shiqiu. No, you just called me husband. I heard you. Lu Manman spat out her tongue. So what? It's what it is. Yell again and I'll pound your leg. Wow, why are you such a snob? Gu Shiqiu shrugged. Want to hear it? Lu Manian rested her fingers against her chin and mused. Then you'll have to allow me to play with my cell phone. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes. Lu Manman was anxious all of a sudden. Fine. Just 10 minutes. How can it still be lowered? Honey, Lu Mania shouted, then took off her shoes and lay down on the bed. Gu Shiqiu also kept her promise and sat next to her to help her pound up her legs. It's so cozy. This is the life my old lady dreamed of. Lu Manman laughed out loud. Gu Shiqiu looked at her. That's enough? That's true. It's nice to get your legs pounded by someone you like. Gu Shiqiu muttered in a small voice. I can only be allowed to pound my legs. Although Gu Shiqiu's voice was small, she still heard it, and now she was happy even if she was scolding others in the comment section. About 5 minutes or so, Lerman suddenly tucked his legs back in. Gu Shiqiu asked, what's wrong? Not letting the whacking go? However, when he looked back, finding this niece's face surprised, her little mouth open, she kept waving her hand. Bow, don't pound your leg. Hurry over and watch this video. What's wrong? Lu Man opened the heat spike list on Weibo and chose the topic that spiked first. What kind of a family is this? 2 national heroes in one family? Gu Shiqiu wondered. What is this? Lu Man clicked on the topic and opened the number 1 ranked video inside the topic. Immediately afterward, his face was wonderful. This is a video of the CAS investigation? Lu Man nodded silently. It's the video of your parents' investigation. Gu Shiqiu frowned slightly and clicked on the video. The video is live in its entirety, so there is nothing scripted or faked. CAS also came to the Air Missile Research Institute unannounced. It was able to see that Gu Shiqiu's parents still had very surprised expressions when they were suddenly notified of the investigation. The entire investigation lasted a total of 50 minutes, but he watched almost every second of it. After reading it, he was silent for a long time, and his heart was greatly shaken. Lu Man was surprised. I always thought that your mom and dad were pretty irresponsible parents before, but now I realize that they are so great. Chapter 65 Unrivaled Contributions. Gu Shiqiu couldn't wait to open Jitterbug. When a hotspot appears, there are immediate followers all over the internet, and with the publication of the CAS investigative record, the tide has turned on Shakeology, and the hottest videos are published by official media in China. Huaji, Beneath the Internet Frenzy, Those Neglected National Treasures, under the title. It's a character profile video edited overnight by the Wasp. For the first time, the identities and work histories of Gu Shiqiu's parents were revealed on the internet. Gu Shiqiu's parents met and fell in love at the National University of Defense Technology, where they studied under Professor Yu Min. It was the same peerless nationalist who pioneered the Yu Min framework, which took China's defense technology from a clean slate to the top of the world. Because the Yu Min configuration is still classified to date, many people do not know what this means. If at that time when China just started to develop the hydrogen bomb, foreign countries blocked the nuclear technology of China scored 75 points, Yu Min configuration developed a lighter, more powerful hydrogen bomb. It reached 85 points. In other words, under the heavy technical barriers abroad, Prof. Yu Min wrote a paper that exceeded the international level by himself. Gu Shiqiu's parents were studying under such a professor for their graduate and postgraduate degrees. During their doctoral studies, the two began to develop the Rangtian anti-missile system with the National Defense Agency at the suggestion of Professor Yu Min. Graduation Eve. The Range anti-missile system is deployed in the East China Sea, the Nansha Islands, the Kunlun Mountains and other borders of China. After graduation, the two listened to the teachings of Prof. Yu Min and did not become complacent with their little academic achievement. Instead, with an apprentice's heart, he entered the 712th Institute, China Air Missile Research Institute, for 20 years. The year after her admission, Gu Shiqiu was born. At the time, the two men were involved in the development of a project for the Defense Star missile. Thus there is a small hiccup in the middle. The mother was on the verge of giving birth when the orbital parameters of the Starship missile were being carried out at a critical time. But Gu Shiqiu was not honest in her stomach, tossing and turning her head. Then she said, "Honey, leave mommy alone for a minute. Give mommy 5 more minutes." Sure enough, Gu Shiqiu in her stomach stopped tossing and turning. It was only after the parameters were calculated again that her father rushed to the hospital with her. According to her mother's words, Gu Shiqiu felt her mother's love for only 1 month, the month she was first born. She had been conducting scientific research night and day before she gave birth to her child, and after giving birth, she was weaker than other pregnant women, so she had to stay in the hospital bed to take care of her son. But a month later, starborn missile experiments, and after leaving her son with his grandma and grandpa, she went back to the Air Missile Research Institute. November 18, 2004. Liftoff of the Long March 2 Sea Carrier rocket, carrying the experimental Satellite 2. It is the satellite that will be the carrier of the missile on board. Liftoff was smooth. The live television feed came to an abrupt halt after reaching the orbit of the artificial satellite at 35,786 kilometers. And in the Air Missile Research Institute, Gu Shiqiu's parents, as well as all the researchers, were staring at the satellite images that were coming back from the silence of space. Test Satellite 2 opens up, and a starborn missile, emblazoned with a red star, peeks out from the satellite's inner compartment. Gu Shiqiu's father solemnly pressed the launch button of the main control base. The missile, carrying countless defense researchers, then whistled away from the satellite and drilled into the atmosphere. In accordance with the established trajectory, the missile successfully exploded at Lobo. The heavy anti-missile system that the Ugly Kingdom had gone to great lengths to place around China was, at this moment, completely ineffective. The success of the starborn missile signaled that China's nuclear deterrent was not affected by the ugly country's anti-missile system. On the contrary, after this explosion, it made those narrow-minded nations even more terrified. Then Gu Shiqiu's parents, mindful of Prof. Yu Min's teachings, did not dwell on this victory for too long. Instead, they turned their heads and began developing the fire eye detection system. In those years, there were no aircraft carriers in China. During those years, the ugly country's carrier fleet was in and out of Chinese territorial waters. In those years, countless defense people were not allowed to sleep at night. I will not allow others to snore on the side of the couch, Gu Zhiqiu's father said sternly. We'll keep their carriers exposed to our sight at all times, and if they still dare to come, we'll make sure they have no chance of coming back. Thus, the 712th Institute, all the researchers began to develop the fire eye monitoring system under Gu Rant's leadership. In the 6 years from 08 to 14, 23 artificial satellites were launched by the Defense General Administration alone. Finally, a monitoring network from space is complete. Any wind and grass in the territorial sea and airspace of China is in the eye of the beholder. Finally, and very quickly, the fire eye detection system took effect. If anything, the closest China has come to war since the 21st century. Undoubtedly, it was the 2016 Nansha Point. The incident started in 13 when the Philippines raised the issue of the South China Sea dispute with the backing of the ugly country. Despite warnings from Huaxia, the self-directed formation of the South China Sea Arbitration Hall, things are getting worse. By March 16, the Philippines opened 5 military ports for the ugly kingdom. In July, 2 carrier fleets of the ugly country approached the South China Sea. The swords are drawn. Perhaps many of you were still on summer vacation as usual on that July day, and perhaps some of you were still at work. Perhaps everyone thought that the sudden military exercise held by Huaxia in the South China Sea was just a drill. But, if one is careful one can find out, that year, that month, how many veterans, in the circle of friends sent will return, will win the war dynamic? In reality, what we think of as peace is simply someone keeping danger off the frontier with their life. At that time, only the Liaoning fleet was launched in China, and it did not form a fleet. Therefore, facing the ugly country's 2 nuclear submarine fleet, the chances of our army winning the sea battle are very low. But, then we know what happened. The ugly kingdom's 2 carrier battle fleets fought their way home from the Pacific in disgrace. This saber-rattling confrontation ended with the ugly country carrying the carrier back home overnight. For a while, the whole internet set off another speculation about the national strength of Huaxia. Pride is in the air. But there is no shortage of rational people who question why the ugly kingdom fled without a fight when there was such a disparity in naval combat capabilities. The answer is actually quite simple. The power of the carrier combat fleet is that it is a mobile base of operations at sea. God is out of sight. Can't catch him. Without being able to pinpoint the coordinates of the carriers, the carrier fleet will provide a continuous blood transfusion to the ugly army. But once the carrier coordinates are available, the starborne missiles will be able to lock on to the attack target. If the carriers are destroyed, then the ugly kingdom's ability to fight in the oceans will be completely null and void, and the end will still end in failure. Chapter 66 Joint Declaration of the 7 Sons of Defense. The winner of this war is not really that subtle. It's just an article written by the DGA himself. This article can actually be found in some media outlets now. The content is also very simple. A statement on the territorial integrity of China. The accompanying picture is intriguing though. It's a picture of the ocean. The article quickly reached the ugly kingdom's West Coast military base. For a moment it scared the ugly country's military into a cold sweat. The piece of ocean that accompanies the photo is exactly where the carrier fleet is located. That means Huaxia has locked on to the carrier's position. From that moment, they immediately ordered a retreat with full horsepower. If the carrier is destroyed, the loss is an entire combat formation. They couldn't believe that Huaxia was able to locate the carrier battle group in the vast waters of the Pacific Ocean. This was a situation that the ugly kingdom had never encountered in all its years of oceanic warfare. And at this time, in the Air Missile Research Institute, a unit directly under China's national defense, all the researchers breathed a long sigh of relief. This is the fire eye detection system. The first time it's been used in actual combat, and it was a big success. By now, the status of Gu Zhiqiu's parents had reached its zenith among Mesozoic researchers. However, they were not present at the ceremony where the state personally honored the academicians. The couple, again, buried themselves in research and development of new projects. This is how the Huaxia Daily News Agency commented, dedicating their youth without reservation to a pair of beautiful people in Huaxia. They say that the national scholar is unrivaled, but the national scholar can also become a pair. Read the parents' biographies. Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Manman were both silent for a long time. The heat is naturally much stronger for videos sent out by official media than for individuals. Coupled with Shakeology's official human recommendation, this video appeared on everyone's front page. It broke everyone's skepticism for a while. There may be little need for such a pair of nationalists to harbor their own sons. If they were really in it for fame and fortune, then even if Gu Zhiqiu was a cutie, would also be enough for a lifetime without worry. Gu Zhiqiu also didn't expect that the investigation of her parents would, in turn, bring to light their unknown contributions. Instead of having any unfavorable effects, it has brought them endless prestige as a result. Gu Zhiqiu hadn't had any deep feelings for his parents since he was a child, but at this moment, he was proud to have such parents. L.A. City, Air Missile Base Family Building. Gu Ran picked up the phone from Kyoto. Hello, good leader. A low voice came from the other end. Professor Gu, were you involved in Gu Zhiqiu's matter? No, Gu Ran solemnly responded. That means all of Gu Zhiqiu's scientific research achievements were made by him alone? Right, Gu Ran asked. Can you tell me exactly what scientific research my son has made? There's no way to tell you right now, the man said in a deep voice. But don't worry, we'll deal with the rumors on the internet, and this storm will soon die down. Thank you, leader. Kyoto, General Administration of Communications and Surveillance, GACS. Zhou Xiong sat at his desk, his face somber. Not long after, Cui Hao walked in with 3 pieces of paper. Here's the info on all the rumor mongers. How do we fix it? Zhou Xiong said in a cold voice. Solve it according to the law. Aha! Cui Hao had followed Zhou Xiong for so many years that he knew Elder Zhou's temper. He's not scary when he's foul-mouthed. He's scary when he's somber and calm. And, Zhou Xiong said in a cold voice, from now on, all media outlets are tightened up. I don't want to see another rumor-mongering video about student Gu. Yes, Cui Hao leaves. Zhou Xiong slumped back in his chair and slowly exhaled. The network is also under the jurisdiction of their General Administration of Reliance. In the past 2 days, the entire General Administration of the Sinan are busy cleaning rumor video. Up and down almost a day and night did not close their eyes. But the internet is too big and there are too many people. And even with all this effort to block, they still can't keep up with the speed of the rumor mongers' postings. This made Zhou Xiong very ashamed. Harbor City. Gu Zhiqiu's site stayed in Hong Kong City for 2 days, and then she planned to return to the mainland. The next arrangement was to tour the great mountains and rivers of China. Perhaps the winds of the internet have indeed shifted, and Lu Manman has not been as angry as before when she recently went back to swiping Jitterbug in Weibo. Although the Chinese Academy of Sciences hadn't announced Gu Zhiqiu's scientific research results until now, there were also significantly fewer rumor videos on the internet. But just because there are fewer rumor-mongering videos doesn't mean everyone is completely out of the loop. I'm afraid they will still inevitably speculate wildly, at least until CAS issues an official statement. Back to the mainland. After getting off the plane, Gu Zhiqiu's first stop was Mount Tai. He was in a good mood, and with his parents unaffected, he was unburdened. What with all the gossip on the internet, he didn't take it to heart at all. A moody climb. Take in the scenery and sea of clouds along the way. Gu Zhiqiu stood on the mountain, looking at the lush and rolling mountains. Not so for Lu Manman, a grade 1 protected waste of space, who didn't climb 2 steps before clamoring for a cable car ride. Inevitably, just a third of the way up, they had to take a short break in the pavilion. Ooh, climbing is so tiring. You really need to get some exercise. No, I want to lie down in an air-conditioned house and then you'll pound my legs, Gu Zhiqiu said. Wait until we climb to the top of the mountain first. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me rest a bit more. I've only been sitting there for a few minutes. Lumania sat on a stone bench, rubbing her calf's stomach. One hand turned on his cell phone and continued to surf the web. Gu Zhiqiu shrugged his shoulders. Nowadays young people, as if they can't get away from the phone seems. Ha, Lumenman eat softly. What's wrong? Did you cross paths with the National Defense Technology University? Not yet. Lu Manman handed her phone over. Look, the National Defense University of Science and Technology released a statement, and it has something to do with you. I'll take a look. Gu Zhiqiu hurriedly took the phone, then tapped on the video. National University of Defense Technology, NUDT, official account, received material support from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, CAS, and NUDT is conducting research related to nuclear physics based on the scientific data of Gu Zhiqiu's classmates. It's a few short lines, and the accompanying picture is just the school logo, but the views and likes and comments are plenty. Gu Zhiqiu instantly understood that although CAS was unable to publish his scientific research results, it had given him a clean bill of health by using a roundabout tactic. He proceeded to scroll down, his expression growing more and more brilliant. Harbin Institute of Technology, HIT received material support from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, CAS, and HIT will conduct electrical research based on the scientific research results of Gu Zhiqiu's classmates with immediate effect. Kyoto University of Technology received material support from Chinese Academy of Sciences. Kyoto University of Technology will conduct research related to quantum physics based on the research results of Gu Zhiqiu's classmates. Kyoto University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Jinling University of Technology. Jinling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Northwestern Polytechnical University. Harbin Engineering University. The military's direct colleges and the 7 sons of national defense spoke out at the same time. Jointly, all of them begin with the Chinese Academy of Sciences and end with Gu Zhiqiu's scientific achievements. For a while, the whole internet was shocked. Chapter 67, This is a Sinful Edict. A statement from these colleges and universities. There is no doubt as to whose authorization it was. This sends a message that everyone knows by heart. The comments section of the statement video is interesting right now. Hey, 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 are you being kidnapped? Wink if you are. Kidnap a hammer. Who dares to kidnap them? Do the faces of those who say Gu Zhiqiu's academics are fraudulent hurt? That's bull. It's the first time I've seen so many colleges and universities speaking out together. For a while, the highly publicized issue of Gu Zhiqiu's academic fraud was forgotten by everyone. The winds have changed and video content on all mainstream media has changed radically. Everyone's attention began to return to the jittery vlogger who first started this incident. Is there a possibility that this big V, perhaps, is indeed not very qualified to be awarded the Chengkong Scholar? Huaqing University Institute of Quantum Physics. Yang Lao's face was grim as he looked at the core members of Huaqing University's publicity committee. The publicity department of Huaqing University was organized and established by the student union. Among the members, all of them are students from Huaqing University to serve. Yang Lao was not supposed to be on the internet. It was only after Guan Shangyue called him the day before yesterday and told him that Gu Zhiqiu had been brought up to speed by Huaqing University that he learned about it. Yesterday, with the help of one of my own students, I downloaded a Shake Shack, and that's when I realized the gravity of the situation. Who posted that misleading video? Elder Yang's voice was icy cold, scaring those few students into a straight sweat. In the entire Huaqing University, Elder Yang could be said to be the most powerful person. They also couldn't have imagined that Elder Yang would treat his school's students so harshly for Gu Zhiqiu. This isn't arm twisting? A student said. I'm the one who sent it, Yang Lao. We're just being realistic. Elder Yang stood up holding the table and walked over to the student. What's your name and which academy are you from? The student was a bit timid, but still spoke. My name is Zhao Zhang, a junior in the architecture department. Architecture department? In that case, that Wu Feng, who was squeezed out of the nomination for Changjiang Scholar, is your teacher? Zhao Zhang's face was tense. Answer me truthfully. Yes. Well, 3 years of college and that's all you learn, isn't it? Zhao Zhang gritted his teeth and said, Elder Yang, I don't think you're objective and biased. Ha? Prejudice? Yang Lao asked rhetorically. Although I'm a student of Mr. Wu Feng, I didn't raise my voice to flatter the teacher, but mainly because this matter is inherently unfair to our Huaqing University. The fact that Mr. Wu Feng was originally nominated as a Chengkong Scholar shows that he is strong and capable. On what grounds did you cancel Mr. Wu Feng's nomination just like that all of a sudden? If this matter is put on you, are you aggrieved? Yang Lao looked at him with a heavy gaze, slowly said, aggrieved. But I will not be so naive in the case of not understanding the causes and consequences of the network to splash nonsense. I will go to understand what kind of people instead of me, if it is really better than me. Not to mention the Yangtze River Scholars, even if it is the Nobel Prize, I'm also willing to give up. A reward that makes me feel guilty is not a reward. Zhao Zhang was silent, and he realized that he was wrong. I don't ever want or expect you to post such irresponsible videos just to butter up and curry favor. I hope you made a mistake on impulse, but the matter ends here. The whole fiasco started because of you, and now it's up to you to end it. Go on. Don't discredit Huaqing University anymore. The others bowed. Thank you for Elder Yang's teachings. Zhao Zhang was a bit reluctant. Elder Yang, I will follow your teachings, but I would like to ask you a question. Why are you so concerned about someone who has nothing to do with our Huaqing University, but so indifferent to our own teachers at Huaqing University? Nothing to do with Huaqing University? Yang Lao's face was cold, but he is related to China. How about Huaqing? How about Kyoto University? You should remember that these are all Chinese universities. All the talents are Chinese talents. I can understand your love for the school, but you remember that love of country always comes before love of school. Zhao Zhang's face was ashamed. I see. I was narrow-minded. Elder Yang said, the fact that you can enter Huaqing University means that you are the top group of scholars in China, and I hope that you will remember to put the interests of the country at the forefront at all times. A few people nodded in shame. Yes. Noon that day. The official account of Huaqing University, which has been silent for a long time, has updated a post on public social media platforms such as Jitterbug and WeChat. Since Wu Feng's statement was issued, at the height of the internet fermentation, Huaqing has not made the slightest response. In just 2 days, the number of Huazhong University Shake fan followers increased by nearly 30 million, a leap to the top of the Jitterbug College heat list. This can also be opened out. Everyone is waiting for a statement from Huaqing University, especially after those colleges joined forces to speak out. Everyone on the internet was in the mindset of watching and waiting for Huaqing University's response. As a result, An article titled Dialogue with Elder Yang and Some Thoughts on the Changjiang Scholars Controversy received countless views, likes and comments once it was released. This article is more of a guilty pleasure than a statement. The words are true. Huaqing University, the Huaqing University of China, the inclusive academic thinking, is gradually discarded under the impetuous social climate, and all the reasons for this storm stem from our limitations. For the sake of fame, for the sake of reputation, we begin to have an exclusionary mindset, but look back and think about when a genius emerges in our country. Our first reaction should not be to question, ridicule and cold eyes, but to seek proof. And we should hope with all our hearts that this genius is a true genius, someone who can bring progress to Huaxia. Countless statements from colleges and universities, and verifications from the CAS, let us know that we personally spawned a cyber violence and came close to destroying a genius on trumped-up charges. All members of the Huaqing University Publicity Committee, once again, sincerely apologize to Student Gu as well as the Gu family from the bottom of our hearts. In just 5 minutes, the number of plays exceeded 1 million, and one of the more eye-catching comments instantly shot to the top of the comments section with its 30,000 likes. The protagonist of this comment is one of the main protagonists of this fiasco, Wu Feng, who was cancelled the nomination of Changjiang Scholar. P.S. This is a solemn body thank you note from the little author fungus. Thanks to Bean of Love Yanshin for the roll call. 30 big bucks Wu. Thanks again for the 5-star review from Hearts Desiran. Lu Shan who loves selenium-enriched tea leaves. Muah. Extra today. Trying to get a few more. Asking for free swag and 5-star reviews to give the author fungus motivation blah blah blah. Chapter 68, Who is Spared by the Heavens? Throughout the course of the academic fiasco, Wu Feng doesn't seem to be doing anything. Every day just remains the same as usual, posting some very everyday short videos in quirky segments. It may seem like this fiasco doesn't affect him in the slightest, but he's actually the biggest winner in this traffic frenzy. Nearly a month of all over the net buzz has made his jitterbugs gain about 50 million fans. Before that it was a blogger with 1 million followers, and in a month's time, it became a Shake Shack top streamer. The protagonist, finally, was the first to appear in a vocalization related to the academic fiasco, under the sin of Huaqing University. Wu Feng, I also apologize to Gu. A simple sentence, not even 10 words, but it managed to reach the top of the comment section, and it left countless people in a state of reverie for a while, especially now. After clicking on Wu Feng's homepage, you are able to see a more conspicuous sentence, business cooperation. Please contact the star chart number XXXX. This sentence was not there before. If you can go back to Wu Feng's first video, it's a glimpse into his beginnings of making videos when he didn't have any followers or airplay. According to him, it's purely for science and hobby. But after reaching 100,000 followers, it can be realized that he has thrown away his original intention to bring goods, live broadcasts, and dabble in the heat. The content is also becoming more and more pompous. It is not even difficult to imagine that this incident of the Chengkong scholars may also be a means he uses to make profits. He teaches at Huaqing University with a retainer and research funding that is not much different from that of the Changjiang scholars, that to the CKC, and for better powder. And this time, through a fiasco, wildly stopping 50 million fans. For him, the Yangtze River scholar has been worthless. Whether you get it or not is irrelevant. These 50 million followers alone could bring him dozens of times more benefits than the CKGSB. Lu Man said angrily. This Wu Feng is really waving his sleeves and not touching the pot at all. What again? At the top of Mount Tai, Gu Zhiqiu looked at the sea of clouds and the mountains below her feet, and her mood brightened. Just that person who started the incident Now in Huaqing University's apology letter below also follow the win to say that I'm sorry and finished. What do you expect him to do? Lumenman sulked. He started it and subjected you to all that gossip. And he's good. Do you know how much of a fan base he has now? How much? $50 million now. Gu Zhiqiu nodded silently. And to be honest, he wasn't an exception when it came to being able to sustain such a high level of heat, reaching 50 million followers. Lu slowly asks, wow, do you have no idea what 50 million followers means? Gu Zhiqiu shook his head. To be honest, he didn't know much about the Jitterbug self-media and these. And Jitterbug was also a software that he would only occasionally look at twice when he was entertaining himself. 50 million fans, the light video revenue. He estimates that he can earn tens of thousands of dollars a day. And if he opens another live broadcast, occasionally with goods, a month to earn big hundreds of thousands of it. Oh, Gu Zhiqiu responded very calmly. A look like it's none of my business. Hey, can you stop being so Buddhist? Aren't you angry? Angry, but I can't change anything, can I? So that. Lumenman pouted. So you're just going to let him throw dirt on you, and then in the end, you're going to let him end up getting the benefit of the doubt? Gu Zhiqiu pondered for a moment. Thinking about it like that, it does seem good to be angry haha. I'm just saying, alright, Down the hill. Lu Manman ruffled the hair on her forehead behind her ear and pinched Gu Zhiqiu's arm. Hey, are you simply not listening to me properly? Gu Zhiqiu said. I've heard it. I'm pissed off too. Carrot. The two went back down the mountain the same way they came. Though it was indeed diabolizing to say that having Wu Feng, the instigator, end up getting the benefit of the doubt. Yet he had no leisure to waste on the matter. After having been subjected to an all-network fiasco, he learned the hard way that individuals can't decide anything on the internet. But he also believes in the eyes of the nation, snobs like Wu Feng may not really be able to cha crappy money as they wish. Huaqing University. The liquidation has just begun. After the cyber furor died down, the Principal Assistant Secretary for Security began an exhaustive investigation into the whole incident. There was no lack of authorization from Zhou Xiong. The cyber violence that Gu Zhiqiu suffered these days pained the old man. The storm is over, but that doesn't mean the event is over. The internet is not an extraterritorial place. The entire incident of the causes and consequences of the general administration of the letter of security must be investigated clearly. Only in this way can give Gu students a fair result. Chui Hao stood in front of the architecture school building. The bell rang for the end of class, and after Wu Feng finished his class, he was taken to the principal office, and Chui Hao had other things to busy himself with, namely investigating the beginning and end of Wu Feng's nomination as a Changjiang scholar and the authenticity of his academic information. In the meantime, with the release of the General Administration of Public Security's rumor list, all those who had posted false statements against Gu Zhiqiu on the internet in these days were also investigated and filed. After the frenzy, there's a mess. And what the General Administration of Security has to do is to give the internet a clean slate, as well as to give Gu Zhiqiu a satisfactory result. 3 days later, the official account of the General Administration of Reliance, which has been silent for a long time, has released a video clip, 5 minutes long. It's the kind of content that's very proper official media, but every second of the video is a straight-up blast. After investigation, in response to the Chengkong scholars' fiasco since June 8, the General Administration of Information Security of Huaxia, after a discreet investigation, hereby announces the results of the investigation of this incident. On June 8, the CAS academic organization received a letter of nomination that raised a discussion about Gu's status as a Chengkong scholar. On the same day, under the comparison and study of CAS, it was decided to temporarily cancel the nomination of Wu Feng, who has weak scientific achievements among the candidates, and informed him by email. At 10 o'clock in the evening of June 9, Wu Feng, a professor of the Department of Architecture at Huaqing University, mentioned this matter during a live broadcast and incited the audience's emotions with untrue statements, questioning the originally normal selection process. And since then, the storm has completely swept across the entire internet. Under the whole internet storm, many unfounded and fabricated rumor videos have sprung up, which have had a huge negative impact on Huaxia, the university, Gu himself and his family. During the 15 days of online fermentation, Wu Feng repeatedly rendered the victim's identity on live bandwagons to garner attention and sympathy. After a joint investigation by the General Administration of Public Security as well as Huaqing University, as well as an anonymous whistleblower report from a fellow student at the School of Architecture of Huaqing University, it was learned that Wu Feng had repeatedly expressed radical views on the internet, had repeatedly propagated undesirable remarks on public platforms outside the country on the issue of national territorial sovereignty, and that he had a poor attitude toward teaching and research during his tenure as a teacher and a high degree of duplication in the materials declared by the Chengkong scholars. In accordance with the law, the General Administration of Public Safety and Security has imposed the following penalties on Wu Feng and the relevant rumor mongers. Chapter 69, Announcement of Higher Education Examination Results. The next 3 minutes of the video are about the punishment of the people involved in this fiasco. Sentences for rumor mongers are based on the extent of the rumor and how widely it is spread. The longest is up to 3 years and the shortest is 15 days. The long list looked long enough for over 200 people. As for Wu Feng, as the initiator of this incident, the entire network of media accounts were banned, criminally detained for 15 days, and fined $50,000. Huaqing University also issued a termination statement almost simultaneously. Cluck cluck cluck. Lumania flopped down on the bed and laughed her ass off. What's wrong again? That Wu Feng's jitterbug number is banned. It's all about incense, said Lu. Slowly opened Wu Feng's past videos and also commented on the 2 candles. Great pleasure. Let's just say it was a big hit. This is the kind of punishment that should be meted out to people who profit off of traffic and have no boundaries and no regard for other people's reputations whatsoever. Gu Zhiqiu was also in a very good mood as she sat in front of the hotel window and looked at the smoky and cloudy Hangshan mountain. Zhiqiu, what's wrong? Legs hurt. You and I talked about it this morning. Or we'd be at the top of Mount Hangshan right now looking at the sea of clouds instead of sitting in a hotel. Slightly, Lumenman rolled over and crossed her little legs. Rub your slave's legs. Why? Happy. Gu Zhiqiu looked puzzled. Is there any necessary connection between you being happy and me rubbing your legs? I'd be happier. Then accompany me to climb Hengshan Mountain at night. Don't. Tomorrow morning at the latest. Lu Manuman pouted. Tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Gu Zhiqiu sat on the edge of the bed and placed Lu Manman's leg on her lap, then gently kneaded it. Lu Manman said with a suspicious face, I feel cheated by you. Originally I was thinking of climbing the mountain the day after tomorrow. Be a teacher and keep your word. MS. Man. Lumania spat out her tongue and proceeded to play with her cell phone. Actually, Gu Zhiqiu didn't care when she climbed the mountain. He was happy to help her rub her legs. In fact, Lu Manman didn't care when he climbed the mountain. She was happy to accompany him. June 24th. Afternoon. Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Manman climbed hand in hand toward the top of Hengshan Mountain. As you gain altitude, the temperature gets colder. Breathing isn't as smooth as it was at the bottom of the hill. Lumman complained all the way through. Never climb a mountain again in my life. She had said this at least 100 times. Gu Zhiqiu then chimed in, well, but she always followed him like a little tail. Although Gu Zhiqiu had to slow down his pace in order to wait for her, it was nice to slow down and enjoy the sea of high mountain clouds. Look, sunset. The two checked into a hotel at the top of Hengshan Mountain. It was getting late and the sun was setting. The smoke and clouds of the nine skies were like a sea of fire, becoming more imposing as the night waned. The sun was setting and the sea of clouds was getting hotter and hotter. Lu Manman leaned on Gu Zhiqiu's shoulder and looked at the winning scene. It's so beautiful. Yes, I've climbed mountains abroad. I've been to the San Gabriel Mountains in Los Angeles, the Santa Monica Mountains, and the Sierra Nevada Mountains in California. Gu Zhiqiu's gaze drifted. These mountains are also magnificent, but they are different from the ones in Huaxia. And you've been abroad? Lu Manman said in confusion. It seemed like she had never heard him say that before. Gu Zhiqiu nodded. A long time ago. What's the difference? A mountain is a mountain when you look at it from abroad, but it's not a mountain when you look at it from home. The reason is that for thousands of years, countless literati have integrated landscape into cultural traditions and the shaping of nationalities. So while it's possible to pine for the mountains at home, it's not possible to do so abroad. Lu Manman wondered, can't foreign mountains be sentimental? When you stand on a high mountain in another country, your eyes will only look involuntarily to your own homeland. Lu Manman pressed against Gu Zhiqiu's shoulder again and nodded thoughtfully. This little boyfriend of his own seems to be guilty of being an old cat again. It's getting old at a young age. After dinner, the two spent the evening huddled under the covers together catching up on the show. It's an old-fashioned idol drama that Lu Manman had been watching before. A straight man of Gu Zhiqiu's level couldn't understand it, so he gazed at the screen, his head mulling over the dark matter wave decay equation. Ding ding. The cell phone beeped. Your cell phone rang, Lu Manman said. Half a day. Gu Zhiqiu's gaze was dull, without the slightest movement. Lumania frowned slightly and looked at his form with a sideways glance. Stinky Gu Zhiqiu. Lu Manman skimmed his lips and turned the screen of his laptop away from the TV as if he were hiding a baby. It was only then that Gu Zhiqiu snapped back from her musings. What's wrong? Your cell phone rang. Oh. Gu Zhiqiu opened her phone and it was a text message from the school. The high school grades are down. He spoke nonchalantly. Lu Manman's reaction was many times more emotional than his. Turning to lie on top of him. Well, how was it? Haven't looked closely yet. Gu Zhiqiu tapped on the notification bar, and Lu Manman's head covered the entire screen at once, so he couldn't see anything. But luckily, she read them all out one by one. Hello Gu Zhiqiu students. In response to the announcement of the Education Examination Office, in order to ensure the security of the examination information of the candidates, the results of the college entrance examination will be pushed to the candidates themselves through the form of text messages and the official microprogram of the examination office. And you can also log on to the official website of the Education Examination Office of the province where you are to inquire about the results of the college entrance examination. Gu Zhiqiu's grades in each subject are listed below. Languages, 141. Math, 150. English, 142. Physics, 109. Physical chemistry, 100. Biology, 90. Total score, 732. Provincial position, 1. City position, 1 inch. Gu Zhiqiu listened to her grades and pondered. English is a bit of an overachiever. But why was 1 point deducted from physics? Provincial scholar Abo. Lu Manman whooshed and jumped up from the bed, jumping with a proud face. My husband is the provincial scholar, I can be too dignified. Gu Zhiqiu scratched his head. It's just a high school entrance exam. Significance. The main significance. A year of the province, only one person can achieve the achievement. How meaningful. Of course, you can get into the provincial first prize. This girl credit. Yes, thanks to you then. This is not a lie. If it is not because of Manman, he is afraid that he will not even bother to take the exam. What followed was a succession of congratulations from countless people. recognize it, don't recognize it. From the district, to the city, even some big provincial leaders, also do not know where to get his phone number to call to congratulate. Later, Gu Zhiqiu was really distracted by the noise, so she gave her phone to Lu Manman and asked her to help her cope. He, on the other hand, wasn't much happier in his mind. He just kept obsessing about one thing: why was a point deducted for physics? P.S. I said I was going to add more today, but there was an accident. When I was out in the afternoon, I crossed the intersection and was surprised by a cab that suddenly rushed out. Then the handlebar twisted, and I fell down directly, and my elbow and wrist still hurt when I move them. I'm very sorry. I was thinking of updating 4 chapters to start, but I'm really sorry for the physical reasons. Woohoo! Everyone must be more careful on their motorized bikes in the future, especially when crossing intersections, and must slow down. Only let's see a little bit of if all shot out. Afraid to scare you all students. These days will still be normal update. If you add more, Milk Cake will remember. When the arm is better, we'll definitely will make up for it. Thanks again for the gifts and 5 stars, because not many people watched. Milk Cake once thought of giving up, but students are so cute and enthusiastic make Milk Cake again insisted on it. Thank you all. Thanks for meeting you. Chapter 70, the examination Yuan's provincial scholarship list announced. After the release of the high school results, a few are happy and a few are sad. There was as much wailing as there was shaking. The conversation about the difficulty of high school math and physics also instantly soared to number 1. A number of students and parents have posted their report cards as well as their placement in the province. A race to spell the kids is in full swing. Lu Manman proudly took a screenshot of Gu Zhiqiu's cell phone text message and then sent it to the top of Jitterbug. Title: Boyfriend's college entrance exam results are out. The toughest National B paper got such a good score. Still satisfied. The video consists only of screenshots of text messages, with names mosaicked, and then set to a simple piece of music. With the push, the number of likes almost skyrocketed along with the number of reads. The comments exploded as well. Holy, almost a perfect score in math and physics? Fake, right? Math and physics are so difficult this year that even the provincial top scorer can't get a perfect score, right? Prosthetic eye identified as false. Definitely a P picture. It's so fake, you can tell it's PD at first glance. Lumanian kept refreshing the comments in the background, and not replying, just watching and smiling. Growing up, who hasn't had a little vanity? Besides, her boyfriend was so good, it would be too much of a loss not to show him off. Gu Zhiqiu didn't have the leisure to do so. He was still dwelling on the fact that physics had deducted a point. Mostly, he'd been a little less than pleased with a minor point in his physics paper during an earlier exam, so now the inexplicable deduction of a point made him feel even more uncomfortable. Lu Manman took her cell phone and shoved it in front of Gu Zhiqiu. Look. There's a lot of complaining online about how hard physics is. This year's GCSE physics was temporarily switched to the more difficult paper B because of a leak. The result is that most of the students do not do well in the entrance exams. Although the provincial rankings did not show much discrepancy, the scores can be said to be one heaven and one earth compared to the model exams. It's a good thing the provincial rankings didn't change too much, or else I'd really be considering repeating the course after seeing those math and physics scores. Physics is toxic this year, isn't it? I've been studying hard all year, and I ended up getting about the same grade as someone else's Mont. Ha. Laugh me to death. I am a physics waste. Physics actually examined to the top 20,000 in the province. Science students easily dominate the conversation about high school exams on Jitterbug. Because the questions were too difficult, it made it hard to spread out the scores. With the top 5,000 to 20,000 physics scores in the province clustered in the 40s and 60s, the screening properties of the scores are not reflected, which leads to some questioning of the fairness of the entrance exams. I think this year's college entrance exam is indeed a bit undisciplined, and it is said that this year's average physics score is only 43, and the math is also the most difficult in the past years, with an average score of only 86. Too low. Bitter for this class of candidates. Lu Manman laughed and showed Gu Zhiqiu her comment section again by clicking on it. Come, take a look at what the internet is saying about your results. So many likes and comments? Just released 20 minutes ago, views reached 500,000, and likes and comments have added up to over 10,000. Lu Manman proudly said, that's not true. After all, this divine achievement is unattainable. Aha, you don't look that happy? Don't be so boring, baby. 1 point deducted for physics. Silly, Lu Manman giggled. 109 is already very anticlimactic. With a physics paper of this difficulty, there's no difference between 109 and 110 press. Maybe 1 point was deducted from the paper score or 1 point was deducted from the omitted steps? It's impossible. Gu Zhiqiu said, there's nothing wrong with what I wrote. Is this point that important to you? Of course, if I take 110, It's because the paper only has 110 points, but if I take 109 it proves that I can only take 109, Gu Shiqiu said. As long as it's not a perfect score, it means that there are holes in my physics system. Oh, that's the problem with the grading teacher. I wrote an essay criticizing the examining board on the answer key for the lab questions. Ha, you write essays for physics exams? Gu Shiqiu nodded. I wonder if it has anything to do with this. That might still be the reason. But they were the ones who were in the wrong in the first place. So why should they deduct my points? Lumania puffed and hit a snicker. The current Gu Shiqiu was like a child who had been robbed of his lollipop. Sometimes he's so mature and stable, and sometimes he's so innocent and sweet. It's adorable. Lu Manman quaintly pillowed on Gu Shiqiu's leg. Professor Gu, don't be bored. Am I bored? You didn't? I didn't. Gu Shiqiu drilled the bullseye for another hour. During this time, Lu Manman leisurely rested on his lap and swiped the jitterbug. The examination Yuan has posted a new video. Lu Manman clicked on the official software of the examination Yuan. What video? It's the list of the top students from each province. But unfortunately there are only the results of the first place in each province. In fact, I'm more interested in seeing how much the second place in science in our province scored. Gu Shiqiu casually said. Shouldn't there be quite a few provinces taking the National B paper? In the 21st year of the college entrance examination reform, the National 1 and 2 papers were merged into the National B paper. The provinces that use the National B paper contain 12 provinces, including Yu, Jin, Gan, Xin, and Ning. In other words, the top winners from these provinces all took the same paper, so there can be a comparison between provincial champions. Whoa, that's smart. Yeah, I'll look for the video of the National B paper. The examination Yuan also knows what it's doing, dividing 8 videos based on the National A and B papers, the new college entrance examination 1 and 2 papers, as well as the self-administered papers. Even the background music has been replaced with a blood-curdling war song. Lerman hurriedly opened the video. There are highs and lows in high school. Gu Shiqiu undoubtedly topped the list of the top 12 provincial winners with 738 points. The second place on the top list, with 705 points, was taken by Qin province. The third place on the top list, with 704 points, went to Anhui province. 12 provinces in the list of the top scholar. After removing Gu Shiqiu, highest language score, 144. Highest math score, 131. Highest score in English, 148. Highest physics score, 99. Highest chemistry score, 98. Highest score in biology, 90. So much for the video. The examination Yuan purposely ranked a list of high scores in each subject after removing your grades. Lu Manman couldn't help but cover her stomach. Ha, laugh me to death. Gu Shiqiu wondered, why did you exclude me? Maybe because your grades aren't informative blah. Indeed, without Gu Shiqiu, the results of these top students of the college entrance examination can clearly reflect the difficulty of this year's college entrance examination. P.S. Thanks to Bean of Lovyanshin for the roll call, $30 yen. Thanks to Matador Nation's Ayato Mako for the Boo Boo Milk Tea. And to NCG 2237 for the 5-cent blades. An inspiration capsule. The cat's award speech. In fact, the cat is really bad. After the arm injury every day only one hand can knock words. Every day only 2 chapters of updates. Received such a valuable gift is really ashamed. The company's website is a great place to find out more about the company's products and services. And to learn more about the company's products and services. Chapter 71 Who wouldn't like such a Gushun? In previous years, the provincial top scorers in both math and physics were sprinting towards a perfect score. And this year, it's casually dropping a dozen points. It is evident that this year's college entrance examination is difficult. However, Gu Shiqiu's achievement has silenced the entire network again. This is after the academic fiasco. Gu Shiqiu once again became the center of the traffic vortex. In fact, for these netizens, when you say that Gu Shiqiu researched some nuclear physics or discovered some great law, they don't feel deeply, and at most they will say IX, Bull X, because these scientific studies are too far away for the general public. But you tell them that Gu Shiqiu scored a perfect score in both physics and math in this ultra-difficult college entrance exam, with a total score of an appalling 732. It's only from the bottom of their hearts that they think it's a talent. This is because most people have experienced the college entrance exam and know how difficult it is this year. At this level of difficulty, Spike, his provincial top scorer by so many points, can't think of any new words to describe it other than a descending blow. After the release of the examination Yuan's provincial scholarship list, the video that Lumen Man posted earlier has once again exploded in popularity. I thought it was pretending, but who knew it was real? And who can stand that? Those who previously commented on the P-picture have now changed their tune to, the lady is awesome. Gu Shiqiu was still taking the bull by the horns, until the call came in from the examiner's office. That's when he got his catharsis. Hello, is this student Gu Jiqiu? The voice on the other end of the line was very sincere. Because Gu Jiqiu's identity was special and not simply a senior student, even the staff of the examination yuan needed to pay attention to the wording between words. It's me, Gu Jiqiu replied indifferently. I am a staff member of the self-media division of the examination yuan, and I am calling you him today mainly because I would like to start an exchange of views on your study experience, so that I can give some experience to future students facing the college entrance examination. Why was I deducted a point for physics? Gu Jiqiu questioned. I got a point deducted for physics, the staff of the examination yuan said. 109 is already the highest score for paper B, and for the subject of physics, there is no longer any difference between a score of 109 and 110. It is almost an unassailable record, especially if the difficulty of this year's paper is indeed on the high side. I want to know why, and if it was negligence on my part. I admit it. This our media department staff can't see your answer card yet, but don't worry. I will then apply for multi-departmental cooperation to investigate clearly the reason for this point deducted. Thanks. The examiner's office staff was in a cold sweat, so can we start the interview? It's okay. Next, a few minutes of phone interviews. The discussion centered on learning methods, learning experiences and encouragement for future candidates. Gu Jiqiu also shared all of her experience to the best of her ability. He would not hide anything from the future talent shaping of Huaxia, especially under the current atmosphere of this kind of test-taking examination. He was able to feel that there should be quite a few geniuses being buried. When scores become the measure of talent, the so-called fairness, more or less, seems less fair. Thank you Gu for your dedication. I'm sure quite a few of your students will benefit from it. You're welcome. The point for the physical deduction. You're going to have to figure that out for me. Good. Hanging up the phone, Lu Manman laughed from the sidelines. 10 minutes on the phone, 1 point deducted for physics, and you mentioned it 5 times. It was going to be clear. Gu Jiqiu said more seriously. The next day, come down from Hongshan. The examiner's office published an interview with Gu Jiqiu. The headline reads, 1 point lost by Gu. It was fun. These media people, with their control of gimmicks, are breathtaking. When they heard that Gu Xin was holding a grudge about the 1 point deduction in physics, all the senior candidates surfing online, one by one, suffered internal injuries. The examiner's office released yesterday's interview. Lu Mangan said, did that point give an explanation? A screenshot of your answer key is shown at the end of the video. Gu Jiqiu opened her phone, found the examiner's jitterbug number, and dragged the video to the end. The screenshot contains, as expected, an argumentative essay on gravitational and inertial mass issues and deep advice on advanced placement physics. Though the screenshot of the answer key being publicized seems like he's a little too much of a middle child, but he still doesn't feel like he has a problem. However, after the screenshot, the reason for the deduction of points from the examination center was given. All the answers of Gu's current physics exam were completely correct, and this point was deducted in the unclear examination of the question. Not clear in examining the question? Gu Jiqiu's brow furrowed. I've carefully looked at the question several times, and it's true that there's no preconditions given. Then, at the end of the video, it jumps to a screenshot of the header of the GCSE paper. 2023 National Unified Examination for Admission to Ordinary Colleges and Universities. General Science Comprehensive Aptitude Test. Possible relative atomic masses, H1, Cia 12, not 23, Phi 56. For this paper, an ideal pulley is equivalent to no mass and no friction. Gravitational mass is equivalent to inertial mass. Gu Jiqiu, giggle laughed Lumenman. So it was you who didn't notice it yourself. It's this, physically on the second page, not my fault. Then blame the others. Generally speaking, this kind of rolled head condition is information that is well known to those honors students, and it's normal that they don't notice it, isn't it? Pa, you have a hard mouth. It's not a stiff upper lip. It was meant to be. Lu Manman laughed her ass off. Right, you're right about everything. After the exam board released the reason for the deduction of marks, there was also a lot of laughter throughout the network. This Gu Xin, who scored full marks in strength but not actually full marks, has also become the talk of the town before and after tea on the internet. I would have written nothing, and 110 points would have been a sure thing. Who knew Gu Xin had to go out of his way to give away this score? Such an adorable oops that for a moment the entire internet remembered the never-before-seen god of Gu. Originally, such a genius was still somewhat distant to ordinary people, but the release of the interview by the exam board showed them that geniuses are human and have moments of cuteness and silliness. Lu Manman watched Gu Tong sulking and walking in front of him, and with a big grin she ran over and took him by the shoulders. Ya bao, let's not get angry ha. Am I angry? Well, pretend you didn't. It wasn't supposed to be. Chapter 72, Almost to Kyoto? Lu Manyaman rubbed her leg. her face going from a smile to resentment in less than a second. That's 2 weeks of doing the amount of exercise she's done in her entire life. Before she got together with Gu Zhiqiu, she was definitely a big house girl. His usual hobbies are staying in his air-conditioned house to catch up on dramas, swiping on Jitterbug and lifting up the internet. Although she had climbed 2 mountains with Gu, her otaku attribute, instead of being eliminated, had become even more intensified. By the time she went to Kyoto, she was ready to stay at home for a year. Okay, the wall is the wall. Anyway, this is kind of the last stop. She also had to be thankful that Gu's classmates hadn't dragged her to climb all 3 mountains. This lady gives up her life. Gu Shichio said, "It's hard work. I'll whack your legs today. Why are you suddenly so nice?" "Well, I'll always be good to you, too, once we get to Kyoto." Gu Shichio knew that Lu Manman didn't like climbing mountains, but she still followed him closely, even though she had very little stamina and was walking very slowly. June 28, 2023. Depart from Xiang province and fly to Kyoto. On this journey, Gu Shichio's gaze was always on the clouds outside, and the closer he got to Kyoto, the more excited he became. In his previous life, his life was legendary, but only he knows for sure that without his 3 years at UWSP, his most dazzling achievement in his life might just be a provincial scholar. If he hadn't met 2 mentors at HUST who were enough to change his life, there is no doubt that he would have spent 4 years in a trance like other students and then accomplished nothing. The first benefactor, Guan Shangyue, a professor of nuclear physics at the University of Science and Technology of China and chief engineer of the Nuclear Energy Laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Guan pushed open the door to nuclear and frontier physics for him, allowing him to truly embark on a cutting-edge scientific research path of his own. The second benefactor, Ma Mingwei, a member of the School of Electrical Energy of the University of Science and Technology of China, the Chinese Academy of Engineering, and the chief engineer of the Chinese Electromagnetic Military Laboratory. Elder Ma gave him the direction to work unswervingly and tirelessly for the revitalization of Huaxia. Pity, 3rd year at UWSP, after the 3-4 fusion reactor was proposed. In order to be able to vigorously promote nuclear physics research, he was given an opportunity to go to the California Nuclear Physics Laboratory through the tireless efforts of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Back in the day, the University of California's Nuclear Physics Laboratory was known as the most advanced nuclear physics experimental site in the world. All the cutting-edge discoveries related to nuclear physics have come out of this laboratory. Therefore, what Guan Lao and the Chinese Academy of Sciences meant was for him to verify his conjecture in the ugly country. And if the core self-cycling system of the 3-4 nuclear reactor could be successful, China wouldn't mind announcing this scientific research result to the world. But the ugly country's behavior is so low that it exceeds everyone's imagination. It began the moment Gu Zhiqiu proposed the hurry-up scheme for the circulation device at the University of California's Nuclear Physics Laboratory. His talent shocked the top brass of the ugly kingdom. Then a conspiracy ensued. The signing of a classified document at the White House blocked all paths for Gu Zhiqiu to return home. China harbors the mentality that if you reach the world, you can help the world, while the ugly kingdom is fixated on the narrow-mindedness of consolidating its hegemony. Those 20 years were the 20 years of the fiercest battle between Huaxia and the ugly kingdom. And as the winner and loser of this fight, Gu Zhiqiu was pinched in the hands of the ugly kingdom as a hostage. This has hamstrung Wachovia in a number of decisions. During the 20 years in the ugly kingdom, Gu Zhiqiu didn't dare to be idle, and once she was idle, she would fall into deep self-blame and pain. For the first 5 years, severely depressed, he attempted suicide several times, but was unfortunately saved. Then later, all his time was reserved for research. It was only when his brain was spinning for a moment that he was able to find a shred of peace. Those 2 decades were characterized by great power rivalries and slow global technological development. All countries are in a fierce battle over the last bit of fossil energy left to mankind by the planet. Progress in nuclear fusion stopped at the Gu reactor. Quantum physics has entered a bottleneck, and the quantum entanglement paradox has brought the whole of frontier physics to its knees. But there is one exception. In an independent lab at the University of California, Gu Zhiqiu has buried his head in scientific research here for 20 years. What specific accomplishments he had, the ugly kingdom has no way of knowing, because for the past 20 years, he almost never interacted with people. But what kind of energy he had, the ugly country knew well and was extremely jealous. The 2 papers that allowed Gu Zhiqiu to win 2 Nobel Prizes in physics are just a bunch of his scientific research that can be publicized, and the level of threat from those he won't disclose is incalculable. Finally, 20 years later, Huaxia's national power is expanding inexorably and rapidly. The ugly kingdom finally relented and released them. Gu Zhiqiu, who had gotten this news, plowed deep into the research of the universal equation of dark energy for 5 consecutive days and nights. He wanted to, after returning to his home country, take China to the stars with the results of his 20 years of scientific research. He wanted to tell all his compatriots who had questioned him that he was sincere in his heart and thought of nothing but Huaxia, available at. He recalled the image of that day again. The ugly country flatly rejected the return program offered by Huaxia. The ugly country, which had never respected the sovereignty of other countries, moved its own sovereignty at this moment and refused the entry of Huaxia's airplanes. After much negotiation, it was finalized that the ugly kingdom warplanes would escort them. Huaxia aimed the fire-eye detection system at the ugly kingdom's west coast military base. It has also mobilized countless strategic nuclear submarines to dive into the waters of the Pacific Ocean, deployed anti-missile networks and ordered 38 countries around the world to suspend all flights over the Pacific Ocean. After everything was ready, Gu Zhiqiu set out on the road back to her hometown. Proximity to the HWA. 2 Chinese warplanes whizzed by, and a familiar country accent rang out from his ears. This is the Chinese Nansha military region. You are about to arrive in Chinese territory, and our ministry has sent 2 warplanes to escort you throughout the entire journey. 20 years away from home, near home, our army and the people of the country welcome the return of our countrymen. He was overwhelmed to hear the sounds of his hometown. He had stood countless times in the mountains of Los Angeles looking out at China on the other side of the globe. Going home is the only thing keeping him alive. It's finally going to be what it's supposed to be. But the next second, the ugly country's H-60 fighter's maneuvering interface locks up, and suddenly breaks away from the original landing orbit, straight to the Pacific Ocean to dive. At that moment, he was as good as dead. He longed for 20 years before he was finally able to make the journey home, but in the end, it fell outside the gates of the country. The second the plane crashed into the sea and consciousness was lost. His greatest regret was not that his 20 years of accumulated scientific research, enough to change the entire world, had been torched. Rather, he was not able to return to his homeland, which he had longed for 20 years, until his death. Gu Zhiqiu's body trembled slightly, her forehead covered in cold sweat, grabbing Lu Manian's hand with all his might. What's the matter? Well, what's on your mind? Why do you look so pale? Pa? Lu Manman worriedly stroked Gu Zhiqiu's cold sweaty palms, but when he turned back to her, she realized that the unsmiling teenager was in tears. The teenager asked, "Are we almost in Kyoto?" "Aha, almost there." Chapter 73 Space Resources, Pressure from the Ugly Kingdom. Settled down in Kyoto. After 2 days of touring, Gu Zhiqiu then reported to HUST alone. After handing over the acceptance letter to the staff of the school affairs, he went straight into the campus to look for Guan Shanyu. It's already summer vacation. The campus of UWSP is rarely crowded, but there's no such thing as a vacation in the Graduate School of Nuclear Physics. Ever since Gu Zhiqiu had provided the parameters, the lab at the School of Nuclear Physics had been bustling again. Guan Lao smiled and asked, "That fiasco with the Changjiang scholars didn't affect you too much, did it?" "There's no impact. It's calmed down rather quickly." Gu Zhiqiu was concerned. "How's the verification of the parameters of the quantum coorbital equation going?" "The Chinese Academy of Sciences has completed the theoretical validation. Now it's just a matter of assigning it to various universities to experiment on their own. And the National Defense University of Science and Technology and the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics are both working on it right now. If you need any help, you can talk to me and I'll do my best to support." Guan Lao waved his hand and said, "With these 2 parameters you gave, the puzzle has been solved. The rest is just to explore based on your data support. You don't have to help them with this one, but CAS has really encountered something troublesome. But I don't know if you can help. First things first, I don't know if you still have any recollection of the shard you found in L.A. earlier." Gu Zhiqiu frowned slightly. There weren't many things he didn't understand, but that strange piece of material was one of them. Of course it rings a bell. I'm also very curious about what that material is made of. Has CAS found anything in their research? There really is a discovery. Guan Shanyu said cautiously. Yesterday, the Chinese Academy of Sciences called an emergency meeting of academicians from the Academy of Engineering to discuss that piece of material. You went too? It's strange, isn't it? It stands to reason that only an expert in material science would need to be involved. And I'm not supposed to be involved as a nuclear physics guy. Gu Zhiqiu nodded undeniably. Guan Shanyu smiled bitterly. This is where the problem lies. The Chinese Academy of Sciences conducted a comprehensive analysis of the material, but still could not determine its characteristics. And in the case of not being able to determine which areas of cutting-edge science and technology it covered, it could only have all the academicians there together. And were there any results of the negotiations? The element francium. Francium? Isn't this stuff very low in Earth? It's not very low. It's extremely low. The fragment you found in L.A. alone contains more francium elemental content than is stored on Earth. Gu Zhiqiu and Guan Shanyu stopped in their tracks. How is that possible? Gu Zhiqiu frowned slightly. This complex structure of radioactive trace elements cannot be man-made. It is almost impossible to use francium in large quantities on Earth. that's just the way it is. And there's a second seminar tomorrow afternoon, so come along. Me? Gu Zhiqiu shook her head and smiled bitterly. In terms of material science, I may really love nothing. There are 2 seminars this time, one on materials and one you can attend that has little to do with material science. That? Guan Shanyu's wrinkled face turned very serious. Do you know what it means to use francium element in large quantities? Gu Zhiqiu bowed her head and thought for a moment. You said, according to our current space exploration data, the planet with the highest francium content is Mars. You mean the ugly kingdom is likely to have taken the first step into space resources? Ever since humans formed tribes, all wars have centered around resources. As resources become scarcer, wars become more frequent. And ever since we entered the industrialized world, the energy issue has become the key to the tug-of-war between the great powers. The U.S. has since become the settlement currency for oil, allowing the Fed to harvest the world for decades. But right now, the planet is running out of fossil energy. It also means that whoever has the next source of energy for mankind will undoubtedly win this great power tug-of-war. And these fragments found in Chinese territory have vaguely taken on the flavor of space resources. And again, these materials were learned through spies from the Ugly Kingdom. So there is a strong possibility that the Ugly Kingdom has begun to mine space resources. After all, since 1976, after the Pirate Eye Mars rover landed on Mars, the Ugly Country has launched 7 Mars exploration satellites such as Pathfinder, Courage, Curiosity and so on in these decades. I'm afraid the Ugly Kingdom would hardly be so keen on Mars if they hadn't made a discovery. Guan Shanyu said cautiously. For the exploration of Mars, the Ugly Kingdom is decades ahead of us. We have to pay attention. Gu Zhiqiu vaguely understood what the purpose of the seminar Guan Lao had asked him to attend was. It's supposed to be a deployment of China's next frontier technology. Then this seminar. He honestly still wanted to attend. He laughed bitterly. I just don't know if I can qualify. I'm going to talk to CAS today. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Guan Shanyu wasn't worried about this matter in the slightest. The 2 pieces of literature Gu Zhiqiu had previously sent to HUST. Any one of them taken out would be enough to become a knockout for this seminar. The 2 important parameters of controlled fusion, on the other hand, are enough to support him in the VIP seat. After saying goodbye to Guan Lao, Gu Zhiqiu had wanted to visit academician Ma Mingwei, but unfortunately, Mr. Ma went to Nansha last month and was not at WKU, so he could only leave the WKU campus with a little regret. Back at the hotel, as soon as the door opened, Lu Manman happily rushed over. But you're back. What's wrong? So happy? My parents are coming to the capital. Gu Zhiqiu said unexpectedly. Auntie Lu Ru is going to join the Chinese nuclear physics laboratory? No, this time I came mainly because of my dad. He came to Kyoto for a meeting, so my mom followed. She hasn't received the offer letter yet. Gu Zhiqiu rubbed Lu Manman's head and thought. Prof. Lu Nanyi was an expert in material science, and this time he came to the capital, presumably because of that fragment. As for Aunt Lu Ru's employment, now is the critical period of nuclear physics experiments. He can help naturally. I just met with Guan Lao today. When I go to the meeting tomorrow, I'll mention the hiring matter to him. He might have been too busy recently to forget. Chapter 74. I'll try to get closer to him. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Kyoto International Airport. Dad. Mom. Lu Manman held up the pickup sign and waved it towards Lu Nanyi and Lu Ru. It's such a hot day. Didn't I tell you not to come and get it? Lu Ru hugged her baby girl, then looked at Gu Zhiqiu. Has Zhiqiu reported to Huaka University yet? Are you still used to it in Kyoto? We just reported for duty this morning, and we've only been in Kyoto for a short time, so we can't talk about getting used to it yet either. Lu Nanny said. You are Gu Zhiqiu? Yes, uncle. It was the first time Lu Nanny had met Gu Zhiqiu, but it was a name he'd heard before. Whether it's from your own daughter's mouth or from the internet. This kid, he's really impressive. Not bad. Our Huaxia has finally cultivated a genius on its own. Lu Nanyi had heard from Lu Ru that the parameters of this kid's controllable nuclear fusion had been sent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences for verification. As for the achievements in other areas, although they were not publicized, as a second-class professor, he was able to sensitively perceive the importance of those achievements. This is the first time CAS has taken such a high level of secrecy, and with all that huge internet storm, it's amazing that it still hasn't been revealed half the time. What a surprise. By the way, Uncle Lu, you came to Kyoto this time because of that shard, right? Lu Nanyi nodded. You know, I've had a hand in deciphering the secret texts of the Ugly Kingdom, and there's a fragment in L.A. that I've come into contact with once. I was just told to enter the capital out of the blue. That piece of material is quite tricky, I heard, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet. From what you've seen, what's so special about that fragment? Gu Zhiqiu said. It contains a large amount of francium. This I learned on the analysis in the letter. And the main thing that will be discussed at tomorrow's meeting is the production process. In terms of materials, I'm too shallow. I still have a half understanding of the regular material production process, and this kind of structure that I've never seen before is even more unknown. So I guess it's still time for Uncle Lou to discover it on his own. Lou Man pushed these two old cadres and complained. Yeah, you guys don't do research once you meet. Let's go back to the hotel first. It's hot outside. The family boarded a cab and set off in the direction of Kyoto. Lu Ru had wanted to say something many times along the way. Gu Zhiqiu knew what this future mother-in-law of his was struggling with. Aunt Lu, you want to ask about the nuclear physics lab, right? Lu Ru's face was restrained as she nodded silently. The fact that her daughter could be with Gu Zhiqiu, she already felt in her heart that her daughter was a high achiever. As a mother, she shouldn't have asked Gu Zhiqiu to do anything more, but her desire for the National Nuclear Physics Laboratory made her ask again. Gu Zhiqiu didn't really care about this. To be able to recommend talents for the country is something he is very happy to do, and he could trust Auntie Lu's personality. If it was just for fame and fortune, she could have stated lust and mixed up her titles. There was no need to quit this stable, well-paying job and come to the nuclear physics lab to be an ordinary researcher. Doing teaching and doing research are two completely different paths. The moment you enter a nuclear physics lab, the reputation you've built up in teaching is the equivalent of giving yourself up. Don't worry, Aunt Lu. I'll mention this when I see Elder Guan tomorrow, and I'm sure I'll receive a letter of employment from the National Nuclear Physics Laboratory soon. Thank you, Zhiqiu. It should arrive at the hotel and check in. Lu Nani proposes to go to Kyoto for a stroll, only to be voted down by Lu Man. They have absolutely no idea what Lerman has been going through these past 2 weeks. Gu Zhiqiu sneaked away after sending his future in-law's luggage to his hotel room. Socializing is something to be avoided if you can, especially since he was still so bad at talking. If Lunani had said he wanted to discuss academic matters, he might have come to be a bit more interested. But if we're talking about pulling the plug, it's better to walk away. There's no way out. The boyfriend ran away, and Lu Man was mercilessly used as a chat machine by the second old man. Of course, as your own parents, what they asked the most, of course, was how Gu Zhiqiu was treating her. No matter how good Gu Zhiqiu was, he was ultimately someone else's son. Lu Man is an ordinary person, but in the hearts of Lu Ru and Lu Nanyi, she is also the most precious daughter. How many pounds of their Lu family can be weighed by themselves? They weren't the kind of people who liked to climb up the ladder, and if Gu Zhiqiu wasn't good to their daughters, then they'd rather be ordinary people for the rest of their lives and have their daughters marry ordinary people. Being mediocre is also a blessing. Looking at his old mom and dad with a serious look on their face, Lu Man laughed. Dad, Mom, you're thinking too much, aren't you? Gu Zhiqiu is just a simple big boy, and he's quite good to me. But he's a genius, and geniuses are weird. You may not be able to handle it. I didn't want to harness it. Lu Man laughed. He's a genius outside, but when he comes back home he's also a big dummy who can't even cook. He's still a boy even if he's a genius. He needs to be taken care of too. Does a genius grow up by eating air? How come you're just bickering with me? Lu Ru didn't have the good sense to say, I don't mean to argue with you. I just want to tell you that you guys don't think of Zhiqiu as too demonized. Although he's great in academics, he's actually especially cute and innocent in life, sometimes like a little kid. Lu Ru wanted to say something else, but was pulled down by Lu Nanyi. It was because he saw that his daughter's face was filled with happiness when she mentioned Gu Zhiqiu. He knew that his daughter was determined. What are you pulling me for? Lu Ru looked at Lu Nanyi. When our daughter talks back to us over her boyfriend, we should know that she's identified with the one she has. That's not necessarily true, or it could be a case of lesser carelessness. Lu Nanyi looked at Lu Ru. At that time, your parents also said that you were young and careless, right? An old married couple in their late teens, tightly interlocking their fingers. Lu Ru then aggravated. I am worried about my daughter. Well, then why can't we wish that they could grow old together? I worry that Man and Zhiqiu are not from the same world. Lu Man's heart was still incomparably firm towards Gu Zhiqiu, but she still seriously absorbed her mom's opinion. I'm not going to teach. I'm going to go to Huaxue University to study again, and then go to graduate school and then go to the doctorate. I'll keep improving myself. Lu Ru was stunned. But, don't you like teaching the most? I was so letting you do academics you refused to. I like Zhiqiu a bit more compared to teaching, and I know that I may not be able to reach Zhiqiu's heights in my lifetime, but at least I will try to get closer to him. Chapter 75 Conference on the Harmonization of the Strategic Layout of Frontier Science and Technology. The next day, CAS, National Engineering Research Center. The staff quickly triaged the crowd according to the invitation. In today's meeting, there are 2 sessions, and the levels are different, so there is no room for sloppiness. Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Nani arrived at the Chinese Academy of Sciences together, but when it came time to enter the National Center for Engineering Research, the paths had to part ways. Uncle Lu, I'll accompany you here for now. Lu Nanyi sweated. The two sessions today. One is a secondary session, a session on the analysis of cutting-edge materials, which is the session he's attending right now. There is also a first-class conference, the Science and Technology Strategic Layout Conference, which is one that only academicians and above are eligible to attend. And it is this conference that Gu Zhiqiu is attending. Watching Gu Zhiqiu walk towards Guan Shanyu, he could only head towards his conference room under the guidance of the staff. Elder Guan, Gu Zhiqiu greeted. Beside Guan Shanyu stood an old man with a straight figure and white hair, his gaze like a torch. This kid is Gu Zhiqiu? He said he wanted to pay you a visit yesterday, but you haven't come back yet. The old man laughed. I heard about this kid some days ago, and I've read his scientific research materials. He's a real talent in our China. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the old man and didn't react for a long time. Guan Lao laughed. Zhiqiu, what's wrong with you? Aren't you looking for Professor Ma Mingwei? Why don't you talk again when you see someone? Elder Ma, long time no see. Ma Mingwei frowned slightly. We've met before? Gu Zhiqiu was frustrated in his heart. Yes, this benefactor in front of him. He didn't know himself yet. A lot of people may not recognize him, but not because his contributions were not outstanding enough, but simply because we are still in the age of peace. It is rumored that there are two departments in Wasia, a Bureau of War Neglect and a Bureau of War Terror. The Negligence Bureau carries the man, more or less out of the loop, without further ado, and the bearer of the War Terror Bureau, Ma Lao, is the man of the hour. 12-phase rectifier generator, AC and DC double-winding generator, ship medium-voltage DC integrated power system, electromagnetic catapult, electromagnetic cannon, shaftless pump push, which casually pick out a result. Our academician level achievement, electromagnetic ejection, electromagnetic interdiction, medium voltage DC integrated power system, 5W plus tons of all-electric propulsion has always been thought of as a joke in the ugly country, but with 003 in the water, when the joke became reality, it made the ugly country completely dumbfounded and scared out of its wits. And the reason why Ma Lao is not well known is simply because only medium voltage DC for civilian military use has been published. To be aggravating, no one in the scientific research community in China was more aggrieved than Ma Lao. Because of all the accomplishments, not too many people have gotten to know him, except for some seasoned military fans. Now over 60 years old, he has no qualms about it. I'd rather no one ever know about me, because that would mean eternal peace for my China. The reason why Gu Zhiqiu's attitude toward academics was so correct. Ma Lao played a crucial role in guiding him. In a previous life, before he traveled to the University of California, CAS made it a point to let him study under Ma Lao for a month. He had thought that CAS was there so that he could consolidate his foundation and be better integrated into cutting-edge physics disciplines abroad, but after a month together, he realized exactly what CAS wanted him to learn from Ma Lao. That month, Ma Lao put all his research projects on hold, took Gu Zhiqiu to climb all over the mountains and rivers of China. Ma Lao asked him, Zhiqiu, why do you study frontier physics? He said, because it's there. Ma Lao asked again, do you like fame and money? He shook his head. If you like it, you can tell me. I will give you enough honor and money, but you should not go abroad. Ma Lao said, Huaxia can't keep talents, and it's even more important that we don't want to send them outside. He said, why can't you stay? Ma Lao shook his head. They said there are 3 reasons. One is the lack of support for young people. The second is the ranking of seniority in research funding. And the third is, the problem of academic fraud is not well stopped. Is it okay in his country? He asked. Ma Lao still shook his head. Neither can other countries, but they are willing to spend more money to have the talents of Huaxia snatched away from them. Even if these people don't do anything when they arrive in their countries, then why grab it? As long as these people don't contribute to Huaxia, it's tantamount to helping them in disguise. He wondered, don't they feel bad about spending so much money on so much talent? How can they be heartbroken when all the money they spend is taken from our country? During the month spent with Ma Lao, it made him realize what a true nationalist was. It also gave him the firm conviction to be able to stay in a foreign country for 20 years and still not change his heart. As far as Gu Zhiqiu was concerned, Ma Lao had only been his teacher for a month, but throughout his life, academician Ma Mingwei looked at Gu Zhiqiu, whose eyes were moist, and puzzled. What's wrong with this kid? Guan Lao was also puzzled and gently tugged on Gu Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu, it's okay, it's okay. Ma Lao joked. Good boy, your academic talent is very good, above the old man me, but you must not run to foreign countries. What do you want? Say to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They cannot give. The old man I will give you. You must not run Guan Lao laughed. Academician Ma's family just came to HUST. You're worrying too early, right? Ma Lao glared at Guan Shanyu. What kind of words are you talking about? This is called taking precautions. Don't worry, Elder Ma. Gu Zhiqiu smiled with tears in her eyes. I definitely won't run abroad. Come on, Hurry up to the conference room now. The three of them walked together toward the conference room. It's hard to imagine that in 2 days, CAS gathered all the academicians around the table. On the projector, Unified Frontier Technology Strategic Layout Meeting. The appearance of these large words caused everyone to collect the expressions on their faces. Everyone knows that this meeting is significant. In the past, the Huaxia Science and Technology Strategy was just a matter of various research institutes submitting their topics and then CAS approving them. A scientific research model that belongs to the dispersal category. The main purpose of this meeting is to set the tone. A major research path is set, and then all the institutes contribute around that path. Some of them had attended the meetings of the previous 2 days, so they were aware of the events leading up to this meeting, and a large part of the academicians, such as Ma Lao, did not yet know about the fragments, so their minds were still speculating. Chapter 76 Determination of Two Directions. There are 370 members of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, excluding 593 deceased members, totaling 777. Of these, 147 were from the Department of Mathematics and Physics, 126 from the Department of Chemistry, 146 from the Department of Life Sciences and Medicine, 128 from the Department of Geosciences, 94 from the Department of Information Technology Sciences, and 136 from the Department of Technical Sciences. And the number of people entering this Frontier Technology Strategic Layout Conference totaled 52, less than 1/10. Although the requirements for membership were stringent, any one of these 50 people singled out would be a national scholar. Gu Zhiqiu followed Guan Shanyue and Ma Mingwei to take their seats in the back row. There were quite a few familiar-looking scientists within the entire conference room, but he was always just a brat, so he wasn't in a position to go and greet them all. Elder Guan took good care of him and said, "These are all the top scientists in China. If you want to communicate with anyone, just let me know in advance and I'll take you to greet them after the meeting." "Thank you, Elder Guan. There will always be opportunities to exchange in the future. There's no rush." "Who chaired this meeting?" Ma Mingwei said, a state military bigwig with the surname Li. After all the scientists had taken their seats, the front door of the conference room opened. The two old men walked robustly toward the stage. One of them is a bigwig named Li, and the other, Hou Guoqiang, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After the two entered, the conference room was silent throughout. Everyone in the trapezoidal conference room held their breath as they looked at the two old men standing in front of the microphone. Not a small thing. Ma Mingwei sighed. There were not a few people who had the same thought as Ma Lao, and all of them were waiting for those two big shots on the stage to announce the purpose of this meeting today. "Dean Ho, you can briefly explain the situation first." Elderly slightly sidestepped and gave the microphone to Ho. Hou Guoqiang held a report in his hands and looked at the crowd with a serious gaze. "In these 2 months, the spies of the ugly country have been frequently operating in many places within our country, and under the joint investigation of the General Administration of Xian and the military, we figured out the other party's purpose and intercepted 13 special fragments from the hands of these spies. This is a matter that many academicians should not yet be aware of because it has been kept strictly confidential." There was a gradual murmur in the conference room. What debris they're not sure about, but for the Academy of Sciences to take it so seriously and alert the military, it was obviously no small matter. "The report on the parameters of this fragment and the related investigations I leave to the experts in materials science for their deliberations, which is not the purpose of your visit here." Hou Guoqiang sent the microphone to Elder Li's side. "Elder Li, you can speak next." As a representative of the military, Li, though gray at the temples, spoke in a thick tone that made it impossible to hear that this was actually an old man in his 70s. "Gentlemen, based on the investigation over the past few days, it has been largely determined that the debris is disintegrating pieces of flying objects, and it takes a lot of space resources to build such a flying object. Currently, the Military Research Laboratory and the Chinese Academy of Sciences are jointly conducting research on the core fragments from the intercepted debris, and although it's not yet finished, the results so far tell us that the craft's manufacturing process has already left us in Huaxia by a long way. The country that was able to make this flying machine. We don't want it to be the ugly country, but unfortunately things often don't work out the way we want them to. Therefore, it is now given to all of you to gather together to discuss just one issue, and that is how we, Huaxia, should take it." Elder Li was succinct, but after saying that, everyone had to focus on recalling the meaning within those words. Focus on just a few key words: space resources, vehicle manufacturing processes, ugly country manufacturing. Take that. The world landscape has now reached a new crossroads. Only one last challenge remains on the road to China's rise. It is to put all our strength to cross this mountain and then restore the former glory of China. Still a breath short of collapsing halfway up the mountain and then breaking through with no hope. Over the years, China has been laying the groundwork for this matter in the world for more than 10 years. One belt, one road, defining the new Eurasian geopolitics. The development of military industry has put China's national defense on top of the world. Cultural renaissance has revitalized the nation's national confidence. It's just short of the proverbial kick in the pants. That's the technology of China. This is an issue that must be faced squarely. Since the industrial society, China has embarked on a path of decline. There are countless physics pioneers in the West, while in my country, China, there has never been a genius of this kind who was enough to change the world. With the escalation of events between Huaxia and the Ugly Kingdom over the years, it has made the people of the country more clearly realize the seriousness of technological backwardness. When someone else's technology is leading the way, we don't even have the ability to block it. In the chip incident, Huaxia endured. We'll make it through even if we have to settle for a chip that's 15 years behind and bite the bullet. But the moment this craft fragment was found in Chinese territory, a strong sense of humiliation ignited in the hearts of countless people. The ugly country's planes, which were scouting in the air over China, even exploded over China. Surprisingly, no one knew. Not even a hint of something foreign was detected on the radars of the various military districts. Fortunately, this flying object might just be an unmanned probe. But what if it was a fighter or a bomber? Maybe the missile has landed next to us and we haven't reacted yet. This kind of technological crushing is off-putting. Watch the conference room as countless scientists engage in a lively discussion. Elder Li's fingers clasped tightly on the desktop, his head bowed in silence. But Gu Zhiqiu could still see the rippling veins on his forehead. Ma Mingwei said in a cold voice, "A flying machine from an ugly country, intruding into my Chinese airspace?" Gu Zhiqiu nodded. "It exploded and we didn't know about it?" Aha! Ma Mingwei's face grew colder and colder, and along with it, the atmosphere around him became a lot more morose. The intense radiation from the explosion. How could it not be detected? The interior of the shard is supported with a large amount of francium, a rare inert element with excellent half-life and radiation absorption properties. And even if it exploded, it wouldn't be permeable to the slightest amount of radiation. Wimpy, so lame. Ma Mingwei stood up. If the ugly state has it, we in Huaxia must have it. Even if we don't have it, we must have the ability to get him down. Discuss what? I don't see any need to discuss. Just two topics that can be finalized now. One is space resources and the other is military technology. After Ma Lao spoke, everyone nodded in unison. As the only general academician in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Ma's speech would basically represent a unified statement of the military and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Elder Li, what do you think? Ho Guoqiang asked. Elder Li nodded. I agree with academician Ma's words. Ho added. Well then, the next content will be discussed around the two topics of space resources and military technology. Chapter 77. May I take the floor? Ho went on to say, this meeting is mainly to set a general direction, and then multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral cooperation. For the realization of this general direction and joint efforts, the next you can enthusiastically speak. What are the views on these two topics? Put forward their own suggestions. The main tone was set between Ma Lao's words, but the next part of the formal discussion backfired on everyone. Because of the limitations of technology, the results of the exploration will be affected. As an example, when you are in an agrarian society, it makes you think of inventions that you can't think of in an industrial society. With the limitations of their own technology, all opinions, and odds are, can only be centered around the technology of the moment. A pie-in-the-sky opinion is not an opinion. It's called a free thought. And naturally, in the atmosphere of such a serious meeting, no one dared to talk nonsense. Available at, not to mention the space resource issue if limited to the current level of technology. Military technology alone is an unanswerable topic. At the moment, in China's military science and technology to contribute the most, academician Ma Mingwei is the rightful winner. When such a titan of military technology began to humbly ask questions, naturally, no one dared to speak. There were murmurs in the conference room, but no one ever dared to step forward. Guan Shangyue, as a nuclear physicist, was considered the physicist who was most connected to military science and technology. He was the first to stand out and break the atmosphere. Elder Li, I'm Guan Shangyue. Elder Li nodded. Academician Guan, I know. I've heard President Ho talk about it. And I heard that the National Nuclear Physics Laboratory has recently been pressing ahead with the Controlled Fusion project? Yes, the Controlled Fusion Validation Test, which has gotten off to a good start, is now able to complete the validation within 3 months under the Nuclear Physics Laboratory's prognosis. And if it is successful, it is expected that the first controlled fusion power plant will be attempted this year. Well, this is a historic event. My idea is to apply controlled fusion to the military industry. I don't know if it will work. Elder Li hurriedly nodded at Guan Shangyue. Academician Guan is the leader in the field of nuclear physics in my China. There is no one who has more say in this matter than you. If you have an idea, go ahead and do it. And if you need any support, look for me at any time. Yes, Mr. Guan will definitely do his best, but the only problem we're facing now is the issue of obtaining nuclear fusion materials. How? Tritium and helium-3 are the most important fuels for nuclear fusion. Tritium can be artificially prepared, but it is expensive. It can barely be used as a validation, but if it goes into civilian military use, it will be stretched to the limit. Helium-3, on the other hand, is the most desirable fusion material, but there is very little of it on Earth. Elder Li asked, "Where can I get helium-3 from?" "On the moon." "Okay, I understand. Academician Guan, you take your seat first." Guan Shan Yu sat down. Elder Li said, "Let's continue the discussion. I would like to hear constructive opinions on the issue of space energy." Lu Songwei, chief engineer of the Chinese Space Agency and academician of the Academy of Sciences, stood up and said, "Elder Li, I have participated in the previous seminars on debris, and I know that there is a large amount of francium on Mars and a large amount of helium-3 on the moon. The issue of space energy exploration has also been the strategic goal of our space agency, but I still have to be realistic. Space exploration cannot be accomplished overnight. Huaxia has already caught up with the first echelon with the speed of running, and also has been constantly breaking through, but we still have a long way to go when it comes to energy extraction in space, and we can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Chief Engineer Lu, I understand what you mean. Li Lao's nails clenched tightly on the desktop, but I still want to say that the purpose of today's seminar is to try to solve all the difficulties by all means, and it's good to bring up the problems, but I'd prefer to hear how to solve them. Lu Songwei sat down. The entire conference room was quiet. Solution. Two words that are light and fluffy, but behind them is the need for huge technological support. And how can this cutting-edge technology come out of nowhere? Elder Lu said in a serious tone. From the ugly kingdom's disintegrated craft. I think you have all seen the technological differences, and we have no idea how much more the ugly kingdom is hiding from us. But if we don't even have the courage to catch up with what's exposed, then I don't see the need for the revival of China to be on the lips all the time. The reasoning is all this. Everyone understands it, but the actual situation is not this actual situation. If it was just a matter of thinking, they would have made Huaxia the world's #1 in technology by now. But when such a big man of the state spoke, they naturally were not in a position to contradict anything. The atmosphere froze once more. A dead silence fell over the conference room. The technology exposed by the ugly kingdom had exceeded the existing technological reserves of Huaxia, and this kind of high-level technological research, at least for the time being, was beyond their ability to do anything about. Gu Shiqiu asked in a low voice, "Elder Guan, may I speak?" Guan Shanyu shook his head. "Now that Elder Li is angry, it's better to say less. Turn around and you can talk to me about your idea first. If it's feasible, I'll convey it on your behalf." Guan Lao did this, not to teach him to be wise, but only out of a teacher's protection of his beloved disciple. Gu Shiqiu was the only talent with immeasurable potential that he had seen in his decades of teaching. He didn't want to let some interpersonal issues affect his scientific path. As much as it hates to admit it, the scientific research community in China is, indeed, not immaculate. Such a young genius with a vast future. If he died young because he made a mistake or offended someone, as a teacher, he would blame himself immensely. But not himself, he was already an old man half in the ground, and could be offended and make mistakes. What one can do for Huaxia is almost done. If you are really ostracized and can't make it, the big deal is to retire. However, not long after Guan Shanyue had just pulled Gu Zhiqiu down, Ma Mingwei patted Gu Zhiqiu's arm. "Kid, don't be afraid. Say, I'll cover for you if there's anything. Don't be afraid of making mistakes at your young age." Regarding the old man and I still don't believe that anyone in the scientific research community can still do anything to you. Guan Shanyu blared at Ma Lao. "Ma Mingwei, this is the only student I put in my heart. Since you said so, I won't stop him, but if anything really happens to Zhiqiu, if you don't care, you don't want me to be kind to you, put your heart at ease. A talent like Xiaogu, even if you don't say anything, old Ma, will still protect it." Ma Mingwei encouraged. "Kid, don't be afraid. Don't look at these old professors in this conference room. Each one of them has a big and scary seniority, but their academic achievements may not be all comparable to yours. Stand up and say it out loud." Chapter 78, Star Chain Program, Lingxiao Experimental Base. Encouraged by Ma Mingwei, Gu Zhiqiu slowly stood up from his position. "Elder Li, I'm Gu Zhiqiu." In front of the microphone, Elder Li's eyes were filled with a few moments of appreciation, and a warm smile emerged on his originally gloomy face. "This is Mr. Gu, right?" Dean Ho nodded and smiled. "Right. Gu Zhiqiu's scientific research secrecy coefficient is extremely high. A conference room of academicians. No, the specific scientific research results add up to no more than a palm." Although Elder Li was not a scientific researcher, he was in a high position of authority, and thus was aware of the details. Therefore, His attitude was much kinder when he saw Gu Zhiqiu. It's no better for our Huaxia to have such young talents emerging. Xiao Gu, if you have any opinions, boldly put them forward. Ma Mingwei was not surprised. Guan Shanyu, however, was incredulous at Elder Li's gentle attitude. If we talk about the worst-tempered among the bigwigs of the state, there are two of them, one Li Lao and one Zhou Xiong. Both of these people came from the war-torn era, perhaps not as highly educated, but as contributing to China as anyone else. These two surviving meritocrats have two common traits. One is that he has devoted his whole life to the cause of revitalizing China, and the other is that he is extremely bad-tempered, and once he gets angry, he cannot be pulled back by 10 oxen. Gu Zhiqiu looked at Elder Li's warm smile, and the worries in her heart were eliminated quite a bit, letting go of her guts and starting to make suggestions. In terms of space energy, I have a proposal for a star chain program and a Lingxiao experimental base on my side. On the military industry side, I currently agree with Guan Lao's controlled nuclear fusion military program, and I also suggest starting the research and development of the quantum orbital cannon. The Starlink program? The Lingxiao experimental base? Quantum orbital cannon? Elder Li was puzzled. Not only Elder Li, the entire conference room was silent as everyone looked at Gu Zhiqiu with a confused expression. There is no doubt that this is a new concept. Until then, they had never heard of it. Ma Mingwei looked at Guan Shanyu. Guan Shanyu similarly shook her head. No one knows what any of this is. Dean Ho took the microphone and said, "Student Gu, please explain the details of the proposal one by one." Gu Zhiqiu pondered for 2 seconds and looked at Guan Shanyu. Elder Guan, there may be some confidential technologies involved in these proposals. Should we go into detail? His voice was not loud, but unfortunately, this conference room was just too quiet. Asking such a question made the more than 50 academicians in the entire conference room look ugly. Guan Shanyu also blushed bashfully and said, "It's fine. These academicians are the pillars of China. They have been tested by time. Just don't worry about what you say." Elder Li also laughed. "Student Gu, don't worry. If your plan is feasible, then these academicians will still have to listen to your calls. It's always about cooperation." The academicians throughout the room didn't show much dissatisfaction, but they are sort of clear, and regardless of the real level of scientific research of this little kid, this can't talk, is exposed. On such a serious and solemn occasion, they actually questioned their group of academicians about their abject devotion to the country. If they weren't kind of broad-minded, they'd have to hold a grudge. Everyone in the entire conference room looked different, but only Gu Zhiqiu didn't feel anything, without feeling that there was anything wrong with what he said, or that these academicians were already angry. He just calmly organized his language and began to slowly say the secrets that had been dusted off in his mind for more than 20 years. Let's start with the Star Chain project. Astrophysics-related academicians should have heard of a term called warp engine. The words just fell. The conference room was instantly buzzing with activity. But instead of discussing Gu Zhiqiu's topic, everyone kept saying nonsense. The concept of the warp engine was developed in the 1950s by the ugly physicist Heimer. But the concept, as it has developed to this day, is only a science fiction that has not been proven in theory or practice. This sci-fi level engine drive, in the rigorous world of physics, it has always been treated as a pipe dream. Lu Songwei, academician of the Academy of Engineering and chief engineer of the space agency, stood up and spoke. If Gu's proposal is all such pie-in-the-sky stuff, I don't think there's any need to discuss it any further. And the sci-fi concept of a warp engine doesn't even have the theoretical data to back it up. So this kind of proposal is a bit of a laughingstock. Other academicians have agreed with Lu Songwei. It even began to raise larger questions about Gu Zhiqiu's academic authenticity. A person who casually spoke such impractical words as warp engines and space jumps? Then how could such a Gu Zhiqiu be a true scientific genius? In the entire conference room, no one was more entangled than Guan Shanyu. He knew of Zhiqiu's academic prowess, but he didn't know why he would say something like that to draw fire out of him. At this time, Gu Zhiqiu suddenly spoke. What if I can give the theoretical derivation and data support for the warp engine? The voice fell, and the chatter in the conference room came to an abrupt end. Immediately afterward, all the academicians looked at the child, who was 30 or 40 years younger than themselves. Even Dean Hoguachan couldn't help but grab the microphone in Li Lao's hand. You can give to the theoretical derivation of the warp engine? Can. Lively chatter erupted in the conference room. How is this possible? It's simply heavenly. Sci-fi grade engines like warp engines only exist in science fiction. Gu Zhiqiu interrupted everyone's discussion. Although I can give out the theoretical derivation of the warp engine, according to our current level of technology in Huaxia, we can't build a true warp ship yet. So what do you mean? That's why I came up with the Starlink program, which can go in a different direction and assist the ship in completing warp speed navigation through the Huaxia Starlink satellite. Ho said seriously, do you know that the theoretical derivation of curvature voyage, if correct, implies that the current astrophysical knowledge of the universe is about to be broken? Gu Shiqiu nodded. In his previous life, he spent 20 years under house arrest by the Ugly Kingdom. For the first 5 years, he delved into a scattering of scientific directions, the latter 15 years. However, he devoted all his energies to dark matter and dark energy, gravitational wave stacking parameters, curvature engines, quantum co-orbitals, and a host of other major scientific discoveries were made during this time. Only this series of scientific achievements is still only the added value of studying dark matter and dark energy. The biggest benefit that these 15 years of exploration had really brought him was that it had allowed him to gain a scientific mindset that was above the current level of technology. For example, when everyone was confined to how to boil water to generate electricity, he would think, what if he utilized the lightning in the clouds? For example, while everyone was confined to how to cram more fuel into the ship to get it into the sky, he would ponder, what if there was a force of the universe itself pulling the ship into the sky? Since he had gotten deeper and deeper into dark energy, he had become more and more profoundly able to perceive just how incredible this universe we lived in was. Chapter 79 in Childishness, and the Dream of the Rise of China. The universe is 15 billion years old. The Earth is 55 billion years old. Humans have only been around for 3 million years. If you compare the history of the universe to a day, in this day of the universe's emergence, human beings only appeared in the last 1/7. If you compare the history of the Earth to a day, humans only appeared in the last 5/7 of the day the Earth appeared. If you are surprised and skeptical when you see these numbers, congratulations, your skepticism is very reasonable. The long period of time over which this universe has evolved has constructed an infinitely marvelous physical world, and man left the trunk of a tree and evolved into Homo sapiens a maximum of 250,000 years ago. That is to say, in the 1/7 that humans have been around, there has been less than 0.15 of time spent contemplating the nature of the world. And mankind stepped into industrialization 300 years ago. That is to say, within 1/7 of man's emergence, there has only been about 0.00017s of time spent exploring frontier physics. With this exaggerated figure, it is easy to get caught up in thinking that humans, perhaps, remain ignorant so far. The universe has built so many wonderful structures and energy sources for us, but we can't utilize them in the slightest. Modern physics would be too limited if it remained stuck in man's own inherent perceptions. Gu Shiqiu's exploration of dark matter did not go too far into it, asking himself, but just some of this skin in the game still opened the door for him to change the world's technology enough. He sees, no longer the wisdom of man himself, but the wisdom of this universe. Gu Shiqiu spoke, regarding the argument for the warp engine. I'll wait until after the meeting to complete the paper as early as possible and send it to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But for now, I'd like to finish all the relevant proposals. He could sense that there was resistance to his statement. No one in the entire conference room seemed to be willing to listen to him anymore. Elderly looked grave at this time, and from the reactions of the other academicians, he was able to tell that this Gu student's proposal might have a big problem, but he still chose to give Gu encouragement. Good, you continue. The purpose of the Starlink program is for the acquisition of space resources and the establishment of the Lingxiao experimental base. Starlinks are characterized by their ability to give the ship persistent power, which allows it to travel more quickly between Mars, the Moon and Earth. The Lingxiao experimental base, a space laboratory planned for Mars, is designed to explore and mine the element francium as well as support other Martian scientific research projects to catch up with the progress of the Ugly Kingdom as soon as possible. As for the quantum railgun, it is a targeted fusion strike based on controlled nuclear fusion. Gu Shiqiu finished all she wanted to say in one breath, then nodded her head gently. I'm done. We can discuss the feasibility issue next. The eyes of the academicians in the conference room were on him. This look of distrust was very hard on the heart. He said, ask me any questions. Half the time, no one spoke. Elderly was furious. Are they all mute? All the academicians bowed their heads. It wasn't that they were mute, but they really didn't know how to ask questions about Gu Shiqiu's words. Every proposal and suggestion is not so different from nonsense. What should they ask? Lu Songwei, the chief engineer of the Aerospace Bureau, stood up once again at the risk of being heckled by Elderly. Gu's suggestion, it's too childish. I don't think there's any need to discuss it. The quantum railgun and the Mars experimental base are all too far away from the present Huaxia. Academician Lu, Elderly said in a deep voice. I also don't want to pin all of China's hopes on pie-in-the-sky fantasies. So you guys, can you give me hope? Lu Wei was silent. Following that, the entire room was silent. Elderly has always been known as a tough guy. Whether on media reports or in television interviews, he was always in high spirits and had a strong hand. No one had ever seen his soft side. The world knows that he forged Huaxia with iron bones, but I don't know that he died with Huaxia. Everyone, he said in a deep voice, the world has been progressing. In the past we were backward. We were beaten. Our country was full of holes. It is true that now we are developing by leaps and bounds. We are thriving, but we must not forget that the people who used to oppress us, they are also progressing, and if we cannot even catch up with them, can't catch up anymore, then we will eventually be oppressed again, beaten up again, and covered in 1,000 holes again one day soon in the future. So, he said feebly, even if it's pie in the sky, even if it's impractical, I hope that the discussion will go on and make this childish fantasy a reality. Please, everyone. Elderly stood straight, walked around the microphone, and bowed deeply toward the academicians in the entire conference room. This room is filled with the elite of Chinese scientific research. If they can't do anything about it either, then China may really have no chance. Gu Zhiqiu stood in awe, wiped the mist from his eyes, and solemnly said, if any of you academicians have any questions, please ask me, and I'll be sure to give an answer. Ma Mingwei stood up and took the lead, asking, Gu, although you don't have the data for curvature sailing to derive at this point, I'd still like to understand what the theoretical basis for curvature sailing you're talking about is. Thank you, it's gravitational waves. Gu Zhiqiu nodded his head and explained, traditionally, curvature engines are propelled by antimatter, but according to my research, I found that antimatter drive is only theoretically valid, but faces two problems under practical operation. The first problem, as deduced from the mass-energy equations and the Cretes field theory equations, is that the amount of antimatter is extremely small. Although it can be manufactured artificially, even if the particle gas pedal at the ugly kingdom's state-of-the-art Fermilab operates continuously and uninterruptedly for a year, the amount of antimatter that can be created is less than 5 micrograms, which is simply not enough to support the operation of the vehicle. The second problem is that antimatter has annihilation properties. Because antimatter has diametrically opposed charge spin properties to matter, it is difficult to store, and even when stored in a penning trap, it still cannot maintain the total amount. The voice fell. The conference room was quiet. The gazes of all the academicians became more and more astonished. It was because the explanation given by Gu's classmates was beyond their expectations. In a well-organized analysis, they even have a few expectations of those pie-in-the-sky fantasies. Ma Mingwei gave Gu Zhiqiu a thumbs up and then asked, then why does the curvature engine of gravitational waves have the feasibility? Chapter 80, A Ruthless Answering Machine. We all know that the curvature engine is different from the conventional work engine, Gu Zhiqiu said. His characteristic lies in the application of the theory of warped space. Antimatter is to complete the warping of space through its own properties, while gravitational waves, on the other hand, are to apply the curvature of the universe itself and go with the flow. The so-called work mass refers to the medium substance in which thermal and mechanical energy are converted into each other. The concept of warp space has been featured in many science fiction movies. Simply put, the distance between 2 points on a piece of paper is noted as A. If you bend the paper so that the 2 points coincide, the distance between the 2 points is now 0, instead of the distance on the piece of paper at the beginning. Guan Shanyu stood up and asked, I don't have a high level of understanding of astrophysics, and I don't understand exactly what the star chain program is, but you said that the purpose is to go back and forth between Mars, the Moon, and the Earth. So if it's just the spaceships that we're using right now with the controlled nuclear fusion technology, can we accomplish this mission? As a full-fledged academician, it is not only the question of feasibility that has to be taken into account, but also issues such as cost and cost-effectiveness. The Starlink program, which is nothing less than a massive project started from scratch, requires what must be a huge investment, and there is also the consideration of whether it will be successful or not. But if controlled fusion is retrofitted into the ship's power system, that could dramatically reduce costs. Gu Zhiqiu shook his head. The traditional rockets and airships are all worker airships, and the biggest limitation of worker airships lies in the upper limit of flight speed and the problem of booster fuel reserves. Even if we could endure a 39-day run, putting speed aside for a moment, the ship would need to go through a long process of maintenance and restuffing for each round trip. If it was just a matter of accomplishing exploratory expeditionary missions, then this would be sufficient. But if it's a daily space energy delivery, such efficiency is clearly inappropriate. Liu Songwei, the chief engineer of the Chinese Space Agency, whose doubts centered on the curvature spaceship, stood up and asked, the curvature spaceship based on the theory of gravitational waves, what is the specific mode of operation? I hope that Gu will talk to us about it. Okay, Gu Zhiqiu explained, the universe itself has curvature, and under the curvature tangent of four-dimensional space, different celestial bodies will produce a cosmic order gravitational tangent between them, just like pouring two different colors of pigment into a water basin. And then when they touch together, the edges will produce a more pronounced physico-chemical reactions. What does this curvature ship have to do with anything? The pigment in the water basin is a tangential reaction in three-dimensional space, but in the four-dimensional universe, I once tried to deduce the properties of the cosmic order gravitational tangent and found an incredible phenomenon. Gu Zhiqiu paused and said seriously, When light passes through the celestial body's cosmic order gravitational tangent, nearly 12% of the photons undergo the phenomenon of extinction. There was silence in the conference room. The gazes of all the academicians were all focused on Gu Zhiqiu. You order gravitational cuts. You verified that? Verified. How did you verify that? An academician in the field of astrophysics asked. Theoretical derivation and mathematical verification. In his previous life in an independent laboratory at the University of California, he not only conducted theoretical certification, but also practical verification. Only now, he had no way to tell them that he had already completed the experiment in a previous life. But even the theoretical verification has taken these academicians somewhat by surprise. Even the ugly kingdom is in the initial state of exploration for gravitational waves now, right? It seems like the discovery of gravitational waves was still 2 years ago. There's no room for nonsense on this occasion. Gravitational waves were first detected by LIGO, Laser Interferometric Gravitational Wave Observatory, in the U.S. in 16 years, 17 years, and won the Nobel Prize for electrifying. You may not be aware of some of the Nobel Prize awarding process. There is a wait from the time you receive a great scientific achievement to the time you are officially awarded the prize. How many years do you usually wait? The average is 18 years. That means that under the usual Nobel Prize process, perhaps your major discovery in 2022 won't be officially awarded to you until 2040, and few are able to discover it this year and award it next year. It also highlights how much the discovery of gravitational waves has impacted the physics community. But here's where the fun comes in. The ugly kingdom's work progress seems to have been halted since the discovery of gravitational waves in 16. All scientists were waiting for major scientific research around gravitational waves, but in the end nothing came of it. And now, 6 years later, a prospective student in China has actually achieved a breakthrough. That would be hilarious. Gu Zhiqiu said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I'll also send the derivation of the same unit order gravitational tangent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences later." Dean Ho interrupted the others' discussion. "Student Gu, go on." "Okay," Gu Zhiqiu continued. "In fact, the speed faster than the speed of light. The universe has already given the answer. That is the speed of this universe's own expansion. Therefore, relying on the U-order gravitational cutting, it is possible to realize the speed of light and even FTL voyage of the curvature ship. But, one of the biggest problems with this cosmic order gravitational cut is instability. Gravitational waves in the universe are like ocean waves, and as celestial bodies move, the position of the cut changes. So, that's why I came up with the Starlink program. We need to artificially, simply process the energy that this universe has bestowed upon us, so as to ensure the stability of the ship's flight path. I'll route calculate 8 satellite orbits, and simply place the energy-releasing satellites in the corresponding orbits to ensure the stability of the cosmic order gravitational shear. After Gu Zhiqiu's words, the next question was thrown to the astrophysics academician. There are specialties in the arts, and it is difficult to interject such cutting-edge theories related to the universe that are not experts in astrophysics. The Deep Space Universe research engineer of the Chinese Academy of Space Research asked, "Gravitational waves are formed by massive celestial bodies, so put satellites in the corresponding satellite orbits, just as you said, but with the mass of this satellite being negligible enough to make the slightest impact on the gravitational waves, let alone direct them. What do you think about that?" Gu Zhiqiu explained, "We are unable to launch satellites with a large enough mass, but as long as we can create satellites that can release enough energy, they can be equally useful. The role of the star chain satellites is to ignite a hydrogen bomb at a fixed point in space, causing a brief tidal wave of gravitational waves and making corrections to the cosmic order gravitational shear." Wu Xing, chief engineer of the Chinese Academy of Space Research, stood up and asked, "Even if all of these are feasible, how can we argue that cosmic order gravitational slicing navigation can reach the speed of light or even FTL navigation? Because the matter transmission rate of the cosmic order gravitational tangent is the expansion rate of this universe?" Wu Xing looked at Gu Zhiqiu with a grave gaze. "Student Gu, I still want to hear you reiterate that you're not talking nonsense." Gu Zhiqiu solemnly said, "I'm not talking nonsense." Chapter 81, Discussion aborted. Stubborn Gu Zhiqiu, "I have no more questions." Wu Xing sat down. Ho Guoqiang whispered something in Li Lao's ear, and Li Lao took the microphone and spoke. "Today's discussion is very necessary and meaningful, because the amount of information is also very huge. The later topics will not be discussed at this meeting." All the academicians also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, these 50 academicians in the conference room were considered to be the smartest group of people in China. But after discussing with Gu Zhiqiu and listening to his cutting-edge theories and concepts, they even began to doubt their own strength. The academicians in the conference room dispersed individually. When the academicians in the conference room had almost left, Ma Lao smiled and said, "Let's go too." At this time, Dean Ho and Elder Li walked over together. "Student Gu, wait a moment." Gu Zhiqiu politely nodded toward the two. Good day, elderly. Good day, Dean Ho. Elderly gazed at him appreciatively, his hands behind his back, pinching and rubbing his fingers in excitement. Good, good. No need to be polite. In fact, before today's meeting, I have already heard President Ho mention you. Superconducting structure and controllable nuclear fusion. These two things, I heard that you came up with them? Aha. Elderly nodded his head repeatedly and said, good, very good. The later generations are fearful. This discussion is aborted. Don't think too much about it. The specific reason, Dean Ho will tell you. Ho Guoqian looked at Ma Mingwei and Guan Shanyue. Old Ma, old Guan, you guys evade for a while. The two men nodded slightly and walked back and forth out of the conference room. A few moments later, only President Ho, Elderly and Gu Zhiqiu remained in the large conference room. Only then did Dean Ho continue to speak. During the discussion, I could already sense the feasibility of the Star Chain program. So the suspension of the meeting was not due to a lack of trust in you, but rather out of the protection of core secrets, which I hope you can understand. I see. Gu Zhiqiu's eyes glowed. Then what you mean, President Ho, is that the Star Chain program can be landed? It can be landed, but for the sake of the confidentiality angle, we will not announce to the public whether or not the Star Chain program will be implemented. At the same time, this project will be made by me to be the explicit general director, and you will enter the project in the capacity of an advisor. Before Ho could finish, Gu Zhiqiu nodded heavily. No problem. I haven't finished speaking, but your kid is quite quick to react. Ho Guoqian laughed. If the Star Chain program finishes perfectly, the CAS and the military will release a statement together to publicize your contribution. That's okay. Dean Ho was afraid that Gu Zhiqiu didn't understand, and said, what's relevant doesn't matter. Do you kid understand what I'm saying? Dean Ho's meaning was clear. The responsibility is borne by CAS, and if it fails, all the problems are blamed on CAS and him as the president, and if it succeeds, all the reputation is left to Gu Zhiqiu. Gu Zhiqiu laughed. I hear you, but honor is not important to me. Elderly patted him on the shoulder and said approvingly, Zhiqiu's mentality can exceed that of his peers by quite a bit. Dean Ho also sighed. Yes, at a young age, so mature and stable and spoiled. It is indeed rare. Then, he looked at Gu Zhiqiu with a serious expression. But you are a student of HUST. That is my CAS student. My words are the school rules. You have to follow them well. The reputation you should take, you take it well. You have a long road ahead of you. Boldly try and can make mistakes. But I, a student of HUST, would rather be rooted in Huaxia and remain anonymous than lie in another country. Understood. President Ho laughed. Well, the Star Chain program, my side just listened to your discussion. Also understand the 8 or 9. The next thing you have to do is as soon as possible to send the parameters of the upper order gravitational cutting plane and the theoretical derivation of the curvature engine to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I will notify you of the start of the project. Okay. As for the Lingxiao experimental base, because it's an infrastructure project on Mars, so wait until the Star Chain program is successful. Then we'll discuss it again. In the beginning stage, as far as possible, or don't expose too much. And you, outside, also have to achieve strict confidentiality. Don't disclose it with anyone. Yes, there's one more thing, Dean Ho said. The Ugly Kingdom is holding a global summit on alien life research on July 3rd. I hesitated for a long time on who to choose, and now I'm planning to let you attend the meeting. What do you think? Me? Yes, the Ugly Kingdom has been very keen on UFO exploration over the years, but actually there have been few discoveries, and this summit is just a scientific research salon. On the one hand, I want you to go and get more exposure to the global scientific research atmosphere, and on the other hand, I am hoping that I can probe the Ugly Kingdom's space resources for some advice in this salon. Gu Zhiqiu was a bit embarrassed. Can this be asked? It's unlikely, but it's always a chance. And if you send over an old professor, it'll be known to everyone. And your youth is an advantage, so you can do it without having to take so much into account. Where was this summit held? My country? Ugly Country, LA. When Gu Zhiqiu heard this name, her brows immediately furrowed and she shook her head without saying a word. Then I'm not going. Ho Guoqian cried and laughed. What's wrong with you? I don't want to go abroad. It's just a research summit. It's not like you're going to live there. What's there to be afraid of? Just don't want to go. Gu Zhiqiu twisted her head to the side and was stubborn. Elderly laughed and shook his head straight. Zhiqiu talks about scientific research like an old professor. And when he's stubborn, he's like a little kid. Since Zhiqiu doesn't want to go, you should find someone else. Dean Ho. Ho Guoqiang shook his head. The candidate with such strong scientific research ability and young age is just this kid. If he doesn't go, then it's the same whether he participates in this summit or not. I'm not going anyway. Gu Zhiqiu muttered. And where is it that convenes you to go? In our country. Dean Ho almost laughed in anger. Good boy. You are really determined not to go. We are the past to explore the secrets. You still want people to run over to tell you the secrets? Gu Zhiqiu didn't say a word and put on a dead pig's face. He already had a certain psychological shadow over the ugly kingdom, and it was absolutely impossible for him to go there. As for what summit this was, he didn't put it on his mind at all. If the ugly kingdom moved this summit to Huaxia, he might give a face to deal with it. If the ugly country does not come, then do not come. China has always taken the road of scientific and technological self-improvement, and has long been accustomed to the technology blockade of other countries. There is no need for others to tell Huaxia what to do or where to go. Chapter 82. Gu Zhiqiu feels good about herself. Elderly watched this old and young talk to each other and hurriedly eased the atmosphere. Alright, you two don't get angry. Whether it's a summit or not is a small matter. The top priority is the matter of the star chain. Regardless of prying into each other's progress, our own technology is ultimately ours alone. Dean Ho cried and laughed. Okay, no more bickering. I'll go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to make arrangements first. You guys chat first. After Dean Ho left, Elderly and Gu Zhiqiu sat together in the conference room and chatted briefly. Gu Zhiqiu was a bit nervous. Elderly sensed his nervousness and chatted about parenting. It made him even more nervous. Outside the conference room, Lu Nani was climbing with Ma Mingwei and Guan Shanyu. In terms of academic status, Lu Nani is still a notch behind Ma Lao and Guan Lao, so it was extremely respectful in the chat as well. Not yet 50 years old, he was already a second-grade professor. This is actually already a very outstanding talent in the country, especially after Elder Ma and Elder Guan learned that Lu Nani was Gu Zhiqiu's future husband. Their attitudes became even more polite. When several people saw Dean Ho come out, they all hurried up to greet him as well. Good day, Dean Ho. Lu Nani nodded his head gently in greeting. Ma Lao asked, Old Ho, where is Zhiqiu? Ho Guoqiang said, Elderly is curious about that kid and stayed to chat, so you guys can wait a little longer. Lu Nani looked wonderful. He was attending this meeting, and he heard that a big shot had come from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But exactly who it is, they scientists attending the Tier 2 meeting don't know. It was only when he had just talked to Guan Lao and Ma Lao and the two of them that he realized that the one who had come was one of the two most powerful ones in Huaxia. Zhiqiu didn't make a mistake at this meeting, did she? Guan Lao was all smiles as he said soothingly, Don't worry, Zhiqiu has real talent. That's good. Lu Nanyi's gaze couldn't help but look towards the conference room, and his heart had long since turned over in shocking waves. To be able to sit and chat with Elderly, what a great honor it must be for a young man. However, in the conference room, the atmosphere was awkward for a while. No matter where Elderly went to inspect, the mouths of those around him never stopped. But Gu Zhiqiu was different. The kid looked like he had pins and needles in his mouth and it was hard to get him to say more than one word. Originally, Elderly wanted to chat with this junior for a while longer and give him more care, but he was really surprised that the topics were all still coming to him. Gu Ran is your father? Elderly asked. Well, it's my father. Gu Zhiqiu nodded. This guy Gu Ran's contribution to Huaxia is also indeed quite a lot. Elderly laughed. To be able to send out a talent like you to the country, some time ago, the rumored Yangtze River Scholar incident, is considered the first time I've heard of you. That incident was a bit embarrassing, making Elderly laugh. It's not funny. When I realized that you are Gu Ran's son, I wasn't surprised. Elderly asked again. By the way, the trouble with the XIN and General Administration Department the other day, was it you who solved it as well? Aha. No wonder that firecracker Zhou Xiong is so attached to this matter. Artillery? Gu Zhiqiu was puzzled. That old man has the hottest temper in our group. Even me, I'm afraid of his violent temper. Elderly said. A few moments of smiles showed in his eyes. This kind of comradeship that pulled each other over from the edge of life and death was stronger than anything else. Gu Zhiqiu nodded, smiling awkwardly and unobtrusively. Elderly added, Don't underestimate that old guy, although it's now outdated and can't keep up with the times, but without these old guys, there's no present of our Huaxia. Gu Zhiqiu then nodded and slowly said, It will not be underestimated, it will only be respected from the bottom of his heart. These old people are the first backbones of China. How dare those who go up the mountain underestimate the god who comes down? Only after a few moments of conversation did Elderly accompany Gu Zhiqiu to leave the conference room together. Just outside, looking at the several people guarding the door, Elderly laughed. It seems there are quite a few people waiting for you. Aha, it's my teachers. Ma Mingwei gave a military salute and said, Elderly. Guan Shanyu and Lu Nani both nodded respectfully. Elderly swept his gaze past a few people and whispered, Don't just teach Zhiqiu the knowledge above academics, teach him more about handling people as well. Ma Mingwei laughed. Definitely. In a meeting with a bigwig of the state like Elderly, only Ma Mingwei could be bland. Li Lao asked, You don't have to be sure. Hurry back to Nansha. 003 just went into the water, and still can't get away from people. Well, this time I'm back for a meeting, and I'll be right back. Elderly waved goodbye to a few people and left the CAS, accompanied by security personnel. After seeing Elderly off, Guan Shangyue laughed. Did you have a bad chat just now? No, I feel quite pleasant, Gu Shishio said truthfully. Then why did Elderly ask us to teach you to talk? I don't know. Ha 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 ha. Elder Ma and Elder Guan laughed brightly. Lu Nani laughed along with him. Several people walked together in a group towards the outside of the CSC. Shades of green. This meeting today, although a little wary at first, has been very rewarding so far. There was just one last period left, and as soon as Gu Jiqiu sent the derived data of the U-order gravitational cut to CAS, it would be complete. Along the way, the one who talked the most was Ma Lao, because he had to rush to Nansha, so the only time he could communicate with Gu Jiqiu was the journey from the conference room to the entrance of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The two words Ma Lao said most along the way were support, clothing, food, housing, transportation, research funding. He thought of every aspect of Gu Jiqiu. The speaker has no intention of listening. Gu Jiqiu just nodded and promised, saying that if there was a need, he would contact Elder Ma. But everyone else could hear that Ma Mingwei was afraid that Gu Jiqiu would leave China. Even before Ma Mingwei took the car, he repeatedly urged Guan Shangyue to take care of Xiao Gu. After Ma Lao left, at the entrance of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, several people also said goodbye and left. Before saying goodbye to Guan Shangyue, Gu Shiqiu purposely mentioned, by the way, Elder Guan, the matter of Aunt Lu Ru's entry into the Chinese nuclear physics laboratory can be arranged on your side when you return. Recently is mainly too busy to forget. Just now in Professor Lu conversation when I remembered. Already told Professor Lu. Let Professor Lu tomorrow directly come to the nuclear physics laboratory is good. Sending off Quan Shanyu. Only Lu Nanyi and Gu Jiqiu were left. A pair of in-laws who can't pop out a word half the time. In a red flight car with the tail number 002 on the way to the Kyoto Military and Political Building, Elderly said in a deep voice, when we return, select 10 elites from the Shadow Guard to be in charge of student Gu's safety. I don't wish to see him slip up even a little. The secretary was a bit alarmed and hurriedly wrote down Elderly's words on the list. Okay, Elderly. Chapter 83. What are you afraid of? The secretary followed Elderly when he was a guard. Decades had passed, and it was the first time he had seen Elderly pay so much attention to a young man. After recording the proxy on the list, he highlighted a few asterisks. As for other things, such as why this Gu student was so important, he was not in a position to ask. Gu Shiqiu's sighed. Once back at the hotel, it was back to his and Man's room. Originally, today Man's brother knew that Mom and Dad had come to Kyoto and specifically wanted to have a reunion dinner. But since Lu Ru's head was full of things from the nuclear physics lab, she lost her appetite. It wasn't until Lu Nanny went back and informed her that she could go directly to the nuclear physics lab tomorrow that she let her heart drop. Still, I didn't have the stomach to eat with my own son because I was so excited and busy getting ready. Help me find my ID and the award certificate above the research. It should all be in the suitcase. It's not mine. My suitcase is full of clothes. Look in your suitcase. No. I told you it wasn't in my suitcase. Lu Ru's mouth kept chattering. Listening to Lu Nanyi's head was big. I'm not looking for it. The two men worked for half a day. Clothes scattered all over the room, which is considered to be all the documents to find complete. Phew, tomorrow it's off to the nuclear physics lab. No need to be so nervous, Lu Nanny said. You have a good son-in-law. What do you mean? Lu Nanny shook his head. It's just that with Jiqiu around, your entry into the nuclear physics lab should go quite smoothly. Isn't this the first time you've met Jiqiu? Lu Nanny told Lu Ru about today's events and the people he met. After hearing this, Lu Ru was also surprised. What did Jiqiu say at the meeting? I don't know about that. I'm not in the same conference room as him, and his meetings are only for academicians, Lunani said, but there wasn't a trace of shame on his face. Lu Ru no longer asked more questions and nodded. Right, how did your meeting go? About when will you return to Luo? The results of the seminar at the first meeting were not obvious, and it is expected to remain in Kyoto for some time. The next day, Ugly Country Los Angeles, Ugly Country Technology Headquarters Building. In a conference room with clear windows, a couple of blonde executives were sitting at a round table, discussing one of the tougher issues. There's a message from the Chinese side that they're planning to pull out of this research summit. The Ugly Country brought forward the Research Forum Summit in order to allow China to participate so that they could take advantage of it. After all, in their eyes, in addition to Huaxia, other countries do not have to say competition, and do not even have the qualifications to become rivals. What then? The summit was hastily proposed 5 days ago, and if it is shut down because of China's absence, I'm afraid it will easily cause reverie in other countries. But if Huaxia didn't come, then this research summit that the Ugly Nation Science and Technology Headquarters had gone to great lengths to organize wouldn't have any meaning. Huaxia must be allowed to participate. A high-ranking member of the Ugly Nation's Technology Headquarters said solemnly, Tell Huaxia that we will release the video data of the UFOs that our ugly nation has had over the past few decades during this summit. This UFO video footage has been a core secret of the ugly kingdom in the past. But after decades of investigating and watching the video, there is still nothing today. It feels like you have a rock, and that rock has a big secret inside it. But in the event that you don't know the secret, the stone is just a stone after all. You cover it for 100 years and he's still a rock. So the top brass of the ugly kingdom have figured out that instead of covering a rock that does nothing, might as well trade the stone for some news that will be useful to the ugly kingdom. A few other executives also smiled. This is a solution that I think is feasible, and I'm sure that Huaxia won't be able to withstand this temptation. The ugly kingdom thinks that their UFO video is like the ancient Chinese seal of transmission, so it doesn't make sense that Huaxia would refuse. But the next day, same people in the same office. His face was grim as he looked at the tabletop. Wachovia refused. I really can't figure out what they're fixated on. They don't even have to pay anything. Another senior said in a deep voice. So what now? What else can be used as bait? I don't think the bait is important. The priority is to figure out why Wachovia refused. 2 more days. It's the same conference room, the same group of people. Eyes were dead set on the computer on the round table, and had been for 2 days. Their emails asking why Huaxia is not attending have been going out for 2 days. For the past 2 days, you have no idea how they came to be. It felt as if there was a knife hanging over his head, which could fall at any moment. But when it would fall, no one knew, not to mention the day. Every second is torture. Huaxia writes back. Everyone smiled a bitter smile after the hijacking. Finally a reply. Let's see what they say. One of the executives opened the email with slightly trembling fingers. They say they won't attend unless this summit is held in China. At that moment, all the top brass had turned blue and almost spat out blood. What the hell is HWA trying to do? We, the ugly kingdom, organized this summit and shared out our secrets. He, Huaxia, actually wants us to place the organizing venue in Huaxia? This is just too much. We're not babysitting when we have to serve the meal when it's ready. A few people vented and calmed down again. What now? What to do? Everyone's face was ugly. Because of the Chinese shard, their tech headquarters had been pressured by the military several times. This is especially disturbing to the military when the core fragments failed to be brought out of China. The analysis of the fragments given by Tech HQ makes absolutely no sense. The military hierarchy understood that only by obtaining the core fragments could they know the specific parameters and production process of China's classified warplanes. What else can we do? The ultimatum given by the military is that no matter what methods are used, we must get Huaxia to attend the conference. The military's hand has stretched too far. I'm going to argue with them, a high-ranking officer sighed. Don't get excited. In the current situation you're completely looking for a fight when you go to argue with the military. Our military has gone completely bonkers because of what happened to the pieces of the Chinese fighter jet. This, coupled with the fact that Huaxia 003 went under, has turned the military into a hot mess. I'd advise you not to mess with them right now. So what do we do? That senior sighed and said helplessly. There's nothing we can do. We can only agree to Huaxia's request. Let's relocate the summit's address to Huaxia and prepare to write to Huaxia. Chapter 84, Can't Speak, 1/3, Huaxia. Cass. Dean Ho is busy assembling a research team for the Starlink program. The entire CAS has been busy around this for the past few days. The implementation of the Starlink program requires mutual cooperation with the Chinese Space Agency. But because of its importance, it took a lot of Ho's energy in terms of candidates. The stack lists were of outstanding astrophysical scientists and experts in the fields of mechanics and electrical automation in China. Behind each name, there is a thick file of backtransfers. He, on the other hand, pretty much needs to look at all of his personnel's backtracking paperwork and select them into the talent pool within a 2-week period of time. While he was studying it carefully, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the room. Dean Ho. Reply received from the ugly kingdom. Ho didn't raise his head. Come in and talk. What's the reply? It's still about the summit. The ugly kingdom says it's willing to hold it in China. Ho was stunned and slowly raised his head. His face a bit strange. He was so busy these days that he received invitations to research summits in ugly countries, and he wrote back casually. Ever since Gu said that he didn't want to go to the ugly country, he hadn't taken this matter to heart. So when ugly country asked him why, he casually replied back unless it was held in China. To be honest, because of the important things that were going on, his reply to the letter was not worded in any way and was very straightforward. The content of such a letter would be strictly speaking impolite in a diplomatic setting, but what he didn't expect was how the ugly kingdom would agree. Did that group of executives at Ugly Country Technology Headquarters have their heads pushed through the door? The Ugly Kingdom's Scientific Research Summit is going to be held in Huaxia. Arrange the venue on your side and see if there's any free venues at the beginning of July. Ho Guoqiang said to his secretary. The secretary was also stunned. When did the ugly country become so nice? Ho Guoqiang shook his head. crying and laughing. I can't keep up with their thoughts either, since they've given so much face. Then of course we can't let them down. You reply the letter at your discretion, in addition to informing Gu's classmates, so that he can get ready. Good. The Ugly Kingdom, in the Science and Technology Headquarters building. After getting the news that Huaxia had agreed to participate, a group of high-level people smiled. Although it is said that the venue will be moved to Huaxia, this matter can at least give the military an explanation. But this time we are traveling to China to convene, both as the organizer and as a participating country. Who should we send? Originally, if this scientific research summit had been held in the Ugly Kingdom, as the hosts, they could have planted as many people in as they wanted. But when the venue migrated to China, it couldn't do whatever it wanted so much. Several of the Ugly Kingdom's top brass pondered over the candidates. Frankly speaking, their original intention of organizing this summit was to continuously force Huaxia to speak out about the new generation of warplanes as well as space resources at this summit. Now that the conference site has moved from the mainland to China, it is clear that coercion at the conference is no longer desirable. Chinese hospitality, but only if you're honest. But if you dare to be aggressive in someone's home, it will end badly. Strong-arm tactics are no longer desirable. Now we can only steal information from the mouths of Chinese researchers through softer means. The number doesn't need to be large. 3 would be appropriate. But it must be talkative and have a high emotional intelligence. And preferably know something about Chinese culture as well. Of course, the attainments above scientific research must also be strong. Otherwise I'm afraid I can't even ask the core questions. I have a suitable candidate. I thought of someone, too, of course, and wondered if we were thinking of the same person. Smith Curry. That's him. Finally, under the deliberation of the Ugly Kingdom's top brass, a 3-man squad centered on Smith Curry was identified to travel to Huaxia with the core information provided by the military. Preparations are in full swing on the ugly countryside. Gu Zhiqiu had already spent a week of happiness with Man at the hotel. The hotel was in a great setting. It's really good. It is cleaned daily and you can see the bustling Kyoto through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It's nice, but a hotel is just a hotel after all. Gu Zhiqiu was bored in the hotel this week, deducing data, and didn't even leave the door. And she was bored and had to hang behind him looking at the formulas she couldn't understand the derivation of. Such a day would not be as comfortable as the tiny 2-room apartment outside of L.A. high school. She didn't even have a place to put her housekeeping skills to work. Finally, the sun is rising. On the eve of the entire Kyoto resuming its bustle, Gu Zhiqiu looked at a table of draft paper and took a long breath. Okay, out. He stood up excitedly, then glanced at the clock. 4 in the morning. The sky was dark green with a few signs of dawn. Lumman cuddled up under the covers and huffed and puffed. Gu Zhiqiu went over to help her cover up the quilt and gently kissed her on the forehead, then took the data and left the hotel. Gu Zhiqiu had been waiting at the entrance for about an hour when Ho arrived at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Dean Ho. This is a theoretical derivation of the U-order gravitational tangent. Ho Guoqiang riding a small electric car. The left handlebar is still hanging a plastic bag, which is loaded with 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk. Seeing Gu Zhiqiu guarding the entrance to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, she hurriedly stopped her electric car. Zhiqiu, when did you come? It didn't take long. You take this data, Dean Ho. Gu Zhiqiu handed over the piece of data that had gathered his heart and soul to Ho Guoqiang, and only left after seeing that Dean Ho had properly placed it in his suit pocket. Ho Guoqiang sat on the electric car and looked at Gu Zhiqiu's messy hair, and a wobbly walk. Some heartache. Zhiqiu? He shouted softly. Gu Zhiqiu looked back. Her bloodshot eyes filled with confusion. Is there anything else, Dean Ho? I'll give you a ride. Ho turned around on his electric bike, then gave the back seat a pat with a rag. Come on up. Gu Zhiqiu was a little embarrassed. Come on, sit up. I happen to have something to tell you. We'll talk about it on the way back. Gu Zhiqiu carefully sat on Ho Lao's electric car. The electric car is the kind of small electric car with stirrups, and Gu Zhiqiu, who is 1.86 meters, sits on it, especially awkward. Luckily, though, it was still early in the day and there weren't many people on the road yet. An old man and a young man were just driving slowly down the non-motorized road. This back seat, it was just my grandson who sat in it before, and then my grandson went to middle school, and no one sat in it again for 4 or 5 years now. Gu Zhiqiu nodded. Then the quality of this electric car is quite good. Dean Ho. The original cozy atmosphere of the warm morning sun and gentle breeze was dried up by Gu Zhiqiu's sentence. P.S. Many students responded that they could not understand this book. It's normal that you guys don't know a lot of concepts and descriptions because you're not majoring in physics. So it's normal that you don't understand them. After all, it's just a novel, and the plot is the most important thing. But mile by mile, there are some selfishness of the author fungus inside the book. Milkcake has taken this session of senior physics. Many students of physics for a year or about 20 points. As a physics teacher is really very painful. so I would love for some of the students who are still in elementary middle school, or freshman or sophomore year of high school, to be able to develop an interest in learning physics through this book. Maybe it's hard for people to become scientists, but at least it will help you get a few more points on the entrance exam. The author is satisfied. Chapter 85, Green Dragon Series Heavy Fighter, 2/3. When Elderly asked me about the Star Chain program the other day, he mentioned you and said that if we work together in the future, we must teach you more about handling people above. Ho shook his head. I didn't understand what Elder Lee's words meant at first. Now I understand. Gu Shiqiu closed his mouth, and he knew that more words would be lost. The research summit is coming up tomorrow. How are you in shape now? Will you still be able to withstand the run tomorrow? Well, where is it? Kyoto International Convention and Exhibition Hall 1. I'll have my secretary drive to pick you up then. Gu Shiqiu nodded. Yes, it's fine. I can participate. In the past 2 days Lu Nani attended several material seminars one after another. But according to him, it should be that in the end, he didn't discuss a so-and-so. That mystery material is still a mystery. Doubts fester. The query will become more curious as time goes on, trying to get to the bottom of this, and this summit is certainly the best opportunity to do so. Dean Ho said. The Ugly Kingdom is aware that we have the shard in our hands, so let's not expose too much during this summit, especially when the Ugly Kingdom asks about our research on that shard. It's fine to be vague or tell some appropriate lies. Aha. Gu Shiqiu promised seriously, but President Ho is still uneasy. I'll give you a few examples. For example, if the ugly country asks about debris, you'll say what debris and pretend you don't know. For example, if the ugly country asks about space resources, you'll say there have been breakthroughs ambiguously. For example, if the ugly country asks about a new type of warplane, you say it is continuing to develop a higher level of cutting-edge military industry. In short, just don't expose our bottom card. A person in such a high position of authority as he is, in fact, used to make his speeches in a concise manner, but for the matter of teaching Gu Shiqiu to speak, he felt that he still needed to be more meticulous. He felt only a slight tickle in his back as he simulated the conversation he would have at the summit tomorrow. What are you doing? Gu Shiqiu unfolded a piece of A4 paper and spread it on Ho's back, then took out a pen to record. I'll write down everything you said and go back to memorize it for fear of forgetting it tomorrow. Dean Ho cried. Or, all in all, in the talks between big countries, you can't be so honest, so that the other side can't figure out your strength. That's the most important thing. Aha. Dean Ho asked. Would you lie? Will. That's fine then. The main task tomorrow is to go and try to find out what the Ugly Kingdom's scientific progress is, but keep it as vague as possible about our own. Aha. Gu Shiqiu seriously wrote down the word cheat on the A4 paper. By the way, Dean Ho, when will the Star Chain program probably be implemented? Ho said. Candidates and funding are in place. And when the military and those colleges and universities directly under the national defense vacate their laboratories, it will be ready to proceed. Good. By the way, the Starlink program, because it is conducted in modules, requires you to split the project up and have it conducted separately by several universities. Good. I'll start making arrangements when the summit ends tomorrow. This is a big plan. It's important, but it's not a top priority yet. Ho Guoqiang said. There is an expedited matter that you have to do in advance. What? Guan Lao sent me a message that the verification of controlled nuclear fusion has been successful. There are currently 2 paths planned by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. One is civilian power generation, and the other is to move in the direction of the military industry. Aha. Old Ma had been embarking on joint research and development with the National Defense University of Science and Technology for a new generation of fighter planes in the Qinglong series in the past, and applied for a technology call with me after hearing the news of the successful validation of controlled nuclear fusion. Ho introduced. The Green Dragon series of fighters is a new type of heavy fighter that the Chinese military is secretly working on, especially after the appearance of the secret flying objects from the Ugly Kingdom. This research and development program has received even more attention. Do you mean I should focus on this project first? The Green Dragon fighter has been secretly developed for 4 years now. The basic functions have been molded, and the main thing at the moment is the final embedding of the controlled nuclear fusion project. Ho Guoqiang said softly. You're an expert in this area. Just go over and coordinate the guidance. Copy that. Well, Old Ma didn't tell me any specifics, so I'll let him tell you when you get over there. Kyoto International Hotel. A broken two-wheeler slowed to a stop in front of the hotel. Big hotels like this come and go with luxury supercars. Gu Shiqiu repeatedly urged Dean Ho to just drop himself off at the street corner, but he insisted on sending him to the hotel entrance. As the guards watched, he jumped off the small electric donkey. I'll be back then, Dean Ho. An older generation like Ho Lao didn't care about other people's gazes at all, and after waving with Gu Shiqiu, he rode his electric bike slowly away. After sending Dean Ho away, Gu Shiqiu bought 2 breakfasts in the hotel's restaurant before going upstairs to her room. Up? Gu Zhiqiu put her breakfast on the bed, and Lu Manman rubbed her eyes and sat up. Well, when did you rest last night? Quite late. You were asleep by then. Lu Manman looked at the breakfast in Gu Zhiqiu's hands, the usual red date cake and yogurt. That's basically what I've been eating for breakfast all week. That's bad. You're so tired these days. I should be making you a nutritious breakfast, but unfortunately I can't do anything here. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the clean room and also smiled bitterly. After all, it's a hotel. It's not the same as being in your own home. When I'm done with this period of time, let's buy a house in Kyoto. That $3 million in resettlement fees hasn't moved yet. Kyoto is so expensive. It's not like we're buying a big house, just something close to WKU, clean and with a small study. Gu Zhiqiu didn't have any preoccupations about where she lived. Lu Manman hooked Gu Zhiqiu's fingertips and laughed. I don't need any big house either. It's good to have you in the house and a kitchen. Hurry up and eat your breakfast. And don't clip the blankets in bed from now on. The air conditioner is always on at night. You'll catch a cold easily that way. Oh, I like to stir the covers when I fall asleep and you have to pin my little feet or I can't control myself. Good. Gu Zhiqiu added, I might have to go out for a day tomorrow. So if you're bored, you can take a look at houses online. If there's a suitable one, we'll buy a house when I'm done. Okay? Don't worry, I'll be good at home. Lu Manman nibbled on the date cake and nodded her head. Gu Zhiqiu placed her share of breakfast on the bedside, then lay down on the bed. When we move to the new house, I'll make you a special breakfast. I'm suffocating these days. With all my craftsmanship, it's almost deserted. Lu Manman broke into pieces, but never got a response from Gu Zhiqiu. Turning back around, he realized that it had only been less than half a minute and he was already huffing and puffing to sleep. Chapter 86, Pulling Before the Scientific Summit, 3/3. Lu Manman helped carefully undress the clothes from his body. These days, every time she falls asleep, he's still working. She woke up and he was still working. The clothes on his body were dirty and hadn't been changed in a week. Lumania cradled the dirty clothes in her arms and tucked him in before heading to the restroom. The next day, China Kyoto International Convention and Exhibition, Room I. Gu Zhiqiu wore the clothes that Manman had washed for him and found his own seat at the meeting place. The venue is also arranged by the Ugly Kingdom. All the scientists sit around a table in a circle. In the center of the round table are several projection screens. A total of 18 countries were invited to this scientific research summit, namely Europe and the United States, and only China participated in Asia. And beside Gu Zhiqiu, to the left and right, were scientists from the Ugly Kingdom. George on the left he didn't recognize, but Smith Carey, on the right, was a familiar face. Carey is about 5 years older than him. It is the pinnacle of the young generation of researchers in the Ugly Kingdom. In her previous life, Gu Zhiqiu had worked with him for a while when she was at the University of California. The one thing they have in common with each other is the ultimate research fiend. The difference then is that Carey has all his heart in scientific research, and he still has his country in his heart. Although Carey's scientific achievements had been quite inferior to his during the 20 years of competition with each other, it had also been a peak in the Ugly Nation's scientific research community that was difficult for others to reach. I didn't realize that the scientist sent by the Ugly Kingdom this time was actually Carey. This made Gu Zhiqiu have so many small expectations for this summit. In 20 years in the Ugly Kingdom, Carey was the only person he didn't hate. As the scientists from various countries entered one after another, 3 scientists from the Ugly Country walked into the exhibition hall with a USB flash drive. Carey walked in the very center, probably around 23-4 years old. Aside from Gu Zhiqiu, he was the youngest person in the entire lecture hall. On the contrary, Britain, France and other countries came with some old men with grey temples. Carey sat down beside Gu Zhiqiu, then handed the USB drive in his hand to George next to him. George was the host of the summit, and while the scientific level may have been poor, he was considered to be the most articulate of the crowd of uncharismatic scientists. You can all communicate on your own for now, while I upload the classified video captured by our military first. After George finished, the neighboring scientists then greeted each other one by one. John, the Ugly Country scientist on the other side of Carey, was older than both George and Carey. Naturally, the purpose of his visit was to remind Carey not to forget business. Once the venue started greeting each other, John tugged gently on Carey's sleeve and gave a brief wink. Carey, though a little embarrassed, said stiffly, "Hello, Gu." Gu Zhiqiu nodded. "Hello, I'm a researcher at the Cosmic Laboratory at the University of California in the Ugly Kingdom. You can call me Carey." "Well, I'm Gu Zhiqiu, a prospective freshman at Huaxia University of Science and Technology." After introducing themselves to each other, they were both left speechless. John laughed. "Gu, I learned about you on Facebook earlier, and I heard that you've already had quite a few scientific achievements. It's really all just ordinary results, mainly because I'm younger, so that's why it gets noticed. To be able to represent Huaxia at such a meeting, I'm sure Huaxia must be very optimistic about your future." Gu Shiqiu said. We in Huaxia have always valued young people. Carrie came to be interested. I'm curious to know what scientific research results you have. This kind of international conference. I'm sure that Huaxia won't just arrange for a random person to come and participate in the conference. Kree's turquoise blue eyes were filled with curiosity. As a member of the same younger generation, he had perhaps excelled for too long, and thus seeing that Gu Shiqiu, who was even younger than himself, could also participate in such a formal meeting, he was more or less curious. Young people will always have a desire to win, and when they see someone better than them, they will inevitably make a comparison. Gu Shiqiu humbly shook her head. It really isn't worth mentioning. Milk Cat created a button skirt. If you are interested in coming in to discuss the subsequent plot to urge more, the number will be blocked, so you can send a small gift. You can see it in the background message. Chapter 87, Each and Every One. A miracle. He knew Carrie too well. During those 20 years he was under house arrest in the ugly country. For the first 5 years, Carrie conducted scientific research like a madman to keep up with him. 15 years later, although he knew it was impossible to reach his heights, Carrie continued to follow him as a goal and persevered. It must be a good thing for young people to have a desire to win. It will keep people from falling behind. Carrie learned that Gu Shiqiu was perfunctory, but with John's reminder, he had to change the subject. 2 days ago, Huaxia 003 went into the water, and it caused an uproar all over the international scene. There's nothing to be surprised about. What his country has, Huaxia can naturally have as well. Carrie laughed awkwardly. Of course, the progress of Huaxia is obvious to all. I heard that the anti-submarine and reconnaissance planes on the 003 carrier use a whole new generation of fighters? Why anti-submarine and reconnaissance aircraft? This was because Ushikuni had discovered after simulating and recovering the debris that this model was not supposed to have a combat function, so it generally served a reconnaissance function. However, even Gu Shiqiu herself didn't know why Carrie was so sure it was an anti-submarine and reconnaissance aircraft. He also didn't even think towards the mysterious fragment. He thought Carrie was referring to the Chinese Green Dragon Fighter. The Green Dragon Fighter was China's bottom card, so naturally, it was impossible to expose it, and he glanced sideways at the cheat sheet and said, no comment. In short, China is continuing to research and develop higher and more sophisticated military technology. Hearing this, old John's face lightened up a bit, and even though Gu Shiqiu didn't say it explicitly, he could still hear something in the words. He is very interested in the history of China and has a good understanding of its humanities. The Chinese way of speaking is very interesting. If there is nothing, when asked, they will say there will be soon. So what if there is nothing? Or it is not that there is nothing, but that there is no need for it. On Chinese forums, Chinese people call this phenomenon tough talk, but on the contrary, if there is such a thing, they will say no, you're kidding, or how can I have such a thing? In Chinese forums, Chinese people call this phenomenon Versailles, and Gu Shiqiu didn't have a Versailles, so that would be a side reflection that China's new fighters shouldn't be capable of actual combat yet. The debris found by the ugly kingdom in China must be from a failed flight test. If that happened, although the pressure from Huaxia was still there, at least their ugly country's military could breathe a sigh of relief. Old John was snickering in his mind, and seemed to perceive that it was much easier to steal information from this young man than he had thought, so he couldn't wait to ask. Recently, Huaxia's actions in space have been very intensive, including but not limited to the Tiangong space station, the Tianwen-I and Zhurong probes, and I'd like to know if Huaxia is discovering anything in this vast universe. Huaxia's movements in space over the years, too frequent, coupled with the matter of the mysterious fighter plane, made it even more difficult for old John to sit up and take notice. When old John asked about the space resources, Gu Shiqiu glanced at the cheat sheet and said nonchalantly, there has been a breakthrough. Dean Ho taught in great detail, basically predicting any number of scenarios, so he hardly had to think about it much and just read it as it was. Old John's face twitched as he listened to his reply. Gu Shiqiu asked rhetorically, the ugly country's probes have all been sent to Mars one after another without interruption as well, and I don't know how far they've gotten now. Carrie said, like Huaxia, the ugly kingdom is also working on the development of space energy and has already made a breakthrough. Old John was more than satisfied with Carrie's statement. Although the ugly kingdom is not capable of space energy mining at this time, but the diplomacy of a great nation. Falsehood, even if there is not, say there is. Only in this way can Huaxia be slightly deterred. Old John tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop, and George, who was busy at the curtain, immediately understood and opened the screen. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. Now that your attention can be focused on the screen, the next footage you're about to see is classified video footage taken by the ugly kingdom's military. From 2000 to 20, the military has photographed mysterious flying objects beyond the reach of human technology on several occasions in those 2 decades. For the sake of the human community, our country's scientific and technological headquarters. This summit has been convened to invite the top scientific researchers of all countries to discuss and deliberate together. All the scientists' eyes were on the screen. They don't believe a word the ugly kingdom says. They had heard about this video footage for a long time, and it had been explored for a long time by the ugly tech headquarters for this purpose. Said what human community? Said what common interests? In fact, to put it bluntly, is simply the ugly country studied for a long time without any discovery, which is willing to make the video information public. The video is 20 minutes in total. There are good and bad picture quality, and the look of the craft shown on the video all vary. Although the image is a bit blurry, it's not easy to shoot such a video at high speeds. Humans emerged as a unique life form that evolved over 3 billion years after the emergence of single-celled organisms. During these 3 billion years of evolution, perhaps hundreds of billions of evolutionary choices were faced, and one wrong choice might have led to the failure of the entire evolutionary task. Therefore, it was hard for him to believe that such a miracle would occur twice in this universe. Taking a computer as an example, the smallest unit on a computer chip, a logic gate circuit, usually has only a few information input points and one information output point, and the smallest unit of the human central nervous system, the neuron, whose input and output points are not a few dozens or hundreds, but tens of thousands. The number of gate circuits in the top of the line chips that mankind is currently capable of producing is just over 1 billion, and there are about 80 billion neurons like this in the human brain. So, no matter how common a person is, all are good enough to qualify as some of the most subtle works of art in this universe. With such a preconceived notion, the existence of alien life would seem too marginal to Gu Jiqiu. However, as time passes, as the video becomes clearer and clearer, Gu Jiqiu's firm inner opinion began to waver a bit. If Ugly Nation's video footage hadn't been faked, the UFOs in the video footage were starting to gradually become a little harder for him to explain. This is because the clarity of the picture is already very high in the closer video. Not only can you photograph the shape of the flying object, but you can even tell a thing or two about the way it flies. And not infrequently, the power systems and propulsion units of some of the flying objects were able to be faintly seen. Of course, without exception, the power structure of these vehicles is completely beyond the inherent human perception. Even the posture of the flight was incomprehensible. Chapter 88. Then, let's play cards. 20 minutes later, the video playback ended. George closed the screen and switched to the poster page for the research summit. Next, you all can start the discussion. Because this was footage captured by the ugly military's airborne flight surveillance, it was far more real than those pictures and videos on the internet. And with a certain amount of authenticity, it also made everyone more curious about this UFO. The discussion went hot and heavy. A number of countries, such as Britain and France, have explored the power systems and flight modes of the vehicles at length. One said it like it was meant to be said. Carrie and Gu Jiqiu were the only ones who didn't say a word. The Ugly Kingdom's Science and Technology headquarters had already discussed this video hundreds of times, and it was natural that all the scientific research results couldn't just be shared so easily. On Gu Jiqiu's side, she was looking down and pondering one of the images, to the right of that UFO. In the video taken by the Ugly State military in 2016 there is a mirror. Of course, it's also possible that the camera blurring is causing the superimposed image to appear. That UFO had a distinctive flight pattern, similar to jumping in general. Originally flew on course A, then suddenly disappeared, then appeared on course B. It would have been a rather strange way to fly, which is less than eye-catching in this 20-minute video, but in the brief 2 seconds it took for the flying object to disappear, he was keenly aware of the ripples in the sky. Perhaps it was the fact that this kind of image was very rare, so it made him involuntarily think upwards towards those strange fragments that Xia had gotten. He had seen the fragments, and the effect in natural light was very similar to the picture. Of course, much of this 20 minutes of footage may have been slightly modified by the ugly military, but he still found those 2 seconds keenly. Naturally, this has caused his stress level to skyrocket. The summit's discussions among all the scientists only faded into the background after an hour. Scientists from various countries have reached a consensus on the progress of national investigations of UFOs for information sharing. The aim is for mankind to be better able to face dangers that are not yet known. As a result, all the scientists have signed an agreement called the Coalition for the Mutual Defense of Extragalactic Civilizations. Gu Shichio also signed, but after signing it, it wasn't on my mind. Such an agreement, he thought, was similar to the Sun Annihilation Together Escape Agreement. It's a thing that doesn't work when the Sun is not annihilated. This agreement is a piece of paper. When the Sun annihilates, this agreement is also a waste of paper. What's the point? He didn't know it, but it seemed like the kind of meeting that was happy to sign such a scrap of paper. After the meeting ended, Gu Jiqiu didn't go back to the hotel after leaving the International Lecture Hall and went directly to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. For what he had learned at this summit, he had to tell Dean Ho in a hurry. Inside the CAS, in an office, Guoqiang made a pot of tea and poured Gu Zhiqiu a cup. Only after he had drunk his tea and stopped breathing heavily did he ask, "Did you get anything out of this seminar?" Gu Zhiqiu's mouth was dry as he said, "I didn't care about this meeting, but it seems like I've seen ugly countries' warplanes made out of new materials in the video." "You saw that?" Dean Ho said seriously. "Yeah, it appeared for 2 seconds. On the recorded video of the 16 UFO, it's possible that the ugly military didn't modify the video properly. And there's 2 seconds in there where I saw something like that mysterious material appear." Gu Zhiqiu believed that material had appeared because the ugly kingdom had accidentally filmed its own warplanes as well when filming flying objects, and as a result, when reviewing the video, it hadn't completely removed the traces. Ho frowned slightly. 16 years? Yeah, but it's not showing up very well because it's shot at high altitude and the picture quality is poor. So it's possible that it's a ghosting or something like that. But this video was only played once, and there's no way for me to identify it over and over again. It's fine. I'm just a little incredulous that the ugly kingdom has such a fighter in 16 years. But looking back, their Mars program has been going on since the last century. So it's not particularly surprising that a new type of fighter appeared in 16 years. Aha. Ho Guoqiang briefly pondered. How about this? You go back first. I'll discuss this matter with Dean Ma first, and then see what his thoughts and arrangements are. Good. The next day, Los Angeles. Several scientists from the ugly country hoofed it back home after the scientific summit. Kerry remained back at the University of California for his research program, and the summit, for him, was as if nothing had happened. John Sr. headed for the Pentagon after getting off the plane. He needs to be the first to report what he learned in China. The first time, in an empty and dimly lit conference room in the Pentagon, an old man from the ugly country's military has calmed down a lot of his sorrowful expression in the past few days. "You mean to say that the mysterious warplanes of Huaxia were not used for actual combat?" Old John nodded confidently and said, "Yes, I heard the Chinese scientist's tone, 9 times out of 10, and together with the explosive debris, it can be speculated that there are still big problems that need to be solved with the new Chinese fighter. A contest between great powers can't be based on this kind of speculation alone." "You say that, but HWA is hiding too deep," the old man said. "Find a chance to spar with Huaxia." "What do you mean?" The old man's face revealed a meaningful sneer. "No more guessing. This kind of meaningless guessing is just killing time. What exactly is China's warplane like? We can't guess by guessing, and we can't ask by asking. The only way to find out is to let Huaxia appear in front of our eyes in a warplane. But the current Huaxia is no longer the previous Huaxia. What if we can't pinpoint the degree and there's no way to end it?" The old man waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to worry. "We haven't provoked Huaxia once or twice, and I have a good grasp of the extent of this. With my understanding of Huaxia, they will issue a stern statement, and then this matter will die down." Old John said, "Then find a way to make China show its cards. I'll arrange for someone from the Ministry of Science and Technology to keep a close eye on it. Once China's new fighter appears, we'll be sure to finish analyzing it at the first opportunity. But there's a lot of thinking to be done about how to push this rabbit, how to get him to show his cards without actually starting a war." Old John mulled it over and gave a beady smile. "I do have an idea." Chapter 89, No Diplomacy for the Weak. "Tell me about it." Old John laughed coldly. "Our main purpose is to make Huaxia display its own warplanes, and with a classified warplane like this, Huaxia will definitely not display it easily. Like that 16 pic, it's definitely not lined up." The old man nodded thoughtfully. "Putting aside China's new warplanes, now that 003 has been launched, China's military strength is not too far behind the ugly kingdom. You go on." Old John said, "Based on this situation, I feel that this provocation must be a bit more thorough and escalate the situation as much as possible. Only then will they be able to show their bottom cards when they have pushed Huaxia to the brink of desperation. But we're not really going to fight this war, so we'll also need to have an excuse to put this dispute to rest quickly after we see the new warplanes from Huaxia," the old man said in a deep voice. "It's easy for you to say. The situation of a big country involves one hair and affects the whole body. How can it be possible to say that it will do it and say that it will stop? So an excuse is needed." The old man was thoughtful. "Looks like you found that excuse?" Old John nodded his head, his eyes revealing a slyness. "Our Ministry of Science and Technology of the Ugly Kingdom can write an article and publish it in newspapers around the globe, saying that Huaxia is secretly manufacturing a new type of weapon that is suspected of violating humanitarianism, and then unite our allies to speak out together to get Huaxia to terminate the manufacturing of the military weapon and disclose the current progress." The old man frowned slightly. "Such unjustified rumors can be seen as untrue at a glance. There's no need to worry about this at all. The global public opinion system is almost completely in our hands. Even if it's fake, we can create it as if it's real. Huaxia is different from those countries in the Middle East. This matter should still be discussed beforehand. It's not the first time the ugly kingdom has used such a trick. The previous tawdry invasion of a country with a small bottle of laundry detergent was only just a few years ago. Such a tactic again would have been very skillful to follow the old path once more. But as the head of the ugly kingdom's military, the old man knew very well that the two situations could not be compared. This kind of fabrication of facts is the reason why it works in the Middle East. Not that the countries in the Middle East are stupid. It's just that they're weak. Although those countries in the Middle East know that the ugly kingdom is spreading rumors and know that the ugly kingdom simply wants to invade their countries, there is nothing they can do about it. In any era, the only thing that is tied to the right to speak in a contest between nations is the power of the nation. When you are poor and weak, you don't even have the right to talk. The ugly country can use such tactics against the Middle East, but it is difficult to use such tactics against Huaxia. Despite the provocations of the ugly country, Huaxia has always made a stern statement, but the ugly country's military chief has the illusion that they've been playing with fire in front of this sleeping lion. If it really touches the scales of China, this lion will really bite. Just a few years ago, a photo of a Middle Eastern country's diplomatic ambassador sitting outside the United Nations by a window, scowling, broke the internet. He's suing the ugly country. His country was invaded innocently. He wants to try to convince the United Nations to stop his country from being hit militarily. But, before he could speak, the representatives of the British, French and ugly countries turned and withdrew. A month later, his country was bombed. He didn't change anything. After this incident arose, China made a lot of efforts on behalf of these small Middle Eastern countries, and even forced Britain and France, the ugly countries, back to the negotiating table. Not for any other reason, but simply because 100 years ago, Chinese diplomats had the same experience, if not worse. But the present Huaxia is not comparable. He is no longer the same country that was bullied and divided 100 years ago. If the ugly kingdom used such ridiculous tactics against Huaxia, it would definitely enrage them. It would not be as simple as provocation. Old John again advised. Then we can be a little more sophisticated and high-minded in our tactics. For small Middle Eastern countries, they invaded for 18 years with a bottle of laundry detergent. For Huaxia, they united Britain and France and other countries to play a big show, and then go to provoke. So that on the one hand can justify themselves, on the one hand, but also enough to show the importance of Huaxia. When the military council convenes, you'll spell out your plans in detail. Kyoto. It was only when she came back from the Chinese Academy of Sciences that Gu Zhiqiu was slightly able to breathe a complete sigh of relief. All things considered, he hadn't gotten much rest this week. Lu Manman was lying on the bed, and Gu Zhiqiu was resting on one of her jade legs, her eyes slightly closed. You finally know to rest. There's always a need to finish the task at hand. Gu Zhiqiu listened to Lu Manman's counting and felt some small happiness in her heart. In the past, his scientific research was all the way lonely. Being in another country, with no family, not even a person to talk to, when there is no hope of returning home. Scientific research was just a means to end his suicides. At that time, he thought research was bitter, but not now. She would bring herself eggnog when he was deriving formulas in the middle of the night. She would be like a little cutie when he was burnt out from the difficulties he had encountered in his projections. Like a comfort, though she knew nothing, she stayed with him in his hurry. And when the projection is successful and days of sweat reap success, and finally someone to have fun with, for the first time in his 2 lives, he felt that scientific research was such a happy thing. When you are in trouble, someone will accompany you through the trough. When you harvest joy, someone will laugh with you. And after you get the scientific research results, you can send them to CAS at the first time. This feeling of being able to get something back in a timely manner is the kind of life he's dreamed of for decades. By the way, did you look at the house when I asked you to look at it? Gu Zhiqiu asked. Looked, but all the houses between WKU and CAS are so expensive. And even though I've lowered my standards, I still haven't found anything suitable. A little farther is fine. I'll just ride my motorcycle a little longer. Not good. Lu Manman shook her head. If you ride for a long time, you definitely can't help but think about things on the road. And with so many Kyoto cars, it's too unsafe. It's fine. Then we'll see. And if there's really nothing suitable, I'll report the situation to the top and ask CAS to help me settle down. Aha. Rub my head. It's so tired. Well nah. I'll rub you gently and then you can catch up on some sleep. 5 minutes later, Gu Zhiqiu fell asleep under Manman's massage. Lu Manman massaged him for another 10 minutes or so, and after helping him cover up, he then quietly sat up from the bed and picked up a textbook on atomic nuclear physics and read it carefully. Chapter 89, The 8 Military Islands, Hualien Island. Lerman came from a background of educational physics, and his studies were mainly education-related. Cutting-edge physics had long been forgotten. Originally, She wanted to go to UWSP for her PhD to pursue a major that was not as difficult. But after seeing Gu Zhiqiu's hard work this week, she switched directions. She's going to study nuclear physics. Though she knew it would be hard to accomplish anything with her halfway decent level, but even just one step, or one formula, as long as she could help Gu Zhiqiu for a drop, she would be satisfied. What scholarships, what publications in prestigious academic journals, what prospects, were not on her mind. Originally, it would have been tricky for a teacher training student to specialize in nuclear physics across the board, but once she made the choice and really got into it, she found that she learned it the hard way, and little by little she figured it all out. Of course, it wasn't clear if this was because she had a good foundation or thanks to Lu Ru helping her with her homework. However, there is less than 6 months left before the UWM School of Nuclear Physics entrance exam. She looked at the pile of textbooks on the table, such as Theory of the Atomic Nucleus, Higher School Teaching Reference Book of Atomic Nuclear Physics, Nuclear and Particle Physics, Low and Medium High Energy Atomic Nuclear Physics, An Introduction to Nuclear and Particle Physics, and so on. Still a long way to go. Afternoon, around 5. Gu Zhiqiu woke up under Lu Manman's shove. Is it dawn yet? Gu Zhiqiu had a problem that if she slept during the day, once she woke up, it would be difficult to distinguish between day and night. Subconsciously thought it was morning. You're sleep deprived. It's only 5 p.m. No, your cell phone is ringing. Gu Zhiqiu rubbed her eyes and yawned, which was fine when she had been bracing herself to stay awake. But since things have come to an end and I've started to rest, I've been getting more and more out of it instead. From this perspective, man and donkey are pretty much the same. Gotta have something to do all the time. What's wrong with you? Answer the phone. Gu Zhiqiu returned to her senses and glanced at the caller ID. It's a string of numbers beginning with 01, 5 figures in all. He didn't think much of it and just picked up the phone. Hello? On the other end of the phone was Li Lao's voice. Is it Zhiqiu? Yes, it's me. You're elderly, right? Yeah, you leave the hotel now. My car is waiting in front of the hotel and I need you to make a trip to Nansha. That thing with the old man Ma? Right, Li Lao said. You go first, and when you get there, Ma Mingwei will tell you the specific details. Okay, about how long? It's hard to say. It could be a week. It could be 2 weeks. It could be months. No one can name an exact time. I understand. I'll be right down. Gu Zhiqiu hung up the phone. Then he looked at Lu Manman, who was sitting in front of the desk. Man, I may have to make a trip. Oh, Lumania bit her lip and asked tentatively. Soon? It shouldn't be long. I'll try to be back early. She took a deep breath. It's okay. Go ahead and take care of yourself out there. Gu Zhiqiu gently hugged her from behind. Well, when I come back, I won't let you stay in a hotel anymore. We'll move to a new home. Okay, you hurry up. I'm studying. Go baby. Gu Zhiqiu rarely said such rather meaty words, so the word baby alone tugged at her heartstrings and made her excited for a long time. It wasn't until Gu Zhiqiu opened the door to the house and was about to leave that she suddenly thought of something. Is it convenient to go out this time and return messages? Gu Zhiqiu was stunned. She hastily defended. No, I'm not asking you to have to reply to my messages. Just that you talk to me beforehand and I won't stare at my phone if I can't reply to messages. I'll fight for it, and I'll check in with you if I can. Aha. With a slight nod, Lu Manyaman buried her head and continued to read. When Gu Zhiqiu closed the door to the house, she looked around the empty room for a week, and her nose turned sour, which made it hard to bury herself in her desk. Standing by the window, he watched Gu Zhiqiu get into the car and watched him leave before reluctantly withdrawing his gaze from the distant traffic. 8 o'clock in the evening. Military base in Nansha, Huaxia. A military plane landed smoothly on the military airport. Hualin Island, a man-made island. Area of 10,000 acres. Aircraft carrier 003 is docked south of Hualing Island, undergoing its first maintenance since launch. The densely packed signal lights surrounding the carrier were like stars floating on the surface of the sea in the deep night. Very spectacular. Gu Zhiqiu stepped down from the military plane. Ma Mingwei, as well as the district commander of the Nansha military region and a group of members walked over together. I didn't expect it to be quite fast. Elderly called me directly. I think the importance of the matter is very high, so I came straight here without making any preparations. This was because before Gu Zhiqiu's arrival, Ma Mingwei had already given these bigwigs a good shot in advance. Thus these bigwigs weren't too surprised by Gu Zhiqiu's age. Hello Gu, I'm Wang Feng, the district commander of the Nansha military region. Hello, Elder Wang. Gu Zhiqiu nodded politely in greeting. Several other officers introduced themselves to Gu Zhiqiu one by one. The Nansha military region is mainly dominated by the Navy and Air Force, and is laid out on 8 military islands, forming an angle with each other. And Hualin Island, one of the 8 military islands, focuses mainly on the development of military science and technology. Sort of a scientific research headquarters for the Nansha military region. Maintenance of warplanes and warships, ammunition supply, and research and development of new types of military feats are all carried out on Hualien Island. All around Hualien Island, it was covered with electromagnetic scramblers, and on the satellite map, the area of this piece was completely blank. Since the military technology has been moved from the mountains and forests of the mainland to the islands, it has been very effective in avoiding the prying eyes of the ugly country. Gone are also the days of the previous kind of military industry under the nose of the ugly country, which really made the ugly country begin to have some fear. This time, I'm in a hurry to let you come over, mainly because I want to complete the progress of the development of the Green Dragon Fighter as soon as possible. About the Green Dragon Fighter, Elder Li should have told you about it, right? Gu Shiqiu nodded. Well, said so. That's good. Old Ma, you take Gu to have dinner first, then go back and rest, and we'll talk business in the morning. Good. Elder Ma laughed. Let's go, kid. The life on the island is not as good as Kyoto, but it has a different flavor. Gu Shiqiu followed Ma Lao and stayed in a room in the base, with a skylight above his head that allowed him to directly see the sky outside, and through the window at the head of the bed, you can just see the 003 carrier with its signal lights flashing. Gu Shiqiu was adjusting to her new environment. Elder Ma casually asked, by the way, I don't think you were bull ******** ting about anything at the research summit the other day, were you? No. Why? Chapter 91, the two most suitable people in the world. Ma Lao nodded his head full of unconcern. It's fine, no need to take it to heart. It's not once or twice that ugly country has been credulous. Gu Shiqiu packed up the bedding, then sat on the bed. Is something wrong? It's not anything important. Manipulating public opinion, an old tactic of the ugly kingdom. What did they rumor about me? Saying that we in China are developing a new type of airplane, and that this kind of airplane uses a strong nuclear contamination means of striking, is flinging the media in Europe together to rise up and accuse us of being anti-human. This, Gu Shiqiu was somewhat amazed at the ugly kingdom's ability to create rumors. Elder Ma asked, did you mention the matter of the Huaxia Green Dragon Fighter to them? They asked. Gu Shiqiu gave a truthful account. I said it according to the words I don't know who taught me. I wonder who taught you that. Ma Mingwei frowned. Come to think of it, it's Dean Ho, saying that if the ugly kingdom asks about Huaxia's warplanes, just say that breakthroughs are being made. Ma Mingwei breathed a sigh of relief. Having been scared to death by Gu Shiqiu just now, Gu Shiqiu removed the cheat sheet from her pocket, and although the words had fallen out a bit from Lu Manman's washing, she could still vaguely read it clearly. This is what Dean Ho taught me to say. Ma Mingwei took the cheat sheet, skimmed it roughly, and laughed his ass off. You're a talented kid. You're not going to have to read from a cheat sheet when you're asked. Are you? I have to be rigorous about this sort of thing, for fear of saying something wrong, and I did follow the cheat sheet without saying a word more, much less that our fighters employ some kind of strong nuclear radiation weapon. I know, Ma Mingwei said. It's a trick of the ugly kingdom to try to isolate us from the international scene. Gu Shiqiu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you doubted me. Ma Mingwei smiled warmly. Pack up the bed and go to the restaurant with me. Eat and drink. Sleep well. Tomorrow is still the right thing to do. Good. The two left the accommodation together. This vast man-made island is surrounded by lush grass and trees, with only one factory in the center. Hualien Military Research and Development Center. The size of the country is vast. These include various departments such as command posts, research and development offices, laboratories, repair shops, and military factories. The dining room is in the southeast corner of the living area, facing the ocean. The two of them sat on the edge of the bed so the ocean breeze could hit their faces, slightly sideways. You can see the busy crew on the carrier. It was a meal that he enjoyed, while Ma Mingwei sat across the table without saying a word. After dinner, he sent Gu Shiqiu back to her room. As soon as he turned around, he headed for the command post. Wang Feng and a group of members sat in the conference room and waited for a long time. It wasn't until Ma Mingwei walked into the conference room that all of them recovered from their stillness. He's rested? Well, rest up. Ma Mingwei nodded. No dissimilarities? No, Ma Mingwei said. I said that there is no possibility of Shiqiu leaking. Was it Gu Shiqiu who brought up the matter of the new fighter plane? Or did the scientists from the ugly kingdom bring it up first? The scientist from the ugly country mentioned it first. Wang Feng thought deeply. The ugly country has a nose for mentioning our new fighter in the media, so if it hasn't leaked out, think about it and know that it's impossible. Maybe a spy satellite caught it? Wang Feng shook his head. The Green Dragon fighter did not test fly, and never left on Hualien Island at all. Which you know, Ma Mingwei said helplessly. Then it just so happened that they were blindfolded, right? This argument is too borderline. According to my understanding of the ugly kingdom, we are launching an aircraft carrier. They will definitely make a big deal out of it. But strangely enough, they seem to have completely lost interest in 003, and are suddenly aiming at China's fighters, which is worth pondering over. Then think deeply on your own. I am unconditionally on Gu Zhiqiu's side, and I also hope that you won't be fooled by the ugly country's divisive tactics and harm our country's rarely appearing scientific research wizards. Wang Feng said gruffly. I'm not trying to doubt our compatriots for no reason. It's just that the Green Dragon Fighter is our bottom card that we've been painstakingly managing for 10 long years, and it's only left to be on the threshold yet it's been exposed. What does that mean? I think you should know. A foot in the door? Ma Mingwei laughed bitterly. You should know, Mr. Wang Sector Commander, that the only thing the Qingxian fighter is missing right now is the power system and the means of striking. And these two missing components are not the proverbial kick in the pants. Wang Feng looked at the other members. What are your opinions? In terms of the process, a case like Gu Zhiqiu's is bound to undergo an internal review, and after the review is passed, the follow-up can be either to stay in Nansha to carry out the development of the Qinglong fighter aircraft or to return to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But Elder Li greeted him in advance. An academician Ma trusts him that much. This process can be put on hold for a while, but until we figure out how much the ugly kingdom knows, it's best to keep Gu Zhiqiu directly involved in the development of the Green Dragon fighter as much as possible. Nonsense, Ma Mingwei retorted. At present, the most cutting-edge technology that the Green Dragon fighter can use is the controlled nuclear fusion that the Chinese Academy of Sciences has just successfully verified. And the controlled nuclear fusion can be successful. Xiao Gu's student has a lot of credit for it. Letting such a genius stay away from the Research and Development Center. Is that still wanting to let the Green Dragon fighter drag on for another 10 years? Wang Feng shook his head. Elder Ma, don't get excited. I understand what old Lu means. He's not letting Gu Zhiqiu leave the R&D department. He's just assisting the R&D department to complete the research through technical support. Ma Mingwei's face got a little better at that. The ugly country's crooked targeting of China's warplanes had caused all of China's military to speculate that the matter of the Green Dragon warplanes had been exposed, and the only one who could have possibly leaked this news was Gu Zhiqiu. Therefore, Wang Feng's approach was also considered a disguised protection for Gu Zhiqiu. That's fine. Gu gives drawings and data support and we develop them. But the military technology engineers in the R&D center don't have anyone proficient in nuclear physics yet, and the ones who are proficient in nuclear physics don't have deep attainments in military engineering. Military and civilian industries are very different. The same technology, for military and civilian use, is a completely different technology. For example, in the case of controlled fusion, civilian fusion power stations use a one-pot approach with a large yield. In the military industry, on the other hand, it is used with precision in small equivalents. It's completely different, both in terms of construction and materials. It's much harder to find people who are at the top of their game in both military engineering and nuclear physics. Wang Feng said, I do have two candidates, and perhaps they might even be the two most suitable people in this world. When Wang Feng talked about the two most suitable people in this world, Ma Mingwei thought of that couple for a split second. You want Gu Zhiqiu's parents to come over? Chapter 92 10 years. Wang Feng nodded. Academician Gu Ran and academician Zhang Jing were students of Elder Yu, so naturally they are not bad in nuclear physics. Ma Mingwei continued. And the two of you have worked at the Chinese Air Missile Research Institute for more than 20 years, so I'm afraid that your understanding of military industry is quite a bit better than my halfway decent. Wang Feng and Ma Mingwei glanced at each other and laughed. Then, invite these two over. Of course, it's just that these two made a name for themselves on the internet some time ago. I wonder if they're busy answering those media interviews now. Ma Mingwei teased. Ha 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 ha. Press doesn't have to explain anything, but anyone who hangs out in the military industry knows what an odd couple this couple is. Someone who can't even care about his own son will give an interview? Wang Feng waved his hand and smiled. Well, I respect you and Elder Li's opinion on Gu Zhiqiu's matter, and I will give as much protection as possible to such a scientific research wizard. But on the matter of the Green Dragon fighter, I hope that you will also give me a satisfactory answer as early as possible. Definitely. As long as controlled nuclear fusion technology and military industry find a suitable fit, the Green Dragon military aircraft will soon be able to soar into the sky. About how long? Within 3 years, Ma Mingwei said seriously. It's too long. The ugly kingdom is moving much more intensively now than in previous years. And while the European media are habitually smearing our country, they have a good point. The new Cold War era has begun. Ma Mingwei nodded cautiously. The breaking of the stereotypical world pattern requires a sharp edge. No need for a soldier to meet a soldier. Just a technical crush. This is the reason why Huaxia developed the Green Dragon fighter. The J-series fighters are strong, fast and precise in their strikes, but it also boils down to just refining the original technology. And refinement, by no means, is crushing. When the man with the stone tool in his hand touches the man with the bare hand, it is crushing. The man with bronze utensils in his hand touches the man with stone tools in his hand, and is crushed. Hot weapons versus cold weapons is crushing. Industrial society is crushing agricultural society. One thing about crushing is that it's desperate. Would you be afraid of a man who ran 10 seconds in a 100-meter dash when you needed 11? No. But if he could fly, I'm sure you'd be scared. It has been 10 years since the Green Dragon fighter was proposed. In fact, 8 years ago, the fuselage and most of the components of the Green Dragon had been assembled. Obviously, all it takes is a random engine, a weapon system, and it's ready to lift off. But, Hualin Military R&D Center, R&D after R&D, failure after failure, starting over again. 8 years, not a few of them have built many excellent engines, and even a few have been applied to the J series of fighters, but it doesn't reach the point of technological crushing, and Green Dragon won't use it. The Green Dragon fighter, either out of the world or forever present in the minds of military researchers. Either the world will be shocked when it comes out. For this day, everyone on Hualin Island had been waiting for 10 years, although Wang Feng has more than once comforted the researchers, telling them that what they are doing is something that will benefit them in 1,000 years, and that they should not be discouraged by the present failure, and that once they succeed, they will be able to go down in history. But, who could really care less? 10 years is a person's youth. They came to Hualin Island full of enthusiasm, and as far as the eye could see, there was only the ocean. 10 years of buried research and failure on such an artificial island. Who could care less? Everyone is too excited about success, especially when the news that the quantum homogeneous equations had been successfully verified and the last barrier of controlled fusion, which had been stuck in the world for 40 years, had been smashed open reached Hualin Island. It gave them hope. Fusion thrusters, fusion strikes, this is exactly what they have been longing for. With a crushing Green Dragon core, if it takes 3 years to work a 12-hour shift, they can work 24-hour stretches and make it a year and a half out. If it takes 3 years for an 8-hour workday, they can make it a year to come out. It's a dream that all of us have been carrying for 10 years. Even if they could get a second ahead of schedule, they would have put in endless hours of effort. 1 year at the latest. I'll strive to have the Green Dragon fighter test fly. Ma Mingwei made a military order. Wang Feng shook his head. 3 months. That's hard unless GU students can come up with a military program right away. At the meeting tomorrow morning, tell him about this mission. With the current international situation, we are in dire need of a national weapon that can stand apart from the ugly kingdom's mysterious warplanes. I hope Ma Lao can understand me. The hardest part isn't for me. It's better to look at Gu's classmates. The next day, after Gu Jiqiu and Ma Mingwei ate breakfast together, they were invited on board carrier 003. The successful launch of 003 means that China's self-developed military industry has reached the world's advanced level. Walking on the deck, the sea breeze ruffled the tips of their hair as countless engineers and aircrews drove forklifts to guide the fighters into storage. This picture, without adding any special effects, just using the most ordinary cell phone camera to record a segment down, can make countless people be uplifted. Let's go! Wang Feng and some members have been waiting for a long time. The carriers accompanied the rising sun as they sailed together deeper into the sea. Student Gu is here? On the north side of the deck, Wang Feng looked at Gu Jiqiu, who walked over and greeted him. Aha! Good for Wang District Commander, and good for the other leaders. Gu Jiqiu greeted very formally like a student. Wang Feng laughed. This time, I called you from Kyoto to Nansha. For what purpose? I think Mr. Xiao Gu should know, right? The Green Dragon fighter? Gu Jiqiu explained. Elderly told me about it before, but I didn't say anything to anyone. I understand. You don't have to put that report from the ugly kingdom on your mind, because just in the early hours of this morning, at exactly 1 p.m. Ugly Country time, the BBC published another article, which said that Ugly Country had already obtained the parameters of the core engine of China's new fighter jet. And as soon as this article came out, I realized that in fact, these countries in Europe and the United States don't know anything. Ma Mingwei said, even we ourselves still don't know what kind of engine we have. And Ugly Country actually even came up with the model and name for us. Gu Jiqiu cried and laughed. Isn't this just making things up? Indeed. Then what are they doing spreading these rumors? To cause a global panic about China? Wang Feng shook his head. Above great power diplomacy, if you are free you can let Elderly teach you more. He is an expert in this area. But from my perspective, the Ugly Kingdom's purpose for doing this is just to consolidate its hegemonic position. Consolidation by rumor? Of course not. The purpose of rumor mongering is just to create an opportunity for yourself to show off your muscles. According to past experience, in less than half a year, the Ugly Kingdom will definitely pull a series of new types of military equipment with an aircraft carrier formation to show off in the South China Sea, and then condescendingly warn us, you are not my opponent. Honestly, be the world's second. Don't have non-thinking. Chapter 93, Flying an Aircraft Carrier to Pick Up People. Intimidation? Gu Jiqiu asked rhetorically. He scoffed at the Ugly Kingdom's approach. With today's military-industrial technology, Thermal warfare is the path of greatest investment for least gain, and intimidation is the most put together. No need to fight, no need to die. Just tell you I've got to be strong enough to crush and solidify my position. What's not to like? Wang Feng looked towards the vast ocean. The 003 aircraft carrier was originally expected to be able to vigorously enhance the national power, not to say the power to suppress the ugly country, at least the heavy weapon to compete with each other. But it seems that at the moment, it doesn't help. According to his speculation, the ugly kingdom, relying on its mysterious warplanes, was trying to crush the air power of Huaxia on all fronts. If when the ugly country's fighter detachment comes to Chinese airspace and the Chinese Green Dragon fighters still can't take off to go for a photo op, then this time China will still have to hold its breath. I called you here this morning, mainly to discuss the Green Dragon. Gu Shiqiu nodded. Well, I'm ready. We know this combination of ugly kingdoms too well. I believe that in a few months, ugly kingdom's carrier fleet will definitely troop to the South China Sea of our country, and at that time, our Green Dragons must take off. Aha! Gu Shiqiu nodded. Time is short, the task is heavy, and this time you get to participate in the entire Green Dragon fighter development process, so I want the time to be as compressed as possible. In fact, what I can do is mainly theoretical and data support. The specific industrial process, or let more professional people do, the efficiency will be higher. Wang Feng and Ma Mingwei glanced at each other, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces coincidentally. That's what they thought yesterday. Who knew that Gu Jiqiu would be allowed to participate in the entire process today, and that this kid would give up participating in it on his own? Ma Mingwei said, Gu students, you kid cannot be lazy. The Qinglong project can be vital to our country. You cannot always hide in the research room does not come out. No, Gu Jiqiu hurriedly explained. I think in this kind of important things, it is even more important to have a clear division of labor. There are specialties in the arts. I do my own to do just fine. If it comes to the production of that step, I have not touched the machine tools and machines. I also have to learn and then practice. It's even more delayed, and I don't know much about the parameters and calibers of the military industry, so it's too slow to learn from scratch. Wang Feng and Ma Lao laughed out loud. Ma Lao just flirted with a sentence. Who knew that this kid took it seriously? Don't worry, Gu students. Just do your own thing. In terms of military production and research and development, I've already found 2 top engineers in the field of military industry on my side. I'm sure you'll grind it out very successfully. Elder Ma also chimed in meaningfully. Definitely a top expert. Aha! Seeing that Gu Jiqiu always inquired, Ma Mingwei couldn't help but ask, aren't you curious about who's coming? Gu Jiqiu said blankly, since both you and Elder Wang have said that it's an excellent engineer, then I'm sure there's no problem. I'll do my part, and I hope the 2 leaders will rest assured. Ma Mingwei laughed out in anger. Can't your kid just follow my words and ask? Wang Feng said, alright, when we receive the person later, this kid will naturally know. Gu Jiqiu looked at Wang Feng suspiciously, then looked at the rippling sea, then looked down at the carrier under her feet. You guys drove this to pick up someone? This carrier is also their work and their contribution. What's wrong with picking it up with this? Fit. Ma Mingwei asked. Ziqiu, controlled nuclear fusion technology used in the military industry. Have you ever had an idea before? There have been. The Green Dragon power and weapons systems are available, as I've pondered before. Oh, Wang Feng curiously said. That means that Gu had thought about fusion technology before its militarization? Then the data and structural drawings should have some ideas as well? It's really all the same thing. The main problem is that the materials used in fighter planes are much harsher than for civilian power generation. The data and the drawings. I'll design a more reasonable structure from my side as much as possible. The carrier traveled to the military port of Hainan. A host of military engineers boarded the carrier one by one. Wang Feng, Ma Mingwei, Gu Shiqiu, and a group of military officers stood on each side, sandwiching the welcome. As the engineers boarded the deck one after another, Gu Shiqiu's frown tightened. These people who came, he had an impression. It's not common, and many people have only had a passing acquaintance. It's the kind of thing where after you've met someone once, when you see that person again after many years, you may not recognize them, but the pieces of your mind will give you the illusion of familiarity, perhaps accompanied by a jolt of excitement. And Gu Jiqiu, right now, had this feeling. Of those already on board, he hardly recognized any of them, but it was uncannily familiar. Where have I seen it before? Gu Jiqiu pondered for a long time. After digging deep in the depths of my memory for a long time, it suddenly became clear. Parent-teacher conferences. Parent-teacher conferences have been held at least twice a semester, basically every semester since elementary school. Naturally, his mom and dad couldn't be available to attend every meeting, so for 90% of them, the 2 of them arranged for someone to come over and just get it over with. And many of these people have played his parents. Gu Jiqiu looked at each side face, and childhood memories suddenly came to mind. Many of them, standing beside themselves, have been praised together by their teachers. It was only when Gu Jiqiu was about to greet him that the appearance of a couple suddenly made him freeze. Dad! Mom! Gu Jiqiu shouted out. Zhang Jing and Gu Ran turned around violently and looked at Gu Jiqiu. Jiqiu? Why are you here? Ma Mingwei and Wang Feng shrugged their shoulders at each other. It was kind of the strangest family they'd ever met. Ma Mingwei introduced. The core parameters of controlled nuclear fusion were provided by Jiqiu, so he is the core person in charge of the Qinglong project, and in a sense, you two are still his subordinates. Gu Ran put a smile on his cheeks. Good, worthy of being my son. What's with the beard and the image? Gu Jiqiu laughed awkwardly. Go back and shave. Wang Feng said. Alright, everyone take your seats in the command room first. We are ready to depart for Hualin Island. If there is any parenthesis, let's talk about it in the house. The group entered the carrier's command room. Gu Ran and Zhang Jing pulled Gu Jiqiu between the two of them, and this time together gave them a chance to chat as a family. Gu Ran's hair was already half dyed white. Zhang Jing was better. Her skin and hair remained the same. Dad is mousy and doesn't know how to find an entry point in a conversation. Mom is very real. Directly asked his most concerned question, have a girlfriend photo? Give Mom a look. Chapter 94. What kind of family is this? Gu Jiqiu found the photo with Lu Manman and handed it to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing looked at her son's happy smile when he was with this girl, and the deep-seated guilt in her heart subsided a little. What a pretty girl. What's her name? Lu Manyaman. A long way to go. Good name. It's man without the 3 dots. Gu Ran suddenly spoke. Why don't you take our family account book and change your name to Xiao Yuanqi? Wang Feng and Ma Mingwei sat on the sidelines holding back their laughter. Zhang Jing whitened Gu Ran fiercely. Don't talk if you don't know how to talk. Not to mention Wang Feng and Ma Lao and the others. Even Gu Jiqiu felt embarrassed about his old man, and really couldn't figure out how such a smart old man could have such a low EQ. Gu Ran. Zhang Jing asked. Is this girl your classmate? No, it's my tutor. 22 years old. And very good too. Gu Ran wanted to say something, but was stifled by Zhang Jing's glare. Think about it. Gu Ran pondered for a moment. Why don't we go to the household registration bureau and change Jiqiu's age a little bit too? Zhang Jing sighed. In the future, you'd better not talk when there are bystanders. Ma Mingwei really couldn't help himself and laughed out loud. I kind of know who Jiqiu learned this kid's inability to speak from. Zhang Jing explained for her husband. Gu Ran could still talk when he was in college, mainly because he's been doing research in the lab all these years and there hasn't been much communication. So when he has the chance, he wants to talk, but saying it out loud makes people laugh. Understand. Academician Gu's title of military-industrial fanatic is well known in the military region. Zhang Jing said. What's wrong with Jiqiu? Can't she talk either? That's not true. Wang Feng said. This kid is still better than academician Gu. He doesn't talk much. Zhang Jing held her forehead. Mainly his father and I have been busy, so less education for the child. I guess it is recognizing the birth. I still hope that the 2 leaders will take more responsibility. Quite good. Ma Mingwei said. Jiqiu speaks simply and interestingly, quite endearing. Wang Feng sidetracked the topic and said. By the way, academician Gu, my side of the application to the Ministry of the Army was for the 2 of you to come over. How did this call out the entire Air Missile Research Institute staff? Zhang Jing said. Elderly purposely called us, saying that this mission was urgent, and now that the work of the Research Institute is just about to come to an end, he brought his colleagues along. Ma Mingwei told the details of it. The Air Missile Research Institute's last mission was 003. Originally the carrier was launched. They should have taken a vacation. This time they came over. It's kind of like everyone gave up their vacation. Thank you. Thank you all. Wang Feng stood up and bowed deeply to all the military workers in the command room. Zhang Jing laughed. It's fine. We'll be busy for a while now. And when the Qinglong project lands, we'll take a long vacation. Just the same. This was said very softly, but Wang Feng knew the weight of it. The back-to-back work in between was a huge test of everyone's spirit. Ma Mingwei said. Well, let's go to the deck to see the sea first, to make room for the family. Come on, it's time for the sea breeze on deck. The group left the command room, and only Gu Ran, Zhang Jing and Gu Jiqiu remained in the room. Gu Jiqiu, who hadn't stayed long with her parents for a long time, didn't know how to show her concern for the 2 old men. Dad, your hair has gone much grayer. Gu Ran laughed. It's all like that when you get older. Children grow up and know how to care. Gu Jiqiu gave a blank look. She wanted to care before, but you guys didn't give a chance. Did you? He looked to his mom. Mom, when you're fine with coloring your hair, take my dad with you and color his hair as well, or else it'll look as if my dad's an old cow eating young grass. I didn't color my hair. I have better hair than your dad. That's good. Boys take more genes from their mothers, and I'm fine with my hair being as you are. Gu Ran was unconvinced. It's okay to follow me. What's wrong with a little gray hair at an older age? At least I'm not bald. Mom said proudly. What do you think? Baldness is recessive. Generally intergenerational inheritance. Jiqiu his grandparents are not bald. The family discussed the issue of genetics for over an hour. The family didn't stop arguing until the carrier reached Hualien Island Reef and Wang Feng came over and knocked on the door. Gu Ran blushed. I have a friend who is a genetics academician. I'll go and ask for clarification when I return to Luochang. The child must have nothing to do with me if he is bald. Zhang Jing took it completely. Anyway, our family has good hair. If Jiqiu goes bald, it's definitely nothing to do with me. Gu Shiqiu, can't I just not go bald? P.S. Thanks to Floating Shang Story Tang Bushior and Stormshift Sprinkles, this chapter is rather short, but it happens to be one of the few snippets of life of Gu Jiqiu's family, so I'll break it off here. However, it's well known that author bacteria aren't short, so another additional chapter will be added and will probably be sent out around 9 o'clock. Chapter 95, Parental Favoritism. After getting off the carrier, the group went to the Hualien Military Research Center along with Wang Feng. Very detailed, arranging Gu Ran and Zhang Jing's rooms on either side of Gu Jiqiu's room. Then, take all the engineers of 712 Institute to the R&D Center for a tour. The Huaxia Air Missile Research Institute was the kingpin army in the field of military industry. Therefore, after everyone saw Gu Ran and Zhang Jing, they came forward to greet them warmly. It was also the first time Gu Jiqiu had seen the inside of the R&D Center. Countless high-precision instruments are neatly displayed, and all the staff members have a godly gaze. A white bat fighter, proudly stationary in the center, a long green dragon, coiled above the fuselage, the dragon's head in high, a pair of green eyes, daunting. Wang Feng led the engineers from the 712th Institute to the Green Dragon fighter and introduced it in detail. The assembled components of the Green Dragon fighter jet have been completed, all of which are the optimal configurations of the Chinese J-series fighters. Just at the bottom, there are 2 empty grooves. These are the last 2 pieces of the puzzle on the entire Green Dragon fighter. As long as these 2 notches were filled, then Hua Xiao would have an additional card that was strong enough to win. Wang Feng also said sincerely, in fact, I believe that everyone understands that the current Chinese military industry is subject to others, and it is often because we are threatened by other countries that we have to respond and develop new types of military products to break the situation. But the Green Dragon is different. This is the first time that our country has issued a challenge to other military powers, and if the Green Dragon is completed, this will herald our country's self-research and development of military industry ahead of the world. Reaching the first tier and leading are completely different concepts. The former allows us to go with the flow. The latter allows us to surge ahead. After the introduction of the Green Dragon fighter, Wang Feng took the engineers of the 712th Institute to visit the assembly factory and the military maintenance plant. It took a full 4 or 5 hours to visit the entire island of Waring. It was then that the group trooped back into the living quarters. During the time spent outside visiting, the cafeteria had also prepared lunch to pick up the group. Wang Feng laughed. Although it's already afternoon, the island has always been insensitive to time, so I hope you don't mind. Zhang Jing said, it's fine Wang District Unity. We scientific research workers don't have a punctual time to eat. We can do it whenever we want. And we also thank you for specially preparing such a grand banquet for us. Ha 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 ha. Ma Mingwei laughed brightly. You rarely get to eat this seafood feast on the mainland, right? In Hualien Island these things are more than enough. Everyone eat and drink well. Then go back and return to your beds in the afternoon. Spend the evening on the island with the sea breeze. And then tomorrow you'll be officially involved in the Green Dragon program. Everyone feasted on it. Hualien Island is rich in seafood, and the island chefs are considered to be the best in the country, so the seafood made is very tasty and pure. For those who have lived in the mainland for a long time, this meal can be considered a feast. Zhang Jing ate as she pinched shrimp and crab into Gu Jiqiu's bowl. Gu Ran followed suit and also followed Zhang Jing's lead in pinching vegetables. I don't know if these two felt that they hadn't taken care of Gu Jiqiu or what, but the frequency of the food they were chucking was a whole lot higher than the speed at which Gu Jiqiu was swallowing. In no time, Gu Jiqiu's bowl was piled up into a mountain. Dad, Mom, you can just eat your own. I'm old enough that I'll chuck in whatever I want. The others were not surprised when they looked at the rice in Gu Jiqiu's bowl. It's not surprising that when you eat with your parents, there's a small mountain of bowls. It's weird not having anything. Zhang Jing said, be a good boy and eat your meal. No leftovers. Gu Jiqiu sighed and could only destroy the shrimps and crabs in the bowl one by one. Seafood is delicious. Not so delicious when eating it becomes a task. As Gu Jiqiu finished his 18th prawn, he saw Zhang Jing clip another prawn over, choking him so much that he almost spit out all the prawns in his stomach. Here, Jiqiu, this shrimp is the biggest. Hurry up and eat it. I really can't eat anymore, so don't pinch it for me. The prawns in the sea were huge, and Gu Jiqiu didn't know what they grew up eating. The scientific name for these prawns would be pipa shrimp, and one is about the size of his hand. Finally, The feast ended after more than an hour. Gu Jiqiu covered her stomach and followed behind her mom and dad in a lifeless manner, heading for her room. Before leaving the dining room, he made a point of turning into the kitchen. Master, we don't usually have shrimp and crab for meals on our island, do we? The master shook his head. No, the food is all shipped from the mainland. Meat, poultry, eggs, vegetables and rice are the mainstay. No one can stand it if they eat seafood regularly. Gu Jiqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, master. I don't want to see any more prawns for dinner today. Please, please, please. Chapter 96. Let's start working early. Back to the room. Gu Jiqiu vomited and had diarrhea for an afternoon, which only slightly improved. Dragging his tired body, he sat down at his desk and began working on a military design for controlled fusion. Tired. He doesn't want to go anywhere. Gu Ran and Zhang Jing led the engineers of the 712th Institute to play on the beach by the sea. Gu Jiqiu decisively refused. He's a little uptight about the word sea, so I'm guessing he'll have to slow down for a few days at least. The living area returned to silence, and Gu Jiqiu quietly picked up a pen and began to calculate. Industrialized controlled fusion reactor material would be fine, but reactors on top of fighter planes need to be small and precise, a difficulty factor that is much more difficult than reactors for industrial power generation. And there's an almost insurmountable problem. Even now that the core technology of controlled fusion has been broken through, that's still 10 million degrees Celsius. It's hard for a pilot to juggle the temperature conditions in the reactor while flying, and it's hard for the materials of the airplane to withstand such high temperatures. Although the fusion reaction can provide a high-speed jet, the temperature alone is the most problematic issue. The nuclear-powered aircraft envisioned by Gu Jiqiu at present still conventionally utilizes the thermal energy of a nuclear reactor to drive a turbojet engine, thus providing flight power. And the realization of this vision is that he has two scenarios. In the first, the reactor is activated while the airplane is flying, heating the liquid metal around the core, and then allowing the high-velocity airflow to come into contact with the high-velocity liquid metal, whereupon the airflow becomes a high-temperature, high-pressure gas. After being channeled, these gases lead to the supercharged turbines of the individual engines, and are finally spewed out to produce afterthrust. This is a hybrid, where the engine remains fuel-started at startup and switches to nuclear power when climbing to high altitude. The second is where the air does not go directly into the core, but instead the air is heated with a heat exchanger. Heat is brought out of the core through the circulating flow of liquid metal in the heat exchanger, which then heats the air passing outside. The problems of temperature and radiation, though, are always troubling. However, he was still interested in the two ways, calculated the specific parameters and drew the corresponding structural diagrams. By 8 o'clock in the evening the two structures were on the drawing board. Gu Jiqiu went to the R&D center with the drawings and entered all the data and structures into the simulation lab module and conducted a virtual stress test. 10 seconds after the plane took off, the reactor began to operate. After propulsion to Mach 2, about 450 kilometers per hour, it failed due to high temperature overload. Even the addition of the sizable water tanks didn't help. After all, the instantaneous heat of 10 million degrees is not something that can be counteracted by coolant. Gu Jiqiu had a headache as she took the experimental data and returned to her room again. Lying on the bed, he put aside the experimental data and deduced parameters, and took out his cell phone to give Lu Manman an on-time peace report. Communications on Wallingford Island are fast, as Wallingford Island's communication signals are not via civilian satellites. Although Wang Feng hadn't forbidden him to use his cell phone, he understood that every word spoken on the island was backed up. After reporting her safety to Lu Manman, she replied with a and then stopped talking. The other party is typing appeared on the chat screen for a long time, but no new message came. Kyoto, in the room of the International Hotel, Lerman tapped the words for a long time, then deleted them one by one. Even though they had only been separated for a day, she still missed that stinky tofu. Only this time she knew he was off doing something big, so she was afraid of disturbing him by saying anything more. It wasn't until she received a new message from Gu Jiqiu 2 minutes later that she cheered in bed. Gu Jiqiu, I'm a little bored right now. Accompany me to chat for a while. Not about academics, just talk about flowers and snow. Not too revealing. Military satellites are monitoring it. Don't talk about shy things. Lu Manman hugged her cell phone, crossed her legs, and laughed. How did you eat over there? You should have quite a lot of seafood on the island, right? Gu Jiqiu sent over a vomit emoticon. Lu Manman commiserated and apologized. I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? Gu Jiqiu, no, I threw up from eating seafood today, and now I'm a little sick to my stomach from seeing those two words. You can't keep eating so much. Even if it's delicious you should eat less. Gu Jiqiu, turn around and take you to meet my parents. You'll know what it means to be in a body. Lu Manman blushed slightly and was a bit shy. Well, aunt and uncle are there too? Gu Jiqiu, they went to the beach to hang out. Oh, I'll go meet my aunt and uncle later if I get a chance. Gu Shiqiu, after you see it you may feel it's better not to see it. Is it that much of a stretch? Gu Shiqiu, my dad's mouth is stupid, so he might embarrass you, and my mom is too enthusiastic, so she might feed you fat. Nonsense. If uncle's mouth is stupid, can it be as stupid as yours? Gu Shiqiu, even I think he can't talk, don't you? Lumenman laughed out loud. That really should be a bit more serious than you. Gu Shiqiu, I showed them your picture, and they especially rare you. Lu Manman sent a shy emoticon. Auntie and uncle know about me? Gu Shiqiu, aha. Lu Manman regretted. It would have been nice if I had gone to the National Defense University of Science and Technology to study nuclear physics before. Maybe now I can still go with you to make contributions to the country. Not so much to nest here. Gu Shiqiu, then if you study nuclear physics, we may not necessarily cross paths, and now is the best arrangement. I saw a lot more books on nuclear physics in the house the other day. Are you planning to study nuclear physics? Well, I'm bored at home anyway, so I'll just learn. Gu Shiqiu, good thing too. Studying nuclear physics is a good way to pass the time. Lu Manman made a face at the phone screen. It is a fart, Lu. After she flipped through the textbook on nuclear physics, but she didn't feel like she was passing the time for a second. Instead, I feel like I'm being kidnapped by time. Every second is so hard. The pastimes of genius. She really didn't understand. There was no reply from Gu Shiqiu's end for a long time. Lumenman hurriedly sent a message inquiring, "Are you busy again? Take care of yourself then. Rest and remember to eat your meals, even if you miss them. You have a good night. I have a good night." On Gu Shiqiu's side, his phone slid down to the bedside, his remaining light staring at a parameter on the data. After a long time, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone. Man, are you asleep? Lumanuman, not yet. Look to see if you have a copy of one of the textbooks on hand. An overview of fission and fusion reactions in nuclear physics, edited by Guan Shangyue. There is a chapter in the middle that is supposed to talk about the assumption of heatwave conduction in fusion reactors. Find it for me. Take a picture of it and send it to me. Chapter 97. It's got to happen. Lu Manman received Gu Shiqiu's order and immediately sent a received emoticon. Then he climbed out of bed and began rummaging through a mountain of study materials. An overview of fission and fusion reactions in nuclear physics is considered a required book for the study of nuclear physics. It didn't take Lerman long to find it after rummaging through the bookshelves. Compiled by Guan Shangyue and published by HUST Press. Found it. I'll look for the chapter you need, huh? After she replied to Gu Shiqiu, she rummaged through the book. The book was unreadable to her, but she recognized the Chinese characters. According to Shiqiu's request, she found the relevant content of the hypothesis of heatwave conduction on page 86, then took pictures of all the 86 to 135 pages and sent them. Thanks. I'll get busy and catch you sometime. Well, you take care of yourself. Lumenman replied briefly and didn't dare to interrupt again. Nansha, Hualin Island. Gu Shiqiu downloaded all the pictures and began to look at them carefully. The heatwave conduction hypothesis was Guan's early fusion heat conduction conjecture. But nothing happened, because it's a bit rushed to think about flying when you can't run yet. But Gu Shiqiu used to be interested in this hypothesis when she studied nuclear physics before. It was only in the ordinary field of industrial power generation that such a sophisticated heat-conducting device was rarely used, so he had put the matter aside after briefly thinking about it in his previous life. However, this assumption of Guan Lao's can come in handy when it comes to military-industrial use. The thermal deflector is a heat wave reversal envisioned for a nuclear reactor, where heat waves are deflected through polymer silicon tubes to a vacuum high-pressure chamber. The polymer silicon tube has superb thermal conductivity, wrapping the fusion reactor in polymer silicon wood. On the one hand, compress some of the high temperatures generated by the fusion reactor, while the heat waves exported through the silicon tubes would be enough to propel the engine to high-load operation. But even though the presence of polymer silicon can suppress the temperature below 30 million degrees Celsius, this temperature, still not to be underestimated. Gu Shiqiu flipped through the pictures a few times, but never found a way to break it. Now in possession of the core fusion technology, he was able to easily design a small fusion reactor suitable for a fighter jet, with only two problems to solve. Then the Green Dragon fighter will be able to take off. The first problem is the high temperatures after the nuclear engines have been started. The second issue is that of radiation released from nuclear reactors. Gu Shiqiu wrote down these two questions and sent them to Wang Feng's mailbox via email along with the structural diagram of the already designed fighter's nuclear power engine. Hualin Military R&D Base. In the command post, Wang Feng's gaze was cold as he looked at the image coming from the satellite, and on the big screen at the command post, a video interview with the Ugly State's military spokesman was playing. There were several projections of important military figures in several vacant positions. Elderly is also listed. The fact that the seminar was held in the form of an online meeting is proof of the seriousness of the problems being encountered. The ugly state's military and diplomatic spokesman has been visiting European countries for the past 2 days, and has been lobbying the Union states to impose military and scientific and technological sanctions on Huaxia. With the ugly country's stirring up of the international media, international skepticism of China is now growing, and all public opinion is heavily tilted toward the negative. After Elder Li's secretary informed him of the specifics, Li Lao opened his mouth and said, "A few days ago the ugly country against our new warplane issued a slander, and now there is such a rush to contact the allied countries. Joint public opinion suppression and military suppression of my Huaxia. In my opinion, this is a good thing." Wang Feng and several military industrial leaders looked grave and did not dare to say much. Why is it a good thing? Because it proves that our new warplanes from Huaxia are scaring the ugly kingdom, and our technology, it's starting to scare them. So, you don't need to blame yourselves, you don't need to look sad, don't care about international public opinion, don't care about any country's diplomatic accusations. All you need to do now is to be steadfast and get me the Green Dragon fighter. I believe that when the Green Dragon fighter jet lifts off, there won't be another country that dares to make up rumors about us, nor will there be another person who dares to throw dirty water on us again. Nations are to each other what people are to each other. And if you anthropomorphize all the nations of the world, what kind of person is ugly nation? A strong man who is very strong and thinks that no one can beat him, so he bullies the weak. And when he gets the time, he bullies the old and the sick. Now that he sees that we in Huaxia are starting to grow in size and muscle, he feels that his title of No. 1 Hercules is no longer secure. So he hastens to try to take advantage of this opportunity to suppress us and make us stop growing. To put it bluntly, it's a pretty typical bullying behavior. But can we stop growing in China? Will it stop growing? We in China have told the world very clearly with our history that it is impossible. Even when we were penniless, even when we were under the guns of the great powers, we never wimped out. Even less so now. Now, it's a new opportunity for our Huaxia. If the Green Dragon fighter project lands within a year of 003's launch, I'm sure the ugly kingdom will come to our Huaxia to apologize with a bramble. When Elder Li finished, there was thunderous applause in the command post. Wang Feng stood up and said, "Elder Li, you are right. The more the ugly kingdom presses on, the more we must rise to the challenge." The others also clenched their fists. Right, get the Green Dragon fighter. Elder Li was very satisfied with this mobilization. Diplomatic matters, you do not need to consider. Now the whole country is in its own way. You focus on the Green Dragon fighter. International matters, I will let the diplomats to deal with. Yes, everyone in the command post saluted until the projections of Elder Li and several other military bigwigs faded away. Dang it. Outside the command post, a knock sounded on the door. Enter. Wang Feng's secretary carefully opened the door and walked up to Wang Feng's ear and whispered, "Student Gu has sent you an email. Tap into the command post communications system." Wang Feng opened his computer and logged onto his email address with a secret key, then opened Gu Zhiqiu's email. Looking at the 10 or so complicated structural drawings, he got up violently. Go to the Military Research Center. Overnight, the entire research staff of the Military Research and Development Center conducted a detailed verification of Gu Zhiqiu's structural drawings. At 1 a.m., got the CAS fusion parameters for comparison and virtual experiments. Finally, the nuclear engine has been proven correct. For a time, the entire Hualin Military Industrial Research Center was jubilant. Although there are 2 issues that need to be addressed urgently, but in less than a day, the military fusion reactor project was on the ground, which is fast enough to make everyone's jaw drop. Wang Feng had a light smile on his face. He had thought that Gu's statement that he had considered the issue of fusion militarization was just perfunctory. But who would have thought that this kid was so honest? Chapter 98. At this moment, China is angry. All night long, all the researchers at the Military Research Institute did not close their eyes for the night. They needed to take Gu Zhiqiu's nuclear-powered engine and make minor designs and modifications to ensure that it could be perfectly embedded inside the fighter. Slow and steady work. After a night of composing and designing, it was finally basically finished. According to the current drawing design, a nuclear power engine suitable for the Green Dragon could basically be built right away. And it also ensures that the Green Dragon fighter will be able to initiate ascension. But as far as the current virtual test data shows, after liftoff, the nuclear power engine starts, and within 3 seconds, the Green Dragon fighter will start to spontaneously combust. But even so, it lifted the mood of all the staff of the Military Research Institute. This step has been stalled for 8 years. Now stepping out so soundly gave them endless confidence. The next time was to start discussing solutions to the 2 problems Gu Zhiqiu had mentioned. This problem Wang Feng entrusted to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and Gu Zhiqiu's main focus is to continue to dig deeper into controllable nuclear fusion, and with the researchers of the Chinese Academy of Air and Space Missile Research, to carry out the design of the weapon system for fusion strikes. With this 2-pronged approach, when the 2 problems are solved, the power system and the weapon system can go into production at the same time. The exposure of the new fighter jet means that Huaxia's bottom card is known by others. That would have been a good thing. If you have enough strength and end up hiding it all the time, then no one knows how good you are. But the new fighter aircraft in question is still in the development stage. Something went terribly wrong when it was exposed during the R&D phase. But at this point, there are a lot of people on the internet who don't realize the seriousness of the problem. Exposure is exposure. We have powerful weapons. Of course we should take them out to scare them. That's right, or else hide it at home and mold? Soon enough, there were some tech zone up owners who sci-fied about it. There's definitely one thing to worry about when you're exposed in the R&D phase. 10 of the internet's 13 root servers are in the United States, and the Science Citation Index Sci-Core Journal's website, also founded by the Ugly Institute for Scientific Information, with database servers located in Philadelphia. Ugly. Then a huge problem surfaces. Our new fighter is still under development. And under development means it needs information to support it. If our R&D didn't require access to foreign papers on cutting-edge physics, and was done completely behind closed doors, then perhaps we wouldn't need to worry about the prying eyes of the ugly country. But if we need to look up papers, information, and documents, then we will inevitably leave traces on the internet. And SCI's databases will retain the access history of the Chinese IP. The ugly kingdom can, in turn, localize the technology used in our new fighters, and thus develop weapons to restrain us against it. That's why it's so serious when it comes to light before it's developed successfully, because for the next period of time, the ugly kingdom will have countless pairs of eyes staring at the Psi database, and once a Chinese IP makes an upload and download, they will categorize and analyze the paper designed. Under constant international pressure these days, the discussion on the internet, too, grew more and more heated, and with a couple of tech zones up for science and technology, a lot of people are learning more about the seriousness of the situation. It's just that the netizens were able to get the message that someone deliberately let them see it. Even all of them had little idea whether the warplanes of China had used strong nuclear contamination weapons or not. Not knowing the full picture and involving the honor of the country, all of them didn't bother to accuse Gu Zhiqiu anymore. More than anything else, they just regretted why CAS didn't send an older, more mature professor to the conference. In which case perhaps the current situation wouldn't have arisen. But how do they know that even if Huaxia doesn't attend this meeting, the ugly country will try to throw dirty water? It is undoubtedly a bit naive to speculate about a scoundrel with a normal person's mind. The next day, the Huaxia press spokesman conveyed the talk of elderly. The content is much simpler and more subtle than the Hualin meeting, but it also clearly puts the context of this international event into the public domain. Dynasty is at 8 a.m. Very few people are able to get up and watch the morning news now in the mobile age, but there's always someone who sees it and sends the video to a short video platform. And after some professional video producers edited out the news highlights and added a superbly rhythmic soundtrack, the video went viral. In no time at all, Elder Lee's speech was completely spread on the internet. And also soaring in the heat was the BBC's real-time coverage. This one is a video picked up from overseas media tubes. The Ugly Kingdom has called an emergency meeting in conjunction with the Five Eyes Coalition. The theme of the meeting was centered around putting the screws to HWA. These first-tier countries of the international arena speak in a dignified manner about the interests of the people of the world. Herculean provocation of China's sovereignty and international reputation. There are also some big V's that take screenshots of comments on Facebook and tubes as well as hot topics and translate them, posting them on domestic platforms. Unpleasant insults, irresponsible rumors and racial discrimination are everywhere. Under the manipulation of the ugly countries and the European public opinion organizations, Huaxia has already been criticized by 1,000 people. By this time, the domestic netizens completely understood what kind of situation China was in internationally now. With the exception of a few third-world countries in Africa, and a few loyal allies, China has been isolated by the entire international community under the malicious operation of the ugly country. The defense and affirmation of the diplomatic spokesman could not be disseminated in the least in the overseas media. The remarks in favor of Huaxia were deleted at light speed in 3 seconds after they appeared. The country is outraged that things have come to this point, but it hasn't quite exploded yet. Until one thing, the nation can no longer tolerate it. 10:13 a.m. All the official national accounts of Huaxia are uniformly blocked in the oil pipe and Facebook. Diplomacy, military, culture and travel, arts and media, political watch. All the channels through which Huaxia was able to make its voice heard were all blocked, almost at the same time. So far, all the people of China up and down the country, what all understand, his own country, which has been stigmatized in a most unfair manner. If it weren't for those bloggers transferring public opinion from overseas into domestic platforms, they might still be spending their summer vacations knowing nothing about it, going to work, brushing up on their dramas, and studying as usual. Chapter 99, Red Tide Organization. The 10,001 people of Huaxia. All avenues for voices to be heard overseas are blocked. This has led to the planting of evidence against Huaxia, which has become even more unscrupulous. And Facebook. There's even more swarming on the top of the tube. Hualin Military Research Center. Although the researchers are not interested in paying attention to these, but there is no doubt that the pressure on Wang Feng has multiplied. For the next few days, Gu Zhiqiu buried himself in the research room to work on the design of the weapon system for the fusion strike. Gu Ran and Zhang Jing worked on mechanical design in the lab during the day, and at night they discussed design with Gu Zhiqiu. The only thing they could do was to get the Green Dragon fighters in the air as early as possible. After a few days of fermentation, an invisible pressure came from all sides of China. Diplomacy. The military and embassies are not the only ones feeling the pinch, and everyone in China, as well as our compatriots living abroad. 3 becomes a tiger. What about the whole world looking the other way? For a time, China was isolated. Fortunately, the news is still full of celebrities, one after the other, stepping in to appease the nation. Tell the country that there is no need to panic and that China is fine. This looks like the parents who are out in the wind and have to buy toys for their children on the way home, and then hide the sad face on their body to show a smile. The people of the country are not little darlings. Can see how aggravating and difficult it is for these people who cover for them these days. In the past, China used the power of a great nation to protect everyone. Now, how can they stand by as pots of unfounded dirty water are poured on their motherland? 2 days. 3 topics of Shake Shack have risen to prominence. Hashtag Overseas Expeditionary Force established. Hashtag Red Tide Out registration. Number 1. 4 billion people's petition. The usual replies of playful sniping disappeared under the topic. The barbs and saber-rattling netizens disappeared. Those hilariously amusing chatterboxes disappeared. Some of it is a serious, warlike declaration for the country. The tech blogger teaches how to hook up a VPN and get on the extranet in an exhaustive video. Reading bloggers tell everyone what to do to set things right in a reasoned way. Military bloggers tell everyone what to do step by step to win the war of public opinion. Everyone contributes as much as they can. There's none of that odor of traffic-only money under these 3 topics. Everyone's videos are even very hastily edited, and the quality is nowhere near the quality of the previous Che Rice videos. But the heat in favorites and likes, far more than usual several times. There are even some people who don't originally play jitterbug tweets who purposely downloaded one and posted their share, forgetting to even add the caption. But still, with all the netizens' efforts, it topped the front row. As long as it is beneficial to the country, even if there is only one word, it will not be buried. There is one thing about these videos and graphic shares, that is, the comments section is often just one sentence. It works, brothers and sisters help top it. This force is growing and the number of people involved is increasing. From the launch to the 3rd day, the Shakeology topic was 4.3 billion hot, with 500 million participants. Weibo topic read 3.2 billion. Today's discussion alone reached 120 million people. In 3 days, a group called Red Tide swept across the internet, the evening news of the day. The presenter gave an impassioned presentation on the origins, development and purpose of the Red Tide organization. Then read what the mainstream media had to say about it. It is a very serious and unbiased word. This is the first time since the age of the internet that all the people in China are united. The first time that all the people are united. Because there was a time when it wasn't. We have questioned whether the internet has ruined a generation. Because there was never one. We had questioned the patriotism of the current younger generation. Because it was never there. It never occurred to us that we were still so united. The Red Tide organization is an internet event initiated by the younger generation and participated in by all age groups, and is destined to leave a colorful mark in China's internet history. Some of them were ostensibly the hosts, yet after the news was over, they picked up their cell phones and, as members of the Red Tide command group, began to check whether the cell phone software of all the Red Tide people was installed in place. Of course, the members of the Red Tide command corps include, in addition to the co-hosts, the bigger names better known in the internet media. For example, that big man from the War Office, those cute and hard-nosed diplomats, were also thrust into the position of Red Tide commander. However, these people who used to be prudes, after the internet pushed them up, also profoundly able to realize the spirit of this Red Tide organization. So they didn't take this as a joke or a trivial matter. Instead, the course of action was carefully explored to better organize the members of Red Tide. July 7th, 12 o'clock in the morning. Nearly 1 billion WASP IP offsite logins. Platforms such as YouTube and Facebook have been flooded with countless Chinese character ID netizens, the main ground for rumor mongering by the ugly military, the BBC, etc., was attacked almost overnight. There was no irrationality, no foul language. All there is a red picture. There are only a few simple English words on it. Why don't you let me talk? Why won't you let me talk? What are you doing in your heart? What are you so vain about? After the capture of the enemy's main rumor-mongering position, countless people have uploaded videos saved in their cell phone albums to tubes and Facebook in droves. The content of the video was taken out of context by Ugly Nation and expressed in the form of a rap. Despite the word-for-word content, it sounds, well, catchy. Then, the soldiers split into three. The standoff continued all the way down the tubes and on Facebook, all the way to attacking the BBC and the rest of the mainstream media in the Union State, all the way to the SCI Journal paper platform for access to information. Not really looking up information, of course. It's just that they've heard that the ugly state will use the PSI database to detect the access records of the Chinese IP, so they are trying to cover for the Military Research Center. Hundreds of millions of Huaxia IP check his PSI paper all over again. Just don't believe he can still find out anything. Chapter 100: The Right and Wrong of Foreign Netizens. Overnight. Yes, it's only one night for the ugly kingdom. WAC working hours, 9 a.m. M. to 6:30 p.m. M. July 7th day. All the company executives, almost by default, have given their tacit approval to the all-volunteer touching of the fish. There were even some managers who acted as conductors, systematizing the red tide members in the company. These 2 days are workdays, despite the fact that they are workdays, but all businesses, large and small, no longer use profit as an assessment indicator. Everyone has only their own country as far as the eye can see. All employees, big and small, are contributing as much as they can. Subways, buses, offices, residential buildings, restaurants, as far as the eye can see. Everyone's interface is a Facebook or Tube interface, and if you look closely, everyone's ID prefix is the same two words, red tide. A mysterious force from China is occupying the high ground of public opinion like a windswept cloud, and the Chinese Hacker Alliance, in today's also put down all the grudges. All the computer industry bigwigs have to form an alliance, one by one, to defeat the foreign network of the various diplomatic networks. After the occupation, there was no mischief, just put in a couple sentences. Why don't you let us talk? What are you guys being vain about? Learn from your mistakes. With their strength, after hacking into the extranet network, they can easily get the database and tamper with and steal the data. But they didn't do that. This time out, all my fellow countrymen for one thing only, that would be to clear my country's name. That's why everyone is extremely restrained in their actions. While doing justice to the country, we also try to eliminate some of the excesses as much as possible. A weekday in China, in a different time zone, just in time to spend the night, when countless people in Europe and America got up one after another. Only then were they surprised to realize that the social platforms they see on a daily basis are filled with Chinese character IDs. Those Chinese characters they don't understand, but those two sentences in English, they understood them at a glance. Why don't you let us talk? What are you being vain about? At the same time, rap videos spread throughout the social networks are widely distributed in various countries on the extranet. The content was popular and easy to understand, and after they watched it once, they memorized what the video conveyed. After the ugly country slandered Huaxia, Huaxia made numerous rebuttals. However, the public opinion media has never conveyed a clarification video from HWA. It's more than that. When Huaxia knew that the ugly country maliciously made false accusations and wanted to prove its own innocence, but the next moment, the ugly country that is a thief, in order for its lies to continue to last, it did not hesitate to risk universal condemnation and blocked all external social accounts of China. And with that, you live the lies woven by the ugly kingdom. That's roughly what the video means. Originally, there was skepticism from the outer limits, but when they saw that all of Huaxia's accounts had indeed been banned, they came to a realization. As I said before, Chinese netizens are easily led and follow the trend. But globally, the quality of netizens in China is actually still several times higher than the extranet. Many foreign netizens have brain circuits that are so straightforward that they are incomprehensible. This is especially true of the general class at large, whose intellect and triangulation are almost as white as a sheet of paper. Here we have to mention the educational strategies of countries like Europe and the United States. There are many students who envy the quality education abroad, especially high school students, but not many people actually know what education abroad is really like. We are now full of incomprehension and attacks on teaching to the test, but they do not know that the youth of those ordinary families abroad envy and revere the test-based education model. Gu Shiqiu had spent time abroad, so she had seen what life was like for the children of ordinary families in ugly countries. Once they are enrolled in school, the so-called quality education begins. From elementary school to high school, it was a life of learning that was the envy of the nation. Classes are almost half as long as for high school students in this country, and of that half, another half of it is for sports, art, music, and other classes. Many people discuss why Huaxia leads the world in math in elementary, junior high and high school. Here's the reason. Having put in less time and effort than Chinese students, what makes them better than Chinese teenagers? One might say, Then why is it that when it comes to college, why are foreign countries suddenly so far ahead of China? Doesn't this still prove that test-based education is wrong? This is the power of elite education abroad. When the nation's efforts to educate more than 10 million college students are stretched thin, what about educating more than 1 million university students with the efforts of the whole country and concentrating on educating more than 10,000 university students? This is the current model in countries such as the United Kingdom and the United States. Many people meet students from just the average Anglo-American family and are envious when they see their quality education, but they don't know that the children of those high-asset, high-status families in Britain and the United States live a primary, junior and senior high school life that is even more pressing than that of students in China. In fact, in these capitalist countries, the offspring of these vested interests live in a completely different world from the children of ordinary families. Children from ordinary families, who receive a life of so-called quality education under the beautiful name of quality education, do nothing every day and enter the society at an early age. And the children of those elite families are raised as the next batch of elites. They go out early and stay late, more than ever with high school students in this country. What is reality? This is reality. It is also for this reason that the severity of polarization of educational resources in foreign countries is breathtaking. The king and his vassals would rather have their own kind. It might be a question mark in the country, abroad, but it's almost an exclamation. Countless people and families in the country have made the class jump through the college entrance examination. There are many cases in which a child comes out of a cold family, but abroad, starting in 1966 and digging through the identity experiences of all the Nobel Prize winners until 2023, almost none of them are from civilian families. A child of a civilian is raised as a civilian. The children of the elite are then raised as the elite. Of course, the most frightening thing about this educational model is that it has not only fooled its own countrymen, but also, by means of public opinion, the whole world. The negative product of this kind of elite education is the education of fools. That's a big reason why the 36 stratagems, which seem so incredibly normal to the people of this country, are held up as the Bible abroad. But these fools are the most effective tools for the elites in Britain and the United States to mobilize public opinion. When the ugly country made public statements through the media that China was conducting research on strong nuclear radiation weapons, they, naturally, believed it. Chapter 101 fully self-developed. And nowadays, countless netizens in Huaxia told everyone the truth through simple and direct means. Those internet users on the extranet then immediately came to the realization that they had been scammed. They still think straight. If what the ugly kingdom says is true, why gag HWA? They are simple, but not stupid enough to be idiots. Under the clarification and defense of Chinese netizens, nearly 30% of overseas netizens have already changed their spearheads and started to question the ugly country's media. However, after waking up, the White House and the Pentagon are busy. As for the shifting winds on the tubes and Facebook, they couldn't be bothered to deal with it after making a nonsensical comment, because an even more significant issue has arisen for the ugly kingdom. Almost all government websites in the ugly country, all of them have been hacked. The official websites of the 44 states, the diplomatic websites of the ugly countries, military, science and technology, and financial websites, all had their homepages turned into the red flag in 2 lines of Chinese characters. Why don't you let us talk? What are you afraid of? The ugly kingdom's cybersecurity headquarters had barely closed its eyes for the night. From the moment countless overseas apps logged on to the ugly kingdom network, they began to respond overnight. But the problem is that there are so many of these IPs, and through the complex means of IP traceability, actually found that the location of these IP, in addition to the vast majority of the Chinese mainland, there are many in Europe and the United States countries. This made them realize that the trouble they were facing was not only in China itself, but also with the Chinese diaspora at home and abroad. After the SCI was compromised and the database monitoring system was paralyzed by overload, the ugly kingdom's cybersecurity headquarters then blocked all IP login privileges within China at the first opportunity. But the tens of millions of Chinese nationals still overwhelmed them. Those Chinese netizens who have no internet knowledge and only rely on foolhardy wall flipping, they are able to solve it. But the cyber hackers, the ones who actually understand the underlying logic of the internet, they are completely unhelpful. Most of the people at the ugly kingdom's cybersecurity headquarters are also hackers by trade. Hackers and hackers are divided by strength, not by official title. There's nothing else that's good about Huaxia. It's just a lot of people. There are more capable people. Some of the top hackers have been recruited into the General Administration of Security. The next best hackers, on the other hand, stray outside the cybersecurity sector and treat cyber skills as a hobby. But, to be clear, are these subsum hackers really less powerful than others? Not really, just not enough opportunity and luck. They are not state certified, but they are by no means much weaker than the others. As a result, a large number of folk have made a splash in the Red Tide organization. In front of them, the several network walls of the ugly country were like paper mache. It's certainly not a leap of faith. For domestic hackers, cracking the network walls of big internet leaders like Penguin and Ali is much more difficult than cracking the networks of ugly state functionaries. The cybersecurity department of the ugly kingdom is in disarray right now. Numerous calls of complaint were received, and people in the department have their hands full, because the hackers who broke in set up a hook on the way out. The hook can be understood in this way. It's when you park a bike and put a lock on the bike wheel. It turns out that someone came and unlocked your lock and changed his locks can be interpreted as hooks. This made all the staff at the ugly country's information security headquarters as hard as eating. You invade and you invade. Just invade and get the hell out of there. Why did you give me a question before you left? What's even more outrageous is that the hackers who invade each functional website are not the same people. So the hooks left behind are different. It completely numbed them. Who would have thought that they would have gotten off comfortably after 6 or 7 hours of mingling over coffee in the cybersecurity department? As a result, overnight, the job description went from touching fish to doing tens of thousands of questions. And it's not a bad problem to have, with each question taking enough effort to crack. In desperation, the ugly country's cybersecurity headquarters was forced to announce a temporary response policy after a morning of cracking down and restoring the White House and Pentagon's official websites to the outside world. All functional websites, including Psy, are closed for maintenance and will be open until further notice. To this point, it took the ugly country a bit of haste to accomplish a simple handling of the Red Tide incident. Of course, under such treatment, it is still a mess. The culture of the extranet has completely shifted, and although there are still some extremists who continue to smear China, most of the foreigners, whose stance was already wavering, have begun to learn to think. As for those international brands, they were smart enough not to make a sound at this time. They still fantasize about continuing to go to China to make money if they have the chance. As for the network security issue, it's even worse. Except for the White House and Pentagon's official foreign websites, which are open, all other media outlets are closed. The ugly kingdom is in a sorry state in the midst of this Red Tide incident, but Chinese officials, in fact, haven't gotten much real progress out of this incident. All external media remain blocked, all discourse continues to be denied, and when it comes to great power diplomacy, it's clear that relying on the netizen side of the story is not quite enough. Fruity, after the ugly country slowed down, over the next few days, the public opinion building continued. After the Red Tide incident, the public opinion position occupied by China also began to be encroached upon once again by the ugly country's officials. Watch as the fruits of hundreds of millions of people's expeditions are gradually erased. It was only then that all the people of the country began to realize that the competition between nations and the competition between people were two entirely different competitions. The ugly kingdom now has no regard for the views of those below the elite. They are simply targeting Wasia, even if it is not justified. That's when the ugly country began to shamelessly target China. Everyone is then at their wits' end. This is despite the fact that global public pressure is beginning to shift. Overseas netizens are beginning to have a clear perception of China's situation, and their prejudice against China is gradually being eliminated. But what can you do when ugly kingdom just wants to get you? Just wants to find out what's going on with you? No need to worry about it. This is an image posted on a domestic public platform by the Chinese diplomatic service. All the diplomats posed for a photo together and all gave a thumbs up. In front of all of them was a man named Wasia. At this moment, everyone understood. Red Tide's mission is over, helping the motherland and eliminating the prejudices of other peoples against China. And the next game between nations, leave it to the motherland itself. All the users commented under the tweet. Bunny, go for it and charge. We're behind you. Red Tide's current mission has been successfully completed. It's that after contributing to the Psy indexing site is directly closed. There is no way to check the paper. Will it affect the development of our Chinese warplanes? Soon. The Chinese Academy of Sciences replied in the comments section. China's military industry has realized complete self-research. Don't have to worry about Chapter 102, using hydrogen bombs as bullets. A simple reply from CAS was instantly pushed to the top of the comments section. The phrase China's military industry has realized independent research and development has made countless people proud. People who were worried that the closure of Psy would have an impact on the progress of China's military industry also breathed a long sigh of relief at this time. It's just so cool that our completely independent research and development is crashing and hanging. Cass, you said it earlier. If you had said it earlier, we wouldn't have been merciful. That's right. Was all set to hack the SCI website. Thought you might use it. That's why I didn't do it. The comments section was a hoot. This buzz is unprecedented. It's different from the hustle and bustle of whoever's love child is expecting. Whoever's love child is number one. Whoever's relationship is announced. And whoever's drama starring whoever is on the air. Below the official media at this time. It's an orgy for countless nationalities across the internet. It's pride and raised eyebrows from the heart. This is despite the fact that no one is leading the charge and there is no explicit official involvement. But all the netizens, even those who are past their prime, in their 60s and 70s, with gray hair, are also quite involved, with the help of their grandchildren. According to them, they are old and useless. How can they give up the opportunity to contribute to the country without using their strength? It is this group of people who have truly watched Huaxia go from penniless to the present. They are seen by many young people as frugal, old-fashioned and backward. But in reality, it's not that they can't keep up with the times, it's that they don't want to. They'll be talking politics under some international news, and they'll probably be on some street corner, chatting in groups about the world landscape. They don't play Twitter. They know little about trendy singers. They just don't want to find out which celebrity's name is what and which one is married again. But if it really comes to something they care about, they can learn in less than an afternoon what many young people have to toss around for a long time, such as going over the wall, such as going to the Google Play Store to download Facebook and Tubes, such as going on a high horse and criticizing the atrocities of public opinion in the ugly country. They learn quickly. The dedication of these senior netizens should not be overlooked for this public opinion campaign to have such a remarkable effect. Underneath the internet frenzy, at this point in time, Hualin Island, still in progress in R&D, an ordinary morning meeting, everyone was shouted over by Wang Feng. Even Gu Zhiqiu, who had been drilling in the research lab for a week and hadn't come out, was forcibly dragged out by Gu Ran and Zhang Jing, who pinched her ears. It had been a long time since the Hualin Military Research Center had such a neat regular meeting. Everyone looked at Wang Feng seriously, and Zhang Jing kept peeling eggs for Gu Zhiqiu with both hands. Gu Ran helped him with the mineral water, because Gu Zhiqiu really hadn't eaten much for many days. Every time she sent in her meal at night, when she went to pick it up in the morning, she often didn't move a few chopsticks. They were really worried that he wouldn't be able to carry it physically. Although Gu Zhiqiu's family sat in the front row, but seeing Xiao Gu's classmates wolfing down their food, Wang Feng didn't feel inappropriate in the least, and just said in a spirited manner, "Today, we are mainly announcing 2 pieces of good news and 2 difficult problems." Many people in the Military Research Center looked at Wang Feng with an expectant expression. There were quite a few people who seemed to have tidbits of information about what was happening already, so the smiles on their faces intensified. First thing, while we are concentrating on research and development these days, all of our compatriots in China have joined together to form a Red Tide organization to march overseas. And from the news that came from Kyoto yesterday, we learned that we've already fired the first shot in the counterattack war of public opinion and have gained a not so small amount of battle results. Thanks to the efforts of our compatriots, the evil deeds of the ugly country have been made public, and the pressure of those lopsided public opinions overseas has been eased considerably. At the same time, the black pot that was fastened on Gu's back has kind of fallen to the ground. Gu Zhiqiu swallowed her eggs, dryly swallowing as she got up and nodded her head, her mouth bulging as she muttered, Thank you all." Wang Feng took the mineral water in Gu Ran's hand, gently patted Gu's back, and flirted. Little Gu hasn't come out of the R&D center even one step these days, and I believe that a lot of people have almost forgotten that we still have him in the Military Research Center, right? The whole room laughed. Then someone started, "Not forgotten. How could I forget?" Wang Feng laughed brightly, "Ha ha, it's okay to forget, but from today onwards, this name can never be forgotten by everyone." A breakthrough has been made in the research and development of the weapon system of the Green Dragon fighter. The fusion strike system has passed the simulation experiment and will soon be in production. I believe it won't be long before everyone will have the opportunity to see the world's most advanced strategic weapon equipped on top of the Green Dragon fighter. Wang Feng looked at Gu Zhiqiu appreciatively. "Little Gu student, drink some water if you're still choking. Briefly introduce your masterpiece?" Gu Zhiqiu took a sip of mineral water and walked onto the stage with heavy thoughts. Then, he turned back to Wang Feng and asked, "Can this be said in public?" All the scientific researchers of the entire Hualin military research couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't worry, the staff of the Hualin Military Research Center are all research scholars who have dedicated their lives to the Green Dragon fighter and deserve respect and trust. There's no need to question them. Wang Feng flirted, but from the point of view of speaking, I do suggest that you can just briefly introduce yourself to us without having to say those 2 specialized data. After all, if you say too much, it might be listening to heavenly books for us as well. Actually, it's still quite simple, Gu Zhiqiu said. The difficult side of the fusion strike is actually that the quantum homodyne equations don't apply outside of a circulator, and the fusion strike's fixed-point fusion mode becomes very uncertain because of uncertainty unstable. It can be simpler, Wang Feng proposed. It's really as simple as that. A fusion strike can actually be understood as a fusion reaction that releases a lot of energy. All the scientific researchers in the entire military research center pretended to put on a student's appearance and answered the question seriously. That fusion reaction is actually atomic nuclei colliding with each other while carrying enough kinetic energy. So the Green Dragon fighter's fusion strike would be a simple matter of launching 2 waves of atomic nuclei, then creating a fusion reaction at the target location and then spotting the release of the mega energy. The principle was a billion points more complicated than Gu Zhiqiu's description, but the reasoning was probably one like this. This was exactly what Wang Feng wanted to understand in layman's terms. A fusion strike is explained by a common term, a fixed-point ignition of a small-yield hydrogen bomb. If you put it in other headline-grabbing terms, it's Gu Zhiqiu who has managed to use a fusion reaction as a bullet. Chapter 103, suspecting that his son has been abducted by aliens. Fusion strike at the time it was proposed. Wang Feng was discussed once in the meeting, unanimously rejected, because it's too unrealistic. The ultra-high temperature environment required for fusion reactions is simply not possible outside of a circulator. And realize that there are only 3 countries in the world that have mastered fusion technology: China, Soviet Russia, and the Ugly Kingdom. And that's not even discussing what level of fusion testing they're doing in these countries that have fusion technology. Before the Chinese breakthrough in controlled fusion, this fusion technology, in many of the nuclear majors, is a product of the pile. After all, fusion material that can fully react represents less than 1% of the total fuel. That means you hard stuff fuel into a hydrogen bomb and then randomly create a high temperature, high pressure environment high enough for a fusion reaction to occur. And then the fusion reaction it's produced. Of course, that's not to say that hydrogen bombs are easy to build. It's just a side reaction to the fact that the fusion technology of other nuclear-armed countries, except for China, is now haphazardly out of shape. And China was sort of the first country to learn to run. It's a world leader, but you can't just learn to run and then fly, can you? Fusion strikes, that is, on the fly. Get out of the converter, get out of the high temperature, high pressure environment, and then carry out a fusion reaction at a fixed point. It's too pie in the sky. That's why the proposal was rejected by almost everyone at the first Military Frontier Science and Technology seminar. Ma Mingwei was kind of the only one who voted for it, but in favor of Ma Lao, as the leader of military industrial research, has a vote of approval. It was only with Ma Lao's persistence that this project was successfully landed. Hualin Military Research Center contacted the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Ma Mingwei contacted Elderly, and then Elderly and the Chinese Academy of Sciences together contacted the relevant departments of finance. The entire process took less than 2 days, and Gu Zhiqiu was granted $2 billion in research funds. This is because the program is too difficult under the CAS assessment, so for a research program in one segment to get this funding is considered a record breaker in the entire research community as well as the military research community. But what made everyone's jaws drop even more was that Gu Zhiqiu hadn't spent a penny so far. From the time the Fusion Strike project was proposed to the success of the simulation experiment, the expenditure before and after was only more than 300 sheets of A4 paper, and Gu Zhiqiu's 5 nights of sleep. Gu Ran and Zhang Jing had also thought about helping their son, but the only thing they could do was to explain to Gu Zhiqiu the do's and don'ts of the development of military weapon systems. It works almost as well as eating a cookie without a desiccant. It's in situations like this. In a week's time, Gu Zhiqiu had turned the Fusion Strike from a pipe dream into a reality. The surprise came as a surprise. Before, when Gu Zhiqiu got the Changjiang Scholar, he could still proudly go around saying that his son was capable. But they don't say that now, because if he says something like, "the blue is better than the blue" again, he will probably be laughed at and scolded by his colleagues for being shameless. Unlike the excitement and amazement of the others, as parents, they were more puzzled, doubtful how Gu Zhiqiu could have a level of scholarship that transcends an era. What a gift! What a talent! What an interest in physics! These are all such bull claims, because they are supposed to be geniuses in physics. They know what it's like to be stronger or weaker than they are. Perhaps there will be achievements in certain fields, but definitely not like his own son, who is directly above the current level of technology. In comparison, they felt it was most likely that their son had been held hostage by aliens. It's no joke. They'd discussed this in private, since they hadn't had much control over their son since he was a child. It's possible that they were working at the 712th while their own son was being taken away by aliens to study. And then that's how you can understand and learn so much beyond your time. The dragon begets the dragon. The phoenix begets the phoenix. And the son of a mouse knows how to make holes. They knew their own skills too well. Their own son, even if he had good genetics, would be a genius at best, not so much of a demon. Fusion and superconducting structures, call it luck, they tolerate it. Now a fusion strike pops up. This caused a great deal of embarrassment on the couple's faces. All of the staff at the 712, basically, are settled in L.A. Ever since they had been involved in the Green Dragon weapon system program, no less than 20 people had asked the two of them where Gu had gone to elementary, junior high, and high school. They both pondered for a long time. The elementary school is the town's elementary school. The junior high school is the town's junior high school. The high school was going to be in the county as well, but because the midterm was so good, it was snatched away from Luo E High School. Come to think of it, his own son doesn't seem to have too impressive a resume, unless the town's elementary and middle schools are alien-run schools. Otherwise there's no reason to, especially when those co-workers ask them for lessons on how to raise their sons and daughters. The two of them had the most nothing to say. Having experienced countless embarrassments in the past few days, they could only slip through with the excuse of sending more food to the children. And those co-workers nodded their heads very seriously, more or less coming up with, when we return to L.A., we'll give the child food every day from now on. As for those who came across those who said they would send their children to the elementary and junior high schools where Gu Zhiqiu went, they were all very serious and persuasive. They can't help people, but at least they can't hurt them. The 712's designated elementary, junior high and high schools are considered to be the best schools in L.A. After all, people don't have the same physique as each other, and it's still better to be in the best school you can be in. When Gu Zhiqiu went on stage to receive praise, they, as parents, were nervous off stage, but Wang Feng was partial to which pot was not opened. Academician Gu, Academician Zhang, you guys also go on stage to say a few words? Gu Ran laughed awkwardly. We won't talk about it, right? Zhang Jing also said, yes, we definitely support our son. So, does student Gu have anything he wants to say to his parents at this moment? These days you've been drilling in the R&D center for a week without eating or drinking. Your parents are the two most anxious people in our military research center, bar none. Gu Zhiqiu looked at her parents and sincerely said, thank you dad and mom for caring about me. I'm really big already. I'll try to eat more in the future. You guys don't feed me hard. Sometimes you can't eat anymore but still hard to eat. It's really hard to bear. The voice fell. The whole room was silent. Then, 2 seconds later, all the researchers in the room were laughing their asses off. Even Zhang Jing and Gu Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. On such a serious occasion, such a grand scene, it's not good to say something, but net to say something inoffensive. Wang Feng couldn't help but walk onto the stage. Having been professionally trained, he was very good at holding back his laughter. And after inviting Gu Zhiqiu to go down, he opened a video. Alright, after everyone has had their fun, you can watch the simulated demonstration footage of the Fusion Strike. Chapter 104, Fusion Strike Across the Ages. The video features footage of simulated experiments at the Military Research Center. The simulation chamber is a high-fidelity digital simulation laboratory created by countless think tanks of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Parametric constraints are used to create a physics and chemistry engine that is nearly identical to the real world, and it is able to simulate various desired reaction environments through data setup, and create various particles for experiments by simply inputting the number of electrons and neutrons, as well as spin and electromagnetic properties. As long as the experiment is done in the simulation chamber, it means that as long as it is fully realized in reality as well. This is where the nuclear power engine of the Green Dragon is simulated. However, the nuclear engines failed after liftoff due to temperature and radiation exceeding the preset range, resulting in an overrun after liftoff. The fusion strike system, however, went very well and passed the simulation perfectly. The video begins with the Qinglong fighter jet, all snow white and powered by a Series 30 fighter engine, soaring into the air. Painted on the fuselage was a green dragon, with eyes that glowed with a mori green color, like 2 jewels. As the airplane climbs higher into the sky, it looks more like a green dragon with its feet on white clouds piercing the firmament. In the blink of an eye, 2 white clouds of smoke hung above the vastness of the sky, and the plane had already climbed to 10,000 meters. Upon reaching the stratosphere, the weapons pod ejected. A 3mm caliber plasma pulse port made of a special alloy locks onto the attack target. After the 2 blue flames, 2 beam-like plasma waves pierced directly through the clouds, charging toward the target at 0.35 times the speed of light. The camera focuses on 2 plasma waves. However, because the speed is too fast, when the speed is slowed down to hundreds of millions of times, the surrounding scenery is blurred, and the particles are enlarged by billions of times. All of us can see the real appearance of the 2 light waves clearly. A barrier of high-temperature plasma surrounded the 2 dust-like nuclei of tritium atoms, enhanced by nearly 0.35 times the speed of light. The plasma friction with the atmosphere produces a temperature of nearly 300 million degrees. As it neared its target, the plasma barrier's outer layer of electrons peeled away, and the 2 balls of plasma began to gradually merge. The fusion of the 2 plasma barriers was then completed at 3,000 meters from the target. In the ultra-high temperature and barometric pressure environment, all that was left was a slam dunk from fusion ignition conditions, and a collision at 0.35 times the speed of light can perfectly fulfill this last ignition condition. Finally, as the plasma mass collided with the target, 0.0 0.2 g of tritium nuclei fully undergo a fusion reaction, releasing the equivalent of energy equivalent to that released by a 0.25-ton TNT explosion. Many people do not have an intuitive idea of the energy released by fusion and fission reactions, don't have an intuitive sense of the TNT explosion either. Then take a simple example. The energy released by a kilogram of TNT exploding is roughly 4.2 million joules. If you convert 1 joule to 0.102 kg*m to calculate, it is equivalent to the energy released by the explosion of 1 kilogram of TNT, which is capable of moving 1 kilogram of an object 420 kilometers, or moving 100 kilograms of an object for 2 kilometers, and 0.25 tons of TNT, that's 250 kilograms of TNT exploded. You can imagine how terrifying the energy released by this fusion strike was. Although it is true that heavy weapons on the battlefield can easily weigh tens of tons, but the fusion strike was also enough to fatally damage it. Even a skyscraper of hundreds of floors, 3 shots at most would be enough to level it. Not to mention, about 10 g of fusion fuel can be stored via the weapon pod. That means that every time the Green Dragon fighters go out, a fusion strike like this one can be swept about 500 times. End of video. All the researchers in the entire Hualien Military Research Center were in shock. This strike, is it stable? In the quiet, someone asked. Stabilized, and because it's an off-body fusion, the pilot's safety is guaranteed. No, the man added. Is it too difficult for 2 grains of dust so small to collide together over such a long striking distance? Gu Shiqiu said. Through the dual acceleration of an onboard small plasma gas pedal and a magnetic confinement toroidal field, it is able to achieve 0.35 times the speed of light. What is the approximate concept? You're in the house with a flashlight, and just as soon as the switch is flipped, the light is already hitting the wall on the opposite side of the room. At near light speeds, the error is almost non-existent. Wang Feng explained. Because the image we see is decelerated by hundreds of millions of times. In actual combat, from the release of the fusion strike to the explosion of the target, the time before and after is less than even a millisecond. Almost an instantaneous strike. After hearing Wang Feng's words, the conference room was once again silent. The power and characteristics of this fusion strike were enough to leave them stunned and speechless. This leap directly surpasses all existing means of striking in each country. What's more, the anti-missile system set up by the ugly kingdom around China was rendered completely ineffective. With the near-light speed means of striking, by the time the anti-missile system reacted, the strike was complete. The room was quiet for half a minute before thunderous applause erupted. And Gu Jiqiu was not the least bit complacent. He was immensely sober. It's just that the engine problem hasn't found the right material until now. And those 2 problems have failed to be solved until now. Fusion strikes are extraorganic reactions, high temperatures and pressures and energies, none of which are relevant to you. But not so with nuclear-powered engines, which require a fusion reaction inside the body, even though fusion has been kept to a very safe range by the quantum co-orbital equation. However, high temperatures and high radiation are safety issues that directly affect the Green Dragon fighter. Wang Feng and all the researchers in the entire conference room were not demoralized by this. In any case, now that we've made a huge breakthrough and the nuclear power engine has basic data and theoretical support, I'm sure it will be solved sooner or later. And now that the fusion strike has been successful, as long as the weapon system is manufactured, the Green Dragon fighters can also be used first with the Series 30 engines installed first. Gu Shiqiu said. It's not impossible if we use a Series 30 engine, but there's a prerequisite, which is that we have to let the Qinglong fighter reach its maximum speed before we can use the fusion strike. Needless to say, Gu's sobriety made the entire conference room celebration a bumpy ride. The Green Dragon program had been stalled for 8 years, and now that there had been such a breakthrough in the weapons system, there should have been a big celebration, but Gu was just too strict. Wang Feng looked at Gu Jiqiu's more serious look and knew that there was probably no way to be happy today. I don't really understand the situation you're describing particularly well. Why is it that you can only use fusion strikes if you reach maximum speed? What if it doesn't reach it? Would it be dangerous? Chapter 105, Unhappy not to use nuclear engines. This question didn't need to be answered by Gu Jiqiu herself. Ma Mingwei stood up and explained. Because the fusion strike is so fast, it has advantages on one hand and disadvantages on the other. Take farming, for example, and let's say you drop a peanut every other second. If you're sitting in a plowed cart, then 2 peanuts are almost 3 meters apart. But if you walk, those 2 peanuts are only a meter apart. Wang Feng nodded thoughtfully. And then, the outgoing angle of the plasma wave is fixed, which means that the base angle of the isosceles triangle formed by the 2 plasma waves has been fixed. And if the spacing is longer, then the farther away they'll be when they collide together. Wang Feng is a qualified manager, but not a qualified learned person. Listening to Ma Mingwei say such a professional thing, he did not quite understand for a while. Tell me carefully. Ma Mingwei walked up to the stage, took out a signing pen and drew a triangle on the board. Try to draw a triangle and you will know. If the angle of the two plasma waves is 60 degrees, then the triangle he formed is an equilateral triangle, which is long enough for the base of the triangle to mean that they run as far as possible, and if the base of the triangle is shorter, then they will soon collide with each other. Wang Feng understood everything at once. That means if they are slow, they will soon collide together and it will be easy to cause an error? Gu Shiqiu explained. The error is still a small matter. The early collision may also lead to an early fusion reaction. To take an extreme example, if a fusion strike is released while the Green Dragon Fighter is stationary, there is a high probability that an explosion will occur inside the Green Dragon Fighter. I see. Despite this, Wang Feng didn't look particularly anxious. After all, the Green Dragon Fighter carries more than just a fusion strike weapon system, with unusual near-dash, medium-dash, and long-range air-to-air missiles, close-range air-to-air combat missiles, and precision-guided glide missiles still to be loaded. These mounted missiles are also sufficient for emergencies when fusion strikes cannot be used. We can use other missiles for contingencies before we get into the stratosphere, and then use fusion strikes after we get into the stratosphere. Gu Shiqiu stubbornly said. I still think that a nuclear-powered engine is more suitable for the Green Dragon Fighter. Wang Feng appreciated Gu Shiqiu's persistence and softly persuaded. I understand, and this is the goal of our joint efforts. But before that, if the 30 series engine can be used in an emergency first, then our Qinglong fighter can be test-flown earlier, and be put into service earlier, and also become the bottom card of Huaxia earlier, Ma Mingwei advised. Well, don't worry Xiao Gu, the nuclear power engine, whether it's the Military Research Center or the Chinese Academy of Sciences, will support you to get on with it. Alright, everyone can leave on their own first. Wang Feng waved his hand, signaling for the meeting to be adjourned, and then stopped Gu Ran and Zhang Jing. Academician Gu, Academician Zhang, the two of you wait for a moment first. It didn't take long before only Wang Feng and Gu Shiqiu were left in the conference room. However, Gu Shiqiu was still frowning, looking at the image of the simulated experimental chamber and pondering. Fusion strikes actually have their greatest effect still at high altitude over long distances. Gu Shiqiu spoke to himself, not caring if the conference room was already empty or if Wang Feng was listening to him. It's a bit too condescending to have a near lightspeed means of striking that is only unleashed at an altitude of thousands and thousands of meters. And as the future fighter aircraft must be about capturing air power, flying high must also be an important parameter for the future fighter aircraft. If you use a Series 30 engine, that powertrain is still a turbojet engine, and it still can't escape the confines of the stratosphere. But if we use a nuclear-powered engine, then we can get rid of the air and reach the point of an air-to-air aircraft. This way it occupies an absolute altitude. Secondly, unusual air-to-air missiles can't threaten the Green Dragon fighter plane at all. And thirdly, our fusion strikes have a much stronger deterrent effect. Ever since the turbojet was invented, man has dug himself a hole. Jet engines work by requiring air to be drawn into a culvert, mixed with fuel and burned to provide power. And the higher you fly, the thinner the air gets. And the thinner the air, the less lift it can provide to the airplane itself. If you force a climb, you will stall due to lack of lift. But with a nuclear-powered engine, there would be no need for oxygen. While it may not yet be possible to reach first cosmic velocity, climbing above the stratosphere is no problem at all. In the age of cold weapons, an inch is an inch, and in the age of air control, the higher you fly, the higher you are in the food chain. Gu Shiqiu didn't want the Qinglong fighter to have any regrets. As a future fighter, he still wanted to fit the Qinglong with the best engine. Wang Feng said in a deep voice, "Can the Series 30 engine be adapted to your fusion strike on the Green Dragon? It's okay to be okay. It'll do." Wang Feng said in a serious tone, now that the international situation is grim, and the road to a nuclear-powered engine for the Green Dragon fighter, I know it's still a long one. I'll let you research on it, but we can't delay it for too long. Ma Mingwei also gently patted Gu Shiqiu's shoulder. I know, it's a bit of a shame to use a 30 series engine on the Qinglong. We share your feelings. As a future fighter we've been developing for 10 years, only a state-of-the-art engine is worthy of it, but we can't just let it sit in a lab. It needs to fly. It needs to be seen by the ugly kingdom, and only then will it act as a deterrent. Gu Ran also comforted his son. Now that the theoretical derivation of the nuclear power engine has been perfected, after we wait for new advances in materials science, I'm sure Qinglong will be able to assemble a nuclear power engine. Only then did Gu Shiqiu choose to compromise with some loss, then use the Series 30 engines before the nuclear engines. Wang Feng nodded. Well, the next step is to turn the fusion strike in the simulation lab into reality. You have to cheer up and communicate efficiently with academician Gu and academician Zhang, and strive to assemble the fusion strike on the Qinglong fighter as early as possible. In addition, in order to adapt to the fusion strike, the Qinglong power module and weapons module will definitely need some modifications. As the chief designer, you should still communicate more with the scientific researchers of the Hualin Military Research Center. And what should be modified? You should go and continuously improve it after discussing with academician Gu and academician Zhang. Aha! Gu Zhiqiu nodded and walked outside the conference room with her parents. Wait! Ma Weiming suddenly thought of something. Zhiqiu, I thought of a material. If we use that material, maybe the nuclear power engine can be tried. Gu Zhiqiu turned around violently and looked at Ma Weiming. Ma Weiming's index finger gently tapped his temple. Those francium elemental fragments we found. Before the Chinese Academy of Sciences also held a special meeting for this you also attended. Do you still have an impression? Those mysterious fragments? Chapter 106, Nuclear Power Engines. Feasible. Gu Zhiqiu stopped in her tracks. When CAS held a Frontier Science and Technology Strategy meeting earlier, a book of survey data on debris was placed in front of each attendee. It was only a scribble, but he vaguely remembered a few important parameters. Elemental francium fragments have high radiative and thermal convergence coefficients. These fragments are truly the best nuclear power engine material, bar none. Ma Mingwei secretly pondered. The only hidden danger is that we haven't completely researched these materials thoroughly, and we don't know if there are any safety issues with using them. No, Gu Zhiqiu said. From the report, the characteristics of these fragments are stable. What kind of debris? How much radiation can it absorb? Radiation spillage from an onboard nuclear reactor is demanding, Gu Ran asked. Ma Mingwei said. The meeting at that time had an invitation for the two of you, but you declined. That is, we found some strange black fragments within our territory. Suspecting them to be fragments of ugly country's warplanes, Zhang Jing said seriously. How did the fragments of the ugly country's warplane end up in our country? Several people in the conference room went silent. For a moment, it was possible to feel the anger permeating around several people. The ugly country's warplanes exploded in China and surprisingly no one knew about it. If it hadn't been for the timely breaking of the ugly kingdom's intelligence and the interception of the debris, I'm afraid this will really pass unnoticed. This instantly made Gu Ran and Zhang Jing feel a few scary moments. Which fragments of ugly country's warplanes are they? Wang Feng shook his head. I can't find a counterpart in the list of warplanes in public service. Gu Ran and Zhang Jing sucked in a breath of cold air. Ma Mingwei said, the two of you have been busy with 003 before, so there are some things that I haven't informed you about in time. It is because of the ugly kingdom's mysterious warplane that we need to step up our time to get the Green Dragon project off the ground. Gu Ran said, I was more or less impressed by the shard thing, but I didn't know it had gotten this serious. Zhang Jing also frowned. We didn't even know that the ugly country's warplanes exploded in our Huaxia. This is a bit beyond our understanding. Radar capture can be cloaked by electromagnetic shielding, but with the huge amount of energy released by the explosion, satellite thermal radiation detection would surely have detected it in time. But the truth is that China is oblivious. Gu Ran asked, so the shard can absorb all the radiation and heat? Basically all of it can be absorbed. Gu Zhiqiu trembled slightly in her voice. How many shards are there? Gu Zhiqiu looked at Zhang Mingwei, who didn't have an answer to this question. The secrecy about the specifics of the fragments is relatively strict, and only the military and the Chinese Academy of Sciences currently have first-hand information. Judging by the amount of deciphered intelligence, the total number of fragments should be quite a lot, but how many of them were successfully intercepted by Huaxia? He was not sure. Zhang Mingwei recalled and said, it was about 30 kilograms, and there were about 20 pieces in total, spreading out to be 2 or 3 square meters large. Gu Zhiqiu said, if we can complete the splicing project, we can almost make 2 nuclear power engine outer walls. Wang Feng was pleasantly surprised. That is to say, nuclear power engines and fusion strikes can be assembled at the same time? Everyone's faces showed a few shades of joy. It was certainly inspiring to have such a breakthrough under the pressure of the ugly kingdom's mysterious fighter. Well, Gu Zhiqiu said excitedly, although only 2 units can be assembled, at least it's a complete body. 1 is fine, 2 is a big profit. Wang Feng smiled so much that the wrinkles on his face were stacked up like a blooming flower. Strategic bombers like the Green Dragon, especially when fitted with a nuclear strike capability, have more deterrent than operational capability. 1030 series engine Green Dragon fighters are not as good as 1 nuclear engine. It is this kind of strategic fighter that is truly above modern technology that can truly reach the point of crushing. It is no exaggeration to say that 1 sword can be used as a million divisions. Unusual fighters hold up cruising at 18,000 meters, and the Green Dragon fighters move to over 20,000 meters, jumping back and forth in the subspace orbital layer. Don't say your fighters are trying to take the offensive. The only thing that can cause effective strikes in the subspace orbital layer is only the 1-hour global hit watering hole missiles that the ugly kingdom has been rumored to have. And what if it's higher? On a very real note, if you can fly high enough, your opponent's threat to you is the same as the threat of jumping up and hitting you in the knee. In general, flying too high is safe, but the means of striking becomes very unstable. For example, The starborn missile, which operates in a 36,000 meter synchronous orbit, can only be targeted for his attack, but if it's a moving target, it's all about luck. And if one wanted to deal a blow to a high-speed flying green dragon fighter, there was no need to even aim at it. One could only fire the missile in a random direction and then look for luck. But on the contrary, the fusion strike of the green dragon fighter perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. The instantaneous nature of fusion strikes ignores the instability of missiles in subspace orbits. Velocity is often tied to accuracy, and a 0.35x near-light speed strike is enough to narrow the error to a minuscule margin of error. Wang Feng can't wait, old ma. You go, you hurry to contact President Ho. Apply for the permission to use francium elemental fragments. Incidentally, let the Chinese Academy of Sciences convene the Materials Academy scholars to conduct a splicing seminar, and come up with a molding plan. Well, the experts in materials science should still be in Kyoto now, so just tell them to change the subject straight away. Ma Mingwei didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left the conference room to make a call. Zichio, academician Gu, academician Zhang, Wang Feng added. Zichio hasn't had much rest in the past few days. You two as parents keep a good eye on him and let him sleep. And when he recuperates, he will devote himself to the next stage of work. It's fine. I climbed the mountain some days ago to exercise. It's only been a week now. I can still carry it. Gu Shichio looked excited, unable to spare a moment's rest. Must rest. That's an order. Zhang Jing also gently poked her son's head. Don't be stubborn here. Give me a good go back to sleep. Don't think you don't have to worry about anything when you're young. Look at your dad. At 40 years old, he's all sick. Gu Ran retorted. My disease has nothing to do with being young. My work and rest was very regular when I was studying, and I only started to be irregular after I entered the 712th at the age of 30 or so. So don't you talk nonsense. Besides, it's normal for men to have back pain when they get older. How many of them don't have some problems when they get older? Say less. Zhang Jing gave Gu Ran a blank look. Gu Ran smacked his lips and muttered in an unconvinced whisper. It was supposed to be. Chapter 107, Facing the Wolf's Ambition. China is no longer the same as it once was. Wang Feng laughed. Not only do you do parents heartache children, I do leadership heartache. Jiqiu, no matter how to cherish the body, cannot be exhausted. Zhang Jing advised. Now the top priority is that the outer wall material of that nuclear power engine has to be solved first. You rest first. When you rest well, it is not possible to say that this outer wall material will be implemented. Gu Shiqiu then compromised, saying that she was not sleepy. After returning to her room, Zhang Jing had thought of supervising Gugu's son to sleep honestly, but who knew that the little bugger had just dipped into the bedpan and huffed and puffed his way to sleep. Gu Ran looked at her son and laughed. Our son sleeping is really like you. Of course my son looks like me. Gu Ran sighed. You've gotten so big in the blink of an eye. Zhang Jing sniffed and felt some guilt on her face. Yes, it's a blink of an eye for us, but for our son? It's his childhood and adolescence. He didn't blame us. I'd rather he blame us. Zhang Jing's nose was slightly sour, gently wiping the corners of her eyes. If he doesn't blame us, he just doesn't need us. Don't get carried away. My son understands. Zhang Jing gently leaned on Gu Ran's shoulder. When we're done with this rush and the 712th takes a long vacation, why don't we follow Jiqiu and take a trip back to Kyoto? Gu Ran nodded. Go wherever you say. I'll accompany you. I'd like to go see that Lumanian girl. Look at Jiqiu's photo album. He smiles so well when he's with that girl. Well, do you remember when Jiqiu was in her senior year of high school? The school called us and mentioned something about hiring a tutor for Jiqiu? Doesn't ring a bell. Why? Did the school rush us to pay? Zhang Jing pinched Gu Ran's arm fiercely. Think before you speak in the future. Come to Hualin for so many days. You said the wrong thing a few times. Gu Ran scratched his head and laughed. My old habits. Cannot change it. You do not think I give you shame on the line. That tutor is Lu Man. Zhang Jing said. I thought it was familiar when I first heard Jiqiu talk about the name, and then I looked up the text message Luoigao sent me last year, and it was true. I didn't realize our son was brave enough to take a brave shot at someone he liked. Look, Zhang Jing flipped out the photos saved on her phone, and the two of them looked at the photo of their son and daughter-in-law together. Jiqiu and her are laughing so happily together. Yes, it's quite good to have such a person around Jiqiu to take good care of him. Gu Ran lamented, but the more he said this, the more bitter Zhang Jing's heart became. Cass. Academician Hogwartian pushed open the red-painted door of the conference hall of the Chinese Academy of Sciences directly after receiving the message from the Hualin Military Research Center, turned off the material analysis topic and also put on the material application topic. Next, the requirements of the Center for Military Studies were conveyed. There's no time to be studying all of these pieces one by one. It's time to just fast forward to the application. Shard splicing molding? This request came out, leaving the entire conference hall a bit puzzled. These days, after discussing the program, the group dives into the lab for research. To put it bluntly, they haven't even figured out what the material encasing the francium element on the outside is, other than the fact that the internal structure is francium. Now all of a sudden it has to be molded and spliced, leaving people clueless. Right, discuss it first today, come up with a proposal as early as possible, and then take the proposal and fragments and rush to Hualien Island. The time is very tight, besides you guys. At the same time, CAS will also throw out this topic for the material science experts in the country. It was clear to all the material science professors in the conference hall. The main pressure is still on them. After all, they were the only ones who had touched and studied these materials. How can anyone else come up with a valid proposal when they've never even seen it? Next, for several days in a row, all the material science professors who went to the capital then took away a piece of material in groups of 3 for research and analysis. Report after report was submitted, but again, it was dismissed over and over again. These professors only knew it was going to be applied, but didn't realize it was going to be to a nuclear power engine. So many of them have some problems with the direction of their thinking. But because the power system was strictly confidential again before the Green Dragon project landed, he didn't give them any heads up despite his reluctance to do so. Like those with adhesive dip, and with soldering methods, are all options that are ruled out at a glance. The outer wall structure of a nuclear-powered engine, which has to be tightly sealed, is such that there can't be a hint of nuclear leakage. This is a matter of flight safety, and there is no room for sloppiness. Ho looked at the piles of abandoned programs. Again, heads are spinning as they look at programs that barely passed the initial review, but were then knocked back by the review of Wallingford Island. The military-industrial requirements were very strict, which made him feel endless pressure. In addition to the material science professors at CAS, several programs were received in the community, but these people didn't even know what the material to be molded was, and naturally this option was abandoned at a glance. Hualien Island, fusion strike weapon system on the ground. A whole week before and after, the magnetic restraints were even modified by removing them directly from the 003's electromagnetic catapult unit in order to hurry things along. In this way, Ma Mingwei was in charge of the magnetic confinement device and Gu Zhiqiu was in charge of the circulation device, and both of them completed their respective projects ahead of schedule almost simultaneously. The assembly was successful, but no word from CAS yet. Gu Zhiqiu then focused on the Green Dragon fighter again. The fusion strike will be experimented with first. 5 experiments were conducted, all of which were successful. Next, Gu Zhiqiu's family began to modify the weapons bay and power bay. Adding fusion strike would require an overhaul of Green Dragon's existing operating system. Gu Zhiqiu also made some suggestions, and Wang Feng joined in after approving them, as long as it was an improvement that guaranteed the safety and stability of the Green Dragon. Wang Feng was always in favor of it, but another 2 weeks passed. Still no news. The compartment reserved for the nuclear engines remained empty. The second Green Dragon fighter at the arsenal had also begun to be built, but the last piece of the puzzle for the Green Dragon fighter was slow to arrive. The military forces of the Nordic Union have been gathering in the Pacific Ocean since last week, as detected by the Compass satellite. In addition to the ugly countries Nimitz, Rosenford, and Eisenhower carrier battle groups, it includes, but is not limited to, the Queen Elizabeth-class carrier fleet, the Cavour-class carrier fleet, and the Charles de Gaulle nuclear-powered carrier fleet, among other heavy maritime forces. Just yesterday, Jane's Defense Weekly published an article saying that on July 31st, Europe, the United States and other countries will carry out large-scale military exercise activities in the Pacific Ocean waters, which is the first time since the 21st century, the Nordic countries and other countries to participate in oceanic military exercises. That is to say, next week, the ugly country is going to bring a group of followers and openly provoke at the doorstep of Manhwa. Chapter 108, A Breakthrough in Nuclear Engines. Hualien Island is closed to internal and external news flow. The winds of the Pacific Ocean are not felt in the least on this island. The international situation was unknown to everyone except Wang Feng, who knew the specifics. As the day of the joint military exercise of the Nordic Alliance approached day by day, the pressure on Wang Feng increased. Still no word from CAS. The entire Hualien military exercise base was plunged into an anxious wait. How about a Series 30 engine? At the morning meeting a few days later, Wang Feng still brought up this old topic. It's a very bad feeling to have hope, only to have that hope dashed. Ma Weiming said, the splicing and molding process of those fragments, at least at present, our country's technology is not up to it, but at least the materials we have, and I'm sure the nuclear engines will be built in the future. In order to persuade Gu Zhiqiu, Wang Feng told Ma Mingwei about the Nordic military exercise. They had to be coaxed for this young and stubborn genius. Gu Zhiqiu looked toward the Green Dragon fighter on display in the military drill hall. The internal structure has been remodeled and only needs the nuclear-powered engine exteriors to be able to be fully completed. Everything was ready, just waiting for Dongfeng. But who would have thought that he was still missing the final kick? Want to change it back again? Gu Shiqiu asked with some loss. There are so many material science experts in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Is there not a single solution? The first one can stay put, and the design of the second green dragon can be changed first. Wang Feng said. Can't it wait? Wang Feng looked at the other staff. You guys go ahead and get busy. The second green dragon fighter has to land in a hurry. The others left one by one. Wang Feng took Gu Shiqiu to the command post. A large screen with real-time Pacific satellite surveillance opened. In the Hawaiian island chain in the Pacific waters, countless carrier fleets are poised. This is? Gu Shiqiu looked at the pearl-like island chain, surrounded by warships like flies, and had some ominous premonitions. This is a joint oceanic military exercise of the Nordic Union. Simply put, outside our territorial waters. It has been confirmed that it is coming towards my country. The Pacific Ocean is huge and there is plenty of room for maneuvers. Gu Shiqiu hoped they wouldn't ask for trouble, but with his knowledge of the ugly kingdom, I'm afraid that hope is going to be dashed. Wang Feng opened the latest report from the Japanese military media. Sent yesterday, they opened the military port for this Nordic military exercise and ordered the nationals to ban all sea activities during the military exercise. Then the meaning is obvious. The Japanese opened their military ports and gave the Nordic League a port of call for their military exercise activities. This must be a request from the ugly kingdom, the purpose of which is self-evident. About when is the military exercise? Wang Feng said. End of July. Only a week or so left? Gu Shiqiu frowned. Yes, but fortunately the Series 30 engines are readily available, and assembling them now will guarantee liftoff of the Green Dragon within a week. If that's the case, it's really hard for the nuclear engines to come in time. Gu Shiqiu sighed. Then I agree to switch to Series 30 engines. Wang Feng patted Gu's classmate's shoulder. Don't be too demoralized. The nuclear power mode is still the most preferred choice for Qinglong, and it will still keep going. Gu Shiqiu nodded, indicating that he was clear. The only thing I blame myself for is that I didn't have too much depth in materials science, and as a result, I got stuck when it came to such a critical time. If the engine outer wall material is solved now, it's not impossible to assemble the nuclear engines in overtime within a week. That way, the Green Dragon fighter would be able to present itself to the powers in its strongest form, and there will be no regrets. This regret was certainly more than just Gu Shiqiu's. First impressions are crucial when a new fighter jet takes the field. If the first side doesn't act as enough of a shock, waiting until later to evolve into a full body will hardly be as shocking as the first side. It's a really bad feeling to have to settle for less. The news of the Nordic Union military exercises has spread to every household. Inside China, a military truck shuttles down the highway and a train departs from the military region. Countless veterans have received recall orders. The mood of all the countrymen was also incredibly tense. This is an opportunity for my country, which has been developing for decades, to see that this time it is not going to issue another solemn statement and then get rid of the matter. This time, it was a desire to take on the countries of Europe and America with the strength of the nation. If we win, then China will completely raise its head. If they lose, Wachovia may hibernate again. But if it stays dormant any longer, there is no telling when it will be able to raise its head against the European and American powers. Countless media outlets, countless military vloggers, and countless newspapers internationally are focusing all their attention on the Nordic military exercises in a week's time. Prior to that, because of the push of public opinion in the ugly kingdom, everyone was not well informed about our national strength. I am also confused about the strong radiation fighter promoted by the ugly country. This time, under such pressure and provocation, everyone was convinced that China would definitely show its sword. Cass. Dean Ho looked at the nullified programs spread over the entire office and had an immense headache. In such a tense international situation, CAS received a rare commission from the military, but it could not help at all, which really made people blame themselves. Dean Ho, there's a new email. The aide walked in with a letter from UWSP. A letter from HUST? Ho pondered. I should have called out all the materials science professors at HUST, right? It's a letter from a sophomore at WCSU. Oh, let's see. Ho Guoqiang opened the envelope, saw the name of the letter writer. More or less some impression, Shin Xianshu. I still have some impression of this student, the grand prize winner of the National Polymer Materials Innovation Science and Technology Competition, the only non-research and blogging student among the previous grand prize winners. That's really not simple. The National Innovation and Technology Competition is not a small competition. It's a genius to win a prize from that group of doctoral students in Qingbei. Ho flipped through the papers. He was originally a student of Huaqing University, and after 2 months of enrollment he went back to his senior year to repeat his studies, and then he was admitted to our Huaku University. Why did you drop out at Huaqing? I'm not sure. Maybe there's something about us at WKU that appeals to him. Ho Guoqiang roughly skimmed through the paper. His eyes became more and more divine. Molecular structure adhesion technology is the subject of his entry? This seems to work. Where is he? Quickly, call him to the capital. He didn't go back for summer vacation. He's been in the lab, and now he's probably doing experiments in the polymer materials lab at HUST. Who is he following in his experiments? Academician Wan Mei Xiang. Academician Wan is still meeting at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Ho Guoqiang hurriedly said. Quickly, have Academician Wan take the shard and student Shin with him to Hualin Island, and set off now. Chapter 109, he hasn't rested yet? Ho took the envelope and walked quickly out of the office. Don't we need to have the panel argue the case first? The assistant asked. There's no time. Ho Guoqiang held up the envelope. We have to hurry and show this to the people at the Hualin Military Research Base. The assistant ran ahead to the CAS conference hall and invited academician Wan Meixiang out. When she heard that it was about student Shin Xianche, she actually guessed what was going on. Academician Wan. Ho Guoqiang followed closely and handed over the envelope. This is a letter from your student Shin Xianche. With such a high-ranking disciple, you can't keep it hidden. Wan Meixiang briefly glanced at the paper. Molecular structure adhesion technology. I should have thought of this earlier. She looked at Ho Guoqiang. Dean Ho, do you mean that Xianche's proposal is feasible? It seems to be the most viable option out there, at least for the time being. Good, then I'll get him here. He didn't go back this summer and happened to stay at WKU. No need, Ho Guoqiang said. You pack up and prepare to go to Hualin Island with Shin Xianche. Me? Right, Dean Ho said. Weren't you his advisor for this entry paper? Wan Meixiang sweating, this and I really do not have much to do. Molecular adhesion technology is completely his own independent innovation. I help him very little. Then also go together. He is still a student after all. If there is any problem, or to have someone to guide the line, Ho Guoqiang attitude firmly said, according to what I said to go, you quickly go back to notify the Shin students. Get ready and talk to me. I informed with the Hualin military research. Probability of today's departure. Wan Meixiang no longer spoke more nonsense. Okay Dean Ho, I'll go prepare. Hualin military research base. Living quarters. Gu Shiqiu hid in her house and calculated. Though he wasn't very good at material science, he still wanted to try, even a tiny bit of hope. But the more distracted you are, the more confused your thoughts become. Not to mention calculating and deducing, he couldn't even calm down to think about it. All Zhang Jing and Gu Ran could do was to bring him meals on time, and at most give him another advice to take care of his health. Other than that, not much can be done. It's really hard for them to watch their son blaming himself and being anxious, trying to do something and not being able to do anything about it. Seeing the sorrowful duo, Wang Feng asked, is Jiqiu still in a bad state? Zhang Jing let out a sigh. Well, it's better to lock yourself up and not say a word either. A character like Jiqiu is not like the two of you. Scientific research is a very hard thing to do, because there will be countless times of hitting the wall in the continuous exploration, which is a cumulative process, without an outlet for release. It's easy to cause anything psychologically, and Gu Shiqiu's aloofness was something they could all sense. During his time at the Hualin Military Research Center, he basically hadn't had much interaction with the other staff members, didn't make a single friend. This was certainly not due to anyone else, because throughout the military research base, everyone treated him as their younger brother and nephew, revealed enough goodwill to him. But this kid just doesn't catch on and does nothing but research every day. Gave Wang Feng the feeling as if he was avoiding social. Gu Ran said, why don't we take our daughter-in-law over? Zhang Jing sighed and hurriedly pinched his arm, signaling him to shut up. Wang Feng didn't care, now that it's already at the end. The Green Dragon fighter's liftoff is just a matter of these 2 days, and the secrecy level isn't that strict. He mulled it over for a while, just limit the area of activity to the living quarters. Zhang Jing bowed. Thank you, leader. Alas, Jiqiu's character you guys have to pay more attention to. You can't be so gloomy and withdrawn. Young people, it's better to be sunny and cheerful. Wang Feng asked, is Jiqiu experienced something as a child? Zhang Jing shook her head. We're not sure. Since he was a child, he's been living with his grandparents, and the two of us rarely live with the child. Gu Ran said, but I didn't hear his grandparents say anything about it. Although he was introverted as a child, it was all still quite normal. They didn't know that Gu Shiqiu had come back reborn, let alone that he had been severely depressed overseas for 20 years. And naturally, they didn't know that he had been teetering on the brink of suicide for 20 years. If they all knew that, then they wouldn't be so worried, because now his situation is much improved from what it was before. It is also known that his anxiety at this time is not negative, but rather anxious about the countless ambitions in his heart that he has failed to realize. But no matter what, Wang Feng still opened the permissions, despite the requirement that the scope of activities is only in the living area. It is a precedent in the military research base on Hualin Island. Give me the girl's information and I'll put Kyoto in touch. I have it here. Zhang Jing briefly told Wang Feng about Lu Manman's information. Afternoon. It was already afternoon when Wang Feng received the call from CAS. Although, according to President Ho, there is no time test for this adopted program. However, he still approved Shen Xianche and Wan Meixiang's application to go to the island, and also asked them to accompany Lu Man to Kyoto International Airport, where the military plane would arrive at 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. An airplane from Kyoto landed at the military airport on Hualien Island. The fragments were transferred to the laboratory in the first instance. After a tiring journey, Shen Xianche and Wan Meixiang were arranged to rest in their respective rooms. Lu Man went to Gu Zhiqiu's room first under Wang Feng's leadership. "You are Lu Man?" Wang Feng was a little surprised as he looked at the young and beautiful girl in front of him. Aha! Lu Manman's heart was beating much faster than usual as she looked around at the fighters and the 003 carrier docked on Hualien Island in a constrained manner along the way. "I'm curious, how did a stuffy guy like Zhiqiu pursue you? I've been the one taking care of him this senior year, so I probably have more to say to me. I don't actually think he's particularly boring." "Yes?" Wang Feng gave Lu Man an unexpected look. After all, from his observations, he could tell that Gu Zhiqiu didn't just act raw to the staff in general, she was raw to both of her own parents as well. It was quite surprising to him that such a withdrawn person could still have people who didn't find him boring. Zhiqiu sometimes looks very deep in the city and feels like it's hard to get in touch with, but in fact, if you go into his heart you can tell that he's actually about the same as a small child. "Not bad." Wang Feng laughed. "There's a kind of person who has an empty city but rejects people, and that's what I think of Zhiqiu." As they spoke, the two of them walked to the door of Gu Zhiqiu's room. Looking at the lights in the room, Lu Man was a little distressed. "He hasn't rested yet?" Chapter 110. Wang Feng nodded. "Well, he has locked himself up for many days. We are at our wits' end. That's why we called you here. So, you advise him well. His body is important. Don't get exhausted." "Aha," nodded Lu Manman. "I'll talk him into it, thank you." Wang Feng turned around and left, leaving the two alone. Lu Man looked at Gu Zhiqiu, who was lying on her back in front of her desk, tangled and scratching her hair, through the gap in the curtains, and was filled with heartache. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the ink spots on the draft paper and frowned. The thought process is completely broken. The paucity of knowledge about materials science led to a very bumpy calculation process for him. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Gu Zhiqiu took a deep breath, then rubbed her glazed eyes. "Come in." He assumed it was his parents delivering food again. Since sitting at his desk, he had no concept of time. Just know that every once in a while, the parents would come by. He glanced up at the window. The sky was a bit gray and cloudy. The interval between their visits had been a bit short this time. "Just leave it on the bedside table. I'll eat some later and rest, so don't worry about it." Gu Zhiqiu didn't dare to turn around. His hair was now disheveled, his face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. If she turned around and let Zhang Jing see it, she would choke up again. He didn't want her to choke in front of him. As a son, it would be hard on his heart. But, strangely enough, after his explanation, there was no reply from the other end. As usual, Mom would have barked a few words before leaving. After a short interval, a door slammed shut. He let out a long, cloudy breath and waited for everyone to leave before he dared to turn back. Only just turned around, he saw a pure and charming girl wearing a pure white dress, standing not far from him. Innocence and flirtatiousness would have been hard to coexist in the same girl, but Man happens to be both. As quiet as a child and as dynamic as a rabbit. Every move is as graceful as possible, but if you stand quietly, it is like a person coming out of a painting. Man? Gu Zhiqiu rubbed her eyes. "I must be hallucinating." The spirit had long been weakened by the exhaustion of the last few days. Reality or illusion? He couldn't tell himself. Wearing a white dress, Man walked to Gu Zhiqiu with lotus steps, her face full of heartache and sadness. "Lie down on the bed for me." Gu Zhiqiu rubbed her bloodshot eyes. Man, it seems I missed you too much." He actually directly ignored Lu Man in front of him, lowered his head and took out his cell phone, opening Man's WeChat. The chat on WeChat is still 5 days old. After he said he was going to be busy 5 days ago, Man obediently didn't bother him again. "I didn't realize it had been so long." His fingers flew over the keyboard and sent it off. Ding dong. A WeChat alert tone came from the top of Gu Zhiqiu's head. He looked up with a suspicious face, only to see Man in front of him holding up his cell phone and putting the screen in front of his eyes. The chat box showed the words he had just sent. "Baby, I was just dreaming about you and I miss you." Swish. Gu Zhiqiu's face instantly turned red. Lu Man had expected him to pounce directly on her, but who knew that this would have bowed his head and hurriedly withdrew the message. Stinky Tofu withdrew a message. Looking at the alert message on the WeChat chat interface, Lu Man was angry and amused. "What's the point of withdrawing? I've seen it all." Gu Zhiqiu stood up with a red face and looked at the lovely person in front of her with constraint. Man, you. Why are you here? Who made you so disobedient? Gu Zhiqiu took her hand and sat down together on the edge of the bed. Looking at a bedside table of meals, he graciously took a prawn and handed it to Man. Man, try this. You haven't seen such a big prawn in the mainland, have you? Lu Man had one hand being held by Gu Zhiqiu and the other behind her back, not appreciating it in the slightest. You eat this shrimp and go to bed. I don't want shrimp and I'm not particularly sleepy, especially after seeing you. Then I'm sleepy. Lu Man sent her wrist to Gu Zhiqiu. Look, it's already 3 in the morning. Why aren't you sleeping? How did you promise me before you came? What about sleeping on time and eating on time? Gu Zhiqiu scratched her head. I forgot once I got busy. Lu Man reached out and touched his super scion-like hair, and said in disgust, his hair has become wire, and he still doesn't know how to wash it. He. Gu Zhiqiu hemmed and hawed. Still have the nerve to laugh. Hurry up and finish your shrimp and take a shower. Come back to bed. Lu Man patted the bed. I'll wait for you here. Are you with me? I'll supervise you. And don't do anything until you're rested. 3 o'clock in the morning. Gu Zhiqiu went to the bathroom in an unprecedented manner. The half-asleep staff member saw a dark figure loitering outside the building and was immediately awake with fright. After taking advantage of the light in the hallway and seeing that the visitor was Gu's classmate, he hurriedly opened the bathroom door. Student Gu was willing to take a bath, and this event could make the entire Hualin Military Research Center happy for a whole day. Gu Zhiqiu walked into the bathroom and nodded to the staff. After 3 quick scrubs, he ran back to his room in a huff. Lu Man took off her dress, and under the bedding, only her bare shoulders and 2 black straps were exposed, the one tied with a bow and Gu Zhiqiu's favorite. That fast? Lu Man looked at the wet Gu Zhiqiu. Well, the water's a little hot. Hurry up and get some sleep. Lumania lifted the covers and a fragrant breeze hit her. Gu Zhiqiu obediently got under the covers, then gently wrapped Lu Man in her arms. How did they let you come? No outsiders have ever boarded Hualin Island. It's not because of you? They're worried about you. Not good. What's not good? Gu Zhiqiu said. It's not good to privilege me. If you can honestly take care of yourself, everything will be fine. You don't have to rush. There were 2 specialists with me when I came here. It seems like they are the solution to your current dilemma. Get a good rest, and maybe everything will be solved tomorrow? 2 experts? From the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Yes, there seems to be one named Wan Meifeng or Wan Meixiang, and there's another named Xin Qianqie, right? It seems to be her student. Gu Zhiqiu's complexion revealed a few moments of delight. I know them all. Academician Wan is a leader in the field of polymer materials in China. In the International Materials Science Hall of Fame more than 30. In the country counts. Xin Qianqie. Gu Zhiqiu recalled this guy, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect him to come too. Chapter 111 Green Dragon Fighter. The last piece of the puzzle in place. Lu Man said in disbelief. There are only 30-odd Wan academicians? There are no more professors from China in the top 30? Looking at Man's regretful expression, Gu Zhiqiu's eyes began to grow cold. Yes, the top 6 are all Chinese. He sighed, but they are no longer our professors in China. There are countless Chinese scholars in the field of polymer materials. The Thomson Reuters Group's Hall of Fame list of the world's top 100 materials scientists, based on 10 years of citations to academic papers, 2000 to 2010. The top 6 are all Chinese. A total of 11 Chinese were inducted into the list. The only one who is still in China is academician Wan Meixiang. The others, all of them, are in the ugly country. This list is one that few people know about if they are not in the loop, but no one in the circle. No one is pained by it. Through the list, it is clear that these academicians have graduated from their colleges and universities, as well as their current workplaces. Without exception, almost all of them graduated from the highest institutions in China, while serving in various universities in the ugly country. Only academician Wan Meixiang stayed in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Many may question the authenticity of this list, and perhaps some may say that it is so exaggerated that it must be a deliberately fabricated list to create public opinion. But sadly, it's true. Even now, there are still traces of this list on the internet. Even the reason Xin Qianqie would come to HUST is the reason for this list. In his previous life, Xin Qianqie rejoined his senior year of high school 2 months after enrolling in Huaqing, and then entered Huakou University. And Gu Zhiqiu was transferred to HUST after completing more than a year of studies at Huaqing. The two were quite well known in college circles at the time. Not to be outdone, the two have also gone back and forth as WKU twins after making it to WKU. In the previous generation, when the controlled nuclear fusion of China landed, there was Gu Zhiqiu's data support and Xin Qianqi's material support, and the two were indispensable. But the two admire each other. But as far as a relationship goes, no one can say, at least not the close-knit kind of friends, or sympathize in soul and dislike each other in reality. Shin Qianche is a very sophisticated person, and he is a very willful person. He can go into a research lab for 7 days without washing his face, or he can lie down at his desk and calculate for days at a time, ignoring the room full of waste paper. But not Shin Qianche. He demanded that the test bench be spotless, that everything be in order, that everything be neat and tidy. Gu Zhiqiu had once had the misfortune of working with him on an experiment and was disliked by him for a week. Now it made me want to laugh a little when I thought of his look of disgust, but not daring to say so explicitly. But no matter what, it was undeniable that Shin Qianche's talent in material science was the #1 person of the younger generation in Gu Zhiqiu's heart. Academician Wan Meixiang came. He may not think that the nuclear power engine problem can be solved, because academician Wan's thinking is hard to jump out of the box. It is hard to have the innovation of giving up everything and starting over. But when Shin Qianche came, he was seeing hope. The boy's whimsy is amazing. He also remembers that in his previous life, he completed a microcore implantation at the nano level in the National Student Polymer Hands-on competition in his junior year. Keep in mind that the opponents competing at the time were all still at the millimeter level. Who would have thought that there would be a pervert who would directly surpass them by 6 orders of magnitude? Lu Manman reminded. Alright, don't think nonsense, let's go to sleep first. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow when we wake up. Okay, just sleep. Gu Zhiqiu dried her hair and lay down with Lu Manman in her arms. One academician and Shin Qianche came, then this time they could sleep well. Maybe it was the fact that there was a beautiful person in his arms, or maybe it was the fact that the big stone in his heart had finally fallen to the ground. All in all, Gu Zhiqiu quickly entered dreamland. Lu Manman cradled his head and allowed him to burrow in his arms like a child. Regardless, it's good to finally be willing to rest. The next day, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Zhiqiu finally woke up from her nap. Just as soon as he opened his eyes, he closed them in fear. In his room, Zhang Jing, Gu Ran, and Lu Manman sat around a table. It's a hot conversation right now. What a bad time to wake up. He reburied his face under the covers. It wasn't until about 5 o'clock that Wang Feng ran in quickly. Where is Zhiqiu? Where is Zhiqiu? Why are you still sleeping? Hurry up and wake him up. It worked. Whoosh. Gu Zhiqiu ejected from the bed in his pants in one go. What? What worked? Lu Manman and Zhang Jing, among others, all had black lines on their faces. Gu Zhiqiu didn't care in the slightest and asked busily, is it that those fragments have a way to deal with it? Wang Feng laughed, you kid, hurry up and put on your clothes first. Gu Zhiqiu put her clothes on in 3 tries and hurriedly sat down at the table. But don't tell me it's a successful 30 series engine assembly. I'll be disappointed. Wang Feng laughed, I knew that your kid is the most anxious. It's those fragments that have made progress. The Chinese Academy of Sciences transferred academician Wan and student Shen, who came with the molecular adhesion technology, which has been successfully tested in the virtual lab, completing the remodeling of the fragments by breaking and joining chains at the molecular level, which seems to be feasible. I knew it. Gu Zhiqiu was overjoyed. Quickly, let's go to the lab. There are still 5 days. Work overtime. It should be too late. Before the words even fell, he had already led the charge. This child. Zhang Jing laughed. Man, then you can rest in the house first. We'll keep an eye on Zhiqiu. Aha. Lumenman nodded curtly. I don't know if it was because her future mother-in-law was overeducated, but she only thought that her in-laws seemed to be very knowledgeable, totally different from the unusual mother-in-law/daughter-in-law relationship, unspeakably natural and easy. Then let's hurry up too. Wang Feng and the others left one after another. Lumman then cleaned up in the house. Hualin Island Military Research Base. Wan Meixiang and Shin Qianche stood beside the large green dragon war machine. Shocked. Academician Wan. Student Shin. Zhiqiu is here. When Wang Feng's voice fell, Gu Zhiqiu jogged all the way over. Professor Wan, Qianche, thank you for coming. Zhang Jing was puzzled. Do they know each other? Academician Wan said she knew Gu was a freshman at UWSP, but hadn't had much interaction yet. Wang Feng shook his head. Shin is in the same situation as Academician Wan. Gu Ran wondered, is this the power of love? Zhiqiu became so cheerful once Man arrived? After being at the Hualin experimental base for so long, it was the first time they had seen Gu Zhiqiu so enthusiastic. Even Wan Meixiang and Shin Qianche were a bit at a loss for words, each reaching out a hand and shaking Gu Zhiqiu's hand. Hello student Gu. Enough pleasantries for now. There's still a long time behind us. Let's hurry up and fill in the last piece of the puzzle of the Green Dragon Fighter first. Well. Shin Qianche nodded blankly. In his heart, he pondered, was this notorious Gu student a self-centered tease? Chapter 112. Completion of the mission in 5 days. Gu Zhiqiu ran into the lab without looking back, leaving the two of them, academician Wan and student Shen, to remain in place in a formal manner. Wang Feng walked over quickly and laughed. Ha ha, student Gu's character wasn't like this before you guys came. Perhaps you guys solved one of his big problems? So you acted a little too enthusiastic. Academician Juan laughed. I should. Then let's also stop chatting for a while. Let's finish up first before catching up. Okay, you two come with me, and I'll have the shards sent to the lab. The group walked into the lab, and Gu Zhiqiu quickly rummaged through the structural diagrams on the desktop. Not long after Wang Feng and the others came in, he ran over holding up a drawing. The structure is what it is. The Green Dragon Fighter power pod has been fine-tuned. Ask my parents about the exact parameters. Gu Zhiqiu pointed at the magnetic restrainer and the circulation device and said seriously, these two pieces are independent systems from each other. In addition, the outer wall must be strictly sealed because outside of the engine startup, in addition to the super high temperature and radiation, there is also an extremely strong wind pressure. But if there is even a single gap, a tiny hole the size of a pinhead, it will result in the direct destruction of the Qinglong. Academician Wan was unusually serious, and she knew very well how serious these three words of Gu Zhiqiu were. This is roughly what is meant by a 1,000-mile dike being destroyed by an ant hole. Xin Qianqi's mind didn't dwell on the severity of the problem, but asked very pragmatically, what is the approximate range of wind pressure? Wait for me. Gu Zhiqiu looked down and searched for the data again, finding a piece of wind pressure data derived using Bernoulli's equation from a stack of draft paper. Here it is. Xin Qianqi nodded. Okay, the molecular adhesion technology won't have an anemometer error and can withstand this wind pressure. About how long will it take to finish? Xin Qianqi pondered for a moment. As early as possible. A few days? Gu Zhiqiu pursued. How many days do you expect? 3 days. Set aside 1 day for test flights and 1 day for improvements. 3 days is impossible. Xin Qianqi shook his head. The workload is too much. At least a week. 5 days at most. Gu Zhiqiu said. 5 days from now will be the day of the Nordic military exercise. Any later will be bad. I try. Academician Wan said. Even if it's built in 5 days, there's no way to test fly it, and I'm afraid it's not safe to go straight into actual combat under these circumstances. Right? Gu Zhiqiu said. It's fine. Besides the nuclear-powered Qinglong, there's also conventional power. We can use the 30 series Qinglong for a test flight first, and if there's nothing wrong with it, we've solved most of the problems. Wang Feng listened on the sidelines and never spoke. The Green Dragon fitted with a nuclear-powered engine must have been a strategic bomber leaping ahead of its time. But while on the one hand it was an improvement, on the other hand it was also a pitfall. After all, when such a cross-generation fighter was first released, it must have come with a lot of problems attached to it. In this case, it would be too risky to lift off for actual combat without considering flight experiments. Gu Zhiqiu looked at him. Elder Wang, with the Series 30 engine assembled, we can probably test fly it before the Nordic military exercises. Right? Too late. He shook his head. The second one is still being put together in production, and in a hurry. It'll just barely make it before the military drill, but it's not too late if this first Green Dragon is converted to a Series 30 engine. Gu Zhiqiu didn't even need to think about it and directly shook her head. No, I still think it's better to use nuclear power. Green Dragon fighters are supposed to be strategic weapons and, frankly speaking, for deterrence. How do you deter with an engine that flies the same altitude as a conventional fighter? Fusion strikes are not used unless absolutely necessary. The only thing that can shock them is what they can see. If the Nordic League saw a Green Dragon fighter break through the stratosphere, you wouldn't even have to send out any announcements. Just a spin in front of them would be enough to give them the willies. If you switch to a 30 series engine, then they may not believe you even if you waste countless words and send out countless circulars saying you have a weapon system that crushes everything. Even if it does get used in actual combat, public pressure is off the table. A conventional engine carrying such a terrible weapon. It's like a harmless chick carrying a Gatling. It's a little scary to say you're scared, but after you're scared, you don't feel much. After all, Gatling they were afraid of, but a chick, they didn't have to worry about in the slightest. Can't handle a fusion strike though, but they just dealt with the Green Dragon fighters directly with the anti-missile systems deployed around China. Getting to the root of the problem is not only straightforward, it's also much simpler. Therefore, such a strategic weapon was definitely not what Gu Zhiqiu wished for. 5 days, Xin Qianqi firmly said. 5 days will definitely accomplish the mission. Chapter 113, An Enemy Trespasses. We must move forward. 5 days. Gu Zhiqiu, as the chief designer of the Green Dragon fighter, needed to verify and improve the entire fighter's operating system once again. 5 days later, to the end of July, the Nordic military exercises were held as scheduled. There were no test flights of the Green Dragon fighter, so what he needed to do was to check all the functions of the entire Green Dragon fighter except for the nuclear power engine in the lab in several rounds to make sure that there were no mistakes. As for Xin Qianqi and Wan Academician's side, they were patiently working on their tailoring, but the two men also have a very clear division of labor. Molecular chain breaks are relatively simple. and one academicians come to the rescue. Molecular splicing required an extremely high level of operation and proficiency, and this needed to be done by the person who had created the technology, which was Xin Qianche himself. The number of covalent bonds between molecules is in the trillions, and they're going to do something about it. It's about sketching lines on these pieces based on 3D drawings of nuclear power engines. It is then cut by the chain breaking technique and spliced tightly with the chain joining technique. The quality requirements of the project are also very strict, requiring each molecular bond to complete the splicing. If there is a misalignment, it may lead to a significant decrease in the stability of the entire material. For 5 days, Xin Qianche wore a radiation shielding suit and didn't say a word. The bonding of trillions of molecular chains requires a lot of concentration, and there is no room for distraction. This made even Gu Zhiqiu feel very impressed, although he is a workaholic. But this kind of needlework he patiently insisted on an hour is okay. I'm afraid if I stick around for a day, I'll be so bleary-eyed I won't be able to sit down at all. To be able to persist for 5 days, it was hard to imagine how strong Xin Qianche's willpower was. End of July 31st at 2 a.m. The outer wall of the francium debris nuclear power engine is complete. Begin assembly. The engine inserts, which had been made beforehand, were assembled under the careful maneuvering of Zhang Jing and Gu Ran and other staff members of the 712th Institute. The outer wall is perfectly embedded in the powerhouse of the Green Dragon fighter. The dimensions are precise and there is not a single error. 6 o'clock in the morning. Assembly is complete. Green Dragon fighter power pod hopper, towed by a tractor trailer. A white bat fighter slowly pulled out of the R&D base and onto the runway of the military airfield. All the staff of the Hualin military research base stood on both sides of the runway, looking up at the Green Dragon coiled on the pale fuselage with immense pride in their hearts. Gu Zhiqiu and Wang Feng and the others followed the fighter, waving to the staff on both sides. The sun rises from sea level. The shadow of the 003 carrier was drawn slim, like splashed ink, pouring over the Green Dragon fighters. A platoon of pilots stood in their intended positions, looking proudly at this national weapon. Wang Feng brought Gu Zhiqiu, Xin Qianche and all the staff of the 712th Institute to the warplane. At the ends of the wings, crimson cloth hangs. Wang Feng patted Gu Zhiqiu's shoulder. Go ahead. You two cut the ribbon. Aha. Gu Zhiqiu walked straight under the wing. Raise your hand slightly and you can touch the red cloth. The crimson cloth was dotted with gold-colored 5-pointed stars, which were not to be cut, but only to be tugged off with a slight tug of the red cloth hanging from the wings. Wow! Gu Zhiqiu gave a sharp tug, and the red cloth fluttered in the morning breeze. A green dragon painted on the wing reveals its true form. On the runway in the distance, a row of soldiers with rifles raised looked in the direction of the warplanes with mute faces, and then looked at Wang Feng. Leadership. This. Wang Feng cried and laughed. Qianche, don't wait for the firecrackers. You also rip it first. He had intended that after the firing of the cannon, he would make some remarks and then cut the ribbon. Gu Zhiqiu was in such a hurry, which in turn saved him many steps. Xin Qianche nodded, then followed suit and pulled off the red cloth. The ribbon cutting was followed closely by a shotgun salute. Still, Wang Feng didn't have a chance to speak because Gu Zhiqiu took a thick stack of papers and walked over to those pilots, equipped with nuclear-powered engines and fusion strikes. The Green Dragon is different from previous conventional fighters in a number of ways, so these battle-hardened pilots still have to retake the course. The modus operandi and precautions of the fusion strike had been trained by Gu Zhiqiu before. Now it's mostly some manipulation matters for the fusion engine. This is because once the airplane is airborne, most of the emergencies have to be handled by the pilots themselves, and something can go terribly wrong if the pilot doesn't even understand the most important power system of the Green Dragon. Gu Zhiqiu listed all the important parameters such as temperature, air pressure, and the decay process of the fusion fuel that should be taken care of through the formable list. But even so, there are still more than a dozen pages to learn. It made the ace pilots a bit of a head-scratcher. So much to learn? The mission is urgent. Can we learn the key ones first? A number of pilots inquired. The Nordic military exercises could start at any time, and it would be impossible for THM to learn all the knowledge in so many sheets. But Gu Zhiqiu firmly shook her head. All to the point. This has been streamlined by me. It's not strict. It's responsible. A single loss of temperature, a loss of pressure in the engine can have incalculable consequences. And these lists are also divided by the rate of increase in temperature as well as by wind speed, with clear instructions on how to drive for different conditions. If learned, countless avoidable disasters could have been avoided. So, it has to be learned. Gu Zhiqiu patiently taught one by one. Wang Feng and the other researchers from the Hualin Military Research Center gradually looked serious. Gu Zhiqiu had told these pilots the solution to each malfunction as plainly as possible. But this new type of fighter is impossible to learn without systematic training. What's more, Gu listed a dozen or so, which amounted to hundreds of items. This is simply impossible to learn in just a few hours. Wang Feng was also starting to regret a bit by this time. He was not expecting to have such a big problem to solve after the successful assembly of the nuclear engines. The Green Dragon fighter was built, and it was crushingly superior in both weapon systems and power systems. But if you don't know how to fly it, then wouldn't this fighter, no matter how powerful it is, still be a decoration? To learn those treatments, Gu Zhiqiu said quickly, one had to know enough about nuclear physics. But how easy is it to find a nuclear physicist among these battle-hardened pilots? An hour and a half or so. The alarm went off in the radar measurement area at the command post on Waring Island. This means that the Nordic military exercises have begun. All the carrier fleets of Europe and the United States, like a race, departed from the military ports of Japan and approached the waters of China. At this moment, everyone on the entire military airport looked grave. There is an enemy on the border. We must move forward. Chapter 114, You can't be a physicist if you can fly an airplane. Wang Feng stood not far away and looked at Gu Zhiqiu, who was teaching those pilots. Out of earshot, a report from the command post. An aircraft carrier formation led by the Ugly Kingdom is rapidly approaching the islands of Huaxia, its purpose unknown. At the same time, all the staff of the South China Sea, as well as the military, uniformly received their wartime orders and took up their positions. South China Sea, Huanyan Island Military Region. Elder Li went to the front line himself. Huanyan Island is closer to the border than Hualien Island and is the largest island in the Spratlys. A week ago, there were a total of 8,000 garrison generals stationed here, a total of 1,000 warships, 20 nuclear submarines, a group of aircraft carriers, and 2 ICBM silos. In a week's time, the number of station generals reached 38,000, mobilizing all maritime military forces from the East China Sea and Yellow Sea to converge here. With 20 ICBMs on board and 45 DF-8B ICBMs, the purpose is simple. Scandinavian military exercises can be staged as they like, but if they dare to come near China, we will never be merciful. Elder Li stood at the flame detection command post on Huanyan Island, his gaze icy cold as he watched the real-time monitoring of the Pacific Ocean waters sent from the satellite. Those carrier fleets in Scandinavia, with their electromagnetic shielding turned off, even actively emitting radar-detectable electromagnetic bands, and showing no signs of slowing down. It was able to see the purpose of the Nordic Union approaching China with such fanfare. If Huaxia tolerates one step, they will take one step forward. The so-called military exercises are frankly just a test, and if they find that Huaxia is actually cowering and not coming out, their true purpose will be revealed. The invasion of the Middle East with a bag of laundry detergent in the old days. Today, we can invade China with unwarranted and strong nuclear contamination. At that point, the military exercises will naturally lead to a military invasion. This is not the first time that the West has used such a ploy against China. The last time I used it was just over 100 years ago. What is the difference between the ugly behavior of the 8-power Allied forces and today? 100 years later, these so-called Western powers are still dog-eat-dog. Li La pointed his finger at several strategic locations such as the Manila Trench and Red Tail Island, and gave a deadly order. If the carrier fleet from Northern Europe reaches the waters of Red Tail Island, maritime forces will begin to move out to intercept and warn them. And if they are persistent, sailing in to reach the Manila Trench, it will be tantamount to a declaration of war. Everyone at the command post said solemnly, Understood. Any news from Hualien Island? The Green Dragon fighter, I heard Wang Feng say it's finished? Yes, both the nuclear engines and the fusion strike have been assembled and are ready for takeoff. Elder Li pondered for a moment. Taking off too early cheapens those eyeing Western countries. Now there was no doubt that if the Green Dragon fighters lifted off, those carrier fleets in Northern Europe would immediately turn around. But since these vipers want to come and bite, it's best to let them lose 2 teeth. They'll only learn if they know it hurts. It remains as I said earlier. The warning should be given in place, and then if we make a move, it will be justified. The principle of dealing with the ugly country is that I am strong and I am justified. But Huaxia is different. As a country of benevolence and righteousness, the ancestor of thick and dark science, it is about a name and a name. I don't make prisoners, but if a man offends me, I'll kill him. The strategy of showing weakness first, letting the other party take the bait, and then beating the dog with a painful blow has been used by the old ancestors, and as a descendant, it is easy for the ears to familiarize themselves with it. Huanyan Island, closest to the border, is poised for growth. However, the atmosphere on Hualien Island was slightly stagnant. The more Gu Zhiqiu spoke, the more annoyed and anxious she became. The alarms in his ears never broke, and Wang Feng had already gone to the command post to mobilize the J-series fighters and the 003 carrier back. Aside from the hour and a half it took to get started, this has been another hour, but still nothing much has happened. The entries on the list are basically learning the back and forgetting the front. Those pilots are also a little burnt out. Ask them to throw their heads in the sand and they won't say a word. But it's really torture for them to learn all this nuclear physics-related knowledge and nuclear problem-related treatments. I don't get it. Not enough brains. It is so difficult to learn such a difficult knowledge in 2 hours and to learn to do it and handle it. Wang Feng walked slowly to Gu Zhiqiu and pondered for a while. Why don't we let Qinglong, who is loaded with a Series 30 engine, go on a mission this time? After the fusion strike was assembled, Gu Zhiqiu had been trained in all operational functions except nuclear power. If they had switched to the conventional engines that these pilots were so familiar with, they could have just lifted off by now. Gu Zhiqiu stubbornly shook her head. No, isn't this the day we've been working on nuclear power? But who can drive in the current situation? Wang Feng's gaze went to the row of ace pilots. Everyone bowed their heads slightly in shame. These men, without exception, are role models and heroes in the military. There's not much that can make them bow down. But the fact that they bowed their heads in shame was a testament to how difficult the Green Dragon fighter's maneuvering system was. Perhaps it is providential that the time has not yet come for the full-bodied Green Dragon to make its debut, but you need not worry too much, as I am sure the conventionally powered Green Dragon can play a winning role as well. Gu Zhiqiu said, that's so many countries in the West, how can conventional military reserves resist? With a single country against the entire Western world, there is little chance of winning. What's more, now that Huaxia is no longer hiding, Elderly has personally gone to the front line, and the Nordic alliance is also sticking its head in the waters of Huaxia. The slightest mishap in this military exercise could wipe the floor and develop into a real war with hot weapons. If it really came to that, China without a nuclear-powered Green Dragon would undoubtedly be stuck in a quagmire. It would be difficult for the Nordic League to win an oceanic battle in the end, but Huaxia would be just as endlessly depleted with one against many. Along with the war came sanctions on energy, technology, commerce and much more. If China finally wins beautifully, it will complete the change of superpower, and with it will come endless opportunities and vast space for development. If Huaxia did not win, or won a very unattractive victory, then the ugly country's purpose is even achieved. The ugly country still represents the world's power, and has the ability to clean you up if you are not honest, and to win in style. The Green Dragon, which is capable of flying high in the air for fusion strikes, is undoubtedly the most direct move. The nuclear-powered Green Dragon must fly. How long do you think it's okay to cultivate again? As long as you say a number. I'll have the generals at the front line use their blood and flesh to drag you to that day. Wang Feng gradually lost his patience, so he asked directly. A few pilots blamed themselves too. Gu Gong, it's all our fault. Mainly this nuclear physics and nuclear processing is too unfamiliar to us. I don't blame you guys, Wang Feng said. No one is asking to say that you have to be a physicist to be able to fly an airplane. Chapter 115, today's Huaxia is not what it used to be. Just use the Series 30 engine. The fusion strike already counts as one of our bottom cards. Wang Feng made up his mind. You guys go get ready and wait for Elder Li's order. Yes, the pilot led the order to leave, and Gu Zhiqiu looked at the lone Qinglong fighter on the runway, a little lost in her mind. Wang Feng gently patted Gu Zhiqiu's shoulder. Good food is not afraid of being late, but now is the perfect time for him to make his debut, but no one can make him fly. The operator interface is completely revolutionized after the nuclear power is assembled, and this takes a long time to learn to practice. I'm the one who made him. Maybe I can make him fly, Gu Zhiqiu said seriously. Wang Feng laughed. A fighter jet is not as simple as driving a car. Although you are the chief designer of the Green Dragon, the flight process requires strong physical fitness in order to withstand the effects of the environment such as lack of oxygen, low air pressure, cold, noise, vibration and acceleration. I know, Gu Zhiqiu stubbornly said. I'll try to get over it. It's not something you can just say you're overcoming. Gu Zhiqiu knew how harsh training was needed to become a pilot. In his previous life, he returned home from the ugly kingdom and purposely underwent a 2-month physical training program. But even so, when the fighter reached above the speed of sound, the whole thing still came close to passing out. If it weren't for the obsession of returning home, he might not have lasted at all. He was familiar with the airplane's controls, but the problem was that now after being reborn, his current physical fitness was incomparable to that of his previous life. Despite climbing a lot of mountains after the high school entrance exam, and still with a climbing little hot chick Lu Man together, it is considered to be a weight climbing, but there is still a small gap with the pilot's requirements. What's more, when the Green Dragon flies at altitudes beyond the stratosphere, its speed is dramatically increased over conventional airplanes, and the physical demands are bound to be higher. Wang Feng knew his unwillingness and consoled him. Don't be too upset. The Green Dragon fighter is here. Our bottom card is here. There will always be a day when he flies, and when he does, I'm sure it will still rock the world. Gu Zhiqiu lost her head and nodded. Wang Feng left. Gu Zhiqiu and the Green Dragon fighter were alone together. The large wing was over his head, and the sea breeze blew over it, making a sound of miso. You want to go straight to the clouds too, right? A fleet of carriers rushed out of the Japanese waters, breaking the waves and racing in. From the moment they sensed their intentions, the Huanyan Island radar base kept sending warning signals to the Nordic Union. However, no response was received at all. Elder Lee's face was grave. Send the 1st and 5th Combat Squads at sea to patrol the high seas of the Pacific Ocean close to our territorial waters. Attention! If there is an attacking state of affairs on the opposing carrier, do not engage in battle and fall back inside territorial waters first. Fire may not be used on the high seas. As predicted by Elder Lee, combat teams 1 and 5 departed from Walling Island on high seas missions in both an east and west direction. Within a short time, the carrier formation of the Nordic Union was seen rushing towards the Chinese territorial waters area in a black cloud. Retreat to the South Seas? The commander of the 1st Combat Squad was slow to give the order, and the soldier looked at the enemy ship that was about to reach the front of his eyes and asked hastily, Combat Team 1 evacuating the high seas. At the same time, orders from the command post were once again conveyed. On board the 052C ship numbered Nanyang 151, the commander of the 1st Combat Squad, Deng Yang, gazed at the carrier fleet that was connected in a straight line in the distance and narrowed his eyes slightly. Why evacuate? Beside him, the soldier replied, for the sake of the name. What's in a name? It is in the name of our army to resist when another country commits a crime against us. Deng Yang frowned. That was humiliating in name only. The soldier was silent. They were also holding back in their hearts. Although Elder Lee's program was the safest, it was too conservative. It is only right to rise up against a country that has violated our borders. But who is he to violate our borders? Deng Yang issued an order to the First Fleet. With the exception of the 052C ships, all frigates, integrated supply ships evacuate the high seas. Deng Yang, what are you doing? The chief of the Navy raged from his command post. Elder Lee looked at the only green dot on the radar that hadn't retreated. His expression calm. Instead of withdrawing from the open sea, this green dot sailed deeper into the open sea. The 052C destroyer didn't answer, but Li Lao already knew what he was going to do. The 1st and 5th combat teams were safely evacuated. Only one destroyer remained on the vast open sea, traveling deeper into the Pacific. Deng Yang is a madman. The Duns are a crazy family. Perhaps it was the ancestor Deng Shirchang who set the precedent. The descendants joined the Navy and took the Whampoa examination, casting the Deng family's family tradition in a military way. Deng Yang's great-grandfather Deng Haoqian, as Deng Shirchang's surviving son, has never met his father, but he still has his father's blood in his body, and he has inherited the Deng family's ethos. When it came to Deng Yang, it was as if he had been firmly set on joining the military ever since he learned about his ancestors' writings in his textbooks. He entered the military at the age of 18 and became commander of the Navy's 1st combat team at the age of 28. In countless maneuvers, they have relied on that reckless strength to beat their opponents. There's one kind of person in this world that's scary, and that's someone who isn't afraid to die. But few people know that there is another kind of person who puts the fear of the enemy in their hearts. That's the Dons, the ones who are proud to die. Since Zhengqing, Deng Shirchang's character Zhengqing, the Deng family has set up the legacy of recommending blood to Xian Yuan. There are always two lines in every descendant, either in the study or on the battleship. As engraved on the side of the 052C ship, this day waving the world's tears, there are public enough to strengthen the naval power. It is not a terrible thing to die, but it is a pity if you cannot die for your country. Scared? Deng Yang looked to his second-in-command. The soldier looked determined, without any sense of panic, not afraid. Know what I'm going to do? Not really, but I trust you, sir. Deng Yang looked at the thickening black line on the surface of the sea and calmly said, We're sending people to their deaths. The soldier remained firm. Elder Lee's plan is good. Let's withdraw from the high seas and let them rush into our territorial waters so that we have the upper hand. But I always felt it was wrong. Behind us, our homeland. Shall we let these jackals come and go as they please? I don't think so. We fall back. The name of humiliation. It is the glorious name that we advance. The high seas are the high seas of the whole world, and if the enemy can go there, we can go there too, not to mention that they are fighting in distant oceans, and we are just cruising at our doorstep. If the Western world stops there and then leaves in disgrace, Huaxia, will give up without a fight. If the Western world still wants to move forward, it will have to step over our corpses, and at that time, it will be more justifiable for me, Huaxia, to send out troops. Of course, the most important thing is that as we move forward, we can also let the Western world know that the China of today, the brats are no longer to be stepped on so easily. Chapter 116, the book called The Spectrum of Martyrs, 052C Destroyer, breaking waves traveling toward the deep sea. The green dot on the radar kept refreshing, moving forward with each refresh. The Navy chief clenched his fists tightly. This Deng Yang, I knew he was going to fool around again. Usually fooling around is fine. Why is he still doing this now? Elderly looked at the radar and asked, how far is the 052C destroyer from the Nordic carrier fleet? 18 nautical miles or so. It's almost half an hour before we hit the face. The Navy chief shook his head. The carrier formation was traveling at roughly 30 knots, and Dang Yang's destroyers weren't staying put. The rendezvous would have happened sooner. Meet me in 20 minutes at the latest. Old Li said. This kid Tong Yang is trying to emulate his forefathers. The Navy chief sighed. The Dangs have always been like this. Alas, I should never have let this boy board the ship. What's wrong with him? Elderly asked rhetorically. He wanted to stop the enemy carrier outside our territorial waters with his life. Such a hero should be praised, not blamed, but he disobeyed a military order. The general has orders to obey. The chief of the Navy looked at the lone green dot on the high seas with a great deal of regret. The other officers at the command post also bowed their heads. They all thought that Elderly was trying to fulfill Deng Yang's wishes and acquiesce to his martyrdom. However, Elderly suddenly spoke. But our hero, how can we watch him die? After a pause, he instructed, send an early warning to the Nordic carrier fleet, saying that one of our destroyers is on a group sailing mission in the high seas, and that they should take care to avoid it. If a collision occurs, it is considered a provocation. Send the Air Force's 6th and 8th Elite Combat Teams on aerial patrol, starborne missiles to lock onto the Nordic fleet, and if Nordic dares not to avoid them, strike with full force. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Sea Combat Teams form carrier combat formation and arrive at the first island chain. Notify the Hualien military exercise base that Qinglong is in a state of flight readiness. Throughout the command post, all the senior officers began to mobilize nervously. 052C destroyer side. Deng Yang was like a lone hero to the depths of the Pacific Ocean. He's a solid nutcase. Once, on his first day in the army, his squad leader asked him why he became a soldier. He replied, honorable. The squad leader asked again what was honorable. He replied, it is an honor to die for your country. The squad leader said, why don't you live a good life and serve your country? He said, okay, we'll die for our country when we have the chance. From that point on, he was famous throughout the military. It's hard to imagine what a person with such an obsession would be like in these peaceful times. In the army, he was nicknamed the Crazy Sheep. On the battlefield, he was nicknamed Crazy Deng. When Elderly mobilized him to complete a cruise on the high seas, he could roughly figure out what Elderly meant. In the old days, the Pioneer Ziyuan ship crashed head-on without firing a single shot. That collision failed to change the history of humiliation. And today, he believes his country will take this opportunity to soar back to the top of the world. Modern history is a book. The pioneer Deng Shurchang wrote the opening chapter with blood. He Deng Yang wrote the ending with a passion. It's a thick book, with every stroke colored in blood. There is no plot in the book, just a name, every soul. Increase speed to 30 knots, full throttle. Deng Yang clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. Hi grandfather, descendant Deng Yang, will not dishonor the legacy of the Deng family. You're under the sea and you're watching. Nordic Union, Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, George Kling, military commander of the Ugly Kingdom, grimaced. A destroyer is coming in fast. Estimated collision time 10 minutes. Is it an emergency avoidance? Klin frowned with a cigar on his finger. The Chinese side has given a warning. If there is a ship collision, it is equivalent to war. What do you think? A few military advisors looked at the signals on the radar and said, the carrier formations of the 7 Nordic countries are all in place, and it would be a joke to spread the word if they were to change course to avoid China's battleships. You mean go to war? China has always been like that. All thunder and no rain. I'm sure he'll weigh the pros and cons and won't really go to war with the entire Western world. A military advisor suggested, why don't we lower our speed and let the Chinese battleships crash into each other on their own? It's superfluous. It won't make any difference if he bumps into us or we bump into him. It's just a pretext to start a war. These days satellites have photographed countless Chinese troops entering Huangyan Island. It's obvious that this time, China is ready for a fight. Krin waved the smoke in front of him, coughed twice, and said, so, you have only one question to consider in the 10 minutes before you load the ship, and that is whether or not to go to war? It is naturally impossible for the Nordic alliance to submit to a country in China. I mean to go to war. 2. My advice is still to wait and see. After all, there is still the threat of mysterious fighters in China. If we go to war, I'm afraid that the Nordic alliance's maritime military forces will all fold in the Pacific Ocean. Kling asked, have you seen any sign of the Chinese mystery fighter on satellite surveillance? No, but just because you don't see it, doesn't mean China doesn't have it. Another military advisor countered, if the Chinese had one, they would have taken it out to deter us long ago. Klein waved his hand. All right everyone, quiet down. So let's do what Wasiao wants and gamble with him in the Pacific. In 2016, we grayed out under the threat of China. And this time, we are well prepared. The experience of 2016 tells us that China is very good at fraud, so I'll bet on China's mysterious warplanes not being able to participate in the war. The conservative military advisor worried, but what if China does have it? Clin shook his head with a sneer. We've been guessing and worrying under the fraud of China for too long. To put it bluntly, this Pacific Rim military exercise for the purpose of confirming whether or not China really has that mysterious fighter plane. If so, we fail miserably. If not, this eastern country is no longer enough to worry about. But can the White House side accept defeat? Is this a matter of acceptance or not? Krillin had a serious face and said softly, if that mysterious fighter that unites space resources and countless cutting-edge technologies really exists, China surpassing the Western world is an inevitable event. Is it our turn to accept it or not? As Kling conferred with a group of military advisors, a soldier gravely reported back to them, Admiral Kling, the enemy warship, is accelerating. Chapter 117, Things Happen Too Suddenly. The Type 052C destroyer displaced more water and quickly reached a speed of 30 knots. Many people don't know much about the knots of a battleship. A knot is a unit of measurement whose origin is from the sailing sailors at sea in the 16th century. Because of the vastness of the sea, it is difficult to find a reference point to measure the speed at which the ship is traveling. Then there was a sailor who figured out a way to use a rope to calculate the speed of the ship. They measured the same distance on a rope, then tied knots in turn, and when the ship started to sail, they threw the rope into the water and counted how many knots the ship dragged out in a certain amount of time, to measure the speed of the boat. The method was later internationally standardized and agreed upon as 1 nautical mile per hour. As for the sea, it would be another long story to expand on, but if you roughly average it out, 30 knots would be almost 55 to 56 kilometers per hour. On the sea's surface, ships face a variety of resistance, such as friction resistance, vortex resistance, rising wave resistance, etc., and also have to deal with the huge waves that may hit them head-on at any time. With the exception of some torpedo boats that would reach 40 or 50 knots, 30 knots would be very respectable for the average large battleship. Klein watched the rapidly approaching red signal on the radar and flicked the ash off his cigar. Compared to the mysterious fighter, these fighters from Huaxia scare me even more. The Nordic carrier formations moved in unison, like huge ocean waves stretching for dozens of miles. A destroyer, under such pressure, as a flat boat. But who would have thought that it was this flatboat that made them fear from respect? It is difficult for the West to understand the spiritual world of the Chinese. At one time there were countless sociologists at Cambridge and Stanford who addressed this issue. Later they made a point. Huaxia, a civilization masquerading as a country. The Chinese, on the other hand, are the figurative embodiment of this civilization. Cultivate one's body, unify one's family, rule the country, and pacify the world. This is a kind of inheritance implanted in the bone marrow. There has never been a country in the world whose soldiers are like those of China, who see death as a homecoming. In the military world, the general rule is a soldier's duty is to obey. Chinese soldiers, on the other hand, are above this iron law. They are willing to break their bones for the country, and leave their hearts to shine through the sweat. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country, and will not return until they break the building. There is no need for ironclad laws, no need to hand out tons of money and pre-war encouragement. Whenever the country is in trouble, these soldiers will fight to the death. Western sociologists don't get it and call this phenomenon the fulfillment of vanity in the spiritual world. It's ridiculous and ignorant. For the old as we care for the old and the old, the young as we care for the young and the young Chinese people. If the dedication is called vanity, then since the beginning of Confucianism, it is vanity for 3,000 years. If it was another country's warship coming straight at them now, it would be far less oppressive. But Hua is different. Behind one destroyer is the entire Chinese crowd. If something happens to this destroyer, don't even think about it. The whole of China's warplanes, warships, missiles, and nuclear submarines will all come together to kill. Here's the thing about HWA that's the biggest headache. He's the land of etiquette. All the swordsmen were hidden under the red cloth of the dining room table. If you are polite and honest and eat, China will be warm and welcoming. But don't you dare tap the table. When Huaxia pulls the red cloth, hell knows how many strong men are hiding under the table. Thieves are scary. Kling watched the Type 052C destroyer reach within 10 nautical miles and finally made up his mind. Send the Jumwalt-class destroyer to meet the enemy, a military advisor said seriously. Attention to the Walter-class destroyer is our ace in the sea. Is it too big a deal to use it to collide with the 052C of Huaxia? Not rammed, sunk. Klein thought it through. There's no point in being polite and acting out when it's time to declare war. The only difference is that sinking is many times worse than the impact of ramming. But since we're at the point of tearing our faces off, there's no harm in tearing them off completely, Kling ordered afterward. The Jumwalt-class destroyer accelerates out of formation. Aboard the Nimitz-class carrier, 3 carrier planes lifted off to assist in the attack. Below the surface of the sea, The weapons bays of the Ugandan strategic nuclear submarine formation opened. The moment the 155mm caliber guns of the Jumwalt-class destroyer were pointed at the 052C. Weapon systems at sea and under the sea have also been turned on. A symbolic warning from the ugly country. But this failed to stop the Chinese battleships. But just then, the Chinese Air Force J-series fighters came roaring in from behind the 052C destroyer. Warplanes are as dense as migrating birds. And after the J-20, J-31, and Boom 20 fighters, 3 Chinese carrier combat formations slowly emerged from the sea level. Below the surface, the nuclear submarines of the ugly kingdom surrounded the 052C destroyer. But they suddenly picked up at that moment, from their sonar detectors, the source of a signal that was gradually emerging 500 meters below the water level. Moments later, 10 Type 094 strategic nuclear submarines discharged up, surrounding the 5 nuclear submarines of the ugly country tightly. The Jurassic II missiles also completed their locking work simultaneously. The lassoing maneuver caused the ugly country's nuclear submarine to immediately retract its torpedo bay, and flashed his signal lights in an awkward and nonchalant greeting. But the 10 carriers of Huaxia were unmoved. On board the destroyer 052C, Deng Yang lost his mind for a moment as he looked at the fleet of fighters and carriers guarding his surroundings. Stopped a nautical mile from the Jumwalt-class destroyer. Sir, the deputy choked up a bit as he looked at the jet series fighters in the sky and the carrier fleet 10 or so nautical miles behind him. Deng Yang didn't respond for a long time. Slowly, he walked out onto the deck. Under the 052C's 10,000 ton full load displacement, the line on the ship's side, this day waving the world's tears, there are public enough to strengthen the Navy's power, is faintly visible under the lapping of the waves. The original solitary atmosphere of charging into the enemy camp alone was gone, and he was bent on being a lone hero. But in the end, he became a child protected in swaddling clothes by the state. Deng Yang looked at the turquoise blue sea and, without caring about his image, lay down on the deck and watched the fighters circling above his head like seagulls. The relaxation in the swashbuckling atmosphere gave an indescribable sense of security. In the command post on Huangyan Island, Li Lao gave an ultimatum to the Nordic fleet. The rim of the Pacific military exercises need to be outside 50 nautical miles of our territorial waters, and if they enter and cross the border, we will take the necessary measures to stop them. Warning, your party has entered a danger zone. Expect to leave within 3 hours. Otherwise, there will be consequences. The Nordic carrier formation stopped and the Jumwalt-class destroyers returned to the formation. The Nordic countries formed the interim conference. Chapter 118, Participation of China. The countless warplanes and battleships that suddenly appeared in front of them caused Klin to completely panic. Huaxia's actions were very different from what he had expected. The ugly kingdom had not provoked Huaxia once or twice, and it was reasonable to say that Klin's judgment of Huaxia would not be inaccurate. Available at. What happened to the promised state of etiquette and the promise to be courteous first? How did you become a reckless person all of a sudden? With a frown on his face and a warning from the Chinese side in his ears, Kling immediately called a joint meeting of the military advisors of the 26 countries in the joint military exercise. Yes, 26 countries, except for the countries in Western Europe, and 13 minions in Asia. Of course, most of these minions are supplied with military power by the ugly kingdom, and they are not capable of much on their own. But the ugly kingdom has allowed these minions to participate as well for no other reason than one purpose: tie the countries around China to their own ship of thieves. For one thing, it demonstrates the leadership of the U.S. in the Indo-Pacific and globally. Secondly, to verify the loyalty of the Indo-Pacific allies. Of course, as the U.S. rim of the Pacific military exercises have become more and more involved in more and more countries, the scale of the exercise has become larger and larger. It is also a side reflection of the ugly country to China, more and more bottomless. Therefore, after receiving a warning from Huaxia, Kling did not dare to make unauthorized decisions as he had done before, but instead had to pull his allies together for the meeting. In fact, the ugly state, as the dominant player, makes proposals with sufficient decision-making power. The so-called meetings are also one-sided. The funny thing, though, is that if there are any consequences, they will need to be shared among the 26 countries. The other countries are not little darlings. They will naturally listen to the ugly kingdom when it is profitable to do so. But if they are going to go on an adventure and actually move a knife or a gun, they say break up with panache. Klein looked at the evasive looks on the faces of each of the country's military advisors and didn't have to say anything to know what was going on in the group's minds. It's not appropriate to be in such a stalemate. So let's talk about our respective opinions. Huaxia has deployed so many troops. This is not a joke. We have no chance of winning in an oceanic battle. Let's retreat to 50 nautical miles away in 3 hours as Huaxia wants. The representative of the enameled country was the first to speak. Kling expected negative suggestions from the enameled nations. It's a fine tradition of the enameled nations now. Isn't there a very famous joke? Another shipment of firearms needs to be sold in enamel country. So please give a sales pitch to be constructed. A. Very well maintained. Brand new and unused. Only dropped on the floor once. As for the Indo-Pacific countries, the attitude is also obvious at this moment. The reason for coming out on the wave with the ugly kingdom is because the ugly kingdom uses money to get them to hold up their end of the bargain. Now you're telling us to touch base with Wasia? Don't be ridiculous. Dude still wants to be in Asia. Just two of the ugly kingdom's hardcore minions, the military representatives of the Japanese nation, also expressed their refusal in a very distinctive manner. There's no other reason. Bonobos are too close to China and too far from ugly countries. Disgusting things they can do. But you're really asking them to mess with this Eastern dragon. That's absolutely, positively impossible. It's too scary. Another hardcore little brother, the Kimchi country, although actively participating in this RIMPAC military exercise, the amphibious assault ship Marajima was the flagship of the 4 ships sent to participate in the exercise, and more than 1,000 people participated in the exercise, which is the largest scale since 1990, when the Kimchi country participated in the exercise for the first time. But it was also clear that his little heart was in the right place, foxing and mooching off the opportunity. But now that tiger was useless, he, the fox, naturally slipped fast. Krin looked at everyone in the entire conference room in their own way and turned green with anger. Before the Chinese warplanes and battleships came out, this group of people were all spirited, and the aura was as if they had returned to 100 years ago. But who would have thought that the change in attitude would be really thorough once Huaxia shines its sword? It's true that a great man can bend but not break. Klein lit a cigar and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, his mind incredibly torn. It was the first time he had seen Huaxia so reckless, and to be honest, he was goaded in his heart. He thought that if Huaxia dared to be so resolute in sending out troops, it must have a card up its sleeve. That mysterious fighter. Maybe it really isn't an empty promise, but just leave in the dust? It's so humiliating. Since the release of the White House's Indo-Pacific strategy in February last year, the ugly kingdom has for the first time brought great power rivalry to the forefront. Other countries can just say run away. Only he ugly country can't do that. Even if you have a swollen face, you still have to be tough. But, to fight is not to dare to fight. The whole league is centrifuged and scattered. If we really fought, it would be impossible to win, even without the threat of the mysterious fighters. Kling wondered and pondered for a long time, and said in a deep voice, in my opinion, how about sending an invitation to Huaxia to participate in the rim of the Pacific military exercises? Together? Counselors from various countries look like it doesn't matter. As long as they don't fight, it's all good. It was the ugly country that came up with the Indo-Pacific strategy, not them. It's not their turn to lose face. Huangyan Island Command Center. Elderly wasn't too surprised when he received the invitation from ugly country. The ugly country is conceding the point, but that didn't make anyone feel happy, because this time they escaped another beating. I'm sorry to hear that. Reply to the ugly kingdom. Tell them to return the way they came. Tomorrow China will attend on its own. There is no need to greet them with so much fanfare. I'll leave the next maneuver C matters to you. I have to go prepare the big gift. After giving an explanation to the Navy chief, Elderly instructed the soldier beside him, prepare a boat and send me to Hualin Island. By the way, when that kid Tang Yang comes back, have him meet me directly at Hualin Island. The wartime status was lifted, so Li Lao had his work cut out for him to wander around the South China Sea. For him, what he was most attached to was naturally the Green Dragon fighter, and that little Gu student. In the harbor of Hualin Island, Wang Feng was standing by with the entire research staff of the military research base, even purposely pulling nuclear-powered Green Dragon fighters into the harbor. Wang Feng understood too well. He knew what Elderly came to Hualin Island for as soon as he got free. One was Qinglong and the other was Gu Zhiqiu. Not long after, a ship docked in the harbor of Hualin Island. With everyone in the crowd, Elder Li waved and walked off the ship. Comrades in research. Hard work, Elder Li. It's not hard. Elder Li stood in front of the harbor and stopped to look at the distant Green Dragon fighter. Under the turquoise blue sky, this warplane, like a green dragon hovering above the white clouds, was extremely imposing. The bat-style wings add to the stern, majestic look. It wasn't the first time he had met Qinglong, who came to Hualin Island almost every year to give these researchers some urging and encouragement. But then the Green Dragon had no soul. Tomorrow China participates in the rim of the Pacific military exercises. Can the Green Dragon take off? The nuclear-powered Qinglong still needs to train its pilots if it wants to take off. The conventionally powered Qinglong can take off, Wang Feng said. Even if it is conventionally powered, it is equipped with a fusion strike. The deterrent power may be lower, but it should not be underestimated. It's not lower. Conventional power determines cruise length and distance, which are the most important core parameters of a strategic bomber. When Elderly finished speaking, he swept his gaze through the crowd and inquired, "Where's Zhiqiu? How come I don't see him? Wang Feng turned back to the green dragon and was somewhat helpless. It's been a day in the green dragon's cockpit. How can I yell at it but it won't come down? Chapter 119, Test Flights. What does this kid want? Elderly was startled. Does he still want to fly an airplane? Wang Feng laughed bitterly. Because the nuclear-powered green dragon can't take off. He's sulking up there. This kid is stubborn and won't listen to persuasion. Ha ha, Elderly laughed twice. I'll go up and persuade. Elderly stepped onto the boarding platform. The fuselage shape of the green dragon fighter is modified from the Boom 20 and is huge. The wingspan is 40 meters. The length is almost 30 meters and the height is 35 meters. The cockpit can accommodate both a primary and a secondary driver. Before Elderly walked into the cockpit, the image that came to his mind was of Gu Zhiqiu sitting in the cockpit stinking and not saying a word. But when he walked in, only then did he realize that the boy had a notepad in one hand and one hand was like a machine, sliding rapidly across the book. It didn't even press the point of his arrival. Elderly sat down in the passenger seat and wondered, what are you doing? Find a way to make the green dragon fly. What? You want to learn to fly a bomber? There's no need to learn. I'm the designer of the green dragon. I can pilot it. Gu Zhiqiu glanced at Elderly. It's just that my physical fitness doesn't quite allow it. Oh, Elderly sighed in relief and asked again. So how are you going to make him fly? I'll see if I can improve it so that the nuclear-powered console is simplified to be the same as the conventionally powered one. That's a good idea. Elderly praised. But it's too difficult. Gu Zhiqiu tossed the book aside and rubbed his temples. The nuclear-powered Qinglong's flight speed and altitude are too extreme. And while going beyond the stratosphere drastically weakens the wind resistance, the drag is a double-edged sword. He's a bad guy when you're flying, but a good guy when you're trying to redirect or slow down. I'm sure everyone who takes a physics class to learn about friction is led by the teacher to imagine a world, what the world would be like without friction. It was probably from that point on that the bad impression of resistance was formed in everyone's mind. But in reality, without friction, one cannot even move forward. Oh, Elderly was like an old grandpa, rubbing his hands together and curiously watching his grandson fool around. Forget it, there's no way to improve it. Gu Zhiqiu directly kicked back and spat out a depressed breath. Pilots of the nuclear-powered Qinglong must learn nuclear physics. Otherwise they cannot become pilots of Qinglong fighters. Elderly nodded. Good. I'll go back and make a request with them. Gu Zhiqiu sighed. The green dragon has obviously been built, but it can't fly into the sky to contribute to the country. In all the years we've been building hydrogen bombs, we haven't really used them. So don't beat yourself up. This strategic weapon, as long as we have it, is enough. Well, Elderly touched Gu Zhiqiu's head. Alright, little one, don't be sad. You've already made a huge contribution. The Qinglong project has been stalled for 10 years, and if it wasn't for you, it might have to wait for another 10 years. It's not me alone. The efforts of all the researchers at the military research base can't be ignored. I'm just giving a theoretical support, and it wouldn't have been possible to turn the theory into reality without their work day and night. You kid is quite modest. Li Lao laughed. Well, the Pacific Rim has completely turned into a military exercise, and the probability of a military conflict won't happen. You've also worked hard these days. Go back to Kyoto. When the military exercises over here are over, Grandpa will treat you to a delicious meal. Gu Zhiqiu was muffled. Elderly smiled and asked, what? You don't want to leave? The Star Chain project over at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the superconducting transmission grid project that is gradually spreading throughout the country are waiting for you. I have a small request. Say, whatever I can do, I will fulfill you. Gu Zhiqiu whispered. I want to take off once in the Green Dragon. A request that directly silenced Elderly dry. Only after a long time did he cautiously ask, are you serious? Aha. After pondering for a long time, Elderly said, you know how to fly a bomber? I've just said, I'll drive. You really know how to drive? Gu Zhiqiu stretched out her finger and gently tapped down on the control interface. Buzz. The nuclear power engine transducer activated, and a stream of light blue particles jetted out of the tail. The green dragon fighter shook slightly, and the entire pier trembled. Stop, stop, stop. Elderly hurriedly shouted to stop. Gu Zhiqiu slowly shut off the engine. I'm really good at driving. You kid. You had to scare the old man out of me. Elderly calmed down a bit and watched as countless people at the pier ran towards Qinglong in panic, opening the hatch and waving his hand, indicating that everything was fine and there was no need to be nervous. Really know how to drive? Elderly asked, turning around. Gu Zhiqiu nodded seriously. Aha. Fine. You'll be given a chance to test fly, but you're not allowed to fly out of the electromagnetic shielding area of Hualin Island. That just lifted off and had to land. Elderly didn't have the good sense to say, what? You still want to fly into the clouds? Gu Zhiqiu regretfully said. Alright then. Li Lao was furious. This kid was really too much of an inch. What was with this reluctance? Alright, I'll notify the ground forces to cooperate. And remember, test flights can only be made within the electromagnetic shielding zone. Well, I know. Gu Zhiqiu looked at elderly. You can go down now. Not next. If anything happens, old man, I can still stop you. What could go wrong just running around the track? Am I worried about something going wrong with Green Dragon? I'm worried about something going wrong with you, kid. Elder Li gave the ground crew the order for the test flight. The tow truck pulled the Green Dragon back to the military airfield runway again. The entire research staff of Hualien Island, led by Wang Feng, twittered. It was impossible to hear what the people below were yelling from the Green Dragon fighter, but Gu Zhiqiu and Elder Li both knew it by heart. Two crazy people, one old and one young, looked at the roundabout runway and the endless sea with anticipation. Are you ready? Gu Zhiqiu asked. Elder Li had a calm face. When I was your age, old man, I had already been flying warplanes around in the sky. Gu Zhiqiu pressed a green button on the control interface. Immediately afterward, two transparent covers slowly enveloped the two. This is? Elder Li was curious. Constant pressure chamber. Elder Li was starting to get a little wary. Then, Gu Zhiqiu pressed the button on the seat, and two oxygen masks fell from the upper end of the constant pressure chamber. Put this on. After Elder Li put on his oxygen mask, he activated the engine again. A wave of air along with a high-temperature heat wave erupted from the tail of the Green Dragon fighter. Around the Green Dragon, it was as if a barrier of heat waves had formed, and even space was vaguely distorted. Under the high temperatures, researchers standing on both sides of the runway couldn't help but close their eyes tightly to avoid burns. Powerful ripples of high-pressure airwaves swept in all directions, and a roaring sound resounded through the clouds on Hualien Island. Chapter 120, A Little Problem. After the heat wave subsided and all the researchers opened their eyes, then he saw that the Green Dragon had reached the end of the runway. Wang Feng's scalp tingled as he looked at the Green Dragon fighter plane that was dragging a long pale green tail flame. I shouldn't have let Mr. Li go up. I knew the two of them wouldn't be able to find anything good together. Zhang Jing gripped Gu Ran's hand in distress. Does our son know how to fly an airplane? Why is he so impulsive? It will be. Gu Ran hugged Zhang Jing. Don't worry, our son will be fine. With all that talk, one of the old married couples was actually shaking more than the other. Wang Feng didn't dare to rest, and hurriedly notified the emergency treatment detachment of Hualien Island, as well as the Sea Search and Rescue Squad, just in case. Then came the call of the command post over and over again. As for Gu Zhiqiu's side, he had no time to pay attention to the fleeting scenery and buildings on the side, eyes staring straight ahead into the sky. The radius of the electromagnetic shielding zone on Hualien Island was only 30 kilometers. There's not much room to maneuver at this distance, and you basically have to land after takeoff. Speed to liftoff criteria. Conventional drive reaches nuclear engine ignition conditions. Landing gear retracted. Switching nuclear engines. After the power switch is pressed, the entire Green Dragon fighter lurched for a split second. Immediately afterward, a powerful thrust ran through every cell of the body. The feeling was like a slingshot stretched to its limit and then suddenly released. If you were a stone, the biggest push you would have felt would have been at the moment of release. But that's not how it feels when you're sitting in a Green Dragon. Not for a moment. Instead, it had been sustaining this moment of powerful thrust after switching to nuclear engines. A physical concept can be introduced here. Impulse. Impulse is the product of mass and velocity, and the product of force and time of action. Instantaneous thrust calculations require integral derivation. So that's short. As a simple example, everyone may not have been in a fighter jet, but they have definitely been in an automobile. There is a noticeable pushback as the car accelerates. How do you calculate this? The speed of the car after acceleration multiplied by the mass of the car minus the speed of the car before acceleration multiplied by the mass, then divided by the time of acceleration, averaged out to be the average thrust received during that time. What about instantaneous thrust? Forget the integral thing for a moment and just multiply the acceleration of the car by the mass. For the average person, the sudden acceleration of a car to 100 yards can cause a person to feel a rapid heartbeat and physiological discomfort. What about fighter jets? The Green Dragon, as a bomber, had an empty weight of 63 tons and a maximum load of 15 tons. Takeoff speed is about 300 kilometers per hour. Level flight speed is over 2,000 kilometers per hour. Maximum speed at high altitude is about 5,000 kilometers per hour. Next up is simple elementary school math. Small cars typically weigh around 1.5 tons, and the Green Dragon is more than 40 times that with no load. Instantaneous speed at takeoff is 3 times that of a small car at high speed, 20 times that of level flight, and 50 times that of high altitude. That is to say, you sit in the Green Dragon fighter, and the thrust you receive before you take off will expand your discomfort 120 times. During the acceleration from takeoff to level flight, the discomfort will expand 800-fold. In level flight, accelerating to high altitude at maximum speed would be 2000 times that. This was still the thrust achieved with the nuclear-powered Green Dragon's extreme speed neutered, and if it was allowed to go to the limit, even with a constant pressure chamber, it was not something the human body could carry. However, because they were flying in a restricted area this time, the nuclear-powered Green Dragon would have to slow down to a hovering landing on Hualien Island before reaching level flight speed. As a result, the thrust applied is not even half that of a conventional fighter, but even so, it gave Gu Zhiqiu a good toss. The biggest function of the constant pressure chamber is to balance the atmospheric pressure. As for thrust, it is an additional function. Even though it's been significantly weakened, it still gives the impression of a chest breaker. The muscles of the face were flaccid, expanding behind the ears, and the arteries were reddening the neck from congestion. As the acceleration decreases, everything gradually returns to normal again. When the Qinglong's speed stabilized, Gu Zhiqiu moved his facial muscles and turned his head to look at Elderly at the first opportunity. But who knows? Just as he turned his head, he saw Elderly looking at him with a worried face. His face was so wrinkled that it looked like the bark of a dead tree. Elderly tapped on the constant pressure chamber and mouthed something, but because of the tinnitus, Gu Zhiqiu couldn't hear it at all. After 5 seconds or so, the tinnitus in his ears diminished, and that's when he heard Elderly's voice. Zhiqiu, how are you? Gu Zhiqiu looked at the endless blue sky and white clouds, as well as the sea creeping under her feet, and revealed a smile. I'm fine. There is not a single thing better than a smooth liftoff of the Green Dragon. It's really soothing, especially when it's so successful. Land. Elderly issued the order very seriously. The voice was not as kind as before, and the tone was impossible to disobey. Obviously, when the Green Dragon rose into the air, he realized that even flying at a low speed in a restricted area, the Green Dragon had exceeded his prediction, but Gu Zhiqiu was on the contrary a very axial person. I'll record the test flight data first. Don't worry, I won't fly out of the electromagnetic shielding area. After saying that, he piloted the Green Dragon to hover over Hualien Island. All the while eyes were fixed on the parametric feedback of the various components of the airplane. The outer walls of the francium fragments shield all heat nuclear radiation, and not a trace of neutron radiation can be detected throughout the body. The results were even better than he had expected. The unattached surface layer bulkhead supersonic inlet, DSI, and the high-temperature wind pressure chamber are all in order as well, and the fusion engine's high-temperature pressurization, compared to a conventional engine, is not doubled or tripled. Being able to withstand such pressure was enough to prove that the researchers on Hualien Island had reached the peak of polishing on the Green Dragon fighter. The only question, the pressure feedback on the outer wall of the nuclear reactor was very uneven as the Green Dragon hovered in flight. He performed a couple of boost tests, as well as an engine restart test, and found that there was a clear trend of increasing pressure feedback differences. Although the difference was still within manageable limits, it always made him feel a little suspicious. Since it was the first test flight of a nuclear-powered fighter, he had no relevant experience to pinpoint the cause of the problem. The only thing that can be done is to add a line to the list when flying at high speeds, to change direction, shut down the engines and restart them when you are on the established course. Other problems? Gu Zhiqiu checked around and didn't find any for the time being. The only regret is that it was not possible to try the extreme speed of the Green Dragon, and there was no test of fusion strikes. Elderly, who was in the passenger seat, looked serious, especially after seeing the regretful expression on Gu Zhiqiu's face. It was clear that he was even angrier. Chapter 121. This problem doesn't seem to be small. Hurry up and land for me. Elderly issued the order once again. Gu Zhiqiu smacked his lips regretfully. Can't we try a fusion strike? Landing. Li Lao was furious. You kid is going to make me sick. The nuclear engines shut down. The power system switched to conventional engines, and the Green Dragon maneuvered to access the Waring Island ground console. With a command post in tow, the Green Dragon slowly landed on the airport runway. Constant pressure chamber retracted. Elderly removed his oxygen mask and looked at Gu Zhiqiu with an angry and heartbroken gaze. Gu Zhiqiu took off her mask and hemmed and hawed. Elderly frowned at him and couldn't afford to lose his temper with him again. Flying too. Are you satisfied now? I can't say I'm satisfied. I can only say I have no regrets. Except, Gu Zhiqiu looked at the test flight data. There's a small hidden problem. I don't know where the problem is. It's quite diabolical. When the hatch opened, he helped Li Lao out of the fighter. Despite the short duration of the flight, he felt a little uncomfortable walking on the ground now. The ground was like a quagmire, high for a while and low for a while. Elderly, I didn't expect you to be quite powerful. Before Qinglong took off, he felt that he was at least a young man, and he had to be able to carry it better than Li Lao in any case. As a result, I didn't expect to have to assist Elderly to walk steadily now. It's normal that you haven't been trained. In the earlier years, when our fighters were first made, it was very rudimentary, Li Lao said. In order to withstand the pressure of flying at high altitude, The physical fitness of our country's pilots was tempered and steeled. Huaxiao's warplane journey can't compare with developed countries. When the ugly country started to study how to speed up and how to set safety standards, our warplanes have just lifted off. In order to rivet to catch up with the gap, it is modified every 3 years and replaced every 5 years. There is simply no time to stop and optimize. Under this rapid iteration of updates, early Chinese fighter protection systems were very rudimentary, with a pressurized cockpit cover, and ballistic steel plates pretty much being the standard. Technology is not enough. The body comes in. In order for the test flight to go smoothly, the imperfections in the crew protection system will require the pilot's own qualities to make up for this part of the defect. If one knows anything about the earlier years of military service, one can know that that group of soldiers suffered far more than the resemblance. The soldiers of that time, each one of them was described as a man who walked out of hell. That kind of physical fitness, not to mention flying a fighter jet. 3 people directly surrounded a company of outrageous things have been done. Gu Zhiqiu paid respect to Elder Li's words, but her heart was more heartbroken. The limitations of technology have made the older generation of soldiers suffer too much, and now that they have the ability, not only do they want to make the military industry stronger, but they also want to make the soldiers suffer as little as possible. This cockpit still needs to be improved. This test flight, the peak speed is only 1,000 kilometers per hour. If it reaches the limit speed, the pressure that the pilot has to endure dare not think. Elder Li nodded. Nuclear engines do have a large leap compared to conventional engines, and the protection system will have to follow suit. The two of them walked down the Green Dragon, and Wang Feng and a group of researchers surrounded them. The cheers came rushing in like a tsunami. One could see everyone in the entire Hualin Research Center. At this moment, with pride on their faces, the Green Dragon fighter test flight was perfect. Everyone was worried before that something would go wrong with the power switch, landing, and steering, but the truth is, everything went smoothly. Everyone surged around the Green Dragon fighter, waving their hands. With a dark face, Wang Feng walked out from the crowd. Elder Li, he's fooling around. Why are you still fooling around with him? Elder Li waved his hands seriously. Well, things have already passed. Next time, he will definitely not be left to his own devices. But everything went well with the Green Dragon test flight. The result is always good. Wang Feng sighed. Then the anger on his face subsided and a smile piled up on his face as he patted Gu Zhiqiu's shoulder. Thank you, Zhiqiu. Wang Feng's eyes gradually moistened. The Green Dragon ascends and all is well. 10 years of burying our heads in the sand has finally blossomed. The significance of the successful test flight of the nuclear-powered Green Dragon is immense. This means that this undercard has enough vigor, ready for takeoff as soon as pilot training is in place. Instead, they are simply placed at military airfields. Paper deterrence. As for blame, Zhiqiu was still a child and had made such a great contribution, so how could he blame it? Even if he crossed the line and blamed Elder Li, he didn't feel like blaming Gu Zhiqiu. Elder Li looked depressed. Don't be playful with him. Where are academician Gu and academician Zhang? Zhang Jing and Gu Ran walked over awkwardly. Elder Li, in the future, I'll give the two of you a task to watch Zhiqiu and never let anything happen to him. Good. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the test flight parameters like nothing, scratched his head, squeezed into the crowd, and headed for the military research center. I'm going to make a trip to the simulation lab. The researchers around Qinglong danced around as Gu Zhiqiu buried her head and moved outside. Elder Li frowned slightly. He's always been so out of touch? That's how he is, Gu Ran said. Hualin Island Military Research Base. In the simulation lab, Gu Zhiqiu looked at the 3D-generated Green Dragon fighter and performed a simulated flight test. The process of switching and steering the nuclear power was deliberately slowed down, and the pressurized condition of the powerhouse was carefully observed and recorded. Totally normal. Then pressurize. Normal. Nuclear engines restarted. Still normal. Same structure. Same materials. And the simulation and the actual situation are actually different? This made Gu Zhiqiu think a little thinly. There is only one logical possibility for such a situation to occur, and that is that the molding of the outer wall has failed. The problem is, if there are molding errors or holes in the outer walls of the francium element, the consequences can be anything from uneven pressure to a serious nuclear leak or even an engine explosion. But other than the uneven pressure, nothing else happened. This left Gu Zhiqiu in a daze once again. After a long time, Elder Li, Wang Feng and the others also came to the simulation lab one after another. Gu Zhiqiu grabbed her hair and asked, "Where's Xin Xianqie? Is he around? What's wrong?" Xin Xianqie walked over to the test bench. "There's a little situation with the test flight that I can't rule out," Wang Feng said. "Didn't the test flight go well? There's a little problem with the engine. It doesn't affect the flight, but it's always a hidden problem, and there's always a bad feeling in the back of my mind when I don't fix it." Xin Xianqie looked at the simulated experiment screen and wondered, "Isn't everything normal? there is a large differential in pressure feedback from the outer wall during flight, which doesn't affect flight. But, Chapter 122, what kind of demon is this francium fragment? Gu Zhiqiu pushed the test flight data to Xin Qianche, but the speed of this test flight was not even one-fifth of the maximum speed, and there was such a large pressure differential. I'm worried that there will be a safety problem if it flies at the maximum speed. The problem of uneven pressure can be large or small. For example, if you sit on a stool, the pressure on the stool is uneven because of the bone structure, but because the stool is able to withstand the difference, you don't have to worry about the stool collapsing at all. But the pressure differential caused by the nuclear engines is far more terrifying. At a flight speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, the powerhouse can withstand the pressure differential on the outer walls. But what if it's 5,000 kilometers per hour? The uneven pressure caused by the outer wall is going to rise exponentially. Once the pressure difference in the outer wall shattered the powerhouse, the green dragon would disintegrate right in the air. The consequences are unimaginable. Xin Qianche carefully looked over the test flight data. Of course, some of the more specialized functions he didn't understand. His eyes were mainly focused on the list of pressure feedback. It's a little strange that this pressure spike isn't actually at a fixed point. According to Xin Qianche's conjecture, it might be the uneven pressure caused by the uneven surface of the outer wall. But if this is the case, it means that the pressure caused by the raised point is fixed on the high side. But on Gu Zhiqiu's record, the peak of pressure was always moving. It's like a man in a sack, struggling as it were in all directions. Gu Zhiqiu thought of something and stretched the image further with both hands, then looked at the silvery white mist inside the shard. How many grams of francium element did you preset? 55 grams. Gu Zhiqiu frowned slightly. With so many fragments making up the outer wall, francium is only 55 grams? Xin Qianche was very sure, yes. Based on the molecular structure of the external material, the density can be roughly estimated. 90% of the weight of a fragment is on the external layer of the film, and there is actually very little francium elemental content inside. Give me the form. Gu Zhiqiu jerked the flight test form away from him, then buried her head in calculations. The reaction force caused by the outer wall on the powerhouse can be calculated according to the pressure values. The impulse can be calculated from the reaction force. Then calculate the weight of the outer wall at the start of the nuclear engines based on the speed of flight. Yes, after all the circumstances were ruled out one by one, Gu Zhiqiu determined one thing. The outer wall changes mass when the nuclear power engines are activated. After making dense calculations from the integral method to the isolation method, he came up with the mass of the outer wall of the green dragon flying at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. This, Gu Zhiqiu looked up at the 3D model of the Qinglong fighter on the screen, and then looked at the parameters on the side. During the flight simulation, Qinglong maintained an empty weight of 63 tons at all times, but in reality, the weight should be 74 tons. He looked down, almost shocked, at the numbers he had crunched. The weight of the outer wall doubled 324 times after nuclear power was activated. He muttered incredulously. It reached 11.26 tons. For a moment, the faces of the researchers in the entire simulation lab suddenly changed. How is that possible? The total weight of the outer wall at the time of assembly was just under 50 kilograms. If the situation according to what Xin Qianche said was the case, the francium elemental content in these 50 kilograms was only 50 or so grams. That means this outer wall is rapidly gaining weight in the short 10 seconds or so it takes to take off. And to be able to increase rapidly from 50 or so grams to over 11 tons in weight, it's hard to imagine what kind of physical reaction took place on the outer wall. Elder Li, I'm requesting to call on the material analysis report from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Elder Li nodded. Good. After saying that, Elder Li hurriedly ordered something to the guards around him. The guard went out for a trip, and not long afterward, he walked into the simulation lab and handed Gu Zhiqiu a printed document. This is the material analysis report of the francium elemental fragment. Gu Zhiqiu examined it carefully, and the temperature test was an important part of the material analysis. The material remained stable under high temperature tests at 500 degrees, 5,000 degrees, and 10,000 and 100,000 degrees. Higher temperatures were not tested. Then came the neutron radiation test. There is no doubt that no matter how powerful the fusion and fission experiments were, not a single neutron was ever able to penetrate this fragment. Stability is unquestionable. For a while, he looked at the material analysis report without the slightest clue. Are there any more fragments brought from Kyoto? Gu Zhiqiu asked. Academician Wan Meixiang said. And there's still about half of it. The original schedule was to finish molding the outer walls of 2 green dragons. High temperature testing to see if the weight of the material changes at 100 million degrees Celsius. Xin Qianche frowned. How do you create an environment with 100 million high temperatures? Fly around in the green dragon again? Don't bother. A fusion strike will do. Elder Li hastily chimed in. Nonsense. Gu Zhiqiu explained. It's fine if it's not fully recharged. A small dose of fusion fuel won't have much of an effect. That wouldn't be appropriate either. The experiment was left to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and Hualien Island is not equipped for nuclear testing. It's too slow to let CAS do it. I need first-hand information. It won't be slow. Elderly directly called Ho Guoqiang and told the CAS nuclear physics laboratory to stop the work at hand and immediately conduct a high-temperature test of francium elemental fragments. Gu Shiqiu sighed, and seeing Li Lao's thunderous behavior, he didn't say anything else. During the time he waited for the results, he wasn't idle and began to think about another possibility. When the Green Dragon's nuclear power engine is activated, it produces no more than two types of energy: thermal and post-radiation neutron kinetic energy. But the problem is that after the formation of the outer walls of the francium elemental fragments, the heat and neutron radiation all disappear. Of course, according to the first law of thermodynamics, which is the law of conservation of energy, energy neither arises nor disappears out of thin air, it is only transformed from one form to another, or transferred from one object to others, while the total amount of energy remains constant. That means that the energy did not disappear, but was incorporated into the francium elemental fragments. According to Einstein's theory, mass is actually a manifestation of energy. According to the mass-energy equation E equals mc squared, it is intuitively obvious that the large amount of energy that disappears from the fusion engine is in fact the extra mass of francium on the outer wall of the element. In that case, it all makes sense. Just, Gu Shiqiu flew out of the simulation lab. Quickly, go and measure the weight of the Green Dragon fighter. Wang Feng hurriedly instructed the airport staff to proceed with the measurements, and then rushed out of the lab after him. By the time everyone was in front of the Green Dragon again, the staff reported the readings on the weighbridge. Chapter 123, The Creator's Hypothesis. 63 tons, no change in the main body weight of the Green Dragon fighter. After the ground crew spoke the weighbridge readings, Gu Shiqiu stared blankly at the Qinglong in front of her. How is that possible? How is this possible? The physical system in his head vaguely began to falter in this moment. The spillover energy from the nuclear power engines is absorbed by the outer walls and converted into mass. Mass energy conversion is supposed to end here, but how could the mass absorbed by the outer wall have disappeared again? He jerked his head back and looked at Shin Xianqie. How much do you know about these fragments? Not much. Shin Xianqie spread his hands. Molecular adhesion technology doesn't need to know what it is. It only needs to know the molecular structure. Academician Wan Mei Xiang explained. Xianqie also came into contact with these fragments for the first time just before he came to Hualien Island, and before that, he didn't know that the fragments existed. Gu Shiqiu sat on the airport runway, rummaging through thick documents in her hands. All thought enters into an irreversible physical paradox. Quality can disappear? This is completely counter to the real world. News from the CAS. Elderly handed the results of Ho Guoqiang's experiment to Gu Shiqiu. Gu Shiqiu looked at the briefing sent by Dean Ho and didn't feel much surprise. In the ultra-high temperature environment created by fusion reactors, the element francium fragments gain weight dramatically. This coincided with his impulse calculations earlier. Dean Ho shut down the fusion reactor and observed the change in weight of the francium fragments. Gu Shiqiu sent back the return letter. Then he stood up and marched slowly along the airport runway, like a dancing god. The whole thing looks down at times and looks up at the sky. Wang Feng worriedly said, Shiqiu, what's wrong with you? Gu Shiqiu crouched at the landing spot's position and said in a deep voice, Does Hualien Island have a high-precision altimeter? Yes. A staff member responded hastily. I'll get it. In a short time, an instrument with air flotation devices, temperature compensation and other precision components was moved to the airport runway. Here, Gu Shiqiu pointed to a faintly visible depression on the airport runway. This is where the Green Dragon landed. Measure the height of the depression here. Dented? Airport runways are made of cement rather than asphalt, and the extremely rigid coefficient of a concrete runway is very difficult to deform in any way, and there are generally only two things that can happen to it: it either breaks up or is left intact. Yes, there should be very little height of deformation, but there must be. Test it. While waiting for the measurement data, Gu Shiqiu didn't stay idle, but sat on the ground, put the arithmetic paper on her knees, and began to quickly calculate. The collision parameters are deduced from the shape variables of the cement, and then the forces and reaction forces of the ground and the Green Dragon are deduced from the collision parameters, and then the weight of the Green Dragon at the time of landing can be inverted based on the landing speed. Within a short time, the staff completed the test. Gu Shiqiu brought shape variables into the entire derivation and quickly calculated the weight of the Green Dragon when it landed. 38.37 tons. The result appeared, as he had expected. Shin Xianqie also realized the seriousness of the matter. In the different states of the Green Dragon being at rest, taking off and landing, the weight is constantly changing? The return receipt from CAS was also sent again. After shutting down the fusion reactor, the mass of francium elemental fragments decreases rapidly in a certain functional ratio. Return to initial weight in 21.8 minutes. Gu Shiqiu put the draft paper down, then looked at the green dragon fighter behind her. It's certain. It's decay. 21.8 is the half-life of the francium element. Shen Xianche said curiously. Do you mean that the outer wall of the francium element absorbed and converted the energy into a large amount of francium and then radiated it out again? But just as he said it, he vetoed it on his own. The element francium is the least abundant element on Earth. It is also the most expensive element. 1 gram of francium is priced at $1 billion internationally. Even in the most abundant ores, there are only 0.00000000037 grams per ton. Now you're saying that the Green Dragon creates 11 tons of francium in flight? This is too much. The equivalent of a nuclear-powered Green Dragon carrying 11 tons of francium elements in the sky. A mediocre test flight wasted $1. 1*10 $8 billion. When dollars counted in billions begin to be expressed in scientific and technical terms, the thing itself is a very outrageous thing. It's hard to say. It's all speculation now. Gu Shiqiu said. I suspect that the key to the problem should be the membrane on the outside of this shard, which can convert heat and neutron radiation into francium-like element-like substances. And this francium-like element has the same decay cycle as francium elements, which is why it will release its mass in a short period of time all released. He gently rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, looking at the data that was laid out in front of him to support it, and his mind was already made up. We're going in the wrong direction. He looked at Shen Xianche. Next, don't bother studying francium. Go figure out this membrane outside. This membrane is the key. Good. Shen Xianche nodded his head hastily. Intuition tells me. Gu Shiqiu's gaze was like a sharp sword. Extremely bright. If this fragment is studied thoroughly, we may be able to know the mysterious creator of our universe. The neutron radiation and electron overflow from fusion reactions are equivalent to the smallest unitary units that make up this universe. The so-called elements are simply combinations of different numbers of protons, neutrons, electrons and other elementary particles. It is reasonable to assume that the combination of the elementary particles produced by fusion reactions with each other is completely random and may produce a wide variety of elements. However, within the confines of the mystic shard, they all generated francium with the shortest half-life. But the fine print is, if this mysterious fragment was really the technology of the Ugly Kingdom, that meant that the technology of the Ugly Kingdom's man-made elements had reached an extremely terrifying level. Compared to the element francium, tritium, oxygen, water, and even hydrocarbon compounds are nothing. What does this amount to? It's when you're racking your brain to figure out what to do to go make more gold, and I just scoop up a bowl of water and it turns into a bowl of sands. At that point, what's the big deal about mankind plundering oil, gas, and water? Humanity is still racking its brains for a breakthrough in controlled fusion? Energy from space? Don't kid yourself. Whatever energy source is needed can be created entirely artificially. If China has this technology, it will use it for the benefit of the whole world. Committed to creating the Commonwealth world depicted by the Chinese sages without competition, pressure or bloodshed. But if this technology is owned by the Ugly Kingdom, the consequences are unimaginable. Gu Shiqiu is well aware of the nature of the Ugly Kingdom, which, as the spiritual leader of the capitalist world, is well versed in the law of monopolization. They must use this technology to make the staff that controls the world. Meanwhile, the Hawaiian island chain, countless military advisors were silent. Kling had just hung up the phone from the White House and was looking very grave. A radioactive research site in California has just detected one of the strongest signals of elemental francium radioactivity in nearly 3 months. He pointed to a misty area on the map in China's territorial waters and said solemnly, "It is now certain that China's mysterious warplane is in this area, and the White House has given a request to force out China's mysterious warplane regardless of any consequences." Chapter 123, Losing Weight for the Green Dragon. Regardless of all the consequences. All the military advisors of the ugly country were dryly silenced by that one sentence. Those people in the White House think with their asses. Of China's mysterious warplanes have been confirmed to actually exist, and now we're being told to recklessly run into a gun? The point is that we just invited China to participate in a military exercise, and now we're going to provoke it? It doesn't seem right to jump across the room so repeatedly, does it? Kling knew more than enough about these exquisitely egoistic officers under his command. They are very good at bullying the many and bullying the few, but the slightest bit of risk-taking makes them flinch, not to mention facing the mysterious warplanes of China. Facing such a henchman, Kling, the commander-in-chief, was very tired of being a commander-in-chief. If the threat of China's mysterious warplanes is not ruled out, then our country will be irrevocably relegated to second place in the world, and at that point, China will be even more unstoppable. He was sober. Our only chance is this exercise. As long as the mysterious warplane from Huaxia shows up and we shoot it down, the threat will be immediately lifted and our country will still have the ability to manipulate the globe, and things will only get better. Thinking too simply, sir. The mysterious fighter technology headquarters in Huaxia hasn't researched any useful messages even after studying it for so long. What if our attack doesn't have an effect? The anti-missile system of such a cohesive fighter with highly advanced technology may have exceeded our ability to strike. If our intent to attack is revealed, it could be tantamount to war, sir. A group of military advisors fussed over the pros and cons for him. Clint put down the pipe in his hand, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. No matter what, this is our only chance. If we can't shoot it down this time, then there will be no more chances to turn it around. The military advisors throughout the conference room didn't dare to say anything more. When Kling put down his pipe, it meant that the matter was no longer negotiable. But a missile strike is tantamount to a declaration of war. They had no right to decide anything, but a sense of foreboding rose in each of them. Kryn said in a deep voice. The next topic of discussion was how to round out the missile thing. Everyone in the conference room stifled a laugh. You've used missiles and you're still trying to make excuses? Is it hard to say that our soldiers' hands slipped and accidentally aimed their missiles at you, China, and then accidentally launched them? What an international joke. Seeing that none of the speakers had spoken, Kling tapped the table with his pipe. How about letting the pickle country's anti-missile system do the job of the strike? Sir, you're overthinking the kimchi countries. How would they be willing to take the fall for us? Krillin shook his head. Don't let them take the blame. Just say that the automatic defense system was automatically triggered after the anti-missile system detected the strong nuclear radiation, and when the time comes to give it to the Chinese side, say that it was the design of the anti-missile system that was the problem. It just so happens that both the Chinese side and the kimchi countryside are quite unhappy with the anti-missile system deployed in our country, so let's use this opportunity to poke a hole in it. And the big deal is to dismantle the kimchi country's anti-missile system as compensation. The military advisor briefly pondered for a moment that this move was simply too easy for Huaxia. Dismantling a kimchi country's anti-missile base will quell Huaxia's anger? But in retrospect, it was barely a solution that wasn't a solution. It's more or less embarrassing to blame the pot on an automated defense system as opposed to just telling HWA we're targeting you. Though this kind of cover-up is something that anyone with a normal IQ knows that HWA will certainly not believe. Klin looked at the deadly conference room and said in a deep voice, everyone doesn't need to be so pessimistic. If the mysterious warplanes of China are shot down by us, then they're just fish on a chopping board to be slaughtered. Therefore, I suggest that you all should put away all your depression and concentrate on praying that our missiles will be able to hit with a single blow. When it came down to it, it looked like there was nothing they could do but pray. As long as China's mysterious fighter jet was destroyed, then he, Ugly Kingdom, wouldn't have to worry about the competition of conventional military power. Not to mention, he still had allies, although those allies were centrifuged from their ugly country. If these wallflowers learned that China's bottom card had been destroyed, they would definitely cooperate with their ugly country again. With Chinese morale down and Western morale up, the odds of winning are much better when you then turn the play acting into actual combat. Of course, all of this was only possible if things went as they expected. Hualin Island, the two of them, Gu Shiqiu and Xin Xianche, were working overtime on francium fragment analysis, although the problem of the weight gain of the outer wall was found. Because of the limitations of the level of technology, they didn't have half a clue about the mysterious fragments that were beyond the technology of Huaxia. The outer film of the fragment is capable of synthesizing the element francium and keeping the internal francium content at a fixed value. Even more amazingly, kept at this value, the fragments have the most excellent physico-chemical properties. Is there anything unique about the molecular surface? There are. Through isotopic labeling was able to probe some molecular structures that don't exist on Earth. I've never seen such a molecular structure before, but after testing, such a molecular structure has the properties of a Newtonian fluid. Gu Shiqiu paused. I've curiously played with these fragments before, and they are indeed like this, with a certain degree of elasticity and softness. I was even able to directly break and bend it with my hands, but when sharp objects, high temperatures, and high levels of radiation are used against it, it exhibits extremely excellent rigidity. Xin Xianche meticulously stared at the microscope. What an exquisite structure! It's truly breathtaking. Gu Shiqiu didn't delay him any longer from indulging in the microcosm, but instead proceeded to start designing an improvement plan for the Green Dragon fighter. Gotta lose weight. The safe-on-laden weight of the Green Dragon is 63 tons and the maximum load capacity is 78 tons. If it exceeds 80 tons, stability and safety are not guaranteed. At around 1 in the morning, Gu Shiqiu finally worked out Qinglong's weight loss plan. He was very good at simplifying things. Waring Island, living quarters. Elder Li and the Navy Chief and Air Force Chief were having a meeting about the details of the maneuvers that needed to be finalized. The maneuver is a good opportunity to show the sword, so whether to choose to layer little by little to give the Western world pressure, or directly show the Green Dragon to end the controversy, or continue to hide the bottom card of the issue. The three people are divided. Just as the three of them were arguing, Gu Zhiqiu rushed in a fiery rage. Elderly, look, reducing the weight of Qinglong according to my program will not only shorten the takeoff time, but the safety is also greatly improved. In the next second, the two old men on the screen who were covered in metals sat down behind the screen, their expressions suddenly becoming much more amiable. Elderly looked at the two old fellows on the screen who changed their faces in seconds and cried and laughed. Let me introduce you guys. This kid is Zhiqiu. Chapter 125, Preparing to Leave the Island? The chief designer of the Green Dragon. Why do I need your introduction? These old comrades looked disgusted, and after Elder Li's introduction, it looked as if they were rusty with goo. Ha ha, Elder Li laughed out loud, then put his arm on Gu Zhiqiu's shoulder. This kid drove the Green Dragon today, but it scared the old man out of me. Good boy, not only can he build airplanes, he can fly them. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the two unfamiliar old men in the camera and nodded a bit formally. Hello, two uncles. Ha ha, call them uncle, but you have to call me grandfather. Old Li, are you thinking of tricks to take advantage of both of us? The three old men joked back and forth, and Gu Zhiqiu's temples were jutting out. Interrupting for a moment, Elder Li, take a look at this first. The Green Dragon's improvement plan. It has to be reduced in weight to make it work. Is the remodeling significant? It's still bigger, with many parts eliminating the alloy construction in favor of carbon fiber, which has a small difference in strength, but very low mass. If the changes are more significant, my side suggests that we should wait until after the military exercise before giving the Green Dragon fighter a go. It doesn't matter before or after the military exercise, does it? If it's not altered, the Green Dragon doesn't recommend taking off, Li Lao said. Not recommending takeoff and being able to take off are two different things. Is this military exercise debuting a conventionally powered Green Dragon or a nuclear-powered Green Dragon? Chief of the Air Force, conventional power it is. It's safer. That remodeling. Although the ones participating in the military exercises are conventionally powered Green Dragons, the nuclear-powered Green Dragons will also have to be put into a state of readiness. Okay, so this drawing stays here? Li Lao said. Give it to Wang Feng. Just let the people from the Military Research Center modify it when the military exercise is over. Oh, well, goodbye then, Elder Li. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Rest up and pack your things tomorrow. I'll send a military plane to take you back to Kyoto at noon. Good. Gu Zhiqiu took the drawings and left from Elder Li's room, taking 2 steps to enter Wang Feng's room again. Wang Feng was draped in a Chinese mountain jacket, looking at a copy of Selected Mao under a desk lamp. His room was always unlocked because of the special period when the Military Research Center would be on assignment at any time. He wasn't much surprised when a Gu Zhiqiu suddenly rushed in. What's the matter again? Fire and brimstone? Gu Zhiqiu waved the drawing in her hand and carefully placed it on the bed. The transformation program for the nuclear-powered Qinglong. Wang Feng's bedside table is simply furnished with a ceramic teacup with a white red star, an old-fashioned mirror, a newspaper, and nothing else. But the most striking thing was a bouquet of flowers stuck in a bottle of 5-grain liquor. Gu Zhiqiu reached out and touched the bouquet of flowers. Or is it real? This is the first time in so many years that Waring Island has blossomed. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the bouquet of small, unknown flowers. That's quite scientific. Wang Feng looked at Gu Zhiqiu with a disgusted face. This little guy is young, actually has no romantic cells than him as an old man. The scientific research significance is even if it's not. The commemorative significance is the right one. The atmosphere of Hualien Island was rather depressing before this, and it was only recently when the Qinglong project landed that these military industrialists had the leisure to take care of the flowers and plants. My mission has come to a successful end, and I'm leaving tomorrow. Gu Zhiqiu bowed. Thank you Uncle Wang for taking care of me this month. I should. You take this flower back. Wang Feng pushed the bottle of Wuliangyi over. That little girlfriend of yours has been here for so long, and you don't really go back to be with her. So give her this flower, and care more about her. Man is nice. She understands me. From what I know of you boy, you don't even know it yourself even if you cool the hearts of those around you. Gu Zhiqiu hemmed and hawed. Do you still want this flower? Wang Feng asked. If you don't want it, hurry back. It's getting late. I have to rest too. Thanks. Gu Zhiqiu pulled the flowers out of the wine bottle. The bottle is too ugly. I don't want it. After smoking the flowers, he slipped out without looking back. One hand clutched the stems of the flowers and the other shielded the petals from the wind. All the way back to his room at a trot. Inside the house, Lumman sat in front of the window and looked at the ocean late at night. She usually goes to bed late every night. There were only 2 things to do every day. One was to look at the sea, and the other was to wait for Gu Zhiqiu to come back. Even though the stinky tofu often doesn't come home, at least the thoughts aren't far away on the same island with the same ocean breeze. Creak. The sound of the door opening came. Lumania jerked back. seeing Gu Zhiqiu come in from the doorway with her hands behind her back. Her little feet hurriedly burrowed into her little bare flip-flops, and then tick-tocked and trotted towards Gu Zhiqiu. "You're finally back." She jumped into Gu Zhiqiu's arms and hugged her smelly boyfriend like a doll. Gu Zhiqiu carefully took out the bouquet of flowers she had carried behind her back. Dang it. The flowers were slowly brought to her. "No, for you." Lu Man pressed against Gu Zhiqiu's chest and gently sniffed the flowers. "It smells so good." She took the flowers and looked at him with a suspicious expression. "Auntie asked you to send me flowers, right?" "Not at all. I thought of it myself." "You can think of sending flowers yourself? Why can't I?" Gu Zhiqiu wrapped her arms around Lu Man's shoulders, her face full of anger. "Giving your girlfriend flowers is a normal thing, right?" "That's normal." Lu Man looked at the bedroom. "There's just no vase." Gu Zhiqiu tapped her head. "I forgot. The house was simply furnished and any extra bottles or jars were absent." "Wait for me." Gu Zhiqiu spread her legs and ran out, running wildly down the hallway for a while before crashing through the door of Wang Feng's house again. Wang Lao just undressed and lay down, scared miso sound from the bed to sit up. "What are you doing?" Gu Zhiqiu tiptoed to the bed and held the bottle of Wulianya in her arms. "It's fine. I don't have a vase there." "You brat, take the bottle and hurry up." Because the military mission on Hualin Island was completed and he was going back to Kyoto the next day, Gu Zhiqiu let loose a bit. The two had only seen a handful of people in a month, and they both missed each other terribly in their hearts. It was just that Lumanian was still sensible enough to press him down. After a month of scientific research, she knew that Gu Zhiqiu was already tired, so she used the excuse of guaranteeing quality but not quantity to let him sleep well and wait for a good night's rest before using his brain. Gu Zhiqiu was never good at imposing herself, and only managed to get such a small treatment as burying her chest to sleep. As long as they didn't toss and turn, Lu Man naturally had no objections, and the two of them snuggled up in bed, with Gu Zhiqiu drilling into her arms like a child. Lu Man gently hugged his head. Whenever he slept, this stinky tofu of his own became more like a child. Chapter 126, Conventional Power Green Dragon. Take off. The next day, Gu Zhiqiu didn't wake up naturally. It was woken up by the sirens on Walling Island. "What's going on?" Gu Zhiqiu rubbed her eyes. "Seems like there's some kind of military activity," Lu Man said. "It went off at 6 in the morning, but you slept too much." Gu Zhiqiu rubbed her eyes, thinking that it should be the start of the Pacific Rim military exercises. He looked out the window. "What time is it?" 9:30 in the morning. "Oh, I'm going out." Gu Zhiqiu walked outside while wearing her clothes. "You remember to eat some breakfast." "Good." Leaving the house, Gu Zhiqiu had noticed that no one was in the house when she passed by Wang Feng and Li Lao's house, all the way to the military airport. In the distance, I could see several trailers towing a green dragon toward the airport runway. The conventionally powered green dragon has the same shape as the nuclear-powered one. The two green dragons put together are indistinguishable. Gu Zhiqiu walked toward Wang Feng and Elder Li. "Is the green dragon going to fly?" Elder Li, "Yes." The final result of the discussion was to go small. "A little goes a long way?" Wang Feng said. "You also mentioned that shard has technology that exceeds our Huaxia's, so why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to use our Huaxia's green dragon to force out the ugly country's mysterious fighter?" Gu Zhiqiu was puzzled. "If we deploy the green dragon, will the ugly kingdom show its cards?" Elder Li laughed. "This Pacific Rim is said to be an exercise, but it's actually a game of arm wrestling between big countries. I, Huaxia, and the ugly kingdom are the participants of the game, and the other wallflower countries are the spectators, and the ugly kingdom will definitely not let its face be damaged on such an occasion." "I see." But Gu Zhiqiu remained frowning. As a scientific researcher, he knew how horrible the technology contained in the francium elemental fragments was. What if the ugly kingdom's mysterious fighter came out? Now that it's a drill, we can just take the opportunity to analyze and study the ugly kingdom's warplanes when they show up, Wang Feng said. Elder Li asked a more realistic question. "With Zhiqiu you mean, if we really fight that mysterious fighter from the ugly kingdom, what do you think the chances of Qinglong winning are?" Gu Zhiqiu pondered for a moment and gave a conservative estimate. 90%. Nice guy, nice guy. Wang Feng and Li Lao are both shocked. This Xiaogu student is really conservative. What I'm really afraid of is the ugly kingdom's artificial elemental technology. The fact that they can create francium elements through the mysterious fragment means that they can create a large number of other elements and even compounds, which is the same as having endless resources at their disposal. Gu Zhiqiu explained. But if you look at this francium elemental fragment alone, the technology he contains is highly resistant and stable, and it is excellent fighter material. But that's about it. This francium elemental fragment won't have much of an effect on the weapon systems and power systems directly. At best, it's more stealthy, it's more resistant to punching, it can fit a more violent workhorse engine, and beyond that, it's hard to improve anything else. but the Green Dragon is different, both conventionally and nuclear powered. It carries a brand new strategic strike system, Fusion Strike, and that enhancement alone is enough to deal with ugly nation's mysterious fighters. And the nuclear-powered Qinglong has the attributes of an air and space plane, which crushes the ugly kingdom's mysterious warplanes on all fronts, both in terms of aerospace systems and weapon systems. Gu Zhiqiu was very confident in Qinglong. The only concern is that if the ugly kingdom's mysterious fighter uses all francium elemental materials, then maybe fusion strikes won't be effective against it. Because francium elemental fragments had fusion absorption properties, a destructive weapon like a fusion strike was instead ineffective against it. But he remained unconcerned. In spite of this, we can use francium elemental materials with radiation absorption properties to deliver multiple fusion strikes that will cause him to keep gaining weight, lose stability, and thus disintegrate. He said thoughtfully, just like these fragments we found, use fusion strikes to break through the mystic fighter's tolerance limits and make the ugly kingdom's mystic fighter shatter once more. Elder Li and Wang Feng were in a good mood. This arms competition. In fact, China and the ugly country, both sides are open fog of war. By cracking through the francium elemental fragments without knowing the specific parameters of the mysterious fighter, Huaxia was equivalent to figuring out the opponent's weaknesses before the opponent made his cards clear. The military law of the ancients says plainly, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Elder Li was confident in this military exercise. Ace pilots in place. On the nuclear-powered Green Dragons these pilots were a dime a dozen, but on the Series 30 conventionally engined Green Dragons they were battle-hardened veterans. Wang Feng laughed, let me introduce you. This is Li Shuai. This is Lu Hua. Both of these two can be battle heroes. Having been through hundreds of battles, piloting your Green Dragon fighter, qualified enough, right? Li Shuai was probably around 40 years old, with a stout figure and a rigid face. Lu Hua is a bit younger, looks like he should be in his mid to late 30s, a slight smile, full of sunshine. The two men faced Gu Zhiqiu and bowed deeply. Thank you, Chief Designer Gu, for allowing us the honor of being able to be the pilots of the Green Dragon. This is a great honor for us. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the two soldiers in front of her, and the righteousness in them was more or less able to influence her. He scratched his head in some embarrassment. Words, I don't even know what to say. You guys be safe in heaven. Li Shuai was stunned. The smile on Lu Hua's face was a bit stiff. Chief Engineer Gu this. Wang Feng hurriedly tugged on Gu Zhiqiu. Elder Li rounded up. Ahem. That, Zhiqiu has been busy with research and development these days. Her brain is a mess. You know, these scientific researchers are more or less neurotic. Gu Zhiqiu's face turned completely red. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Ha ha. We know that the Qinglong is the culmination of 10 years of work by countless military workers at the Hualin military research base, and its safety we believe is absolutely guaranteed. Lu Hua laughed. Afterward, Li Shuai and Lu Hua stood straight and gave a standard military salute to Elder Li. Elder Li nodded slightly. Enter flight readiness. The two ran quickly to the Green Dragon and took their places in the cockpit. After waiting for the takeoff command from the command post on Huangyan Island, the Qinglong 30 series engine started up and reached the end of the runway in the blink of an eye amidst the loud roar of the engine. Conventional powered Green Dragon takes off. The level of shock is not comparable to the nuclear powered Green Dragon, but it is in no way comparable to any 5th generation fighters currently in the world. After ascending the controls, the conventionally powered Green Dragon kept climbing. After leaving the electromagnetic shielding area, it also entered the stratosphere without incident, reaching a speed of Mach 1.46. In the meantime, Pickle Country. A red signal dot in the radar monitoring area of the Sardar anti-missile system suddenly emerged from the mist. Targets sighted in misty area detected. Almost at the same time, a military directive from the Maritime Command Post reached Sarda Space. Shoot down. Chapter 127. It was the other party who made the first move. Not down. Pickle Country. Wuling Air Force Base. Anti-Missile Center. Looked at the commands coming from the Hawaii Command Center and turned on the dusty red button. Anti-Missile System, earlier known as the Theater High Altitude Area Defense, THAAD, is a terminal defense system developed by the Ugly Army that uses kinetic energy kill to intercept short and medium-range ballistic missiles, and is part of the Ugly National Missile Defense Agency, NMDA, designed to intercept Scud missiles and similar tactical ballistic missiles. In terms of the explicit description published by the Ugly Kingdom, this is an automatic defense system. But even though it is claimed externally that it has only defense attributes, the anti-missile system has been a source of strife ever since it entered the Kimchi country. This time, Hawaii gave an active attack command, which meant that the lie of having only defensive attributes would be completely exposed. Execute. An ugly officer pressed that red button. The fire control radar was quickly put into operation. The fire control radar can realistically acquire relevant information about the battlefield situation and the target, calculate firing parameters, provide firing assistance decision-making, control the firing of fire weapons, and assess the effectiveness of firing. About 30 milliseconds later, the silo opened and a medium-range interceptor missile trailed a long trailing flame straight into the sky. The Hummingbird hypersonic missiles carried by the anti-missile system have an ultimate speed of Mach 10 when they enter the stratosphere and have a striking range of nearly 2,000 kilometers. Hualien Island. In less than half a minute, the Green Dragon had disappeared from everyone's sight. All that was left in the sky was a long white trailing trail. If all goes well, the conventionally powered Green Dragon should arrive at the Hawaiian island chain along with the carrier fleet that departed in the morning, as per the intended route. This is the first time that Huaxia has shown its muscles in a Western military exercise, and I'm sure that the Green Dragon will surprise the Ugly Kingdom when it comes out. Elder Li laughed. Wang Feng said, after Qinglong reaches the Hawaiian island chain, the Ugly Kingdom will definitely bring out their mysterious warplanes. Elder Li, this is an opportunity. Although the Ugly Kingdom's mysterious fighter's weapon system has not been revolutionized, his stealth performance is something we must pay attention to. The last time it disintegrated in our Huaxia, we were actually unaware of it. This such a stealthy characteristic. It scares people. Take this opportunity to get to the bottom of Ugly Country's mysterious warplane, and when the military exercises are over, we'll definitely crack him. Elder Li looked at the cloud where the Green Dragon had disappeared and was spirited. Gu Shiqiu, on the other hand, looked at the nuclear-powered Qinglong parked on the runway and smacked his lips regretfully. It's a bit of a shame that this full-bodied Green Dragon didn't take off. The Green Dragon disappeared into the sky, and the researchers on Hualien Island all left the airport. The researchers from the 712th Institute who traveled from L.A. to come over for support are packing up and going back today. Gu Zhiqiu and Xin Xianche and the others, too, were going back to Kyoto. The military workers on Hualien Island, on the other hand, are expected to keep working until the end of the military exercise. Then there should be a little vacation. Many of the people who have been involved in the Green Dragon program over the past 10 years have dragged their families to Wallingford Island. It's time to use this mini vacation as an opportunity to relax and unwind. Everyone left individually and went back to their work. Elder Li and Wang Feng accompanied Gu Zhiqiu towards the living area. Going back this afternoon. Have you packed everything? I didn't bring anything with me, Li Lao said. Good. I'll return to Kyoto when the military exercises are over here. Aha. A bit of a slump in form? Elder Li asked. I've been on Hualien Island for a bit longer, and I'm a bit lost suddenly going back to Kyoto. Elder Li laughed. Ha ha, that's because Hualien Island is cut off from external communications. You don't know what's going on outside right now. Wang Feng said. Now that the Chinese Academy of Sciences is proceeding with the Star Chain project, they are calling me every 3 days, asking when I will release them. Gu Shiqiu nodded. The Starlink program and the francium elemental shard are inextricably linked, and together with the strange layer of material on the outside of the shard, it all holds too much unknown. Only, now it seems that China has strategically won against the Ugly Kingdom's mysterious warplane. The next focus of the work should be the exploration of francium elemental fragments. This is better with a Mars lab, but if not, it can certainly be studied on Earth. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, for the pragmatic Gu Zhiqiu, his enthusiasm for space exploration was slightly weakened, though he would continue to spare no effort in contributing to the Starlink program for the advancement of technology and civilization. But prioritization is certainly discounted in the mind. Gu Zhiqiu lowered his head in thought. However, while he was in a state of delirium, an alarm suddenly rang out from over Hualien Island. What's going on? Elder Li and Wang Feng changed their normal expressions and immediately looked serious as they asked the command center. The Fire Eye detection system detected a missile launch from Wuling Air Base, approximately 80 kilometers from our territorial waters. Li Lao hurriedly gave the order. Immediately simulate the target of this missile's strike. China's army had just set out when the Ugly Kingdom launched a missile, giving Elder Li a sense of foreboding. Wang Feng dispatched the Hualien Island Monitoring Center. For his part, Li Lao informed the ocean fleet of the situation in time to take emergency response measures. All the ship's missiles at once, pointing up into the sky, and the ship's fire control systems were constantly scanning the surrounding area to make sure they could intercept it in time. Gu Zhiqiu suddenly turned back to the sky. Elder Li, could it be targeting Qinglong to go? Elder Li and Wang Feng both raised their heads as well, suddenly realizing something. If the Ugly Kingdom's target was really Huaxia, then their most likely target for a strike would definitely be the Green Dragon. Quickly, notify the Green Dragon airborne personnel immediately, Elder Li hurriedly ordered. Wang Feng was alerted and hurriedly communicated a danger warning command to the ground control room on Hualien Island. In the meantime, on the Green Dragon fighter, Li Shuai and Lu Hua opened the Qinglong anti-missile detection according to the ground command. After linking up with ground control and the FireEye satellites, a red source, from over 200 kilometers away, approached at speed on the manipulated reality interface. Lu Hua pointed at the rapidly approaching red dot. What's this? Ground control, hypersonic medium-range missile. How long to expect to arrive? 1 minute. What about the intended orbit? 3 seconds later, the ground control center gave the answer. It overlapped with the flight path of the Green Dragon. It was headed for the Green Dragon. Li Shui maneuvered the Green Dragon and hurriedly asked, "Can it be intercepted?" Ground control center, excessive velocity. Ground interceptor missiles disabled. What about the Green Dragon airborne anti-missile system? Having never fought in a real battle, I dare not judge easily. Lu Hua looked at the appalling speed of the missiles. What now? Li Shui's experienced veteran said. Raise your flight altitude and try deviating from your original course to see if you can dodge it. Chapter 128. Let's discuss how to fight. Meanwhile, Hualin Island. The moment he learned that the ugly country's missiles had locked onto the Chinese warplanes, Elder Li knew then that the battle had been fought. He clenched his fists and his face was grave. I have to hurry and head to Huangyan Island. Wang Feng hurriedly nodded. I'll arrange for a battleship to send you there. Elder Li walked quickly towards the harbor, only to turn back to Gu Zhiqiu after running out a few steps. Then to Wang Feng, Hualin Island must be evacuated immediately. You are responsible for the arrangements. Yes, Zhiqiu. Gu Zhiqiu lowered her head to ponder something, and when she heard Elder Li call her name, she raised her head. Go back to Kyoto and wait for me. Aha, Gu Zhiqiu absent-mindedly said. But before that, I need to contact the 2 pilots taken from the Green Dragon. Elder Li slowed his pace. What? When planning Green Dragon's weapon system, I embedded the fusion strike into the anti-missile system. Elder Li was overjoyed in his heart. In other words, Xinglong can dodge a bullet this time? It's not that optimistic though, Gu Zhiqiu said. The best fusion strike suitability is the nuclear-powered Xinglong, and it's hard for a conventionally powered Xinglong to perfectly evade past it as it flies at less than Mach 2. What do you mean? Tell me carefully. The anti-missile interception system of Fusion Strike can make medium-range missiles with attack intent explode in advance, but the explosion has a range. Gu Zhiqiu shook his head. The nuclear-powered Xinglong under high-altitude flight can escape from the explosion influence range, but a conventional Xinglong may not be able to escape. Wang Feng pulled the 2 of them. Go to the ground control center first. At the low-altitude center, everyone watched the speeding medium-range missile and sweated deeply. Once a missile exceeds Mach 6, it is difficult for ground-based anti-missile systems to intercept it. And this time, the missiles launched by the ugly country reached Mach 10 in the stratosphere, and ground interception was directly ineffective. At that moment on the screen, a red signal source was flying close to the Green Dragon. At the top, there is a countdown. At this point it was down to 25 seconds. Contact the Green Dragon immediately. After Wang Feng arrived at the ground control center, he immediately gave the order. Soon after, a communication connection was made with the Green Dragon. Gu Zhiqiu looked at the readout at the top of the screen and held the microphone and spoke rapidly. On the far right side of the Green Dragon's main cockpit control panel, counting from the bottom up, there is an onboard weapon system switch. Select Fusion Strike. Co-pilot 3rd row from the left, 5th from the bottom, has an automatic anti-missile system. Click to lock. Lock range should be 20 kilometers. 5th from the bottom, there's an anti-missile detailed parameter setting. Tap on the gyroscope. Level. Do a Green Dragon environment simulation, and then select auxiliary lock. Can you find it? Soon, 2 calm and collected echoes came back from the Green Dragon fighter. It has been set up as requested. Good, Gu Zhiqiu whispered. Next, you will abandon the plane and escape. Zip, zip. Ground control staff reported. Communications are down. Gu Zhiqiu clenched her fists. Keep trying to connect. Access request rebuffed. Elder Li's lips twitched slightly as he watched the countdown enter single digits. Wang Feng looked at Elder Li and said, Elder Li, don't worry, they will be fine. Gu Zhiqiu bent down to look at the radar. On the 7th second of the countdown, a roaring sound came from the distant sky. The red dot on the screen disappears, and the signal from the Green Dragon fighter disappeared from the radar. Wow! For a while, all the researchers on Hualin Island flocked out of the living quarters, looked at the still fading thick smoke in the distant sky. Lu Man, who was homing in on things in the house, also shook violently in fear. Outside, the sky suddenly brightened for a split second, as if thunder had struck, and a loud noise, after some time, rumbled over. The glass all shook violently for a long time, nearly shattering. Pacific Ocean waters. Countless Chinese soldiers had walked onto the deck and looked at the smoke in the sky not far away. Everyone clenched their fists. For a moment, all the warships slowed their advance, then began to turn back in unison to conduct a search and rescue mission under the thick smoke not far away. The explosion was close to them. within about 50 kilometers. Countless soldiers on the deck frowned at the thick smoke and fire clouds. Is it coming at our Green Dragon fighters? It should be. Is something wrong with the Green Dragon? It doesn't matter anymore if something is wrong. This is a national weapon that we have built in 10 years, and if the ugly kingdom wants to destroy him, it will have to pay a price in blood. Have you seen our Green Dragon? Know what it looks like? Haven't seen it yet. It's powerful, isn't it? It should be fine. Everyone looked at the smoke. On Huangyan Island, a military meeting was urgently convened. Elder Li, who was on Hualin Island, participated in the meeting by video, with Gu Zhiqiu and Wang Feng also participating. Elder Li, as you can see, it's pretty obvious that things have come to this point. The whole meeting was filled with repression and anger. Even though everyone's tone was calm, even Gu Zhiqiu, who couldn't read words, could sense the smell of gunpowder in the air. Without the Green Dragon, this war is going to be a nasty one. What we're good at is fighting bad battles. Chief of the Air Force, anything from the ugly country? Wang Feng handed over the newsletter received from Hualin Island. The ugly kingdom was the first to release that there was a slip-up in the anti-missile system. When the anti-missile system detected strong nuclear radiation near the second island chain, it automatically triggered the automatic defense. We all know that this is bull ********. Elder Li twiddled his fingers and gritted his teeth. Discuss it. How to fight it. If we had signaled for battle, the carrier fleet in the Hawaiian island chain, I'm sure, would have been the first to pounce, and our 3 carrier groups are now alone in the Pacific. Elder Li asked. Then transfer back the carrier fleet that was sent out first, and then make a unified deployment? Chief of the Navy, it is not necessary to retreat completely. To meet the battle close to the territorial sea about 30 nautical miles, so that our air power can also support in time, in our strength. Wang Feng said, my opinion, is it possible to fight the ugly country alone? After all, with the conventional weapons reserve, it is difficult to be an enemy with so many countries at the same time. Capturing the thief is the tactic that gives the least, but has the greatest results. Elder Li shook his head. Those countries are wallflowers. They know that the Green Dragon was destroyed by the ugly kingdom. They will definitely be tightly tied to the ugly kingdom. I have an idea. Gu Shiqiu whispered. The ugly kingdom's anti-missile system slips up and turns on automatic defense. Our Qinglong fighters can also slip up and turn on indiscriminate attacks. I believe the fusion strike is much more powerful than the ugly kingdom's medium-range missiles. But our Green Dragon has been destroyed. Who said it was destroyed? Gu Shiqiu asked rhetorically. Chapter 129, this time, it's our turn to miss, right? Electromagnetic signals have disappeared and the search and rescue at sea has yielded no results so far. Wait, Wang Feng suddenly spoke. There is a new situation. Elder Li turned back to Wang Feng. Speak. Ground control receiving Green Dragon EM band. Green Dragon is returning. But, 052C destroyers, accelerate away from the fleet and head for the Hawaiian island chain. Hearing the previous sentence, a rare smile appeared on the faces of several old men, but upon hearing the latter sentence, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. 052C destroyer. It's too familiar. Li Lao slammed the table. Nonsense. Didn't I tell Deng Yang to come to me immediately when he returned to Huangyan Island? Who told them to go on a mission? The chief of the navy is Li. You cannot turn the other cheek off. 052C destroyer is an important member of the 003 aircraft carrier formation, and you asked for a full complement to participate in the military exercises. Last night's meeting I have mentioned this matter with you. It is you who said that first spared Deng Yang this boy a horse, and so on the end of the military exercises and then find him to settle the score. And then find him to settle the score? Did I say that? Elder Li's face was grave. Fine. You didn't. The Navy chief was speechless. Elder Li clenched his fists. How about Green Dragon? Wang Feng said. Some damage, but it was able to return normally. It seems like what Jisho said. Qinglong's anti-missile system intercepted the missile. Only it failed to escape from the explosion's impact range. It's good to be back. Elder Li breathed a sigh of relief. But this revenge, we can't not take it. He pondered for a while and said, send an order to Deng Yang to come back immediately. Last time because of his recklessness, he let Ugly Kingdom escape a bullet. This time if he dares to jeopardize the plan, he won't want to be a soldier in his life anymore. That Deng Yang kid doesn't follow orders. Just let him hear it. I think he knows the lesser of two evils. The chief of navy temporarily left the conference room and went to the command center to convey Elder Li's orders. Only then did Elder Li say, moving on to discussing the next military plan. Let go of illusions and just assume that we are fighting the Nordic alliance as a single nation. Everyone was in deep thought. The war escalated. With the loss of combat power of the Chinese Green Dragon fighters, the Nordic alliance was bound to be demoralized and would surely rise up in a group to attack. China's conventional armaments are still struggling a bit against the Ugly Kingdom, and the chances of winning a battle with the whole of Northern Europe are even lower. But, A slap in the face from the ugly kingdom has come. And China is not the same temperless ragtag place it was 100 years or so ago. How can I suffer such a great insult and hold my tongue? Whether it's a broken boat or a backwater, what's done is done. You can only go forward, never backward. Have Green Dragon shut down all electromagnetic wave signals and return to Hualien Island in full silence. A sound came out of the quiet conference room, and Gu Zhiqiu suddenly opened her mouth, her eyes bright. I thought of a good idea. Say, Elder Li nodded. While the conventional Qinglong returns to Hualien Island for repairs, I'll rack up the nuclear-powered Qinglong to go out in his place, Gu Zhiqiu said in a cold voice. Didn't Ugly Country say that there was a loophole in the anti-missile system's automatic defense? Well then, let's say that after Qinglong was hit by a missile, the piloting and weapons systems developed a loophole. Elder Li and the others nodded thoughtfully. Do unto others as they do unto you. They didn't expect Zhiqiu to actually have such a dark side. The idea is a good one, but Elder Li rejected Gu Zhiqiu's proposal with a single vote. Isn't the nuclear-powered Qinglong not undergoing modifications right now? It's also what you said. If it flies at high speeds, it's easy to gain weight over the upper limit and affect safety. There are ways to circumvent that. What? Flying an airplane while throwing weights? Gu Zhiqiu shook her head and drew with a pen and paper. You should have done the pool catchment problem, right? Li Lao had a black face. I didn't even go to elementary school. I was a child soldier since I was a kid. Fierce what? Gu Zhiqiu a little speechless. Then I explained to you on the line. The faucet constantly to the pool inside the water, and the pool below the drainage holes constantly release water, as long as a balance is reached. According to theory to say that the pool won't overflow. What does it have to do with the nuclear-powered Green Dragon? Of course it's related, Gu Zhiqiu said. The francium element condensed from the outer wall of the francium element is radioactive, and it will disappear without a trace on its own after 21 minutes. It's the same reason as when the pool is drained. Wang Feng nodded. I see what Zhiqiu means, but how can I know this balance? How long will it take to figure it out? Gu Zhiqiu pondered for a while. His mathematical attainments are mainly in deduction and logic. The calculation ability can only be considered second-rate, and now the time is tight. The professional things are still given to the professional to do better. Can I get outside help? As long as it's one of us Chinese, I'll be the first to contact it for you. Wei Dongyi, Gu Zhiqiu said. If he does the math, I think 5 minutes will give me the answer. I'll make the connection. After Wang Feng left, Elder Li said in a deep voice. If I guessed correctly, the most important part of this whimsical idea of yours, the person who piloted the nuclear-powered Green Dragon, is you, right? Well, only I can drive. Do you think I'll still let you go up? Elder Li looked grave. It's the best program out there, or we'll be burying a lot of military lives for nothing. You are different from them. Their duty is to protect the family and defend the country, while you can only live well in order to make these soldiers, as well as those who will become soldiers in the future, live better. Elder Li looked at him in a serious tone. Do you understand? I'll be fine. I trust Green Dragon. The Ugly Kingdom's missiles fired one. There will be a second and a third. Their goal is to shoot down the Green Dragon. I will not allow you to take the Green Dragon out again, Gu Zhiqiu said. The nuclear-powered Qinglong is completely considered for airstrikes, and it has absolute safety. That won't work either. The nuclear-powered Green Dragon is way too fast compared to conventional fighters, and it would be complete suicide for you to go up there in a Green Dragon. The pressure mediation of the constant pressure chamber jumps to a proper pressure value. It will be much better. The big deal is that I'll slow down a bit. Even if I go at half of my maximum speed, it will be absolutely safe. The two talked back to each other for a while. The chief of the Navy, who had re-entered the meeting, was overwhelmed with the knowledge of what had happened. But as he watched an old man and a young man exchanging heated words, he didn't dare to open his mouth to interrupt anything. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Wang Feng ran in hot and bothered. Elder Li, Qinglong is back. By the way Zhiqiu, this is Wei Donnie's calculations. I can't read it, so take a look for yourself. Elder Li closed the video conference and left the conference room with a quick step. Gu Zhiqiu took Wei Donnie's calculations, and joy gradually appeared on her face. Chapter 130, Nuclear-Powered Blue Dragon. Liftoff. The water storage problem is simple to fix. To keep the pool from overflowing. To put it bluntly, there are only two ways to do this. One is to reduce the amount of water coming out of the faucet. One is to make the drain larger. And the main problem with the nuclear-powered Green Dragon is figuring out a critical water output for a fixed displacement. If it were a simple application, the math would be easy. But when it comes to decay, this discharge is in a quantum entangled state between fixed and unfixed. With this dynamically fixed displacement constraint, the computational effort to compute it is going to be enormous. Thanks to Wei Yidong. Otherwise he would have had to toss and turn for half a day if he had come by himself. According to Wei Yidong's calculations, there are two options. For one thing, flying at 100 kilometers per hour. That's almost Mach 2. This produces a dynamic equilibrium between the weight produced and the weight decayed away. Secondly, after accelerating to 4,860 km per hour, the nuclear engines need to be shut down. After the speed drops to 1,270 km per hour, the engine is turned on again to accelerate to 4,860. This adds just enough weight to reach the cap stop. Naturally, the first option makes much more sense compared to the repeated horizontal jump method of the second option. Gu Zhiqiu took the results and followed Elder Li and Wang Feng out of the conference room. All the way to the trot, a crowd had gathered on the military airport. All of the researchers on Hualin Island, looking at the shape-shifting, crippled green dragon, were silent. The air is quiet, but the sound of clenched fists could be faintly heard. Elder Li walked over to the green dragon fighter. Is everyone alright? Lu Hua lowered his head and said guiltily, back to Li Lao. Colonel Li Shuai is being rescued. Elder Li looked dazed for a moment. Several paramedics carried a stretcher and stepped off the boarding platform. Elder Li's entire body staggered slightly for a small step and stepped forward to ask, is it serious? A military doctor took off his mask, saluted Elder Li, and elaborated. It's just a chest depression caused by a violent impact. No organs were injured, and it's not life-threatening. That's good. That's good. But, said the medic with some sadness, what's wrong? Colonel Li Marshall may have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. People are fine. Elder Li gritted his teeth and popped out a few words from between his teeth. The paramedics left with a stretcher. Looking back, 2 words hung on the faces of all the military workers on the entire Hualin Island: anger. The ugly kingdom took the initiative to attack our country unawares, which no one expected. How about Qinglong? Is there still a way to recover? Elder Li asked in a low voice beside Gu Zhiqiu. It's hard. With the fuselage shape change, the aerodynamic parameters of the original design are completely changed, and it's already at the limit to be able to drive back to Waring Island. A single screw protruding from a fighter jet at high speed can cause aerodynamic disturbances that can affect flight safety, not to mention such severe deformation. I know. It won't be hard to rebuild another one though. The technology for conventionally powered green dragons is more mature, and the fusion strikes aren't damaged enough to be transplanted right over. Elder Li nodded and looked at the researchers in front of him who were holding back a cloud of anger. About how long will it take to build another conventionally powered Qinglong? Wang Feng said. About 2 weeks will complete the component manufacturing, and the assembly time has been compressed to 3 days. It's too late. Gu Zhiqiu took the data Wei Yidong had given him. Elder Li, I'll go. There won't be any problems flying according to these parameters. No, you can't go. Elder Li balked. Wang Feng checked the news coming from Huangyan Island and frowned. Elder Li, news of the 052C destroyer. Elder Li turned around and Wang Feng walked out a few steps. Is that Deng Yang kid in danger? He blew up the ugly kingdom's Ticonderoga-class missile cruiser. Now what? Blew up and got away, but took a torpedo on the starboard side. And now Ugly is sending 2 cruisers in pursuit. Li Lao said. Send Shandong Ship Combat Formation and Maritime Special Combat Detachment to set out to receive. Air J-156 Combat Formation Air Fire Suppression. Wang Feng quickly conveyed the instructions. What does fire suppression mean? Fight for real. Elder Li's gaze was cold. Fight like a war. Yes. A few moments later, Wang Feng received a reply from Huangyan Island. 052C is 300 nautical miles away from the Huangyan Island military base. The air combat team is unable to complete the mission for the time being, and applies for a full crew to fly the carrier aircraft in combat. Elder Li frowned slightly. The 052C is out of China's airstrike range, but it is in the Ugly Kingdom's strike range. The Ugly Kingdom can use warplanes and we don't, so even if sea power arrives it will be at a disadvantage. The J-20 has a range of about 4,000 kilometers, and without the slightest supply point in the entire Pacific Ocean, it is simply not capable of long-range combat. The Boom 20 has a range of about 7,000 kilometers, barely a round trip. The conventionally powered Green Dragon, on the other hand, is operationally capable by vacating the missile and replacing the sub-tanks, but is still now incapable of entering the battlefield. Use the Green Dragon, right? Gu Zhiqiu asked in a small voice. Elder Li turned back to the nuclear-powered Green Dragon. Nuclear power engines can virtually ignore the limitations of range, Gu Zhiqiu said, and have the ability to turn the tide of battle. Elder Li clenched his fists. The few minutes of thinking were unusually long for him. House security. Absolutely safe. Gu Zhiqiu didn't think twice. I mean the ability to escape. To Elder Li, the nuclear-powered Qinglong was a national weapon, but compared to Gu Zhiqiu, it was not as good as Gu Zhiqiu. Qinglong could have an accident, but he would never allow Gu Zhiqiu to have an accident, and absolutely safe. Lu Hua, Elder Li shouted. Here, is it still capable of flying missions? Lu Hua stood straight. Yes, go join Gu Zhiqiu, pilot the nuclear-powered Green Dragon, and join the battlefield. Lu Hua led the order. but had some misgivings. I'm still a little rusty on the operation of the nuclear-powered Qinglong. Just follow the instructions for taking care of nulls after liftoff. From the time Gu Zhiqiu had been remotely guiding him from ground control, he knew that no one knew Qinglong better than this kid. Yes, Gu Zhiqiu quickly ascended the green dragon. Before Lu Hua departed, he was pulled down by elderly. Make sure you look after him. If you find out after liftoff that he is obviously physically unable to complete the mission, return immediately. Understand? Understood. Go on. The main co-pilot took his place and the cockpit slowly dropped. The constant pressure chamber shrouded around the two of them, and after the oxygen mask was finished being worn and Gu Zhiqiu had adjusted the pressure parameters, she took a deep breath. Buzz! A heat wave instantly enveloped the entire military airport. With a cracking sound, the green dragon shot straight up into the sky. Chapter 131, 50,000 meters in the air. Kimchi Country, Wuling Military Base. The entire missile base was in a state of joy after the Chinese fighter jet was hit and the signal source completely disappeared. Hua with its mysterious warplanes would give them endless pressure. If this strike failed, they might have to bear the wrath from China. But after shooting down the mystery fighter, then there was nothing to worry about. A lion going berserk would be serious, but a lion without its sharp claws and teeth would be of little concern. They took out the champagne. Watch as the Nordic Alliance fleet sails out of the Hawaiian island chain with gusto. The 26-nation alliance was furiously crushing the borders of China. A once-in-a-lifetime scene. They even regretted that they could not go to that landed country and plunder it themselves. Just the next second, a sudden signal on the fire control radar, as well as francium radiation detection instruments, sounded a sharp warning. All the ugly officers had put down the champagne in their hands and were looking at the radar source in a flurry of activity. What's going on? Didn't we shoot it down already? Why is the francium detection instrument also giving a warning? That mystery fighter from the last strike was? These Negro officers began to tremble, looking at the Union fleet, which was sailing towards the territorial waters of China in high spirits, and broke out in a cold sweat. Did the francium elemental detector sound an alarm last time? No, sir. The black officer swallowed as he guessed what was coming. Damn it, we've been tricked. The last strike was a front. Quick, restart the anti-missile system and re-engage the strike. Also, give the Hawaiian side immediate warning to retreat. The Wuling anti-missile system responded quickly. Target locking strike planning was light, and a large number of calculations were completed within 30 milliseconds. The missile silo then opened and another medium-range missile lifted off, hurtling toward the target at Mach 10. The black officer clenched his fists. Although so far, everything is exactly the same as last time. But, he had a lot more bad feelings in his mind. Maybe it's because the francium elemental detection instrument issued a warning this time. Or maybe it's because this time it's the real war machine of Huaxia, for Wallingford Island. After running off the airport runway, the Green Dragon's speed quickly drew up. Conventional power switched to nuclear engines. A strong thrust caused Gu Zhiqiu to subconsciously grip the driver's seat tightly. To his ears, even through the constant pressure cabin and cockpit, he could still clearly hear the ear-splitting sound of the wings slicing through the air. The tinnitus has started again. All the muscles in his body began to compress, and his facial expression bordered on the monstrous, until it breaks through the stratosphere, leaving the electromagnetically shielded area. The altitude climbed to 3,000 meters. At this point the wind resistance is reduced and the nuclear engines go into full operation. Enter the secondary acceleration phase, climbing from the stratosphere to the mesosphere. Acceleration decreases, but velocity keeps increasing, climbing to an altitude of 50,000 meters. The nuclear engines went into auxiliary pressurization. The thrust gradually diminished. The speed reached 2,000 kilometers per hour, and all physiological states gradually began to recover. Gu Zhiqiu held his hands on the seat, and despite the restraints of the airline seatbelt, he still felt like he was banging around in a tank during this process of ascending into the air. The pain was excruciating all over his body. After taking a couple of loud, ragged breaths and recovering a bit, his fingers clicked on the control panel for navigational path planning. Lu Hua's entire face was serious. Having just recovered from the shock of the nuclear-powered Qinglong's terrifying acceleration, and looking at the unfamiliar interface on the co-pilot's control panel, he had an even bigger headache. Fourth from the right, fifth from the bottom, onboard anti-missile system on, next to a toggle button to switch to the fusion strike system. This operates the same as the conventionally powered Green Dragon. Aha! Lu Hua was nearly 20 years older than Gu Zhiqiu and had more than a decade of flying experience, but was still an apprentice on the nuclear-powered Green Dragon. After taking care of Zhiqiu's request to complete the setup, he watched the values above the instrument panel jump. Nuclear-powered Qinglong and conventionally powered Qinglong are not the same thing at all. Gu Zhiqiu rubbed her chin and nodded. Yes, I think so too. How are you doing? Can your body carry it? It's going to be a little hard when you first lift off. Just carry it through. The liftoff process is the acceleration process and the hardest part of the process. And once you get to the upper stratosphere, and even to the mesosphere, the green dragon flies more on inertia. Intermittent acceleration would be relatively easy to adapt to. Lu Hua carefully observed Gu Zhiqiu, noticing that his flying posture and flying habits were distinctive. It was obvious that he had been trained. Where did you learn to fly an airplane? It's on Hualin Island, Gu Zhiqiu said casually. You can't learn these driving habits by simply teaching them verbally. I've test flown on Hualin Island before, when the co-pilot's seat was occupied by elderly. So it is. Lu Hua nodded, and after some time, muttered, it's reasonable to say that it's impossible to develop such mature driving habits even after one test flight. Gu Zhiqiu frowned. It's so annoying, this guy. I'm sorry, uncle. Don't bother me while you're flying the plane. I'm not skilled enough to be distracted. Lu Hua subconsciously tightened his grip on the driver's seat. Okay, be serious. After the green dragon disappeared from everyone's sight, Elderly and Wang Feng had entered the ground control center. The fire eye detection system is locked on Kimchi Nation. As expected, a red signal source appeared on the radar interface. Everyone in the ground control center had clenched their fists. Informed the green dragon. Ground missile intercept ready, Wang Feng said in a deep voice. Ground interception is ineffective against Mach 10 Hummingbird missiles. Then try as much as you can. Yes. Simulate a path analysis to predict the approximate location of the encounter and send an overseas combat team to approach quickly. What about combat missions? Put it aside for now. I want Gu Zhiqiu must live. Yes. On the Green Dragon fighter, the ground control system and the fire eye detection system were plugged into the main radar control panel, and this time with the warning. It gave an alert when 600 nautical miles apart. Lu Hua read out the countdown at the first opportunity. 332 seconds. Gu Zhiqiu said, don't worry, it's fine. Lu Hua clenched his teeth tightly and his breathing became a few points rougher. After a long time, he spoke. I will not let anything happen to you. Gu Zhiqiu turned her head to look at him, and under the helmet of the fighter, it was impossible to see his expression, but he always felt that the older man was a little agitated. Thanks. Gu Zhiqiu gave a thank you and continued to drive the green dragon. That Colonel Marshal Li, he's Elder Li's son, isn't he? He asked. Chapter 132, what kind of toy missile wants to blow up the green dragon? Yuan knew nothing about it. I don't think so, right? Never heard of it. Gu Zhiqiu nodded thoughtfully. That should be right. I observed Elder Li's expression. The change was obvious when he saw Colonel Li Shuai being carried down from the green dragon. It's probably just out of concern for the soldiers. No. Gu Zhiqiu shook her head. That's the expression of a father who feels guilty about his child. How do you know that? You're making up military dignitaries. Talk in the sky and forget it. Don't go down there and talk nonsense. That's what I've concluded by analogy. And my father did the same thing when he met me. As Gu Zhiqiu chatted away, the ugly nation's Hummingbird missiles were rapidly approaching on the radar. 120 seconds to go. Lu Hua was obviously not as relaxed as Gu Zhiqiu. Looking at the co-pilot control panel at this moment, can the co-pilot control the airplane? The co-pilot has an auxiliary pilot and can only perform simple flying tasks such as takeoffs and landings. The co-pilot's primary responsibility is to perform bombing missions. Then I have a request. What? After the fusion strike has intercepted the enemy missiles, please take the side I'm on and face the blast area. Gu Zhiqiu was stunned. What? Lu Hua looked ahead, unable to see his true expression because of the shroud of the fighter's helmet. But Gu Zhiqiu always felt that what he said should have some deeper meaning. But soon, he thought of something. How did the conventional green dragon evade it at that time? According to the speed of the conventional green dragon, it was impossible to escape the area affected by the explosion. And it is logical that the damage to the fighters should have been much more severe. At the time of the explosion, Colonel Marshal Li changed his flying position and used his side to carry the energy of the explosion off. Lu Hua gritted his teeth. Colonel Marshal Li said that with only one side suffering from the fallout, the damage to the green dragon would be much less, and it would save the Air Force a good pilot. But, actually Colonel Marshal Li is far superior to me. Gu Zhiqiu pondered. The area of influence of the explosion becomes spherical, flying sideways along the direction of the center ray of the sphere. The area of force will be reduced. No wonder the damage to the conventionally powered Qinglong was so much better than I thought. Colonel Marshal Li's experience is indeed very old-fashioned. He glanced around. Flying at high altitude is not much of a reference point, especially over the Pacific. There was an endless sea all around, and it took a long time just to calculate how the radiation fluctuations of the explosion in the rear were propagated. A little higher or a little lower, and the angle of the sideways flight had to change a lot. But the explosion is short-lived, so it requires the pilot's clinical experience. Judging from the damage to the conventionally powered Green Dragon, Colonel Li Shuai definitely qualifies as an ace pilot, and experience is something that can only be developed through countless real-life battles. Lu Hua solemnly said, "This time, please make sure that the passenger side that I am on takes the blast." The countdown went to 20 seconds. Gu Zhiqiu's fingers switched rapidly on the control board, muttering under her breath. We didn't fly the nuclear-powered Qinglong out here to get bombed. We're here to change the battle. Don't get distracted. Maneuver the onboard fire control and lock the anti-missile system assist to the Hummingbird missiles. Locked on successfully, requesting interception. Don't intercept yet. After saying that, Gu Zhiqiu raised the flight altitude of the Green Dragon fighter, breaking through 50,000 meters. The flight altitude drew up to 73,000 meters as the Hummingbird missiles were a dozen nautical miles away. The electromagnetic lock of the Hummingbird missile had a tracking-like effect, and detecting the Green Dragon's ascension, it immediately changed its strike trajectory and chased after the Green Dragon. What followed was a very comical scene. Hummingbird missiles look like shingles hitting the water. After each lift to 40,000 meters, it begins to descend in a parabolic fashion, falling to about 35,000 meters. It was subjected to an electromagnetic lock and pulled up in altitude again. It just goes back and forth. On the radar, the red source of the signal could even be seen merging completely with the Green Dragon into a single point. Pacific Ocean, deep sea. Inside the command room of the Nimitz carrier, Klin clenched his fist and pounded it on the table as he watched the Hummingbird medium-range missiles gradually approaching the mysterious fighters of China. Great job! It is an excellent feeling to have a big stone in your heart fall to the ground. Just 20 minutes earlier, he had been trapped in endless fear when he learned that the Hummingbird's first strike had been a front. Because the first military strike had already provoked an incident, he knew that China was sure to retaliate back. If we can't solve the real mystery fighter, the consequences are unimaginable. But now, he was all smiles again. Even though this truly mysterious warplane of Huaxiao was flying fast, it was ultimately not as fast as the Hummingbird ultra-high-speed precision strike missile. This long-range tracking strike missile converted from a medium-range missile is a masterpiece of Ugandan military engineering. As expected, it didn't disappoint him. Without even bothering to celebrate, he began to give orders. The mysterious warplanes of China have been destroyed. Notify all combat squads that they can let loose and fight, so that those allies can see the combat power of our ugly nation's navy. Let's start with this Chinese destroyer in front of us as a downer. Meanwhile, Pickle Nation, Wuling Air Force Base. The black officer from the ugly country had his eyes fixed on the radar, his face unsure whether to be happy or sad. What's going on? Everyone in the entire Wuling anti-missile base was dumbfounded. Like a little cutie. Look at the radar display. The Hummingbird has intercepted the mysterious Chinese fighter. But why is the signal source still there? It didn't explode? Maybe it's the radar. Is there a possibility that is in the same location but at a different altitude? The Hummingbird's flight altitude reaches a maximum of 40,000 meters, while according to our intelligence gathering on China, Chinese fighter planes have a lift limit of 20,000 meters, which is well within the Hummingbird's strike range. Not to mention that the Hummingbird is equipped with state-of-the-art electromagnetic locking and francium radio locking, which makes it impossible for there to be an altitude error. That can only be a radar problem. On the Green Dragon fighter, Lu Hua looked at the picture in front of him. The beauty is overwhelming. Elevated to 75,000 meters of altitude after the visual effect of synchronous satellite, but always give a person a feeling of being away from the Earth. It was the most relaxed and cozy he had ever been in his maneuvers plus actual combat. In hundreds of flying missions, even on radar, Ugly Nation's Hummingbird missiles were already directly below the Green Dragon, but he was no longer the least bit worried. As a battle-hardened pilot, he knew how safe this altitude was. 75,000 meters. A place where conventional hypervelocity surface-to-air missiles simply cannot reach. Gu Zhiqiu contacted ground control. Determine the altitude difference between the Ugly Kingdom missiles and the Green Dragon. 38,000 meters. It's absolutely safe. Lu Hua was incredulous at the altitude difference. The blast impact radius of a Hummingbird intermediate-range missile isn't even a tenth of this distance. Chapter 133, Don't be a wimp, because wimping out won't help. The main thing we're circumventing is the energy wave caused by the fusion strike. Gu Zhiqiu said, if we're just dodging Hummingbird missiles, there's far less need to fly so high. And how far is the radius of the fusion strike? The core strike range is at 100 meters, but the neutron stream created after the explosion can travel almost 30,000 meters. Lu Hua was surprised. Even a distance of 30,000 meters has an effect? How is that possible? Gu Zhiqiu shook her head. Standing 1,000 meters away, one would actually only be able to feel a gust of wind. Only that this gust of wind spreads faster and lasts longer, and it would take a long time for it to dissipate. Don't understand. Lu Hua shook his head. It's just a gust of wind. The behemoth that is Qinglong needs to run so far to avoid that gust of wind? I'm just using the wind as an example. It's not wind. It's a large amount of neutrons. Conventional fighters won't be affected, but the nuclear-powered Green Dragon will have hidden dangers if it absorbs all of those neutron streams. it's better to play it safe. And how long will it be safe? 40,000 meters. 2 minutes later, ground control gave the message, altitude difference over 40,000 meters. Gu Zhiqiu said quietly, use fusion strike. Yes. After Lu Hua locked onto the Hummingbird medium-range missile flying in sync with the Green Dragon, the fusion strike was released. Almost at the same time as the release, the source of the red signal on the radar suddenly disappeared. However, no movement could be felt at all on the Green Dragon. There was nothing out of the ordinary, except for the sound of the breaking wind from the wings that could vaguely be heard through both cabins. Danger averted. A shortcut came from the ground control center. Gu Zhiqiu gazed at the various data of the Qinglong, which had slightly smoothed out after its total weight had risen from 70 tons to 73 tons. It's okay. Lu Hua stroked the control interface with both hands in excitement. Incredible. This is incredible. Ground control inquired. Report on the status of Green Dragon damage. In one piece. Lu Hua sounded a little agitated. Ground control center, FireEye detection system requesting access. Please select allow. Lu Hua operated up the interface. Permission has been granted. The radar interface refreshed, and the FireEye detection system displayed a remote map of the Pacific waters, with the battleships of the Ugly Kingdom and our fleet floating above the radar. And in the next second, Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Hua held their breath. Radar shows the 052C destroyer, surrounded by the Ugly Fleet. The Alliance's fleet, on the other hand, surrounded the outskirts of the Ugly Nation's fleet and watched coldly. Dunwall didn't get away? Ground control, destroyer 052C was torpedoed on starboard side during escape. Gu Zhiqiu looked at our carrier fleet. Instead of following the original sailing track forward to meet, but instead moored not far below the Qinglong, the fleet circled around in a big circle and instead got farther and farther away from the 052C destroyer. Ground control, is Green Dragon able to continue combat missions? Could be. Rescue destroyer 052C. Copy that. Gu Zhiqiu maneuvered the Qinglong to change its course, then flew at a high altitude at the extreme speed calculated by Weidong. But even so, it still took more than 20 minutes. Requesting access to the 052C communications band. Ground control, establishing communications band. Please hold. After about 2 minutes had passed, the communication was established. Hello, this is Green Dragon. Support will be arriving soon. Please be circumspect. The Green Dragon? Wasn't the Green Dragon destroyed? Gu Zhiqiu said. This time, it's a real Green Dragon. An excited voice came out. Is it really the Green Dragon? Yes, yes, yes. Repeat, please do your best to maneuver around. Green Dragon will be arriving shortly. The voice on the other end was calm and powerful. Those who stepped on our door in those years are all here. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. In the blink of an eye it's been more than 100 years. For the blood debt of that year, please make sure that all of them are paid back today. After Deng Yang finished speaking, an electric current sounded. Then the communication was cut off. 052C. 052C. Ground control request. I can't contact 052C. Please make sure he does his best to get around. Gu Zhiqiu's repeated calls were ineffective, so she could only pin her hopes on the ground control center. Lu Hua looked at the 052C destroyer surrounded by a group of red dots on the radar and looked grave. Deng Yang the kid. I have a bad feeling about this. Lu Hua nodded. Look at radar. How similar to what happened to Deng Shichang back then. In the end, it still didn't stop him from being a hero. On board the battleship 052C, a few streams of blood flowed from Deng Yang's forehead, and his tongue gently licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the enemy warships surrounding the 052C destroyer, a decision had been made, but even now, he didn't regret his impulsiveness in the slightest. Last time, because of his impulsiveness, he let these jackals escape a beating, and he reflected for a long time in his heart. But this impulse was different from the last. The Green Dragon was a national weapon that took 10 years of effort to build, but was blown up by the Ugly Kingdom's underhanded tactics just as it took off. He couldn't bear it. The entire country of China could not bear it. So he wasn't exactly impulsive. He was just being a pioneer. First he blew up a warship, now he'd rammed another, and he'd done his duty. That said, it was not as tragic as his own ancestor, but it was a better death than his own ancestor. Deng Yang turned his warship around and squared off against the Nimitz-class carrier. The volume is not in the same class, and trying to sink it is impossible. But that was the core of the Ugly Kingdom's maritime combat fleet, and it would be cost-effective to tear off a layer of its skin. And at that moment, in the Nimitz command room, Kling was pale. Wuling Air Force Base and carrier radar have detected Chinese warplanes that are rapidly approaching the Hawaiian island chain. The Hummingbird medium-range missiles have exploded, while the Chinese fighters are still approaching. This threat of not being able to fight is the most frightening. China's mysterious fighter jets still exist. Hummingbird missile strikes ineffective. Krin announced the sad news in a hushed voice. However, He didn't sink his teeth into starting a discussion this time. Instead, after a brief thought in his brain, he suddenly reacted and was busy giving orders. Quickly stop striking the Chinese destroyer and let him leave on his own. At the same time, get in touch with Huaxia and tell them that our side also lost a warship and that we owe each other nothing today. In addition, must solemnly declare to Huaxia that, as a big country with the heavy responsibility of world peace on its shoulders, the two sides should seek to solve the problem in the form of negotiation and avoid escalation of the conflict. Yes, however, the officer who received the order had not yet stepped out of the command room, just stopped woodenly. The one surrounded in the center by the ugly country's warships had been bombarded and crippled by the Chinese destroyer. Like a dying warhorse, it rushed forward with rolling smoke and a buzzing roar. Chapter 134, Do you know what real fear is? Crazy. Why is China full of crazy people? Klein clenched his fists. Full of panic. Fear spreads as things gradually start to get out of control. By now, everything that had happened was beyond his expectations. That mysterious fighter still exists, and this already incapacitated destroyer gave up its last chance for reconciliation. Klein was beginning to chafe, chagrined that if he hadn't ordered a sneak attack on the mysterious warplanes of China, perhaps it wouldn't have gotten to this point, but it was no longer helpful. He wanted to completely eradicate the hidden dangers and to put down this Eastern dragon once more. It was just that he had underestimated the dragon. Then, suffer the wrath. Klein looked at the crashing 052C and gritted his teeth. Sink it. The ship's missiles rained down in a brief parabola and exploded on the hull of the 052C. Under continuous bombardment, the 052C was like a pile of scrap metal floating in the sea. Deng Yang and his deputy were already covered in blood, but they were still stiffening up. Shrapnel and shards of glass lodged themselves all over the two men's bodies, and blood from the corners of their eyes traced their cheeks and dripped down onto the console. The smoke made it impossible to see the road ahead, and the destroyer's power system was almost completely destroyed. Dang! A dull sound rang out from the empty Pacific waters. The 052C destroyer barely touched the Nimitz carrier. Just barely. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Nimitz was unharmed. But not important. I should have died in the ocean. Deng Yang leaned against the driver's side and slowly sat down. The bullet holes in his chest and the metal shards all over his body were causing him excruciating pain. The deputy was covered in blood, and when he opened his mouth slightly, blood flowed from the corners. He can't talk anymore. Deng Yang said, I know what those bigwigs on Huangyan Island are thinking. If we don't do anything, they'll definitely compromise with the ugly country so that we'll survive. But this group of jackals will just dodge another bullet. What's the point of living like that? How about letting us use our blood to write a wonderful beginning for the rise of China? So the sacrifice will be worth it. The green dragon will be here soon. Deng Yang reached out his hand to caress the young deputy who was 14 or 15 years younger than himself. Xiaoguang, don't close your eyes. Hold on for a little while longer. Blood continued to trickle out of the corners of the deputy's mouth, but his eyes remained open, unblinking. The surrounding ugly kingdom warships began to scatter in all directions. Deng Yang took the marine map out from under the cockpit, and the communication system interfaced with the green dragon. This is 052C. This is 052C. This is Deng Yang. Soon, Bu Zhiqiu's voice came out. This is Qinglong. What's the situation with 052C? Qinglong will be arriving over your area soon. Tang Yang's bloodstained finger gently tapped the closest Ugly Kingdom military base. The Ugly Kingdom fleet is withdrawing to the Guam base. Please make sure to intercept it. What's the status of the personnel on the 052C? The 052C destroyed one local warship and ended up crashing into a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier without dishonoring its mission. A glorious smile appeared on Deng Yang's blood-covered face. It's up to Qinglong next. He turned off communications. With the last of his strength he dragged his dying deputy up to the deck. The Nordic Alliance fleet that had surrounded 052C before. The ships roared and scattered. Deng Yang and his second-in-command lay on the deck of the gradually side-sloping and sinking 052C destroyer, looking at the turquoise-blue sky. 40 seconds or so later, a blinding light enveloped the entire sky. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, fleeing in the Pacific, suddenly blew up. Everything was suddenly caught off guard. There was no warning, no defense, and the ship's fire control system didn't even detect the missile threat. The nuclear-powered carrier USS Abraham Lincoln just suddenly exploded and sank in the middle of the fleet group. Aircraft carrier sunk. It's actually a pretty incredible thing. In 2005, the Ugly Kingdom conducted a carrier experiment in which they pulled out a decommissioned conventionally powered aircraft carrier, the USS Kitty Hawk, and used it as a target for strikes. Imagine how long it would take to sink this carrier under constant attack from torpedoes and anti-ship missiles. 1 day? 5 days? 10 days? The truth is that the Ugly Kingdom has been under siege for a month and still has not been able to sink the carrier. In the end, it was only by detonating missiles placed on the carrier that the carrier was successfully sent to the bottom of the sea. And this The 2005 experiment. The aircraft carrier Kitty Hawk was built in the 1960s, and the Lincoln was built in the 1980s. In terms of time of manufacture, the Lincoln carrier should be more resistant to strikes than the Kitty Hawk ever was. But who would have thought that in almost a second, the nuclear-powered carrier, with its huge displacement, would just start to sink with smoke? Not to mention unthinkable, Kling didn't even press the connection between Lincoln's sinking and the attack by the mysterious Chinese warplanes, until the carrier Eisenhower exploded and sank immediately afterward. The surrounding cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, too, began to sink. For a while, the entire Pacific Ocean was in chaos. The blood on Deng Yang's body was gradually washed away by the seawater, and after the blinding light had passed, he slowly climbed to his feet and looked at the Nordic fleet that was hastily fleeing in the distance. Watching the lone smoke of the battleships on the Pacific waters, the eyes filled with exhaustion glittered with a surge of excitement. Heads up, the turquoise blue sky was empty as far as the eye could see. He couldn't see the Green Dragon, but he knew that the tragic appearance of the Nordic fleet before him was all the handiwork of the Green Dragon. What is suppression? What is crushing? What is despair? Nothing more. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Nimitz. Krillin was breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot. What's going on? Tell me what's going on. The soldier pointed to a red dot on the radar. Will, Army, the mysterious warplanes of China, over our side. Shoot down. Mobilize all shipboard surface-to-air missiles. Concentrate fire. Shipboard fire control unable to lock onto enemy aircraft. Enemy aircraft flying beyond surface-to-air missile striking range. Klin gasped more and more violently. Then form an anti-missile network and intercept all the enemy aircraft strike missiles. Yes. Soldiers maneuvered hastily, while one by one the battleships around them were sunk. A few moments later, all the radarmen turned pale and stopped what they were doing. Because of the silence and quietness of these soldiers, the entire command room became extremely dead. What's wrong? Klein asked hurriedly, sweating profusely. No missiles detected. How is that possible? Krillin growled. How is this possible? How did our battleships get sunk without missiles? The soldier was mute. Those military advisors were mute together. Hummingbird medium-range missile strikes fail. Battleships sunk one by one. Attack system mysterious again. China's mysterious warplane had made all of them feel the horror of what it meant to be crushed by military industry. How similar to the days when they blasted their way into this old country with airplanes and artillery. Now this dragon, with enough military industry to crush them, has retaliated. It's just that, back in the day, their airplanes and artillery were laid out to crush them. So when they see an airplane and hear the roar, they get scared. At that time, even if they were powerless to resist, at least they could still hide and escape. Chapter 135, who isn't a big bad guy? Oh, and the mysterious war machine at this point is a silent terror. Can't see it, but it hangs around like a thick fog of death. Desperate, suffocating, there is no escape. All the warships were in total disarray. Where's the formation? Dashing left and right, fleeing desperately for the base. Some of the smarter ones have already thrown down their lifeboats and started to escape. Lu Hua inquired about Elder Li's instructions. The answer given is simple: victory. This war has already begun since the Green Dragon fighters were struck. As a result, there is no need to have any more scruples. The seawater on the deck gradually flooded Deng Yang's eyes. The deputy beside him was out of breath, but he still had his eyes open. He should have seen the destruction of the enemy's battleships. He slowly lay back down. I should have died in the sea. 5 minutes. The whole sea was thick with smoke and fire. The rest of the mess was cleaned up by the sea formations. Gu Zhiqiu piloted the Green Dragon and continued to head towards the base. Krin was escaping in a lifeboat though, and for the last while of the carrier's sinking he had informed the base as well as the ugly nation itself of what had happened to the fleet. Therefore, as the radar showed, the mysterious fighter jet kept approaching the base. The base has then lost the desire to resist. The top brass of the ugly kingdom sat around in a deadly silence. On the projection was a countdown. 3 minutes and 23 seconds. This is the time the mystery fighter arrived at the base, and at that moment, the countdown was like a death alarm. If there is no countermeasure before the countdown reaches 0, the ugly kingdom's military heavyweights will, without a doubt, be eradicated. Then came the direct threat to the ugly kingdom itself. Discuss the response. A congressman said, I would like to recall what you were thinking at the time, knowing that the other side had a mysterious fighter. Why did you mess with him? The military chief. George Stone looked grave, because we were only guessing before, and didn't really expect Xia's technology to have reached such a point. This is not the time to point fingers at each other. There's plenty of time to catch up after those 3 minutes have passed. George Stone nodded his head and said, the message that Admiral Kling sent back is simple and straightforward. We don't have the ability to fight against it. The anti-aircraft missiles can't reach the flying height of the mysterious fighters. Our fighters, even if we go out to fight, will be nothing more than targets. And what's more is that the means of attack is still unknown at the moment. The Tech HQ counselor asked, "Did the probes pick up anything?" There was no discovery. The conference room fell silent again as all the carriers were sunk. Yet, he didn't even know the other party's means of attack, which made everyone scornful. This battle is no longer necessary at all. One thing worth noting is that the first time they fielded the fighters there were no francium radiation signals. Stanton murmured. The second time they did, but again, there was an electromagnetic signal. A legislator asked, "What does this reveal?" The Science and Technology Headquarters counselor replied, "We analyzed the real fighter model through francium fragments. It should be all made of francium fragments cast in one piece. It is reasonable that only francium radiation can be detected, but due to the influence of the francium shells, the electromagnetic signals we are not supposed to detect. That means that the fighters they're out fighting right now aren't the bottom of the barrel? Quite possibly." The only sound left in the entire conference room was an intake of breath. The big-bellied legislators, their faces resentful, have been staring at Stone with a sense of discontent. "What do you think you're messing with him for?" Stanton, a typical hawk, no longer sees a hint of toughness in him at this point. Now he looks like a dying old man. "There are 2 minutes left. Is there a chance of victory if we fight?" a counselor asked in a whisper. Stan shook his head. No. Everyone in the entire room unquestionably rejected this insane proposal. The clock reaches the last minute under a heated argument. Everyone looked to the big boss in this conference room. A white-haired old man from an ugly country exhaled breathlessly. "Surrender. Contact them. Whatever the demands are, our side will accept them. There is no need to add more senseless casualties." A few moments later, a white man rushed into the conference room. "Agreed. They accepted our surrender." And at that moment, everyone in the office was slumped in their seats, their faces unsightly. The white officer looked up sharply at the countdown. It's zeroed out at this point. Another look at satellite images toward Guam. It's in ruins. It's completely off the island. Chapter 136, Wasia always remembers. After Wacha finished his speech, he closed the call. There was silence in this conference room in Los Angeles that brought together all the top brass of the ugly kingdom. What about the promised state of etiquette? What about the promise of having friends from afar? How is Wasia as unreasonable as a hooligan these days? Although the rhetoric of Huaxia, they are very familiar. Because this is the excuse they said to Huaxia when they bombed Qinglong. Still, they couldn't accept the fate of having surrendered and still being bombed. It wasn't until the source of the red signal on the radar was far away from the ugly nation's mainland that all of them breathed a long sigh of relief. It's an unfortunate blessing that the native is free of worry. Where's Admiral Kling? Alive and floating in the Pacific in a lifeboat. Let him swim back. Stone said feebly. He should thank the whole ugly country for his recklessness. A legislator asked. "I'd like to know what price we paid for the surrender." The diplomatic ambassador shook his head. "China has not yet given a clear indication that multi-party talks will be held in 2 days. And before the talks begin, we need to contact the participating countries in this Pacific Rim military exercise." Contact? It's for us to inform them to join together as a surrendered nation at. Deceitful. Countless MPs' faces turned green with anger. My ugly country has surrendered, and he wants to humiliate it like this? Let the ugly country to inform their own little brother to surrender to the Chinese. This is no longer a slap in the face. Instead, they tore his ugly country face off and tied it to a stick to mop the floor. The ugly country has never been so humiliated since it entered industrial society. If we do go and inform the countries of the alliance, what are the consequences? Have you all thought about that? A counselor asked. The white-haired old man said, Huaxia wants nothing more than for us to shout for him all over the world, telling the nations of the world that Huaxia has risen. This is an insult to us. So what if we are humiliated? The white-haired old man said in a deep voice. When great powers fight, the strong will be strong and the weak will die. Now that we have lost, we will have to bear this humiliation. I hope that everyone here can remember today's shame. If you all can keep it in mind, I believe that the ugly kingdom will rise again. That's something we need to learn from Huaxia. All the MPs were silent and said nothing more. 100 years ago the stormy and broken China. No one could have imagined that it could take 100 years to bide its time and stand on top of the world again. This is a profound lesson for the ugly country. Negotiate before the talks. There should be a general limit on the terms of surrender, and both the amount of compensation and the extent of recourse should be finalized before the talks. The old man spoke. The diplomatic ambassador said, This I have already mentioned in my first communication with China, and China has already given an approximate amount of compensation, and the total accumulated compensation of the Union State will not exceed 1,439,000,000 taels of silver. 1,043.9 million taels of silver? There was a sigh of relief throughout the conference room. A legislator grunted coldly. Huaxia counts clearly enough. There are zeros and holes. It seems to have been counting for a long time. What's even more outrageous? Stan murmured. Don't you think it's unusual to settle in silver now? Everyone was thinking. For China, an ancient country with a long history, perhaps there is an obsession with silver that we can't understand. $1 billion taels of silver, or just under $100 billion, is not a particularly exorbitant compensation. Although the money was not much, there were still some MPs who were indignant. What has China lost this time? He only lost one destroyer, while we lost our entire oceanic combat capability. In such a situation, we still want compensation, is a very bad thing. Disgruntled as they were always relieved when they learned that China's wacky compensation had converted to less than 100 billion US dollars afterward. For HWA, the ugly politicians had guessed correctly, and from the time the news of Qinglong's victory in the Pacific came, the bigwigs in Kyoto had already begun to discuss ugly surrender compensation. They thought of many options and then ruled them out one by one. China could raid and pillage the world with military might, but he doesn't do that. Huaxia could have opened up markets and resources all over the world with this victory, but he didn't do that either. The elegance and kindness of the Chinese bones prevented him from being an evil dragon. A teenager who slays dragons is a teenager who slays dragons after all. With the deliberation of all the wise men, a compensation of 1,043, 9 million taels of silver was finally proposed. Their detailed entries are listed below. Treaty of Jinling, 147 billion taels of silver. Treaty of Kyoto and Treaty of Tsingu, 16 million taels of silver. Treaty of Shimonoseki, 360 million taels of silver. Treaty of Simchung, 653, 2 million taels of silver. Total, 1,043, 9 million taels of silver. Huaxia always remembers. Chapter 137, a few bumps on the way home. 1,043, 9 million taels of silver. Very little. In these 100 years of rapid development of productivity, even with interest, it is only a small amount of money. The 1 billion taels of silver just tells those people that Huaxia remembers. All those years of blood debts, all those years of broken homes, all those years of aggression and slaughter. Huaxia remembers it all. You can't make up for that with money. The diplomatic heavenly body of China has enough wisdom. The figure of 1,043, 9 is much heavier than 1,043, 9 million taels of silver. Pacific Ocean waters. Gu Zhiqiu and Lu Hua piloted Qinglong back to the ship. War under military crushing is boring. The naval combat power that the ugly kingdom once prided itself on was as fragile as a mole cricket. Instead of a war, it's a purge. Even Lu Hua, who had a lot of combat experience, was in a bit of a trance at this point. Under the absolute crushing of the military industry, the so-called well-trained and disciplined seemed meaningless. I have the illusion that with the Green Dragon fighter alone, I can defeat the armies of the entire world. In theory, yes. Gu Shiqiu nodded. The crushing of a lower civilization by a higher civilization is probably what this is all about. When Spain discovered Latin America and conquered the Indians with 180 men, 26 horses and 3 ships, that's roughly how it feels too. Lu Hua lamented. It's a pity that the ugly kingdom's mysterious fighter hasn't been forced out yet. Gu Shiqiu was unimpressed, judging by the speed at which the ugly kingdom surrendered. Perhaps they also assessed on their own that their own fighters might not be enough to change the tide of battle. The Green Dragon reascended to a height of 50,000 meters and traveled towards Hualien Island. Hualien Island, at this time, was in a state of jubilation. 10 years to sharpen a sword, 1 day to raise an eyebrow. All the researchers of the military research base were standing on the military airport, waiting for Qinglong to return. Elder Li, Elder Wang. A soldier quickly ran to Elder Li and Wang Feng and whispered something. The two men's complexion suddenly changed, and with their heads lowered, they quickly walked towards the Fire Eye Control Center. The signal's gone? Fire Eye Control Center. On the satellite imaging of the Pacific Ocean waters, the Green Dragon fighter disappeared without a trace, and the signal from the Green Dragon on the radar suddenly disappeared. Disappeared where? A soldier pointed to the satellite remote sensing map. Here, this is where Fire Eye and radar lost the Green Dragon. Elder Li's gaze carefully stared at the Pacific Ocean image transmitted back from the Fire Eye. Reaching out his hand, he briefly marked the screen according to the predetermined flight path. According to the normal route, the Green Dragon should have flown on such a course, right? Yes. Elderly looked at the empty Pacific Ocean waters and frowned tightly. Wang Feng pointed to the point where the Green Dragon disappeared and asked, "Are you sure the Green Dragon started disappearing from here?" "Okay." On both radar and Fire Eye footage, the Green Dragon disappeared at this location. Mobilize the Fire Eye to detect the record. I want to see the footage before it disappeared. After some manipulation by the staff, they played this footage on the computer. The Green Dragon returned home along its established course at 2,000 kilometers per hour. But suddenly, it disappeared from the Fire Eye's detection screen. It is important to realize that radar receives electromagnetic signals and may lose them due to solar flares or some other means of electromagnetic concealment. But the FireEye detection system is different in that it synchronizes real-time surveillance images from satellites. How could a good old green dragon just disappear into thin air? It's like a 360-degree camera monitoring an empty, airtight room, and you can't stop staring at the monitor, but suddenly the room is gone. In a situation like this, it is too late for you to grieve the loss of this person, because what you feel subconsciously must be fear. Just as at this moment, Elder Li and Wang Feng were now in the same mood. Even if the green dragon crashed down, it should have created a thick smoke on the Pacific Ocean waters. But in the end, they didn't see anything. The Pacific is clean and spotless. The fleet on Guam detach a combat team to search the corresponding location. Hurry! Also notify Huangyan Island to send an air combat detachment to launch a carpet search. And at this time, 50,000 meters high, Gu Shiqiu piloted the Green Dragon while observing some messages on the control panel. Lu Hua still kept praising the Green Dragon fighter on the side, rambling on about avenging Deng Yang and Li Shuai, and that China would never need to bow down to imperialism ever again and so on. But Gu Shiqiu didn't even have the heart to listen at this moment. He only felt his head getting heavier and heavier. Not a biological physiological reaction, but something like a heaviness in thinking, as if countless difficult formulas and theories were crowding in the mind, and all the memories, knowledge, and emotional fragments were congested, a heaviness that one could not relieve. He gritted his teeth and looked at the feedback values of the power system on the instrument, as well as the electromagnetic signals that were zeroed out, with some bad feeling in his heart. Are there water waves in the sky? Gu Shiqiu suddenly asked coldly. Lu Hua was stunned and looked up at the top of his head. How can there be water waves in the sky when you can't see anything? Under the high-speed flight, the scenery outside the Green Dragon was two-dimensional. It was simply impossible to see the water waves that Gu Shiqiu was talking about. Chapter 138, Even a ghost must kowtow before leaving. Gu Shiqiu looked tense. Send a message to the ground control center. Just say, this is Qinglong. If you receive a message please reply received. The electronic signal was sent and the value on the EM meter remained at 0 without the slightest change. About 3 seconds later, Gu Shiqiu's head became heavier and heavier. Lu Hua suddenly spoke. Ground control reply received. Content. Just 2 words. Copy. Lu Hua asked. What's wrong? It's fine. Gu Shiqiu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the zeroed-out value on the EM meter and said, it's possible that there was some overlap between the EM monitor and the outer wall of the power pod during the modification, resulting in unstable EM reception. 5 minutes into the flight, the EM readings were back to normal. Gu Shiqiu didn't continue to put this issue on her mind. Hualin Island, FireEye Detection Center. As Elder Li and Wang Feng were fretting, a staff member suddenly shouted, the Green Dragon has appeared again. Everyone looked toward the detection screen as the radar and FireEye detection screen recaptured the Green Dragon fighter, safe and sound. Throughout the FireEye Detection Center, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Troubleshoot. Elder Li pointed to the vanishing point and the reappearing point, which were nearly 160 kilometers apart. Let's see what caused it. Yes, Jiqiu will be back soon. Let's go. Wang Feng said. Aha. After saying that, Elder Li followed Wang Feng back to the airport with quick steps. After about 20 minutes or so, the Green Dragon fighter whistled and slowly landed from the sky. The moment they stopped at the airport, all the researchers of Hualin Island swarmed to them. Gu Shiqiu left Qinglong with Lu Hua's support, and then Elder Li was walking towards him. Bastard, you're a real pain in the ass. Gu Shiqiu's face paled as he revealed a smile and said in a weak voice, no dishonor. As soon as he finished, he drifted off into unconsciousness. Ziqiu, quick, it should be fresh out of the constant pressure chamber and physically uncomfortable. Corpseman, hurry. Ziqiu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Mom. Gu Shiqiu could vaguely hear voices in her ears, but she no longer had the strength to open her eyes. Gu Shiqiu is not in any serious trouble. The diagnosis of the military doctor was that there was a lack of oxygen and blood supply due to pressure switching maladjustment. The treatment plan is, there is no plan. Just get some more rest. But Elder Li didn't dare to be careless. Gu Shiqiu wasn't a soldier, and he couldn't trust a military doctor who treated a bunch of brown men. With that, he immediately arranged for a military aircraft to send Gu Shiqiu back to Kyoto to receive more comprehensive treatment. And in the meantime, the country, up and down the country, is in an eerie atmosphere. From the time the ugly country started the public opinion war, all the people of the country were a little depressed in their hearts. Then I heard about the rim of the Pacific military exercises and the sudden troop movements to Huangyan Island. A series of events that kept all my fellow citizens on edge. Although the official media has not given any message about the Pacific Rim, there are still countless people who are trying to find out how to get involved. And just today, some strange topics started popping up one after another on Jitterbug, Weibo, and some mainstream media forums. Do you remember when the Chinese nation was at its strongest? Han and Tang. And now, Pacific Rim War Text Review. Ugly nation fails miserably. Real carry. Ugly country's top secret documents exposed. Military and political top brass collectively guilty of abdication. Today's big reshuffle. Although such messages are rare, but it pops up every now and then and still sparks curiosity in countless people. Many people see this information. The first time is not in the comments section opening a mouth. The rest all rely on making up to dispel rumors. Instead, the first thing you do is look at when this information was posted. And after realizing that it was actually posted today, you start copying the information to retrieve the news online. However, there is still no news from the official media. In such an atmosphere of skepticism, the hearts of the nation are rather more curious and itchy. It's okay to be fake, but it's good to die for. Countless compatriots have begun to comment and leave messages on the tweets of the military and government official media, and underneath one of Sheikh's recent videos, waiting for the 30th day of Bunny updates. Bunny, it's rumored on the internet that you thrashed Hawk Jam, eh? Don't be mute please. On the day when the King's division settles in the Central Plains, the family will not forget to tell their ancestors. However, a comment was just sent out, and it was found that the official media, which had been silent for a week, had actually updated its dynamics. It's a video. The cover, a black and white photograph, Deng Yang's effigy. Tap the video. It's a big man with a plaque from the House of the Faithful who goes to an old urban village in Ambergris Lane, Goat Town. Walking down a rough concrete road, he stopped outside the door of a modest courtyard. Shot up, above the Vermilion Gate, there were densely hung honor plates. The smooth flow of the image stalled for a few seconds in front of this Vermilion Gate filled with honor plaques, perhaps because the experienced cameramen were so moved by it that they even forgot they were still shooting. 23 House of the Faithful plaques. Behind them, 23 heroic souls, not to mention photographers. Even if 100 ghosts walk at night, when they come to the door, they are afraid that they will have to kick and salute. Then, the military leaders solemnly hung the 24th House of Loyalty and Martyrdom above the Red Gate. With a deep bow, the picture ends there. Then, it is the official media wrote to Deng Yang's elegy, this day waved the world tears. There are public enough to strengthen the naval power. Deng Yang, with his life, knocked on the door of China's quest for the world. The video was sent out for a few minutes. Watching the likes instantly topped a million. The comments section, however, was quieter. Likes can be a little casual, but comments, they require thought. Such a ramshackle yard full of honor plaques is awe-inspiring, but beyond that, the official media seem to reveal nothing. For example, the officer's biography, the reason for his death in action, etc. However, as the next few videos were released, and everyone got it, I understand the meaning of the phrase knocking on the door of China's world domination. The second video, Counterpunch, total annihilation of the Nordic Alliance fleet. The third video, Jet, the Pacific base at Guam was overrun. The fourth video, Multi-party talks. 4 videos were published within an hour of each other, and the netizens, who had the benefit of hindsight, began to realize what was going on, but still not quite convinced. They clicked on the official media homepage and repeatedly confirmed that it was not a high-flying number. Then it ran to countless platforms such as Weibo and Public Numbers, checked the accounts of the official media, and found that all of them had such content. That's when it was decided that it might be true. But factories, office buildings, shopping malls, subways, trains, and so on, all the places where people exist, although you can see the elation hanging on everyone's face. But the weird thing is that the atmosphere is still calm. There's still an opportunity missing, one short of a fuse to ignite the atmosphere. Until the official media released a 5th video, Green Dragon Fighter, Chapter 139, The Road to Rise, begins today. Video content. Above the military airport on Hualien Island, a white warplane painted with a green dragon caught everyone's attention. This is the first exposure of the Green Dragon. Unlike previous military weapons releases, this time the official media did not give any introduction. There is no elaboration on the power and physical systems, nor is there a single word about the power of the Green Dragon Fighter. The entire video, from start to finish, has only 4 words running through it: the weight of the nation. The fewer the words, the more powerful they are. Netflix knows it well. The comments section cleared 3 emojis. It's that expression in the second row, third from the bottom, wearing sunglasses, smug, proud. Countless military fan self-publishers are starting to live the whole thing. Good lord, we've been guessing boom 20s and boom 30s for over a decade. And Bunny, you're just going to give me the whole Green Dragon? Once the Green Dragon is out, give me the whole won't. I'm the blogger who said the next generation bomber is the boom 30. Not me washing my hair upside down. So willing to bet, I'm live streaming washing my hair upside down. Throughout China, the nation was jubilant. But, also be cautious. It's been too long. It's been repressed and held back for too long. Financial sanctions, scientific and technological sanctions, public opinion sanctions. China in the past 100 years has been creeping forward, Sneaking development. Can you imagine that the top comment on the second 3 or 4 videos was actually, the official rabbit microblogging seems to have had its number stolen? So don't like it and keep the heat down. Green Dragon Fighters video. The first comment in the heat, everyone report it together. Grab this video and block it as early as possible. There are a lot of spies on the internet nowadays. After the comment, there is an image that details how to choose the type of report and how to write the reporting language to make it easier to get the video blocked. This session of netizens, in order for Huaxia to be able to bide its time, is really a painstaking effort. After a short while, the Chinese official media only had to post another dynamic. It's a paragraph and a picture. Text, much ado about nothing. Photos, the diplomatic core family portrait and each with a question mark over their heads. Because there are some things that need to be circumvented in the mass media and not spoken about too clearly. But the official media staff remains a bit skeptical. Isn't the illusion obvious enough? All the netizens watching the new developments in the official media are finally guessing what's going on. After the staff removed a few of the video's hottest comments, the entire internet detonated instantly. What followed was an orgy of revelry throughout China. It can be a little disconcerting at first, but once someone relayed the reports and news from the extranet back to the domestic media one after the other, everyone understood. What a blitzkrieg! What a big win! What a descending blow! After seeing the reports from abroad, it all made sense. Everyone had thought that Huaxia might be showing off at this Pacific Rim exercise. Some bold people thought that perhaps they couldn't stand the provocation of the ugly kingdom, and in a fit of anger, they got tough with it. A very few people with rich imaginations believed that Huaxia and the ugly kingdom had a military conflict in one. But no one expected that it was actually a single victory over the entire Western world. The foreign media attributed that mysterious force in China that controls the battlefield to mysterious warplanes. Everyone once again focused their attention on the Green Dragon War Journal posted by the official media. Reposted a new comment with the same 3 emoticons, the funny smiley face in the first of the second row. The message is also clear: we're sorry for the disturbance, but we're just being paranoid. The next few days were a frenzy across the internet. There are those who do not understand what this military contest victory represents, but a reply was soon given. The crushing of military power, though, doesn't mean that China's national power is now unquestionably number 1 in the world, but under the present world pattern, military power is a strong backing for economic development, scientific and technological development and the expansion of national power, even though HWA still has a long way to go. But from today onward, no one will stand in the way of Huaxia moving forward again. This is one of the important effects of military victories. Why have some developing countries not been able to break out of the poverty trap after nearly a century of development? For laziness? For decadence? Neither. The biggest reason for this is the involvement and manipulation of the capitalist powers. Capital is predicated on oppression. The superiority of capital is also oppression. Poverty is necessary to ensure the proper functioning of the capital world. In order to ensure that there is a large amount of productive capacity to consolidate upper capital, wars, oppression, and sanctions ensue. Understanding this premise makes the international news much more transparent if you read it. Or laundry detergent in the Middle East. Or human rights violations in Zimbabwe. Or strong nuclear radiation in China. These are just excuses. The underlying reason for this is simply the revisionism of these so-called capitalist powers in order to maintain the stability of capital. Given the threats and provocations they feel, blood and human lives are just fuel to keep the capital machine running. Why is it that decades have passed and almost no country other than China has been able to change its fate? That is the case. The capitalist state seeks eternal profit. With these capitalist powers united, any tendency of any country to venture out will be suppressed by the Union. How can you talk about rising in such an environment? What are international rules? This is, while everyone was reveling in the joy of the finished military competition, a video, carried from overseas, appeared on Jitterbug. The content is simple: surveillance footage from the ugly kingdom's satellites. In Pacific waters, Nordic Union warships maintain Guam. Just getting ready for the military show, one of the Chinese destroyers suddenly rushed over and started attacking without saying a word, and sink a Nordic Alliance warship. This destroyer number 052C, Captain Dun Yang. At this point, domestic netizens learned how the soldier who was the subject of the first video in the official media died. This image is extremely hot on the extranet. When a Nordic military exercise becomes a military conflict, then a collective change in the military and political hierarchy of the ugly country. What happened in the Pacific came to light very quickly, but as superior Europeans and Americans, they would never allow their country to have such an unsavory war record. Therefore, they want to pick up the face that the ugly country has left behind by virtue of taking it out of context. After all, it is the only way to continue to maintain the international prestige of the ugly kingdom and to continue to enslave the nations that can be enslaved. Funny thing is, the source of this video was tweeted out by a Hollywood star. It looks like the ugly country's political class is trying to brush this off. The video has just appeared less than an hour ago and has created a lot of buzz around the world. They say you learn from your mistakes, but for the netizens of the ugly country, they are like fish memories that never grow. All populations except HWA are accusing HWA of stealing, conning, and winning. They never reflect on whether they continue to be scammed. Fortunately, soon after this video, the Chinese diplomacy then also tweeted an update. A detailed quick cut of a Pacific incident. 1 minute and 30 seconds in all. With all the details that should be there. From the 2 missile strikes by the ugly kingdom, to the lone 052 sea destroyer in danger, to the siege by the Nordic fleet. However, in order to take care of the mood of overseas netizens, the image of the battleships routed and scattered in all directions was not put up together because it was too inappropriate for children. Chapter 140, Don't Move My Brain. The official media went down. Watcha is very stiff. If it makes sense, it makes sense to you. If it is not reasonable to try to make black white, then HWA will not allow it. It is true that from the very beginning of this war, China jumped at the chance to fight, but China never fights unkind wars. A clarification of sorts under the official media video. I participated in the exercise properly and you're the one who messed up, so you can't blame me, right? Twitter, Facebook and other media outlets lost their collective voice. There is no way to tell if you are mute. The ugly kingdom's new military and political team is green in the face. Losing is losing. And he had thought that there was a step to take, but who knew that the rabbit had actually driven him to his death and even kicked him down the stairs. This time, the ugly kingdom's new military and political team had just been in office for less than 2 days, and they were completely discredited. Although this satellite surveillance video is having a Hollywood star posted on their behalf, no one is a cutie. You're a celebrity with access to satellite surveillance? What are you talking about? Watching the multi-party talks precede the fireworks in China. A number of countries that have nothing to do with it are looking forward to the multi-party talks in 2 days' time with great interest. 26 countries have already sent diplomatic envoys to China one after another. Now it's just the ugly kingdom that has yet to send anyone. But everyone knows that this is the last stubbornness of the ugly country. As far as the Pacific Ocean fled in a state of distress, it was more than likely that it did not dare to mess with this rabbit in the east anymore. After the little storm is over, netizens in the country reopened the official media released on the video about Deng Yangon. They have left comments such as this day. The world tears, there are public enough to strengthen the Navy's prestige. For the descendants of the Dun family, this statement is undoubtedly the highest honor. Kyoto, WHS Hospital. It had been nearly a week since Gu Zhiqiu went into a coma, but he still showed no signs of waking up. The physical condition was all stable and no matter how many tests were done, not the slightest problem was found. Judging from a medical standpoint, it's not a surprise that he woke up at any point, but the truth is that he still shows no signs of waking up, and no one knows when he will. Lumman stayed at the hospital bedside. In addition to his daily glucose injections, Lu Manman followed the doctor's instructions and fed him the special food on time. Under medical observation, eating and digestion are virtually indistinguishable from normal. There is even a visible chewing motion at times. In this case, generally speaking, the hospital will give a conclusion that he was pretending to be asleep. But none of them quite dared to jump to that conclusion under the pressure of several bigwigs from the military and politics, as well as the loaded soldiers outside the ward. Obviously the top management attaches great importance to this young man, and without an absolute basis, they dare not jump to conclusions. Hospital meetings are several times a day. Options for Gu Zhiqiu's treatment were repeatedly proposed and rejected. By now a very odd phenomenon has emerged. He didn't dare to say that Gu Zhiqiu wasn't sick, and he didn't dare to cure Gu Zhiqiu. Just have to keep feeding him and just keep him that way. Although the hospitalization fee medical expenses and these completely do not have to be considered. But the hospital every day 2 teams of armed police with loaded guns to change the patrol, so that the entire hospital doctors and patients are doubly stressed. Lu Manman grabbed Gu Zhiqiu's hand. She would tell Gu Zhiqiu every day about the big and interesting things that happened online or on the news. Whether he could hear her or not, she always kept the habit going. Gu Zhiqiu really isn't sick, but to be precise he wasn't pretending to be asleep. He was letting himself fall into a state of masterless consciousness. On the way back to Hualien Island from the Pacific Ocean, he felt the knowledge in his brain being mobilized by an inexplicable force. That's a very bizarre phenomenon. It's an extremely scary thing when the head is out of your own control and starts thinking for itself. During the time he was in the coma, he struggled with this very thing. For the past few days, he had been cautiously attempting to regain consciousness. It was as if he was probing at the edge of danger, and he was extremely careful with every step to make sure that the previous situation would not occur again. By now, most of his consciousness had returned. He had heard the touch of Gu Manman's delicate hand, the stories he had read beside his ear, and the great international events that had taken place. After all, consciousness is fully restored. He purposely thought about some more complex issues, to make sure that the knowledge of the brain can be freely mobilized, and there is no other energy to mess up the situation, before he slowly opened his eyes. Man! Lu Man heard Gu Zhiqiu's voice and busily put down her cell phone. You finally woke up, she said, her hands clenching Gu Zhiqiu's palms tightly. You scared me to death, you know? I'm fine. Gu Zhiqiu intended to get out of bed, which no just rolled over. Was Lu Man pressed down? Where are you going? Just woke up, don't move around. I'll call the doctor over. After saying that, she ran all the way out of the hospital room. Gu Zhiqiu leaned back on her pillow and looked at the instruments beside her bed, then fell into deep thought. Not long after, 2 medical experts ran into the ward with quick steps. How is it? What's wrong with your body? Gu Zhiqiu pointed at the brainwave detector. Can you pull up all the data since my coma and show it to me? Several experts nodded in confusion. Of course, just a moment. The 2 experts turned to leave and muttered as they walked out of the hospital room. Being in research is different. You need data as soon as you open your eyes. Ha ha, after all, it's the youngest Cheung Kong scholar. How can you be a Cheung Kong scholar without some scientific research fetish? The country really pays attention to young talents. No matter what, it's fine if people wake up. Otherwise I'll really be tortured crazy by this day-to-day meeting, because Gu Zhiqiu's scientific research results were absolutely confidential. His current achievements on the surface remained at the top of the youngest Yangtze River scholar. Not long afterward, 2 professors walked in with thick stacks of printed paper. Even though the horizontal timeline had been compressed to tens, it still took a bunch of printer paper to print out all the data. Gu Zhiqiu took the data and looked at it carefully. The brain is thinking there are electromagnetic waves generated. The more complex the thinking, the stronger the brain waves. However, mankind's current level of technology can only detect the existence of brainwaves. As for converting these digitized brainwaves into specific information, it is not possible to do so for the time being. However, just from the strength of the brainwaves, Gu Zhiqiu was able to find some clues. Normally, if you are unconscious afterward, the electromagnetic waves released by the brain will be very weak, but he was the opposite. With decreasing brain waves, when I was just unconscious, it was at a relatively high frequency, but as time went on, the waves continued to diminish. I had such a high brainwave frequency when I was in a coma. Have you guys ruled out the cause? Gu Zhiqiu asked.